I have a perfect girlfriend who is about to get married. All the men around me envy me. But who could have thought that she turned my life into hell? My girlfriend betrayed me with another man. I became paralyzed, and my parents were heartbroken, and their hair turned white overnight. After a difficult recovery, I got back on my feet and built wealth at an astonishing rate. After becoming a billionaire, I ran into my former betrayer, my girlfriend Su Li and Wang Long. Today, I will reveal their true colors and make them pay for their betrayal. Chapter 1. Betrayed by First Love. My name is Lin Shen. At this moment, I slowly opened my eyes. Everything around me was unfamiliar. The heavy pain made me realize that I seemed to be in some trouble. Memories began to flood back to me. A month ago, I was still the man with a car, a house, a successful career, and my girlfriend Su Li was about to marry me. But everything changed because of the banquet that night. That night, I was designing an advertisement for a VIP client in the company when I received a call from Su Li, who said an old classmate wanted to meet her. She asked me to go over and accompany her. Although I was a little reluctant, considering that the other party was her friend, I put down the work in my hands and drove there. When I arrived, Su Li was waiting for me at the entrance of the restaurant. When she saw me, she immediately took my arm and led me into the private room. The table was already full of dishes and 2 bottles of limited edition liquor. When her old classmate introduced herself, there was a hint of sarcasm and contempt in her words. Although I felt unhappy, I still endured it. After 3 rounds of drinks, my old classmate Su Li raised her glass and said that I was young and promising. She compared her own achievements with mine, and her words were full of derogatory remarks. After that, she invited me to toast, saying that Su Li was the most beautiful girl in the class and was pursued by 2/3 of the boys, implying that I was lucky. I felt unhappy, so I used the excuse of going to the bathroom to avoid the topic. Just as I was leaving, Su Li secretly poured a packet of powder into my wine. When I came back, her old classmate handed me the spiked wine without hesitation. I noticed that Su Li looked a little strange, but I was already a little drunk. In order not to disappoint her, I took the glass and drank it all. I don't remember anything after that. I only know that I fell asleep after returning home. The next morning, I was awakened by a severe headache and felt as if my whole body was crushed. At first, I thought it was because of the cold from the air conditioner, so I took cold medicine as usual. But by the 3rd day, when my headaches got worse, I had a fever, was vomiting, had chapped lips, and a body aching like it was in a furnace, I finally realized something was wrong. As I was unconscious, I had to ask my father to take me to the hospital. After entering the emergency room, I was sent directly to the intensive care unit. The doctor's diagnosis almost broke my father. He knelt outside the operating room, praying to God to bless me. I finally survived the critical period, but still did not wake up and had to lie in the intensive care unit. A few days later, I gradually regained some consciousness. My father's face was full of fatigue. He told me that the family had spent all their savings on my treatment and even sold their house and car. My illness put my family into a serious financial crisis, and my father was severely damaged both physically and mentally. I was taken back home and saw the dilapidated old house. I understood that the family's predicament was all caused by me. The guilt and powerlessness made me even think about committing suicide at one point. I became a burden to my father and dragged down the entire family. But it was far from over. When I realized the truth, I realized that it was just the beginning. Chapter 2. Su Li and her old classmate Wang Long heard the news that I was back home, so they drove to my house. As soon as they got out of the car, Su Li laughed and said, "Oh, who is this? You become a cripple, sitting in a wheelchair." Wang Long was not to be outdone, looking at me with disdain. "Aren't you a waste now?" Their ridicule pierced my chest like a knife, and I roared, "How dare you? A pair of bastards, come here." Su Li's old classmate kicked my leg and sneered. "Are you worthy of Su Li? You didn't deserve her before, and you don't deserve her now." He laughed at me again. "You're lucky enough to have survived the combination of cephalexin and alcohol." Their laughter made me want to disappear immediately with anger in my eyes. Then he took out a wad of money from his bag and threw it in my face. "You useless piece of shit. Use this money to buy coffins for you and your dad." They walked away, leaving me feeling unwilling. However, what hit me even harder was that my father was beaten by the police because he called the police to speak up for me. From that moment on, I felt completely hopeless. In the days that followed, I was in a daze, lost 30 pounds, lay in bed every day, and even had pressure sores and blurred vision. My father was still fighting for me, but I had already given up hope in my heart. My father came home late after working overtime, and I struggled to climb out of bed and into the wheelchair so that I could make myself something to eat. But simple movements became a huge challenge for me. When I was moving the noodles with my crutches, the cabinet accidentally fell and hit me on the head, causing me to fall into a coma. I don't know how long it was before I woke up and found that I had some feeling in my legs. I pushed the cabinet open and was shocked to find that I could stand up. I was so excited that I couldn't believe it. I could walk again. At this moment, a voice sounded in my head. Ding! The omnipotent system is binding with the host. Please wait patiently. I was stunned. Could this be the legendary system? The voice in my head rang again. Yes, I'm a super awesome high-end custom system. A few minutes later, the system prompted, congratulations to the host for successfully binding to the omnipotent system. Please start the initial lottery. I clicked the lottery button, and the system announced excitedly, congratulations to the host for obtaining the primary perspective. I was stunned. Could this really be perspective? I glanced at the cabinet next to me, and sure enough, I could clearly see what was in the cabinet. Just when I was excited, I found another copper coin. I rubbed my eyes and confirmed that it was written Xiantong year. I decided to take this copper coin to the antique street to try. On the antique street, I walked into a shop that looked pretty good and prepared to have them appraise the copper coin. The shopkeeper didn't even look at me and sarcastically told me to go away. But just then, an elegant old man came in and gently asked me if he could see the copper coin. I handed him the copper coin, and the shopkeeper's attitude immediately changed. He greeted him respectfully and even mocked me. This copper coin is just a modern imitation and is not worth mentioning. At this moment, the young girl next to the old man spoke up. Is it your turn to say anything about what my grandfather likes? Her words made the shopkeeper immediately bow his head and apologize, and his attitude took a sharp turn for the worse. Chapter 3. Mr. Zhao took the copper coin I handed over and looked at it carefully. This copper coin is different from the common Qing copper coins. The version is quite novel. He turned the coin over and looked at the front and back and continued. On the front, the outer circle says Qing Dynasty copper coin, and inside is a giant dragon with a curved back. The dragon head is facing left, with its mouth open and roaring, showing its domineering power and majesty. There are also two intersecting wheat ears below the edge of the copper coin, and the four characters Xiantong Year 3 are cast on the ring, and plum blossoms are dotted on the edge. This coin is well-made, and has a unique style. It's a great collectible. I became more and more excited as I listened, and couldn't help asking, then, how much is it worth? Mr. Zhao replied slowly, based on a condition, the market price is probably around 1.8 million. If we send it to auction, maybe it can be sold for a higher price if we meet someone who knows the value of it. I was stunned at the time. This 1.8 million yuan could almost pay off all the foreign debts in my family at once. I couldn't help but smile, and the only thing in my mind was to get the money as soon as possible. Mr. Zhao, how can I trade this thing most conveniently? I asked anxiously. Mr. Zhao looked at me with a smile and said, if you trust me, I will accept this copper coin. According to the market price of 1.8 million, I can transfer the money to you right now. My heart warmed up, and I nodded without hesitation. I believe you, of course I believe you. It's only because I met you that I know how valuable this thing is. Just give me 1.5 million, and the remaining 300,000 will be my thanks for your insight into the treasure. Mr. Zhao was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that I could have such a temperament at such a young age. The smile on his face deepened. He looked at me again and seemed to see something different in me. It's the right amount. How can I take advantage of you? The girl next to him also smiled and said, our family doesn't need that 300,000 yuan. As for antiques, you get what you pay for. Mr. Zhao turned around and ordered, Cindy, transfer 1.8 million to this young man. Okay, Grandpa. The girl nodded and smiled at me. Handsome guy. Give me your bank card number. I immediately gave the card number, 95599XXXX0908, Agricultural Bank of China, account name Lin Chun, Shuangmulan, with the character Chun in the title. She smiled slightly and repeated my name softly, Lin Chun. I have been driving across the cold sea for 10 years, and I am a lonely minister waiting for the throne. What a nice name. It suits you very well. I was stunned for a moment. I didn't understand the meaning of this poem. I only knew that this was the name my mother gave me. What's your name, beautiful lady? I asked politely. My name is Zhao Cindy. I silently repeated her name and tried to remember it. At this moment, my cell phone rang and a bank text message popped up. 1.8 million yuan had been deposited, with a balance of 1,800,000.17 yuan. I looked at this string of numbers and felt excited. Rich people really act differently. There's no limit on the amount of money they transfer. I glanced at Zhao Cini and then at her clothes. They were all big brands. She was indeed from an extraordinary family. Got it. I nodded to Mr. Zhao. Thank you so much today, otherwise I wouldn't be able to sell it at such a good price. Haha, it's just a small matter, not worth mentioning. Mr. Zhao smiled and paused, then asked, Young man, where did you get this copper coin? I casually said, I picked it up at home. Mr. Zhao was a little surprised and turned to look at his granddaughter. Zhao Cini seemed surprised as well and whispered in his ear, Grandpa, he may not want to tell the truth, so he just made it up. Mr. Zhao shook his head and whispered, It doesn't seem like he's lying. His eyes are so clear, and he has an indescribable bearing. I didn't hear what they said. Suddenly, a system notification sounded in my mind. Congratulations to the host for completing the primary task and earning the first pot of gold. On this day of universal celebration, you will have a chance to win a lucky draw. The corner of my mouth twitched. This system is really noisy. I clicked on the lottery page and pressed the lottery button again. Ding, a background music of good luck comes suddenly sounded in my ears. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the primary treasure appraisal ability, which can identify the authenticity of antiques and estimate the market price. Applause. This is incredible. Shut up. I responded coldly, and the system went silent. I thought about the purpose of this new skill and prepared to try it out. I glanced at the display racks in the store, and in an instant, the authenticity and value of each item appeared before my eyes. I stared at the vase behind Zhao Cini and couldn't help muttering, really good. She seemed to think I was talking about her, blushed, and looked away. But what I saw was a modern imitation worth 10 yuan. I almost bought it. The price tag was 500 yuan. I looked away and saw a plate next to it, a replica made in the Republic of China, worth 1,500 yuan. This one is pretty good, and it's perfect for serving dishes at home. This function of the system is so cool. I wish I could come and draw the lottery every day. The system sounded again at an opportune moment. Host, don't be too complacent. The tasks will become more and more difficult, and the lottery threshold will also be raised. But the rewards will also become stronger and stronger. As I was thinking, I turned my eyes and suddenly saw an acquaintance walking in, Su Li and her old classmate. What was his name? After thinking for a few seconds, I remembered Wang Long. Chapter 4. I stood there, coldly looking at Wang Long's surprised expression. He pointed at me as if he had seen a ghost. Hey, isn't this Lin Shun? Wasn't he already disabled a long time ago? Can he still stand and walk? He sighed, but his tone was full of ridicule, almost carving two words on my face. Joke. Suli beside me was also stunned, with complicated eyes, as if she didn't want to believe that I could still appear here like a normal person. I narrowed my eyes and stared at the couple who almost killed me. I was so angry that my knuckles turned white. I really wanted to punch them, but Mr. Zhao was here and I didn't want to make a big scene, so I held back. Wang Long curled his lips in disdain. His eyes swept over Zhao Cini restlessly, and he smiled like a dog. Su Li quickly pinched him and muttered to change the subject. Husband, aren't you going to pick an antique for Dad? Hurry up. I was too lazy to pay attention to them and quietly opened the basic treasure appraisal function granted by the system. With a quick glance, a bunch of item information quickly emerged in my mind. Suddenly, the dusty painting in the corner caught my attention, and my intuition told me that it was something special. I walked up to it, pointed at the painting, and asked the shopkeeper, "How much is this painting?" Wang Long heard this. He laughed as if he had heard a great joke. He fell backwards with laughter. You afford it. You are so fond of this lousy painting. You are such a loser. Your taste is as bad as your life. The shopkeeper saw that it was me asking and smiled. Mr. Lin, this is the work of an unknown little painter from the Republic of China. It's pretty good. If you like it, I'll give you a discount, 30,000 yuan. Suli gave me a cold glance and said sarcastically, I don't think he can even come up with 300, and he'll have to sell his kidney for 30,000. Zhao Cini's face darkened, and she was about to speak for me, but old Zhao shut her up with a look. I was too lazy to pay attention to them, so I took out my bank card and handed it over. Swipe the card, I'll buy it. The shopkeeper smiled widely and quickly operated. Mr. Lin, it's done. Here's the receipt. You still have 1.77 million left in your card. Hearing this number, Wang Long and Su Li's faces turned green and their eyes almost popped out. What? He still has more than 1 million. Wang Long was slapped in the face, and his face was twisted with anger. You idiot! You spent 30,000 yuan to buy a piece of junk. You are really amazing. I was too lazy to respond, and just said lightly, "Do you have tweezers?" The shopkeeper was startled, but quickly took out a new pair of tweezers from the drawer and handed them to me. I took them, bent down, took out a watering can from behind the flower pot, and sprayed water on the painting a few times. "Are you crazy?" Seeing my actions, Zhao Sini couldn't help but whisper to me, 30,000, don't ruin it. I smiled at her and said nothing. I took the tweezers and slowly peeled off the wet canvas. Mr. Zhao's expression suddenly froze, and he murmured, "Could it be a painting within a painting?" Everyone instantly fell silent, all eyes fixed on the painting in my hand. I peeled it off one by one. The whole process lasted for half an hour. No one made a sound, and the air seemed to be frozen. When the entire hidden painting was revealed, Mr. Zhao stood up excitedly, his voice trembling. "What a great painting! What a great painting!" Zhao Sini blinked and looked at Mr. Zhao and asked in a low voice, "Grandpa, is this painting amazing?" Mr. Zhao said with a somewhat hurried breath, "This is Tang Bohu's painting of ladies. It is extremely rare. It depicts the story of Li Duan and Chueya. Only wealthy merchants in ancient times would hide such treasures. In order to avoid disaster, they hid it in a picture-in-a-picture format. They would only take it out and sell it when their family fell into poverty." The shopkeeper's face turned green, and he wiped the sweat off his face while shaking his head in regret. "My God, this thing costs at least several million." Wang Long and Su Li's faces turned pale, as if they had eaten a fly. They were so embarrassed. Before I could say anything, Zhao Sini spoke up for me and glanced coldly at the couple. "As expected of handsome Lin, you have a sharp eye, unlike some people whose eyes are useless." Su Li was so angry that she wanted to retort, but Wang Long held her back and whispered, "Don't be impulsive. They are not people we can mess with." Then he pretended to be calm and pointed at a vase in the store. "Boss, this, wrap it up." Su Li curled her lips. "Only 5,000? This is your sincerity for a gift for my dad." When I heard that, I raised my lips slightly and pointed at the vase and said, "Boss, I want this one. I'll pay 30,000. Wang Long was furious. "Lin Chun, are you crazy? I picked this first." The shopkeeper ignored him and immediately removed the price tag. He stood beside me with a smile and said, "Handsome Lin, look, we've already lost a lot on this painting. Please take care of me in the future. We are friends. From now on, I will charge you double the market price for anything you bring to me." I raised my eyebrows and looked at him. "Double?" He smiled and said, "Of course it's less than 1 million. We are also running a small business." I didn't say anything, just smiled slightly. Chapter 5. The shopkeeper smiled and continued. "So, you see, if you give me a suitable price for this vase, I can make a small profit." Of course I understood what he meant. He wanted me to buy the vase at a higher price. In fact, this vase is not worth anything at all. I have just used the basic treasure appraisal to check it, and it is not worth even $10. However, my purpose is not the vase. I smiled and responded, "Boss, I know what you mean. I can't let you lose money all the time." The shopkeeper's eyes flashed with admiration, and he continued to flatter him. I knew that handsome Lin would not be a selfish person. "He is so generous. So generous," I said without hesitation. 500,000. The shop owner was stunned, obviously not expecting such a high price. 500,000. The shopkeeper was obviously shocked by my offer. Wang Long was not to be outdone and hurriedly shouted, 550,000. There was a sense of pride in his eyes, as if he was sure that the vase was his. The shopkeeper glanced at Wang Long, obviously not very fond of Wang Long, and turned to walk towards me. I calmly responded, 800,000. When the shop owner heard this, he immediately swallowed his saliva. He probably thought that he made too much money from this business, and nodded repeatedly. 800,000? You are so generous. Zhao Sini looked at me bidding and felt very confused. After all, this vase was just a modern imitation. How could it be worth such a high price? "Grandpa, this?" Zhao Sini asked Mr. Zhao softly. Mr. Zhao looked at me with complicated eyes, but did not speak. He gently patted his granddaughter's hand and said, "Don't talk." Zhao Sini blinked, understood what her grandfather meant, and stopped interrupting. Su Li was very dissatisfied when she saw that I offered such a high price. She muttered in a low voice, 800,000. Wang Long saw that I kept raising the price, and he was furious and shouted directly, 1.8 million. His face was full of sarcasm, and his eyes were fixed on me sharply. "Lin Chun, don't think I don't know. Isn't the money you have on you only the 1.8 million? Let's see how you raise the price." When the shopkeeper heard 1.8 million, he almost fainted, thinking that this deal was a great deal. He glanced at me secretly, wondering if I would continue to raise the price, fearing that I would miss this opportunity. However, I raised my hand lightly and said, "It belongs to him." When Wang Long heard this, he laughed triumphantly. "Ha ha! Lin Chun, you are still that loser. You still have to lose to me." He seemed to have won the whole world. "Your woman, including everything you want, is all mine." Su Li glared at Wang Long and said unhappily, "Don't be so proud. Wrap up the vase quickly." Wang Long looked at the shopkeeper and said bluntly, "Wrap it up for me." The shopkeeper took out the POS machine and handed it to Wang Long, saying with a smile, "My handsome man, in our shop, we settle the bill first and then pack it." Wang Long glanced at the shop owner with contempt. "Isn't it just 1.8 million? Wait." He opened his wallet and started swiping the card. However, the shopkeeper swiped his card and frowned. "This card only has 500,000 yuan. You still need some more." Wang Long replied impatiently, "What's the hurry? Wait." He took out a few more credit cards and swiped them repeatedly until the shopkeeper finally frowned and said, "We still need 700,000. Zhao Sini couldn't help laughing. "All my credit cards are maxed out, and it's still not enough?" Su Li's face changed, and she stamped her feet in anger. "Do you have 1.8 million? Wang Long roared in frustration. "Shut up. Don't force me to slap you." Su Li's face turned red, but she did not dare to resist and could only swallow her anger. Watching this scene, I couldn't help but feel some emotion in my heart. I was also dominated by Su Li like Wang Long, but that was her own choice. She deserved it. Wang Long continued to take out his cards and finally collected 1.8 million. The shopkeeper immediately opened the bill and said, "The transaction is complete. No refunds or exchanges are allowed. We are not responsible for any other matters in the future." Wang Long did not forget to explain in a pretentious manner, "It's the end of the month, and my pocket money has run out." "My parents." Zhao Sini glanced at him and interrupted with disdain. "At your age, are you still using your family's pocket money?" Wang Long was stunned. Zhao Sini continued, "You spent so much money on these hundreds of dollars worth of things just to have fun." Wang Long's face changed. "What did you say?" Zhao Sini sneered. "A few $100s?" Chapter 6. Mr. Zhao glanced at Zhao Sini, who understood and immediately said, "This vase is actually a modern replica, not an antique. The raw materials used are relatively good, and the workmanship is also fine, but it is worth about 250 yuan. Wang Long's face suddenly turned ugly, blue and red, staring at me and unable to say a word. Su Li was so angry that she shouted, "It's only 250 yuan. Give me back. You are cheating us and colluding with Lin Chun." The shop owner saw Zhao Sini's explanation and immediately understood it. He hurriedly and carefully handed the vase to Wang Long and said with a smile, "It's a matter of the antique world. No one can guarantee that every item is a treasure. Some people spend millions to buy fakes, and they can only blame themselves for their bad luck." Wang Long was so angry that he was about to explode. He glared at me and almost wanted to eat me. "Lin Chun, are you kidding me?" I sneered and responded nonchalantly. "Why am I kidding you? Didn't you hear what the store owner said? Some people spend millions to buy fakes." I looked at the vase again and continued, "I paid a high price to buy it for the flower arrangement, but you insisted on raising the price. You are the only one to blame for your stupidity." Wang Long was furious and pointed at me with a red face. "Just wait for me. Lin Chun, let's go." Wang Long shouted angrily at Su Li, and the two of them left the store in a panic. Su Li looked at the vase and asked anxiously, "Don't you want it anymore?" Seeing that they had walked away, Su Li had no choice but to take the vase and jog to catch up. I looked at Mr. Zhao and thanked him gratefully. "Thank you, Mr. Zhao. Otherwise, Wang Long would have suffered a great loss today." When Zhao Sini heard the name Wang Long, she couldn't help laughing. She and that man are such a perfect match. Her smile was like a spring breeze, and her crisp laughter made me feel instantly happier. I turned to Mr. Zhao and deliberately asked, "Mr. Zhao, how much is my painting worth?" Mr. Zhao looked at the painting, thought carefully, and said, "This painting by Tang Bohu is very popular in the market, and the painting by Li Duanduan is well preserved and is estimated to be worth more than 5 million. When the shop owner heard the price, his face changed. He was obviously very angry and full of regret. 5 million? I couldn't believe it. I was delighted. Since the system gave a minimum estimate of 3 million, this price was quite conservative. 5 million. I can finally solve the financial problem for my family. My father will definitely be very happy when he knows about it. I calculated silently in my mind and turned to Mr. Zhao. Mr. Zhao, if you are willing to accept it, I will give you 4 million. What do you think? Mr. Zhao smiled and agreed. Of course I will. I'm taking advantage of you with 4 million. He added, Tang Boa's paintings are very popular in the antique market and will definitely increase in value in the future. I looked at Mr. Zhao gratefully and said, You have helped me so much. I really don't know how to thank you. After hearing what I said, Mr. Zhao smiled and signaled Zhao Sini to transfer the money to me. Zhaoyi, transfer the 4 million. Zhao Sini nodded and handed me a bank card. Brother Lin, you are really far-sighted. My phone received a text message from the bank at this time. The account with the last number 0908 received 4 million yuan on the 17th, and the balance is 5,770,000.17. Almost 6 million more was in my account, in addition to the money I had just picked up. I couldn't believe it. When Mr. Zhao was about to leave, he smiled and said, Boy, you have a bright future ahead of you. I thanked him and said, Mr. Zhao, good words. As they left, Zhao Sini gave me a look. I smiled and nodded, feeling a little emotional. Everything happened too fast. I felt like I was dreaming. After returning home, I just lay down when I suddenly heard the system's voice. Congratulations to the host for completing the task, earning the first 5 million, and the number of draws +1. I couldn't believe it. The system rewarded me so quickly. The system didn't forget to flatter me. Host is so capable. You made 5 million in such a short time. Okay, stop talking. I interrupted the system impatiently and skillfully clicked the lottery button. The system's cheerful voice sounded again. Congratulations to the host. You have won a tempering pill *1. I saw the system prompt and was filled with questions. What was this body tempering pill? Out of curiosity, I decided to click and use it. The next second, the body tempering pill appeared in my hand. It looked a little strange, a black pill. I was a little confused, but thinking that the system would not harm me, I swallowed it without hesitation. Instantly, a burning sensation surged from my body, and I couldn't help but yell, System, you can't be. The system's voice sounded hurriedly. Host, hold on. It will be fine in a moment. At that moment, I felt like my whole body was burned by flames, and then I passed out. Chapter 7. When I woke up, I felt an unusual strength all over my body. The fatigue from last night completely disappeared, replaced by endless energy. I washed off the black mucus on my body and saw that I was refreshed. What surprised me most was that the pressure sores caused by long-term bed rest also disappeared. My body recovered better than I thought. I walked to the cabinet excitedly, thinking of testing my restored strength. I thought that I would have to use at least 50% of my strength, but I didn't expect that I could easily lift the cabinet with just a little force. It feels so amazing. Just then, my father came back and saw me lifting the cabinet. He could hardly believe his eyes and rubbed his eyes. Son, you. His voice was full of excitement. I put down the cabinet, walked up to my father, and handed him a bank card. Dad, this is the money I earned today, nearly 6 million. You take this money and pay off all our debts. In a couple of days, we'll go look at houses together and buy you a car. My father was so surprised that he was speechless. You, where did you get so much money? Did you rob a bank? Of course, he didn't know that I made the money by reselling antiques. I quickly explained, Dad, don't worry, I didn't break the law. I resold some antiques. I was lucky and sold them at a high price. I continued to assure him, You've seen the prices of antiques on TV. The prices of genuine antiques can be ridiculously high. Although my father was still skeptical, he didn't ask any more questions in the end. He just sighed and said, Then your body. I answered firmly, Shouldn't my health be getting better day by day? Looking at my father's worried eyes, I smiled and said, Dad, our good days are about to begin. Believe me, I will definitely give you the best life. The father's eyes were filled with tears, and he nodded gently. Okay, Dad doesn't really care how much money you make. The most important thing is that you are safe and healthy. I helped my father into the room and didn't breathe a sigh of relief until he lay down to rest. I was also sitting on the sofa, just about to close my eyes and rest, when the system's voice sounded again. Congratulations to the host. You have successfully entered the yellow level warrior. I frowned and couldn't help cursing in my heart. System, can you be quieter? It always gives me a headache. The system did not forget to come on and said, Host, the yellow level warrior is at the initial stage of ancient martial arts, and there's only one person in a million. The initial strength is 1,000 kilograms. The middle strength is 3,000 kilograms. The The late strength is 5,000 kilograms, and the peak strength is 7,000 kilograms. Most importantly, the lifespan is at least 100 years. I was a little stunned, but this actually made me feel quite interesting. It seemed that I still had a long way to go in the future. Then, I tried to sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Sure enough, a warm energy quickly entered my body, and I felt comfortable all over. I took a deep breath and sent the spiritual energy into my dantian. I felt a surge of joy in my heart. Is this spiritual energy? It feels so good. When I was about to go out to continue absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, I unknowingly came to the antique market. I smiled and said to myself, it seems that I am really destined to be with this antique market. As I was walking, my eyes suddenly lit up and I saw a familiar figure, Mr. Zhao's granddaughter, Zhao Sini. She was squatting in front of the stall, seemingly selecting something. I walked up to her and said hello. What a coincidence, Miss Zhao. You are here too. Zhao Sini looked at me and smiled, but there was a hint of doubt in her eyes. What good things have you found? I didn't respond directly, but looked down at the various antiques on the stalls. Most of them were fakes and worthless, but I noticed an old box that looked a little different. When Zhao Sini saw me stop, she asked excitedly, did you find something good? I reached out to open the box, and suddenly a silver dollar appeared in my hand, and the almighty treasure appraiser was turned on. The system directly recognized Guangdong Double Dragon Shouzi 1 Liang silver coin, minted in the 31st year of Guangxiu, commemorating Empress Dowager Cixi's 70th birthday. There are very few in existence, and the value is 2.8 million. I looked at the silver dollar and asked the stall owner with a smile, how much is this silver dollar? The stall owner immediately started bragging and priced it at 3 million. After listening to him, I sneered, since you know it's the real thing, why are you still selling it here? Then I pretended to be angry and said, 30 yuan, don't ask for more. The stall owner looked helpless and said, 30 is 30, scan the code. Zhao Sini laughed sarcastically at the side. Only 30 yuan? You're really good at finding bargains. I smiled and looked at her. We are all in the antique business. We know the quality of the street stall merchandise. Do you think something worth 3 million will sell here? After hearing this, the stall owner finally stopped pretending and agreed to my price with a smile. Chapter 8. I noticed the surprise and curiosity in Zhao Sini's eyes, stood up, and motioned her to follow me with the silver dollar. She seemed to see at a glance that I had something to say, so she followed curiously. I handed her the silver dollar and whispered, Miss Zhao, take a closer look at this. She took the silver dollar, looked at it carefully, and suddenly asked in shock, is this a genuine item? Her exclamation made me feel a little proud. After all, I had already confirmed it through the system. This is a big deal. Just now I thought you were just playing around, but I didn't expect you had already seen through it. Zhao Sini continued to be surprised. According to the current market price, this silver dollar is worth at least 2.6 million. If it is auctioned, the price may be even higher. You picked it up for $30. You made a fortune. Her eyes lit up, and then she said, but if you find it troublesome, just sell it to me. I'll add 400,000. How about 3 million? Her words made me feel satisfied, and I agreed without hesitation. Zhao Sini immediately transferred the money to me, and I got 3 million, which was a sure win. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, and suddenly she revealed a sly smile. Handsome Lin, are you free in 3 days? I want to go to an underground auction. There are a lot of good things in it. Can I take you with me? And can you help me keep an eye on it? I smiled and said, I don't have much to do. I will be free in 3 days. She nodded happily. Then add me your contact information. We will meet here then. We added each other on WeChat, and she said goodbye happily and went back by herself. After taking a taxi home, I couldn't help but open Zhao Sini's circle of friends, wondering what a girl like her who came from a wealthy family did every day. As a result, there was nothing in her circle of friends, but her signature read, I hope things won't be that difficult anymore. I couldn't help but feel a little curious. Why did she look so cheerful? But her signature was so emo. Just when I was wondering, my phone vibrated and Zhao Sini sent me a message. Brother Chun, don't forget the auction in 3 days. Her cute expression made me smile. After returning home, I just opened the door and saw my father sitting on the sofa, his eyes serious, as if he had something to say. I walked over, my heart tightened. Dad? What's wrong? What happened? He patted the sofa next to him and said in a heavy tone, Come here, I have something to ask you. I sat down and began to feel uneasy. My father looked at me and said earnestly, "Son, I am sorry for you." My heart tightened, and I felt a sense of oppression in my chest. My father lowered his head, his eyes full of worry. "Dad was unable to seek justice for you in the Suli incident. It was because I was incompetent." I quickly comforted him. "Dad, don't say that. I will handle this matter myself." My father looked at me with heartache in his eyes. "Son, now that you have money and your health has improved, don't do anything stupid. That Wang Long has a background. Even the police are on his side. We can't do anything. We can't take revenge on him just because we hate him. What should I do if something happens to you?" I nodded firmly. "Dad, don't worry. I won't do anything out of the ordinary." My father breathed a sigh of relief and smiled with satisfaction. "Ah," he sighed. "You and Suli have been together for so many years, and she actually did that to you. It's really heartbreaking." He held my hand, his eyes full of tears. "Seeing you stand up from the wheelchair makes Dad happy, and seeing you earn so much money today also makes me feel at ease." I whispered, "Dad, good days are still to come. We will buy an apartment tomorrow and a car for each of us. Believe me, our lives will get better and better." My father looked at me with tears in his eyes and smiled. This was the first time I saw my father smile since I got sick. My heart was filled with warmth, and all the pain seemed to be relieved at this moment. However, I have not yet settled the accounts with Su Li and Wang Long, and I will not let them off easily. At this moment, the system's voice suddenly sounded. "Host, congratulations on becoming a yellow level warrior. Please hurry up and learn the moves in case you don't know what to do when you need to use them in the future." I said to my father helplessly, "Dad, I'm a little tired. Let's go back to my room and rest first." When my father heard me saying I was tired, he hurriedly urged me, "Go and rest quickly. I'll call you after dinner is done." Back in the room, I closed my eyes, entered the system's virtual space, and began to learn the skills of a yellow level warrior. Chapter 9. The next day, my father got up early and put on new clothes. He bought them especially for today's house-buying trip, symbolizing our new life. After getting ready, my father went to wake me up. "Son, hurry up. The sun is almost shining on you, but a good house can't wait." I stretched and casually said, "Okay, I'll get up right away." After getting dressed, I finished washing up in 30 seconds, then went out with my father and took a taxi to Shengshi Housing. "Master, let's go to Shengshi Housing." Shengshi Housing is a new real estate project located in the outer ring of Shanghai. Although it is in the outer ring, the housing prices are not cheap. A house of 100 square meters costs about 3 million. When I arrived, I felt the spiritual energy here was abundant, which was a world of difference compared to where I live. Walking into the sales office, my father whispered to me, "The houses here should be very expensive. Should we move to another place?" I replied casually, "Dad, it's not expensive. Don't worry about the money. I'm here." As soon as she finished speaking, a saleswoman wearing high heels and heavy makeup came over and asked coldly, "What do you do?" "We sell houses here, and we don't rent out the toilets." I answered calmly, "We are here to buy a house." She looked unconvinced. "Buy a house? Can you afford a dress like this?" Then he looked my father me up and down and said, "We have 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom, and 4-bedroom apartments here, priced at $29,800 per square meter. Can you afford them if you're dressed like this?" I was about to answer when she interrupted me. "I have something else to do. Time is precious. Let someone else introduce you." Then she pointed to the side with her diamond-studded nails. "Little Four Eyes, come over here," and introduced them to them. The four-eyed girl was not angry. Instead, she ran over with a timid look on her face and a smile. "Okay, sister. I'll do it." I glanced at her work badge and found that she was an intern, Luo Junwei. Unlike the salesperson just now, Luo Junwei did not show any contempt, but instead showed a sincere smile. "Hello, sir. What type of house do you want to buy?" I pointed at a random apartment and asked, "How much is that one?" Her eyes lit up, full of joy. "Sir, you have a good eye." This apartment is a flat on a moderate floor with good sunlight. Although the price is a bit expensive, 3.5 million, there are still many people ready to pay the deposit. I answered without hesitation, "I want it. Full payment. Pay now." Luo Junhui was stunned. What? Full payment?" I nodded. "Yes, full payment." Seeing this, Chun Mengting, who had just looked down on us, immediately put on a smile and walked over. "Xiao Luo. She's new here. She can't take such a big order. Let me do it." I refused directly. "No, I want her." Luo Junhui looked at me gratefully, knowing in her heart that if this deal was successful, she would be able to become a full-time employee smoothly. Chen Mingting's face changed instantly, but but she still nodded in agreement because she couldn't afford to offend this big customer who paid for the house in full. Chen Mingting was still not giving up and continued, "Sir, how about we add each other on WeChat? The garage needs to be purchased separately. If you still need it, we could talk later. I can give you a discount." I responded coldly, "No, I've already bought the garage. The garage costs 300,000 yuan, Luo Junwei reminded me. I answered without hesitation, "Okay, I'll pay it together with the house payment later." Luo Junwei couldn't help but feel a shudder in his heart. This customer was too rich and didn't bargain at all. Chen Mingting was already regretting it so much that she missed this big deal and was full of regret. "Sir, please follow me." Luo Junwei took my father and me to handle the formalities. Although she had not fully digested everything in front of her, she knew in her heart what this transaction meant. Chapter 10. After buying the house, I decided to take my father to the 4S store. I originally wanted to buy a luxury car for my father and myself, but my father insisted that he didn't want such an expensive one. In desperation, I bought an Audi worth 5 or 600,000 for my father, and I chose a Porsche worth over 1 million for myself. After all, I will be attending antique auctions frequently in the future, so I need to put on a decent show so that the big bosses will trust me more. Just after picking up the car and preparing to go home, I suddenly felt that the true energy in my dantian seemed to overflow, and my body felt a little uncomfortable. I made up an excuse and left my father alone, and found a quiet place to meditate and regulate my breathing. I meditated for a whole day, and my body was completely restored. When I stood up and moved around, my joints and bones were cracking. The feeling of being full of strength was so great. I picked up my phone and saw that a day and a night had passed. When he opened WeChat, Zhao Sini's message popped up first. "Brother Chun, don't forget the auction tomorrow. We'll meet at the antique street at noon tomorrow. I'll be waiting for you." It seemed that she was quite anxious, so I quickly replied to her message. Then I realized about the auction tomorrow and hurriedly prepared for it. My stomach was growling, so I had to fill it first. I drove to a street stall, and the owner looked a little surprised when he saw my luxury car. Not long after I sat down, my father sent me a message. "Son, where have you been? Why haven't you come back yet?" I made up an excuse and replied, "I got a call from a friend yesterday. We haven't seen each other for a long time. I want to have dinner together. I stayed at his house tonight because I didn't want to disturb you. I'm having dinner now and will be back soon." Just after I replied to my father, the system's voice rang again. "Congratulations to the host. You have entered the middle stage of the yellow level, and your primary perspective has been upgraded to the intermediate perspective." The system's voice was a little naughty. Intermediate perspective can see through everything in the world, including the clothes of beautiful women. Friendly reminder, host, don't peek at beautiful women. I sighed helplessly. Sneak peek at a beautiful woman? I was just looking openly. As soon as I finished speaking, I activated the intermediate perspective function. Feeling the powerful force, I immediately started practicing the moves again. When I finished my practice, I fell directly onto the bed, exhausted, and slept for the entire night. The next morning, my father brought me breakfast and told me, "Son, do you have a girlfriend? Don't get too tired." I almost spit out a mouthful of porridge. "Dad, what did you say?" My father's face was full of worry. "Where did you go last night? If you don't want to tell me, I won't ask any more questions, but you just recovered. Don't tire yourself out." I smiled and comforted him. "Dad, I don't have a girlfriend. It's okay. I'm just fine and have had enough rest." My father breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good. Continue to rest after eating." Just as I was about to go out, my phone rang. Zhao Sini sent me another series of messages. "Brother Chun, are you up? Let's meet at Antique Street." I smiled. This little girl was really proactive. There must be some important things she needed to get at the auction. I simply replied to her message, took a shower, changed my clothes, and prepared to leave. When I arrived at the Antique Street, Zhao Sini was already waiting at the door. When she saw me driving over, she looked a little surprised. "Wow, you bought a car?" I was still looking at the bus, afraid I would miss you. However, she looked at my car and looked it up and down. "This car is not bad, but you are dressed a little casually. Come on, I will take you to buy a suit." I wanted to refuse, but she had already gotten in the car and honked to hurry me along. I had no choice but to stop the car and get in her G-Class. Along the way, Zhao Sini drove me to her own shopping mall. She told me, "This is a mall I own shares in. You can pick whatever you want." I was stunned. This is one of the most luxurious shopping malls in Shanghai, and she actually owns a share in it. She took me to the most expensive store in the mall. When I saw this store, I was shocked. I had to go into a place that I had never dared to look at before. Zhao Sini personally selected a suit for me. When I put on the suit and walked out, Zhao Sini stared at me for a long time, with a hint of surprise in her eyes. Wow, it's completely different. This suit is tailor-made for you. I felt her gaze and smiled. Thank you for the compliment. Let's go. The auction is about to start. Zhao Sini glanced at me unconsciously, and her face turned red. I smiled, feeling a little proud in my heart. Chapter 11. Everything seemed normal, but since I put on that suit, the atmosphere in the car seemed to have changed subtly. I didn't pay much attention to it, but I found that Zhao Sini's eyes always glanced at me inadvertently, full of a little curiosity. Her eyes had some subtle fluctuations, which made me a little confused. When I got off the car at the auction block, I was stunned by the surroundings. This place is full of private estates, with beautiful scenery and rich spiritual energy. I quietly felt the changes in the air, and the true energy in my dantian seemed to flow more smoothly. This is the real rich area, and I, who once didn't even have the qualifications to set foot here, can now walk freely on this land. As I was standing there waiting for Zhao Sini to park, a few girls in fresh clothes suddenly came up to me with innocent eyes. Handsome guy, can you give us your WeChat? Seeing them smiling so brightly, I couldn't help but nodded and took out my phone to add them on WeChat. At this moment, Zhao Sini walked out of the car with a not-so-friendly smile on her face. Oh, handsome Lin is really popular now. It's only been a while, and someone came to chat with him. There was a hint of sarcasm in her tone, but I didn't quite understand why she was so angry. I smiled, turned around, and said to her, it's just a few girls, young people who saw that I was dressed well and wanted to make friends with me. Zhao Sini sneered impatiently. TSK, let's go quickly, don't waste time. The auction will start soon, and you won't be able to get in if you are late. She walked straight forward without waiting for me at all. I couldn't help wondering, could it be that she likes me? I quickly shook off the thought and followed her into the auction venue. She turned around and snorted softly, saying in a coquettish tone, you are walking so slowly. Is your legs inconvenient? I was even more confused. Was she really trying to express something to me? We walked into the gate of a luxurious manor, surrounded by expensive luxury cars, as if we were in a luxurious car show. Seeing all this, I asked, Miss Zhao, why don't you just drive in? She asked me back with an unhappy look on her face. Miss Zhao, we have known each other for so long. Why do you still call me that? Call me Sini. I was a little stunned, then nodded. Okay, Sini, why don't you just drive in? She smiled mischievously. My driving skills are not good. I crashed into the statue in Uncle Zhou's yard before. I was embarrassed, so I won't go in this time. I chuckled and thought to myself, it seems her driving skills are really not that good. Just as we were approaching the venue, a man in a limited edition suit came over. There was a lot of scheming in his eyes, and he obviously wanted to get closer to Zhao Sini. He stretched out his elbow, wanted her to hold it, but Zhao Sini directly held my arm. I was stunned for a moment and found that the man's expression suddenly became angry, with a hint of obvious hostility in his eyes. Xiaoi, who is this man? He looked me up and down, as if thinking, who is this guy and why is he so close to Zhao Sini? Zhao Sini responded bluntly, my name is Zhao Sini, not Xiaoi. Don't you think it's vulgar to call me Xiaoi? Then she added, if you don't know, you might think you are my nephew and call me aunt. Her words directly shattered the man's face. I couldn't help but feel a little surprised by Zhao Sini's frankness. After all, she was really ruthless when talking to others. Also, Su Jiming, who I make friends with, has nothing to do with you. She glared at him fiercely. Stay away from me in the future. The person I like is Brother Chun. Her words left me stunned for a moment. I didn't expect Zhao Sini to make such a public announcement. I was a little at a loss for a moment. Chapter 12. When Su Jiming heard what Zhao Sini said, his expression was obviously stunned. What did you say? He obviously didn't expect Zhao Sini to respond to him so directly. Zhao Sini replied disdainfully. If you can't hear, go get your ears treated. Don't bother me anymore. Her words cut through the air like a knife, leaving Su Jiming stunned in place, his face instantly becoming extremely ugly. Su Jiming was about to say something else when his cell phone suddenly rang. After he answered the phone, his tone was obviously unhappy. After hastily hanging up the phone, he quickly caught up with Zhao Sini. Sini, I'm sorry, that's not what I meant just now. I just wanted to ask you what you have been busy with recently. Zhao Sini obviously didn't intend to pay attention to him. She glanced at him lightly and quickly quickened her pace, not wanting to give him any extra response. Su Jiming could only stand in the back angrily, annoyed, staring at Lin Chen's back fiercely, his eyes full of hatred. This pretty boy actually dared to snatch a woman from him. It seemed that he was really tired of living. Following Zhao Sini into the auction venue, I noticed that the atmosphere here was completely different from that outside. Everyone inside was well-dressed and had an extraordinary aura, and they were obviously either rich or noble. I was a little nervous myself, but when I saw Zhao Sini greeting several business leaders, I was asked to stay alone for a while she went to chat with them. Sitting there, I felt a little uncomfortable. After all, this was my first time in such a place. Sitting there and watching the rich people coming and going around me, I couldn't help but take out my phone to kill time. Not long after they started playing, Zhao Sini came over with a middle-aged man. She called me softly, Brother Chun. I looked up, and my first impression of the middle-aged man was majesty. He exuded a strong aura, giving people a sense of majesty without anger. Zhao Sini started to introduce, Uncle Zhou, this is Lin Chun whom I mentioned before. He is really good at appraising treasures. He found 2 bargains for my grandfather and me last time. The 2 leaks she mentioned made me a little shy. After all, it was just luck. Uncle Zhou smiled and glanced at me. Young man, you are lucky to have found such a good bargain. I quickly responded modestly. Uncle Zhou, you're too kind. It's actually more of luck. I'm really lucky to have the opportunity to pick these up. Uncle Zhou was not indifferent to my modesty. Instead, he looked at me kindly and said, Xiao Chun, there's no need to be so polite. The auction will start soon. Please take a seat. He waved us to take a seat and even joked, if I see something I like, remember to help me check it out. I smiled and agreed, of course, of course. If Uncle Zhou needs anything, I will definitely help. Soon after, the auction officially began. Various items were displayed on the stage, while Zhao Sini sat next to me and Uncle Zhou sat on the other side. As I was carefully observing the items on the auction table, I suddenly felt a pair of hostile eyes staring at me from behind. Those eyes were filled with deep anger, as if they wanted to skin me alive. The host began to introduce the first auction item. Our first auction item today is a bronze goblet from the Shang Dynasty. It is 28.5 centimeters high, 16 centimeters in diameter, and 9.1 centimeters in bottom diameter. I didn't rush to the stage to see it. I scanned the item silently in my mind, and the system immediately gave feedback. Late Shang Dynasty bronze goblet, authentic, valued at 250,000. Zhao Sini asked me softly, how about this one? I simply shook my head to show that I was not interested. Zhao Sini immediately understood and stopped paying attention to the item. Instead, she turned back to her seat in boredom. As the auction progressed, more and more antiques were displayed, but whether it was coins, pottery, or jewelry, Zhao Sini and I did not show much interest. It was not until the staff brought up a painting that Uncle Zhou showed obvious interest, with a gleam of appreciation in his eyes. At that moment, I knew that the following auction was the one that was truly worthy of my attention. Chapter 13. The atmosphere of the auction suddenly became extremely tense. When Zhang Daqian's riding a horse was brought onto the stage, Uncle Zhou's eyes were immediately fixed on the painting, and he was obviously very interested in it. Several other rare guests also stretched their necks and stared at it intently, and some even walked onto the stage to appreciate it carefully. Seeing Uncle Zhou's eager eyes, I also became alert and tried to use my treasure appraisal skills to scan the painting. The information instantly emerged. Zhang Daqian's riding a horse, authentic, estimated at about 2.5 million. This painting is undoubtedly the most valuable item in the auction. I smiled slightly, and Uncle Zhou noticed that I was also staring at the painting. So he asked, Xiaochen, what do you think of this painting? I smiled modestly. I don't know much. I'm afraid I'll make Uncle Zhou laugh if I say something wrong. Uncle Zhou gently waved his hand. Don't be modest. Everyone is listening to you. No one will laugh at you. I nodded and looked at the painting carefully, then slowly said, this painting, riding a horse, was created by Zhang Daqian in 1953. On the surface, it looks like an imitation of an ancient work, but in fact, it is an expression of Zhang Daqian's innovation using ancient methods. I paused and continued, the price is approximately between 1.8 million and 2.5 million. Uncle Zhou nodded slightly, obviously agreeing with my judgment. Then he raised the auction board and offered a price of 2.35 million. To my surprise, no one in the audience raised the price. The whole place was silent, with only Uncle Zhou's voice echoing in the air. I turned around and whispered to Zhao Sini, why is no one raising the price? Zhao Sini gently bumped into me and whispered, this is Uncle Zhou's face. No one dares to compete with him. I nodded, still wondering, since no one dared to raise the price. Why did Uncle Zhou still bid such a high price? Zhao Sini smiled slightly, as if she had expected me to ask this question. These bosses basically know the market value of this painting. Uncle Zhou bid a high price to save face and to ensure fairness when selling it later. It suddenly dawned on me that there are such unspoken rules in auction houses. Then, the auction continued and the next item was put on stage. This time, Zhao Sini's eyes were fixed on a piece of jadeite raw stone, which weighed more than 300 kilograms. It doesn't look like ordinary jadeite, with obvious loose flowers and python patterns on the surface, and a high mineral content. The merchants around me talked about it, and I also noticed that it was not simple. Zhao Sini's eyes were firm, and she was obviously very interested in this rough stone. I couldn't help but ask her, Sini, you are so interested. What are your plans? She turned to look at me, a hint of tenderness flashing in her eyes. I plan to make this rough stone into a pair of jade bracelets for Grandma. It will be her 70th birthday soon. She paused and continued. In our family, Grandma favors her son and grandson. I don't have the support of my parents, so I have never been taken seriously. But my grandma has always loved me and always kept me by her side. Through this rough stone, I hope to give her a surprise and gain her recognition. I felt sympathy for Zhao Sini's story, especially her grandmother's partiality, which made me feel unfair. She not only wanted the rough stone as a gift, but also wanted to get recognition from her family through this action. When the rough stone was displayed, the audience exclaimed, and some bosses said, "Such a large rough stone must be expensive." Others said cautiously, "Such a large rough stone is too risky. If we can't get a good jade, we will lose money." However, Zhao Sini still stared at the stone intently and asked me, "Brother Chun, what do you think of this rough stone?" I used my X-ray vision to observe it carefully for a while, and my heart sank. This rough stone had a perfect surface, but inside it was full of cracks and almost all broken materials. It was impossible to cut out a high-quality jadeite. I didn't want to disappoint her, so I whispered, "Sini, this rough stone is too risky. There are serious cracks inside, and the jadeite that can be mined may not be valuable." She looked a little disappointed, but she didn't give up. To my surprise, she raised her bidding card. I bid 5 million. I widened my eyes and was shocked. This rough stone obviously had no potential. So why did Zhao Sini bid so confidently? Chapter 14. As Zhao Sini raised her sign to increase the price, Su Jiming in the back row seemed to notice her interest, and his eyes turned cold. Recalling her previous cold attitude, he had the idea of revenge in his heart. He raised the sign in his hand and shouted, 6 million. His voice was clear and loud, instantly attracting the attention of the whole audience. Obviously, he wanted Zhao Sini to pay a price and take revenge for her previous cold attitude towards him. Zhao Sini looked back after hearing this and saw Su Jiming's smug look. Her eyes were full of disgust, and she cursed in her heart. Shameless man, he is everywhere. She didn't want to give in anymore. She had enough money prepared, so she raised the sign again without hesitation and said coldly, 8 million. Su Jiming was stunned by Zhao Sini's high price, but he soon showed a smug smile, thinking in his heart that she had fallen into his trap, and no matter how much he raised the price, Zhao Sini would not give up easily. The atmosphere in the auction hall was tense, and other people began to bid as well, but most of them increased the price by a small amount. It was obvious that they were just joining in the fun, wanting to get the raw stone, but not wanting to pay too much. At this moment, Su Jiming shouted again, 9 million. Zhao Sini's face changed slightly. Anger surged in her heart. She slammed the sign on the table, gnashing her teeth, and said, 10 million. The sound of 10 million made the atmosphere even more tense, with discussions rising and falling all around. Some people think that the 10 million is not worth it, and Zhao Sini seems to be being hard on herself. But others think that such a high price must mean that this rough stone has extraordinary potential. However, surprisingly, after shouting 10 million, no one raised the price. Not even Su Jiming raised the sign again. I turned my head and glanced at Su Jiming. He had a sinister smile on his face, and my heart sank. It seemed that Su Jiming deliberately raised the price just to force Zhao Sini to this price, and she had obviously fallen into his trap. Although I had reminded Zhao Sini long ago, she still made this choice and completely fell into the trap set by Su Jiming. The auctioneer called out bids 3 times in a row, and when the hammer finally sounded, the rough stone officially belonged to Zhao Sini. She was ecstatic and hurriedly took me to the backstage to pay and prepare to send the stone to the stone cutting area for cutting. Seeing her happy face, I didn't have the heart to persuade her anymore. After all, her expectations for this rough stone were too high. After payment, we quickly came to the stone cutting area in the backstage. Zhao Sini's eyes were full of anticipation, and she obviously couldn't wait to see what kind of jade could be produced from this raw stone. But when I saw the stone cutting area, I found that it was full of other raw stones that were auctioned. Some bosses also gathered here to discuss. They obviously wanted to see what could be cut out of the 10 million raw stone that Zhao Sini had bought. One of the bosses whispered, "This stone looks like it has a lot of crystals, but it's hard to say whether it can be cut into good material." Another boss responded, "If I can't find good jade, I probably won't even get my money back." The stone cutter pushed the stone to the cutting machine. Seeing this expensive stone, he seemed particularly cautious and asked me, "Sir, how do you want to cut this stone?" Zhao Sini's eyes flashed with anxiety, and she answered casually, "Just cut it in the middle. It will be clear after cutting it." My heart sank. Although I could see the inside of the raw stone and knew that cutting along the grain would produce a more accurate cut, I did not know how to operate the equipment and could only observe quietly from the side. After the stone was fixed, the stone cutter invited an experienced master to operate it. Zhao Sini stood aside with expectation, waiting for the surprise, while I was a little uneasy. The stone was finally cut open, and the result was as I expected. The inside of the original stone was almost entirely broken, with many impurities, and it was impossible to cut out high-quality jade. Zhao Sini hurried forward to check, and her eyes dimmed instantly. She knew that such quality was not worth 10 million, let alone satisfying her grandmother's needs. The audience next to her was still discussing, but Zhao Sini could not hide the disappointment on her face. She knew that her investment of 10 million yuan was only exchanged for an ordinary piece of jadeite rough stone. At this time, Su Jiming came over, as if he felt that he could show wisdom when she was at her most vulnerable. He sneered, crossed his arms, and said to Zhao Sini, "Oh, such an expensive rough stone, and it's like this after it's opened?" He paused, then said sarcastically, "Fortunately, I saw through it a long time ago and didn't continue to raise the price. Otherwise, I would have suffered a huge loss, wouldn't I?" His ridicule stung Zhao Sini like a needle, making her already depressed mood even worse, and she almost couldn't hold back her tears. I saw this and became more and more impatient. I didn't like Su Jiming to begin with, and now I couldn't help but ask, "Are you a fly? Why are you everywhere?" Chapter 15. When Zhao Sini heard me use the word fly to describe Su Jiming, she couldn't help laughing and said with a hint of sarcasm, "Brother Chun, I was quite reluctant when you retired from the literary world." Her words were cold, but her eyes were gleaming with pride. I just smiled lightly, ignored her provocation, and looked at Su Jiming. This guy who's been held in the palm of his hand since childhood finally met someone who will not compromise easily today. Su Jiming obviously didn't expect me to be so direct, and he hit back angrily. "Who do you think you are? You're just a gigolo." I laughed in my heart and didn't want to waste too much time with him. He continued to mock me. "You are not young anymore? You still want to be a flower protector? Are you worthy?" People around us began to snicker. The atmosphere was tense, and Zhao Sini also looked very upset. But I whispered to her, "It's okay." My mood was no longer easily disturbed. I turned to Su Jiming and responded coldly, "You don't need to judge what kind of person I am. Sini and I already know who you are." I glanced at the rough stone in his hand. "You were just trying to raise the price for a small matter and to pick a fight with a girl. Your character is as worthless as the value of this stone." Su Jiming was furious and shouted, "How dare you talk to me like that? You low-class thing?" I sneered. "If you really think you are great, why not have a bet?" He was stunned for a moment, then laughed wildly. "What am I afraid of? Do you know what my family does?" Zhao Sini whispered to me, "His family is in the rough stone business." I smiled and said, "Since you dare, let's make a bet." I proposed a condition. Within half an hour, we each choose a piece from the pile of raw stones. Whoever's raw stone is less valuable must give the jadeite to the other for free. The loser must shout, "I am a fly," 3 times and pay the other party double the lower price. Su Jiming agreed without hesitation. "I dare. But you have to understand that the money for buying the raw stone is just a drop in the bucket for me, and you definitely can't afford to lose." He sneered again. "If you lose, just lick Zhao Sini a few times and let her pay for you." Zhao Sini was very angry and was about to explode, but I held her back and said, "It's okay." She comforted me softly, "Don't worry, it doesn't matter if you can't beat him." I felt warm in my heart and touched her head with a smile. "Don't worry, I'm sure." Her face turned red instantly, and her eyes became more gentle. As we entered the cutting area, I began to examine the rough stone using my perspective. Most of the raw stones are mediocre. Only the raw stone in Su Jiming's hand is worth mentioning. It is glass-type jadeite with bright colors. It is expected to produce 2 high-quality bracelets, which are worth a lot of money. I continue to search among the mountains of raw stones, neither anxious nor impatient. Just as I was immersed in the selection, Su Jiming couldn't wait to come over with a rough stone he thought was sure to win and said in a mocking tone, "Are you going to pick one from these crooked stones to compete with me?" He laughed again and said, "I think you're either crazy or you have no place to spend your money." I ignored his ridicule and continued to choose carefully. At this moment, my eyes were attracted by a black, rough stone. It looked dirty and inconspicuous on the outside, but when I looked through it, I found that it was an extremely precious imperial green rough stone. "This is it," I whispered, and then picked up the rough stone. When Su Jiming saw the stone I chose, he couldn't help but laugh. "You searched for a long time, and you chose this piece of rubbish. I thought you could find the imperial green." His face was full of contempt. "This thing is dirty on the outside, and there must be a lot of impurities inside. I guess it can't even be cut into a ring face." He walked closer and continued to sneer. "Really, compared to me, it completely lowers my standards." I didn't argue and kept a calm smile on my face. "Stop wasting time," I said coldly. "Do you want to cut first, or should I?" Chapter 16. I know Zhao Sini has full confidence in me, but she still couldn't help frowning when she looked at the black rough stone. She asked softly, "Brother Chun, are you really confident? This stone looks like it has nothing, but Su Jiming's stone at least looks like it will produce something good." I gave her a reassuring look, but I had already made up my mind. "Don't worry, you didn't get what you wanted at the auction before, but now I've found it for you." I could sense her worry, but I didn't panic. She stared at the inconspicuous stone, and the worry in her eyes became more obvious. After all, just looking at the appearance, the mineral impurities in this stone would make the cutter spend more than 10 minutes to cut it. I can understand her doubts, but I already knew what was going on. However, I don't intend to let her worry too much. In this game, it's not just the stone that could decide everything. Su Jiming couldn't wait to put his stone on the cutting machine, and when he saw that I didn't show any emotion, he started to provoke me again. "If you admit defeat now, cut out to me 3 times, crawl under my crotch, and we'll call it quits." His eyes were full of provocation and confidence, and he was obviously very confident in his stone. I sneered, my eyes turned cold, and I hit back directly. "You are just a fly. Are you done with your procrastination? You are the female fly." I smiled provocatively and continued, "You don't have to worry about me. But you, are you ready to pay the money?" Su Jiming was irritated by my response, snorted contemptuously, and continued to operate his stone cutting. The sound of the cutting machine started, and the moment the stone was cut, the air in the field seemed to solidify. "Colored glass," the cutting master exclaimed, and everyone looked at the cut stone. This is a top-quality piece of material. There were constant discussions around. Everyone was discussing the value of the stone. It seemed that Su Jiming had already decided to win. Seeing his smug look, I sneered in my heart and continued to look down at the black, rough stone in my hand. It was dirty on the outside and didn't look like it could produce a good jade. However, I was not in a hurry to act. I remained calm and walked slowly towards the cutter and handed the stone to him. The cutter took it and asked me in confusion, "How do you cut this stone?" I replied calmly, "Don't cut it, just wipe it slowly from the edge." The master was stunned for a moment, obviously surprised by my request. "Wipe?" He looked at me, as if he was unsure of how to operate. Hearing this, Su Jiming laughed immediately. "Huh, are you stalling for time? You were just a broken stone, and you still want to wipe it? Did your head get caught in the door?" Ignoring his sarcasm, I pointed to a corner of the stone and said, "Start rubbing from here." The master looked at me and sighed softly, obviously not holding out hope for this stone. He reluctantly picked up the tool and began to wipe it. I saw people around me gathering around Su Jiming's rough stone, talking among themselves. Everyone was discussing Su Jiming's jadeite, as if they were celebrating his upcoming win in the bet. However, as the cutting master wiped it again and again, the surface of the black stone was gradually cleaned. I felt a sense of anticipation in my heart, and the master's movements became more careful. Suddenly, the master stopped what he was doing and exclaimed, "Fuck!" Everyone looked at him in unison, their eyes full of surprise. I also looked up, thinking to myself, this stone really has potential. A trace of surprise flashed across Zhao Sini's eyes, and she quickly stepped forward and stared at the rough stone. At this time, I saw her eyes begin to become expectant. No way, it's really possible. She whispered to herself. When the stone is completely rubbed, what is revealed is a piece of jadeite full of vitality. The green luster is bright and dazzling, and it looks extremely precious. Is this imperial green? Someone couldn't help but exclaim. Full imperial green, another spectator also said excitedly, his eyes full of greed. I stood aside, watching everyone's expressions of admiration for my stone, feeling somewhat proud. Seeing Zhao Sini's excited expression, I was also secretly pleased. How much is this worth? A businessman almost shouted with greed in his eyes. People around me were talking about my stone, with greed and amazement in their eyes. The master carefully handed me the jadeite, his expression full of apology and admiration. Obviously, he did not expect that this seemingly worn-out stone could actually show such a perfect jadeite. I took the jadeite, gently handed it to Zhao Sini, and said lightly, "Here you go." She was stunned, took the precious imperial green with both hands, and was unable to react for a long time. Chapter 17. Brother Chun. Zhao Sini asked me hesitantly, "How much are you going to offer? Is the money I brought enough? If not, I can go back and get some more." I smiled and looked at her. I don't plan to sell this imperial green. She was stunned. Her original joy disappeared in an instant, and there was disappointment in her eyes. I'm not selling it. Seeing her lost look, I felt pity for her and said, "I was just teasing you." I patted my suit and said with a smile, "I came with you this time just to help you. How could I not give it to you? But I'm not selling it to you. I'm giving it to you. Just consider it as a way to repay you for buying me clothes just now." Zhao Sini was stunned, with shock in her eyes. "Really?" I nodded, "Really." Her eyes lit up instantly, and she was so excited that she almost cried. Finally, she didn't have to worry about her grandma's birthday gift. She hugged me and said with a sob, "Thank you, Brother Chun." At that moment, I was a little stunned. Zhao Sini's hug made me feel a loss for words, and I stood there in shock. Her sincerity surprised me a little. Su Jiming stood nearby and watched, his heart filled with contempt. It's just a piece of stone, but she's so eager to exchange herself for it. He didn't let me go, and cursed inwardly. Lin Chun just picked up a leak. What kind of ability is that? Zhao Sini realized that something was wrong, and quickly stepped away from my arms, her face red like an apple, and whispered again, "Thank you, Brother Chun." Seeing her little gesture, my heart suddenly felt warm. I didn't expect her to be so cute and sincere to the point of being unrestrained. However, I knew in my heart that the most important thing was not yet done. I was going to settle accounts with Su Jiming. Through this gambling game, I earned enough money to renovate the house. I looked around and suddenly found that Su Jiming was about to leave quietly, so I hurriedly shouted, "Young Master Su, where are you going? Our bet is not over yet. Young Master Su will not default on it, right?" He stopped and pretended to be disdainful. "How can my Su family be short of this little money? How do you calculate the difference? Transfer the money immediately. Don't talk so poorly." Although his family was rich, he was obviously unwilling to give up. After all, the money was given to him by his father to buy raw stones, and he would be scolded when he returned home if he lost. He said toughly, but for the sake of face, he still mocked me. I smiled disdainfully. "Really? This piece of imperial green is at least 100 million, and the material you chose is 20 million. 100 million minus 20 million, there's still 80 million. You can transfer the money." Although he was unwilling, he was still stunned when he heard 80 million. Su Jiming pointed at the rough stone I chose unwillingly. "Your color." Zhao Sini folded her arms and looked at him proudly. "Such a good imperial green is already a bargain for you." "What? You can't take it out? Aren't you this young master? How dare you call yourself a young master if you can't even take out 80 million? Su Jiming was so angry that his teeth chattered. He angrily took out a black card and said, "Do you see this card? Isn't it just 80 million? I'll transfer it to you now. Give me the card." I calmly handed over my bank card number, and he had to transfer the money immediately. After the transfer, Su Jiming glared at me angrily and said angrily, "Lin Chun, just wait. I will make you pay the price." Seeing the money arrive smoothly, I was also very excited. 80 million. More than 80 million. I also sold Su Jiming's top-quality glass-type rough stone to the businessman for 23 million. Now, the bank card balance is close to 110 million. To be honest, even I didn't expect that I could earn so much. Zhao Sini looked at me and said playfully, "Brother Chun, Since you've made so much money, do you have to treat me and Uncle Zhou to a meal? Uncle Zhou reminded me. Xiao Chun, Su Jiming is famous for his revenge. You let him suffer such a big loss. You have to be careful that he will retaliate against you in the future. I nodded. Thank you, Uncle Zhou, for your reminder. I will pay attention. Then I turned to Zhao Sini. By the way, Sini, Uncle Zhou, what do you want to eat? Order whatever you want. I'll treat you. Uncle Zhou smiled and patted my shoulder. Xiao Chun, I won't eat. I have things to do at home. I'm not suitable for your young people's gathering. You guys go ahead. Zhao Sini smiled and said, Brother Chun, I was just joking. I have to find someone to process the imperial green, otherwise I won't be able to make it in time for my grandma's birthday. Come with me, too. I'll take you back. I shook my head and said, No, I have something to take care of. I'll take a taxi there later. In fact, I knew in my heart that the qi in my dantian was about to overflow. The most important thing was to find a quiet place to break through. Chapter 18. The situation was a bit urgent, so I didn't have time to pick a place. I just found a relatively quiet hotel and sat down to meditate after entering the room to improve my cultivation. However, not long after I started practicing the technique, a question popped up in my mind. It's only been a few days since I made a breakthrough. Why do I feel like I've reached a bottleneck again? The system heard my thoughts and lazily said, I'll tell you the answer after you finish meditating. When I opened my eyes, 48 hours had passed. I rubbed my temples, and my first reaction was to see the cultivation level. I was stunned when I saw this. I had actually entered the late yellow level and broke through without any warning. The system finally appeared. Host, the reason you were able to break through so quickly this time is because of the raw stones you picked at the auction a few days ago. Some raw stones have absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth over time. The spiritual energy they release is just what you absorb, directly advancing your cultivation. My eyes almost lit up when I heard this. Raw stones can be used for cultivation? Think I just moved to the raw stone mine and sleep there. The system immediately poured cold water on me. Don't be so proud. After reaching the Xian level, the spiritual energy of the original stone is almost useless to you, let alone the earth level. On the path of cultivation, you won't get far if you try to take shortcuts. Practicing diligently is the most reliable. Chairman Mao said, practice makes perfect. Stop, stop, stop. I quickly interrupted its quotation broadcasting mode. If I continued listening to it, I would really be annoyed. The system changed the topic. Okay, don't interrupt my enthusiasm. I have good news for you. You just made a breakthrough, and you are eligible for another lucky draw. Let's go. Go, go, go. I pressed the lottery button without hesitation. Ding dong, the familiar good luck comes sounded, and the system voice jumped out excitedly. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained the skill 5 Elements Divine Power. I have been trained to be patient by the system's silly tone, so I asked directly, what is the 5 Elements Divine Power? It allows you to master the power of the 5 elements, transform it into internal strength, and enhance your physical attributes and combat effectiveness. However, you can't use your current skills yet. It won't be too late to learn it after you improve. I almost gnashed my teeth. Aren't you just making empty promises? You give me an awesome skill, and then tell me I can't use it. The lottery is random. Luck is a thing. There are good and bad things in life. How can everything go as planned? But you have to be thankful. This is the ultimate skill. Others can't even ask for it. I was too lazy to talk to it anymore. So I touched my stomach and thought about going out to find something to eat, but I found that I was not hungry at all. The system popped up again to explain, Host, you are already in the late yellow level. Your spiritual energy is enough to maintain your body functions. Eating is just a way to relieve your emotions. You can still be alive and kicking even if you don't eat or drink, as long as you have spiritual energy. I suddenly understood that the immortal cultivators in novels who could remain alive for 10 years in seclusion were not exaggerating. This was really energy saving. If I don't want to eat, I don't have to go to the toilet. It's much easier. I packed my luggage, checked out, and prepared to go home, but I found that there's still a big problem that I hadn't solved. How should I explain to my dad the 100 million yuan in my account? Winning the lottery? Speculating in antiques? Or making up a new excuse? When I got home, I found that the meal was ready and my father was sitting at the dining table waiting for me. He looked me up and down with a puzzled look, as if he was looking at some new species. You've become stronger recently? Chun, wash your hands, let's eat. I nodded, pretended nothing had happened, and washed my hands, then sat at the table, and just as I picked up a piece of pork ribs, I suddenly sneezed. Ichu, what's wrong? Are you catching a cold? Dad frowned and immediately became worried. A lot of people have caught colds recently. Don't just bear it. I wave my hands and change the subject with a smile. It's okay. I guess someone is saying bad things about me behind my back. At the same time, in the Su family villa, a conspiracy tea party was unfolding. Su Jiming, with yellow hair and small eyes, was sitting cross-legged and drinking coffee, while the fawning pug-like follower beside him was constantly flattering him. Master Su, don't be angry. We have more people, and it's easy to catch a pretty boy. I guess the guy will piss his pants when he sees us and kneel down to beg for mercy and call you grandpa. Su Jiming listened to this, and a smug look appeared on his face, as if he had seen me lying on the ground crying for my parents. He took a sip of coffee and frowned. Why is this thing so bitter? No milk. The little attendant grinned slyly. Master, what kind of breast do you want? D-cup? I-chop? We can arrange them for you. Su Jiming understood the meaning of the words, and a lewd smile appeared on his face. You know me well enough. But he quickly stopped smiling, put the coffee back on the table, and said coldly, deal with Lin Shun first, and then we can talk about the milk. The little follower nodded quickly and said, I understand. I have already found out Lin Shun's address. Do you want to send someone over now? Su Jiming curled his lips and stood up. No, I'll go myself. I want to see him kneel down, hug my thighs, and call me grandpa. Let's go. With his order, more than a dozen people set off immediately. The convoy moved out like wolves, and their target was Lin Shun. Chapter 19. In the evening, I curled up on the sofa with the TV on, but I always felt a little uneasy in my mind. I couldn't explain it, but I just felt uneasy. Outside the window, a dazzling burst of car lights came in. I was just about to stand up to see what was going on when there was a loud bang, and the door was kicked open. I was stunned, thinking that there was a gas explosion in the neighbor's house, until I saw that familiar, yet annoying face, Su Jiming. He stepped on the broken door of my house, kicking away the wood chips one by one, like a landlord inspecting his territory, his eyes full of disgust. Fisk, do you really live in a place like this? He covered his nose, his tone was like he smelled garbage, and the expression on his face hurt my eyes. My dad heard the noise and was coming out of the bedroom. I immediately rushed over and pushed him back. Dad, don't come out. I'll take care of it. He wanted to say something else, but I'd already locked the door to prevent him from getting involved. Lin Shun, Su Jiming grinned. Didn't expect that, did you? Your door is too rotten. It can be kicked open with one foot. Forget it. I will help you change it to a better wood to make a coffin. As he spoke, he walked toward the house with an extremely arrogant look in his eyes. If you kneel down now, kowtow 3 times and crawl under my crotch. Give me back all the money you won, and maybe I will be merciful and spare your life. I sat down, moved a chair, crossed my legs, and looked at him quietly, not even bothering to give him an expression. My indifference made him even more angry. He waved his hand and said, Go, tie him up for me. The group of thugs outside the door immediately rushed in, looking aggressive and ferocious, as if they wanted to tear me to pieces. I just raised my eyelids. The sneer appeared on the corner of my mouth, and I didn't even move my butt, still sitting on the chair. The first thug rushed up and punched me in the face. Just when the fist was about to hit my face, I moved. I stood up suddenly, my cheese sank into my dantian, my fist turned into a shadow, and I hit the guy with a hook, making him kneel down and wailing, holding his stomach. I only used less than 10% of my strength, otherwise he would have died by now. I don't want to cause any death. Su Jiming was stunned for a moment when he saw this, and then roared, Come on, everyone, kill him. More than a dozen people rushed over together, but in my eyes, their movements were as slow as a snail. My figure was as fast as a shadow, my fists were as fast as lightning, and my strength at the late yellow level instantly suppressed the whole audience. Within a few minutes, the whole place was groaning. I took a step forward and slowly walked towards Su Jiming. His eyes began to panic, and he took several steps back, his face turning pale. You don't mess around. I am the young master of the Su family. If you dare to touch me, the Su family will not forgive you. I looked at him without saying a word, but moved closer step by step. However, he took my silence as fear. If you know what's good for you, hand over the money and compensate each of my brothers 1 million. He became more and more arrogant. I was too lazy to listen to any nonsense and just punched him in the face. It was so quick and clean that Su Jiming fainted on the ground before he could even react. I looked down at the unconscious idiot, feeling a little emotional. If it were me in the past, I would have died today, but now I am no longer Lin Shun who can be slaughtered at will. Thinking of this, I kicked him again, still furious, and even though he had fainted, I wanted to make him wake up from the pain. Sure enough, he woke up trembling, rolling on the ground, wailing. The brothers who were sitting in the car outside the house finally reacted and began to call for help in a panic. My father heard the noise, and Pride opened the door, holding a wooden stick he had found from somewhere. As soon as he walked out and saw the scene in the room, he was stunned, his eyes full of confusion and shock. Chin-chan, what's going on? I didn't want to worry him, nor did I want to reveal too much. So I just said, they started fighting, and I couldn't stop them. My dad obviously didn't believe it, but he didn't ask any more questions in the end. Maybe he already had the answer in his mind. At this moment, a group of people rushed in from outside. They were the reinforcements called by Su Jiming's younger brother. They hurriedly carried Su Jiming and the half-crippled thugs onto stretchers and rushed them to the hospital. I stood at the door, watching the group of people being carried away, with only one thought in my mind. They came to the wrong place and messed with the wrong people. Chapter 20. As soon as Su Jiming was carried away, I began to clean up the mess in the room. The tables and chairs were scattered, the teacups were broken, and the smell of sweat and gunpowder still lingered in the air. As I was mopping the floor, I was sighing with emotion. The combat power of the late yellow level was really fierce. More than a dozen strong fighters fell at my feet, and I didn't even break a sweat. To be honest, I really want to see my limit now. Maybe even if there are 20 more thugs, I can still send them to the ambulance. I was cleaning with my back to the door and could feel my father's eyes on me, looking at me with confusion and a hint of silence. He certainly didn't believe my excuse that they were fighting among themselves, but he didn't say anything to expose me. Instead, he walked back into the house silently. I know he must have a lot of questions in his mind. How did I suddenly get better? How did I suddenly become rich? How can I handle this situation alone? At the same time, in the orthopedic intensive care unit of the Magic City Hospital, the atmosphere was as tense as on the front line of a battlefield. Lin Chun, you bastard. Just wait for me. Su Jiming sat on the hospital bed, yelling and cursing like a madman, and the doctor's hands were shaking with fear. The leg wrapped in bandages was being fixed in a plaster cast. His face turned pale with pain, and beads of sweat dripped down his forehead one by one. Hiss, be gentle. Do you want to murder me? He cursed at the doctor and the nurse, looking like a wild dog with its fur standing on end. The nurse's hand shook and accidentally touched the wound. Su Jiming suddenly jumped up from the bed and roared angrily. Are you a pig? Do you have your eyes on your butt? Do you believe that I can't even make you wear a nurse's uniform? The nurse turned pale after being yelled at. She lowered her head and apologized softly. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Mr. Su. I didn't mean it. Su Jiming suppressed his anger and waved his hand fiercely. Stop talking nonsense. Finish it quickly and get out. Outside the ward, Su Biao, the head of the Su family, hurried in with an angry and nervous look on his face. His steps were so quick that even the nurses in the corridor did not dare to stop him. As soon as he received the news that his son was beaten and sent to the hospital, he drove over himself without even waiting for the hospital to make arrangements for an orthopedic specialist. As soon as the door of the ward opened, Su Biao saw Su Jiming on the bed, tied up like a dumpling, and his face suddenly darkened. Jiming, what the hell are you doing? When Su Jiming saw his father coming, he immediately started to act pitiful. His eyes turned red, his mouth pursed, and he spoke like a kid who had his candy taken away from him. Dad, you don't know, I was in such a miserable situation today. I just wanted to talk to Lin Chun. I lost some money, and I didn't dare to tell you, so I wanted him to give me back some money, but who knew he would start beating me without saying a word? You beat me until my leg was broken, and you still called me a loser. Su Jiming pulled back the blanket and pointed at the plaster on his leg. His voice was shaking. Look, he broke my leg, and a few of my friends who I brought with me also had their bones broken by him, and they're now staying in the next ward. We went there to reason with him, but he ended up beating us like dogs. Dad, you have to make the decision for me. At this point, he quickly wiped away his tears and acted out the resentment and grievance on his face, as if he really had suffered a huge injustice. Su Biao's face turned green after hearing this, and his fists clenched so hard that they made a creaking sound. This Lin Chun, is he crazy? Tell me, after he knew that you were from the Su family, did he still dare to attack you? Su Jiming nodded quickly. I have already reported the Su family, and he doesn't care at all. Dad, he doesn't even take the Su family seriously. The people I brought were all professionals, but they all fell down within a few minutes. I didn't even realize how they were beaten. Su Biao frowned. His eyes instantly turned gloomy, and he muttered in a low voice, A dozen thugs can't handle this kid? Could it be This Lin Chun is a martial artist? He narrowed his eyes, thinking quickly in his mind. Yellow level aura? Or the heir of a certain family? Why was there no news before? Lin Chun, what kind of person are you? How dare you step on the bottom line of the Su family? You'd better not let me find out who is really behind you. Otherwise, I, Su Biao, will take your life. Chapter 21. I had just cleaned up the house when that annoying system voice started ringing in my head again. Congratulations to the host. You have completed the first mission of defeating the enemy, and you will be rewarded with a storage ring. This is a top-quality product. Storage ring. I frowned. This thing sounded like a child's toy, and the reward was too reduced. Just give me such a broken ring? Is this system fooling me? As a result, it seemed to be angry, and its tone was full of collapse. Host, don't look down on it. This is a divine equipment. The storage ring has internal space. You can store and retrieve items at will. The higher your cultivation level, the larger the space. Of course, living things cannot be put in. Your current cultivation level can activate a 10 cubic meter space. You must first drip blood to acknowledge the master before you can use it. After listening to its introduction, I became interested. I already had the experience of using the body tempering pill last time, so I found a place to sit cross-legged and took out the so-called artifact. The ring in my hand did look quite delicate, but it wasn't as magical as the system said it was. I put on my hand and closed my eyes to sense the so-called storage space, but I didn't feel anything. The corner of my mouth twitched. This stupid system is fooling me again? Host, you're really going to piss me off to death. I told you to swear by your blood. Why can't you remember? Who is the fool? Hearing it roar like that, I felt a little embarrassed, so I quickly cut my finger with a knife and squeezed out a drop of blood onto the ring. A few seconds later, a cold feeling came over me, and a square space, empty inside, immediately appeared in front of my eyes. I stared at the knife that had just cut me and tried to put away with my mind. With a whoosh, the knife disappeared. My heart was shocked, and I immediately tried to get out again. The next second, the knife landed steadily on the table. Fuck, there really is something. I stared at the ring on my finger. My eyes lit up. With it, my backpack no longer needs to be stuffed full. I was immersed in joy when a voice suddenly came from behind, startling me. Chun, what's wrong with you? I turned around and saw my father standing behind me, staring at me with a worried look on his face. You laugh, stand there in a daze, and even cut your hands. Are you feeling uncomfortable? I'll take you to the hospital. Then I realized that I was so absorbed in studying this thing that I forgot to avoid him. I immediately made an excuse. Dad, I'm fine. I just remembered something and was in a daze for a while. As for the knife, I was trimming my nails and accidentally scratched it. He looked at me doubtfully. Then his eyes fell on the ring on my hand. Chun, do you have a girlfriend? Did someone give it to you? Which girl is she? Bring her back someday, for Dad to see. I smiled in my heart. It seemed that my dad had given up on treating this as a couple. I quickly explained, No, I bought this at the antique street. I thought it looked pretty, so I wore it for fun. As for Su Li, I've already blocked her. Why would I contact someone like her? I wish she would never show up in front of me. My dad was relieved when he heard me say that I had broken up with Su Li, and then he started talking about the same old things again. Chun, you are not young anymore. You should find a partner as soon as possible. Dad is old now, and can still help you take care of the children, so don't be so picky. Dad is envious when he sees others taking their grandchildren with them when they go out. I was a little nervous, but I still managed to deal with it with a smile. Okay, Dad, I will try my best to find a girlfriend. When I have one, I will bring her back to you as soon as I can. Dad nodded with satisfaction and turned to go out for a walk. As soon as he left, my phone rang. I picked it up and saw that it was Zhao Sini's WeChat. Brother Chin, would you like to have a midnight snack together tonight? I have reserved a table. Come find me. Cute JPG. Chapter 22. I just opened my phone and saw the message from Zhao Sini. Her tone was a little anxious, and I knew she must be waiting for me. Did something happen to her? I quickly replied, Sini, I was busy. Then I added, send me the location. I could drive here by myself. You don't need to pick me up. While sending the message, I was wondering why you were so anxious to see me tonight. Not long after, I received her location, and I felt relieved. It seemed that she was fine. I opened the car door and prepared to leave, but suddenly I remembered that I should go say hello to my father first. But halfway through the walk, I realized he had already gone for a walk. I sighed, picked up my car keys, and quickly walked out the door. It was getting dark, and the car lights lit up the road. In less than half an hour, I arrived at Zhao Sini's location. I rolled down the car window and looked around, but I couldn't see her. I thought, did she send the wrong location? I parked my car in a random parking space and called her again, only to find that she had already sent a message. When she mentioned that she was ordering food in the house, I realized that she had already gone in. When I lowered my head and was about to open the car window, a familiar face suddenly appeared by the window, which scared me. I quickly laughed and teased her. Sister, you are so elusive that you scared my heart out. She also smiled sheepishly. Brother Chun, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. Come down quickly. I'm just ordering food. The moment I got off the car, I was stunned. Zhao Sini in front of me was wearing a tight t-shirt and a miniskirt. Her figure was perfect, especially her long legs. I couldn't take my eyes off her. My heart beat faster unconsciously, and suddenly I thought, could it be that she dressed up specially for me? However, before I could give it any further thought, the system suddenly turned on the perspective mode, causing my pupils to dilate instantly, and everything in front of me became too clear. I quickly looked away, secretly cursing the system, but I couldn't stop the scene in front of me. Zhao Sini didn't seem to notice my abnormality and asked with a smile, Brother Chen, what's wrong with you? I quickly said, it's okay, my eyes just feel uncomfortable. As soon as I finished speaking, Zhao Sini came closer, eager to look in my eyes, and her posture naturally made her body shake. System, shut it down for me. I cursed in my heart, my mind in a mess. The system seemed to have heard my request and replied playfully, Master, isn't this what you like? As soon as the voice fell, the perspective I was closed. I breathed a sigh of relief, and my ears began to heat up. Cindy, I'm fine. I forced a smile. Come on, let's go in. She smiled and took my arm, saying softly, Brother Chun, take a look at what you want to eat and let's order some more. She looked so innocent and my heart beat faster again. After entering the private room, Zhao Sini considerately poured me a drink and said, Brother Chun, I'm so sorry that I forgot to pick you up. As she spoke, she handed me the menu, but I didn't look at it and drank the drink directly. The cold liquid sobered me up a little, but it couldn't dispel the heat of the scene just now. Zhao Sini saw me finish the drink in one breath, thinking that I was thirsty, and immediately poured me another cup. However, her hand slipped and the drink in the cup spilled on my pants. I was startled, and Zhao Sini quickly squatted down to help me wipe it, accidentally prying my legs apart and facing me. This posture made me feel dizzy. Chapter 23. I quickly pulled my legs back and changed seats. My heart was in a mess. XAN Sini, you don't have to wipe it for me. It's okay. Let's order some food. I can eat anything. My voice was trembling and my heartbeat was accelerating. She stared at my face and suddenly said, Brother Chun, what's wrong with you? Do you have a fever? Why is your face so red? I quickly picked up the orange juice in front of me and drank it quickly. I'm going to the bathroom. Then I ran out of the door without daring to stay. Zhao Sini was a little confused after I left. Did she notice that I was not normal? Am I really sick? But forget it. Let's order first. She took the menu and communicated with the waiter and ordered a few dishes. Seeing my red face, she wondered if she shouldn't drink, so she decided not to order any wine to avoid making her condition worse. She took out the small box from her bag and said to herself, I wonder if Brother Chin will like this. I went into the bathroom, turned on the tap, and frantically washed my face with cold water. I took a deep breath, and the image of Zhao Sini appeared in my mind unconsciously. My heart was beating as fast as a drum in my chest. I gnashed my teeth and cursed the system inwardly. If you dare to turn on perspective again, I will really dig you out of my head. The system seemed to sense my anger and quickly apologized. I'm sorry, host, I won't dare to do it again. I wiped the water off my face, looked down at my body's reaction, and suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Fortunately, Zhao Sini didn't notice it just now. Otherwise, it would be really embarrassing. After taking a deep breath and calming down for a few minutes, I regained my composure and walked back to the private room. As soon as I entered the private room, Zhao Sini was already waiting for me. When she saw me coming back, she immediately took out an exquisite box happily. Here you go. Sit down and see if you like it. When she handed me the box, her eyes sparkled with anticipation. I looked down at the brand on the box and frowned. Cartier? Zhao Sini nodded, with a hint of pride in her tone. It's a limited edition watch. Try it on and see. She looked at me with a little tenderness in her eyes. I haven't thanked you for what happened at the auction last time. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know where to find the material to make a bracelet for Grandma. She then picked up the drink in front of her and said seriously, I gave you money, but you didn't want it, so I thought of buying you a small gift to show my appreciation. She seemed so sincere, even a little shy. I can't drink, so I'll use a beverage instead of alcohol and toast you another glass. Her voice was very clear, and she seemed to want to express her feelings through such a small gesture. I looked at her, feeling warm inside, and smiled as I touched her cup. I accept your friendship of using tea instead of wine, but forget about the gift. It's not necessary to have something worth tens of thousands. But she blurted out, it's not tens of thousands, it's hundreds of thousands. Hundreds of thousands. I looked at her in surprise and immediately pushed the box back. I don't want it. Take it back and wear it yourself. I really think this watch is worth hundreds of thousands, and it is not worth it for me to accept it. Zhao Sini glared at me and pouted. It's a men's model. What's wrong with me wearing it? Take it. You often go to antique places now, so having a nice car is not enough. Her tone softened, and she sounded a little coquettish. Take it quickly, or I will be angry. Looking at her appearance, she was really charming and cute. I felt a little helpless, and after thinking about it, I agreed. Okay, then I'll take it. She immediately revealed a brilliant smile and happily took out a package from her bag and handed it to me. Brother Chun, this is the imperial green you gave me last time. After I made a bracelet for my grandma, there was a lot of material left over that I had no idea where to use, so I took it home and made a ring out of it, which was pretty nice. I looked at the package and felt a little touched, but I still smiled bitterly. I come from a single-parent family and have always lived with my father. Zhao Sini was stunned for a moment, and a trace of heartache flashed in her eyes. She quickly changed the subject. Then you can make a ring for uncle. You can play with it when you have nothing to do and kill time. She seemed to want to change the atmosphere and looked at me half coquettishly and half pleadingly. Look, these are all the leftovers I picked up. They are really beautiful. Take a look. She opened the package of the imperial green bottle, and I couldn't help but move closer. The deep green imperial green seemed to carry the power of the forest and the ocean, and I couldn't help but smile. This imperial green is really beautiful. She looked at me and smiled. Suddenly, Zhao Sini's cheek gently moved closer to me. Suddenly, I felt a warm feeling and my heartbeat almost stopped. I was stunned and completely stunned. She actually kissed me? Chapter 24. I was stunned in place, completely at a loss for what to do with Zhao Sini's sudden kiss. She looked at me in shock and seemed to realize that she had taken too much initiative. Brother Chun, I didn't mean to do that. My mind just went out of control. Her voice was a little panicked, and her face was flushed. Zhao Sini lowered her head, her voice so low that it was almost inaudible. If you feel at a disadvantage, how about? She glanced at me secretly, and her face turned even redder. You can kiss me back. I have never kissed anyone else, nor have I been kissed by anyone else. I was a little embarrassed at first, but her words made me laugh, and I had some naughty thoughts in my mind. So I moved closer to her and said half seriously and half jokingly, So I really kissed you back, huh? I pouted and kissed her. Zhao Sini was stunned. Obviously, she didn't expect me to do this. After a moment's pause, she closed her eyes and prepared to welcome the kiss. But before I kissed her, she waited quietly, which was actually a bit cute. But I suddenly stopped, sat back in my chair, started chewing the cold dishes, and looked at her with a smile. Zhao Sini opened her eyes and saw me sitting there eating leisurely. Her face suddenly turned red all the way to her neck. She lowered her head quickly, wishing she could find a hole to crawl into. I looked at her nervous and flustered look and found it a little funny, so I took the opportunity to make a joke. I was kidding. I have taken advantage of you so much. How can I be at a disadvantage? If I am at a disadvantage, no one in the entire Demon City has taken more advantage than me. Zhao Sini laughed immediately after hearing this and punched me hard on the chest. I pretended to be in great pain and leaned back, which made her laugh even more. Just at this moment, the waiter came in with the dishes. Zhao Sini hurriedly retracted her smile, sat up straight, and looked a little embarrassed. The two of them sat in silence, waiting for the waiter to serve all the dishes. Only then did Zhao Sini impatiently start to pick up food for me. Brother Chun, please try this. This is the specialty here. You won't be able to eat it if you come too late. She picked up the food while introducing the dish enthusiastically. Then he picked up another one and said, Brother Chun, try this one. This is my favorite. She picked up every dish for me, watching my plate pile up higher and higher. I looked at her actions with some confusion, thinking to myself, is she treating me like a pig? Even pigs don't eat this much. Seeing that I didn't move my chopsticks, Zhao Sini got anxious and asked quickly, Brother Chun, why don't you eat? Is it not your appetite? How about we order something else? No. I quickly stopped her. Don't order anymore. I can eat it. I'm eating now. Although, as a yellow level warrior, I don't really need food, but in the face of her enthusiasm, I still have to eat these dishes. When Zhao Sini saw that I was eating with relish, she breathed a sigh of relief and smiled with satisfaction. She looked at me and suddenly said seriously, Brother Chun, my grandma's birthday party will be in a few days. Will you come with me then? After all, you helped prepare all the birthday gifts for Grandma. After she finished speaking, her eyes were full of expectation, but also a little worried, as if she was afraid that I would refuse. Looking at her expectant eyes, I hesitated, thinking that I shouldn't get too involved with her family. But just when I was about to say no, Zhao Sini suddenly grabbed my clothes and said coquettishly, Brother Chun, my sisters all have boyfriends. If I go alone, Grandma will scold me again. Her tone was so tender and soft that it almost made my bones soften. I sighed, okay, you send me a message when the time comes and I'll come if I have time. When she heard that, she immediately got anxious. No, you must come. If you don't agree to me today, I won't go back. She looked like she was about to cry and turned her head away sulking. Seeing how serious she was, I softened my heart and quickly agreed. Okay, I promise you, I will definitely come. Okay? When she heard that, she immediately turned her head and was so happy that she hit me. Hate you. There was a hint of coquettishness on her face. I looked at the almost finished meal and felt that my stomach was a little bit full. Okay, I'm done with the meal. It's almost time to go back. Seeing that I agreed to her request, Zhao Sini smiled like a little kid and happily jumped out of the room without even taking her bag. I had no choice but to help her pick up her bag and chase her out. However, Zhao Sini deliberately forgot to take her bag, obviously wanting to pay before me. Seeing her like this, I knew I couldn't pay the bill this time. As if she was worried that I would regret it, Zhao Sini told me many times, Brother Chun, you must remember to promise me that you must go with me. I looked at her sweet smile and nodded. Don't worry, I will never regret it. She then confidently took the bag from my hand, smiling like a little son. Brother Chun, I'll leave first. You should go back early too. I sent her to the car, told her to be careful, and prepared to drive home. However, at this moment, a group of people came out of the restaurant. I looked closely and found that it was Wang Long. Chapter 25. I was about to drive home when I saw that idiot Wang Long limping toward my Porsche. I didn't know how much he had drunk, but he looked quite drunk. He stood in front of my car and suddenly pointed and cursed. Fuck! Who is so shameless to park this kind of garbage truck next to my car? You dare to show up here with a broken Porsche? I'll ask my family to replace it with one tomorrow. He cursed until his face turned red like a mad dog. The group of friends behind him also started to make a fuss, adding fuel to the fire with their words, just waiting for Wang Long to lose control and enjoying the fun. Yeah, Brother Wang, isn't this a slap in your face? How can you park a piece of junk next to your car? If I were you, I would have kicked that thing into pieces long ago. Several people were talking at once, their tone full of malicious ridicule. Wang Long was provoked by this group of people, and the alcohol took over his head. He clenched his fist and hit the hood of my car hard. There was a dull thud, and my heart skipped a beat. He actually smashed it, and a fist mark immediately appeared on the hood of my car. Still not satisfied, he punched it a few more times, until his hand was broken and blood dripped onto the car. As a result, he actually blamed me for being tough and kicked me even harder. Every kick seemed to be venting his anger. I stood in the distance and watched, coldly observing. Those people continued to exaggerate. Brother Wang, you are awesome. You can make a hole with one punch. You are really strong. If it were someone else, he would have broken his bones long ago. You're just the right person for you. Wang Long was flattered by them and was grinning like a fool. Suddenly, he started to take off his pants. Bah, this car? I'm going to pee all over its face right now. He said as he was about to unzip his pants and pee on my car. Seeing this, I couldn't help it. I walked towards them with anger, shouting coldly, You bastards! Wang Long turned around. He hadn't even pulled up his pants. He stared at me in a daze for a long time before he recognized me. The expression on his face changed instantly. Hey, isn't this the little cripple whose girlfriend I stole? Are you worthy enough to come to the place where we have dinner? I was too lazy to say anything. I just took a look at my car that was ruined by him, and my anger was already boiling. He pointed at me proudly and shouted, What are you looking at? Do you think this car is yours? Can you afford a Porsche? Dream on, poor bastard. I calmly took out the car key and pressed it lightly. The headlights came on instantly, and everyone's eyes changed. This? No way, it's really his car. One of the younger brothers exclaimed in a low voice, his face instantly embarrassed. Wang Long was speechless for a moment, but he still insisted. It must have been given by a rich woman, right? Are you a gigolo now? Do you rely on women for a living? He rolled his eyes and looked extremely contemptuous. After scolding me, he wanted to take off his pants and pee on my car to vent his anger. I rushed forward, grabbed him by the collar, and kicked him right in the crotch. I heard the bang sound, and I felt the pain myself. Ah! Wong Long's screams resounded throughout the parking lot. His eyes almost popped out, and he collapsed to the ground like a shrimp. I looked down at his twisted face with a calm expression and kicked him in the butt again, making him scream and his face twitch. He wanted to curse, and just as he opened his mouth, I kicked him between the legs again. This time he couldn't even scream and fainted. The group of followers around were all trembling when they saw this scene. They stood where they were, and no one dared to move, as if they were being stared at by the god of death. I glanced at them and said coldly, "Tell him when he wakes up. If he's not satisfied, go to court and sue me. You can decide how much compensation to ask for." After saying that, I turned around and got into the car. My movements were clean and neat, and the moment I started the engine, no one dared to stop me. It was not until I walked away that the group dared to squat down to check on Wong Long's condition. They hurriedly called an ambulance, muttering to themselves, "TSK. After those 2 kicks, he's probably really crippled. I'm afraid he can only eat vegetarian food and pray to Buddha from now on. How big of a grudge does Lin Chun have against him? This is too cruel." Chapter 26. When I got home, I found that the light in my father's room was off, and he must have gone to bed early. I tiptoed back to the room, holding the imperial green and the watch in my hand, and carefully closed the door. I sat on the bed, looking at the imperial green over and over again. It was crystal clear and full of green, just like the purest light in the night. I couldn't help but sigh, "Wow, this thing is so beautiful." I can sell the small piece of paper now, but I don't need that much money. Give it to someone else? I don't want to waste it, especially if my dad knew it was valuable. He would definitely put it aside and not use it. Lie to him and tell him it's cheap? Oh, then he will probably give it to Uncle Lee next door, and then I will have to jump into the river to grab it. After thinking it over, I decided that it would be more reliable to do something myself. An idea suddenly occurred to me, so I asked the system directly, "Hey system, are you awake? Help me see what can be done with this material." The lazy voice of the system with a yawn came into my mind. "Host, I suggest you make a pendant, a kind of amulet. Tisk, called me right after I closed my eyes. Your efficiency is incredible." Listening to its tone, I wondered if it had to pay Social Security too. An artificial intelligence actually needs to sleep? I grinned, finding it a little funny. "I'll also give you a complete carving skill package with pictures and text, as well as a practical video. You can carve according to the above steps, and remember to inject true energy at the end. That thing can help you avoid a fatal disaster." My eyes lit up. Isn't this the real-life version of the resurrection armor? I quickly opened my eyes, and a whole set of carving knowledge was laid out in front of me, like opening a skill tree, and I could understand it at once. Those originally complicated knife techniques seemed to be engraved into my instinct at this moment. After just a few glances, I already had a clear idea of the composition. I didn't dare to delay for a moment, so I got up and drove out, found a hardware store that was still open, picked out carving knives, grinding tools, magnifying glasses, and brought back everything I could use to the hotel. I chose a quiet little hotel, turned on the lights, cleared the table, sat at the table, stared at the imperial green, took a deep breath, and took action for the first time. I was a little nervous at first, but as soon as the carving knife fell, my whole state changed. My hands were as steady as those of an experienced artist, and my movements were natural and smooth, without any sense of unfamiliarity. One cut after another. Each one seemed to have its own trajectory. I didn't have to think about it deliberately. The skills in my mind automatically directed my fingers. Soon, the originally rough jade gradually revealed its outline. The line stretched out, and the shape became flexible. I seemed to be completely immersed in the sculpture. As the final stroke was completed, an emerald leaf as thin as a cicada's wing lay quietly under the light, so green and transparent that it looked almost alive. Wow, my skills are good enough that I can open a jade carving studio. I couldn't help but sigh, with a smug smile on my face, feeling secretly happy. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't even know how to hold a carving knife, and you still dare to be narcissistic? The system jumped out to dismantle me, and I roll my eyes. Okay, you're the best. Hey, didn't you say you were sleeping? You woke up again. I was too lazy to pay attention to it, and continued to prepare the next piece of material. This time I plan to carve a small birthday statue for my dad. It shouldn't be too big, so it's just the right size to put at the head of the bed. It can also serve as a protective shield for him on a daily basis. With the experience just now, the carving was much easier this time. In less than an hour, a smiling little birthday boy with kind eyes and brows was formed. As soon as I put down the knife, I suddenly felt weak, as if my strength had been drained away. I knew that my energy had been severely depleted, so I stood up and walked to the window, preparing to regulate my breathing and practice. As soon as I opened the window, a strange sound floated in, soft and intermittent, which made me blush. Slua. Who is doing this? I lowered my body and peeked outside. There was no one on the street. I looked at the window downstairs. It was open, and the volume was floating up like a loudspeaker. Are all young people so open these days? They don't even close the windows when doing this. Are they really not afraid of embarrassment? I quickly closed the window, hid back beside the bed with my face covered, and couldn't stop complaining in my heart. Really, not only did it disturb my sweet dreams, it also made me feel embarrassed to breathe. Just when I was about to calm down and meditate, my phone rang. I picked it up and saw that it was Zhao Cini calling. There was a red lip symbol next to the note. My eyelids jumped. Should I answer it or not? Chapter 27. I hesitated for a moment and picked up the phone. Zhao Cini's familiar and sweet voice came from the other end of the phone. Hello? Brother Chun. The voice of the woman downstairs was still echoing in my ears, and Zhao Cini's words, Brother Chun, made me a little dazed. There seemed to be a force in my waist that had nowhere to vent. My heartbeat accelerated, and my voice was a little hoarse. Cini, is there something wrong? Zhao Cini replied mischievously. Why? Can I call you if I'm fine? Her tone was light, but with a hint of mischief. My mouth was dry, and I reluctantly replied, It's so late. Why aren't you asleep yet? I lay back on the bed, closed my eyes, and waited for her response. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a moment, and then her soft voice sounded again. Brother Chun, I miss you. I can't sleep. This sentence made me feel a little uneasy. I couldn't help but cough lightly, and the corners of my mouth rose unconsciously, but I didn't want her to hear it. Zhao Cini seemed to notice that I didn't say anything, and asked, Hey, Brother Chun, are you listening? Why aren't you talking? Her tone was a little coquettish. You make me feel embarrassed. I'm listening, Cini, I replied, feeling a surge of warmth in my heart. I miss you too. I could feel her joy. Zhao Cini's laughter came from the other end of the phone, as happy as a child. She asked me excitedly, Where are you? Are you home? Why haven't you slept yet? We chatted back and forth like this until our phones ran out of battery, and we each prepared to rest. It was already dawn outside the window. The next day at noon, I woke up, and the first thing I did was to check my cultivation. I was a little disappointed to see that I was still at the peak of the late yellow level. It might be because I chatted with Zhao Cini for too long last night and didn't concentrate on cultivation. I can't just chat like this in the future. Cultivation is the most important thing. I can't delay my progress for a woman. Just as I was comforting myself, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Oh, host, you are so amazing. You have actually reached the peak of the late yellow level. The system's tone was lighthearted and teasing, although it's still a little short of the Xian level. This is already awesome. Is that so? I nodded, secretly delighted in my heart. Then I'm pretty awesome, huh? The system laughed and said, Tisk, and then turned off the sound. Not long after, I suddenly had a new idea. If I was just a little bit short, I could practice in the wild where there was plenty of spiritual energy. Maybe I could break through. I am a man of action, so I checked out and drove to the foot of a small hill in the wild. I found a bush and began to meditate. Today, I must break through this gap. Unexpectedly, just as night fell, I suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of comfort in my body. My dantian seemed to have expanded several times, and the reserves of true energy were also increasing wildly. I checked my own cultivation and found that I had not only broken through to the late yellow level, but was even close to breaking through to the middle black level. My heartbeat quickened, and I laughed excitedly. Xian level should be awesome. The system came out to answer in time. Host, I heard from the senior system that only 1 person in 10 million can reach the Xian level. I interrupted it and said, Senior system? You systems actually have predecessors. I couldn't help but be a little surprised. No, that's not the case. Now it was not the time to talk about that. That senior told me that a Xian level person can possess a strength of 10,000 pounds, be as light as a swallow, and can easily jump dozens of meters. The system continued to explain. 250, I frowned slightly, feeling somewhat doubtful. This number. Why does it sound so unlucky? The system continued excitedly. As expected of my host, you have broken through to the Xian level so quickly. I will give you a big reward right away. Then it sent out a magical weapon, the Songlei sword. Sword? I asked doubtfully. How can I, a modern man, wield a sword? I prefer guns. They seem more practical. The system said disdainfully. Are guns legal? You wishful thinking. Cold weapons are the eternal gods. Then it described in detail the power of the Songlei sword. My heart was filled with excitement when I heard this, and I thought to myself, how cool. From now on, I will be the god of thunder. Just when I was excited, my cell phone suddenly rang. I picked up the phone with a smile. Hello? Dad, what's up? However, the father's anxious voice came from the other end of the phone. Son, come back soon. Our house has been smashed. Chapter 28. After receiving my father's call, I rushed home almost nonstop, even forgetting to drive. Fortunately, now that I have the Xian level of cultivation, I can run much faster than a car. Apart from feeling a little tired, I was not hurt. As I entered the city from the suburbs, I almost hit a passerby when I passed by him. The man didn't even see who I was before I passed him like the wind and disappeared around the corner. It would have taken me less than 40 minutes to get home, saving 20 minutes on a journey that would normally take an hour. However, when I just stood at the door of my house, an ominous breath hit me in the face, and the air was filled with a burnt smell. Dad! Dad! I hurriedly called my father's name, and when I opened the door, the scene in front of me made my heart tighten. The house was in a mess. The table, stools, TV, and almost everything that could be smashed were destroyed. But I didn't have time to pay attention to the loss of property at home. I rushed into my father's room anxiously, my heart full of worry. What I cared about most was my father's safety. However, when I pushed open the bedroom door, the empty room instantly chilled me. I shouted loudly, Dad! Dad! But the only response I got was the ticking of the clock on the wall. The nervousness made me run out of the house again in panic, but I still couldn't find my father. At this time, my heart was in turmoil, and I began to get more and more anxious. I had been patient and tolerant before, and I didn't kill those who hurt me, all in order to avoid bringing disaster to my father because of my impulse. However, they were so unreasonable that they kidnapped my father. This made me completely furious. Suddenly, my cell phone rang. I quickly picked up the phone and saw an unfamiliar number on the screen. I quickly answered the call and thought it must be the person who kidnapped my father. Where did you take my dad? I asked, almost gritting my teeth. A middle-aged man's voice came from the other end of the phone, low and cold. Lin Shun, right? Do you know who I am? Do you want to know where your father is? These words made my heart tighten suddenly. Although it was not explicitly stated, I realized that this person must be related to Wang Long or Su Jiming. I responded coldly. It's you, Su Biao, right? The man on the other end of the phone paused for a moment, obviously having been exposed by me. You are quite smart. My voice turned cold. Don't let the disaster happen to your family. You should know the rules of the underworld. I paused, and my tone became even colder. I was the one who broke your son's leg. If you want revenge, come at me. Don't touch my father. There was a sudden burst of sneers from the other end of the phone, and Su Biao's voice was full of obvious sarcasm. You want me to live a life worse than death? Ha ha ha. Do you know who I am? He paused, then sneered. Your father is in my hands now, and you still dare to threaten me? Su Biao's tone became increasingly gloomy. You broke my son's leg last time, and I haven't had time to settle accounts with you yet. Now let's start with your father. After he finished speaking, he hung up the phone without any hesitation. The only sound on the phone was the piercing, busy tone, which echoed coldly in my ears. I was stunned for a few seconds, and a nameless anger rose in my heart. Damn it, I couldn't help but curse out loud. Fucking beast. My father is the person closest to me, and a surge of intense anxiety surged in my heart. My father has suffered so much from me, and now that he's in trouble, how can I not be worried? I wanted to call back, but if I did, it would be a sign of weakness, and the other party might become even more aggressive. I suddenly thought of the system. System, is there any way you can help me find my father's location? My voice was urgent and anxious. The system knew the seriousness of the situation, put away its usual teasing, and immediately gave me a suggestion. Host, find a piece of clothing your father has worn or something he has used. I can use the above information to locate your father. I couldn't help but ask, are you a police dog? The system replied helplessly, I don't rely on smell, but on DNA plasma information. I locate based on this information. I didn't have time to care about these things, so I rushed into my father's room and searched through his clothes. Finally, I found a shirt he often wore. Okay, let's get it done, I said, waiting impatiently for the system's feedback. The system quickly began to collect information, and after a moment its voice came. Host, I have found your father's location. He is now in the Kwahuyuan Villa district. However, I was unable to locate the specific house due to the distance. The system then explained, go to Tsuehu Garden first. When you get closer to that place, I will further locate you. Hurry up. Without thinking too much, I rushed out of the house and headed straight for the Tsu Garden Villa district. Chapter 29. In the Kwahuyuan Villa district, the night was dark and the air was filled with a depressing atmosphere. I stood in front of the gate, my eyes fixed on the familiar villa, my heart beating faster. My father's life was in danger. I had no hesitation and was determined to hold on to the last glimmer of hope. A sneer came from inside. You old man, you are really hard on the mouth. I could tell it was Su Biao's voice. He has always been known for his cold-bloodedness. I quickened my pace, trying my best to rush into this seemingly indestructible place. However, the security guard at the door blocked my way. Hey, who are you? He shouted at me. I glanced at the reckless security guard, and the rage in my heart instantly erupted. I raised my hand, and with a precise knife, the security guard fell to the ground like a puppet. Without pausing, I continued to follow the system's instructions, silently reciting my father's name in my heart, not daring to hesitate for a moment. After passing through the path, I finally arrived at Su Biao's villa. The feeling of oppression in my heart became stronger and stronger. Suddenly, the system's voice rang in my ears. Host, hurry up. I can no longer sense your father's biological aura. I kicked open the door of the villa without hesitation and rushed into the house roaring, Su Biao, get the hell out of here. However, what greeted me was an even more heartbreaking scene. My father was dragged by two strong men, covered in blood, leaving a long trail of blood beside him. My mind went blank, and the anger and pain in my heart burst out like a flood. I was like an angry beast, all my strength bursting out, fierce and violent. I saw a flash of fear in the eyes of the two men. They were shocked by my momentum, and they froze in place for a moment. I swung my fists quickly, each one roaring with the sound of wind, hitting the target hard. Each blow was aimed directly at the opponent's vital points, and it was almost inevitable that a fatal blow would be delivered. I mobilized the profound strength in my body, and this force, with an irresistible sense of oppression, poured fiercely into the man's body. The man fell to the ground in an instant, like a kite with a broken string, and was completely dead. The other man stared at his companion falling, his face filled with fear and despair. He was stunned, unable to even move his feet. A warm current surged up his legs, instantly making him lose his resistance. My legs were so weak that I could hardly stand. I didn't give him any time to react. I drew out the Tsong Lei sword without hesitation, and the sharp edge cut through the air like lightning. The sword slashed past, and the target had no power to resist. The man's body stiffened, and he fell to the ground without even a drop of blood. The two bodies lay quietly on the ground. There was silence all around, and the air seemed frozen. Chapter 30. Inside the villa, I stood at the door, looking coldly at Su Biao in front of me. He might have noticed that I had a different aura, but he didn't care, and there wasn't even a hint of vigilance in his eyes. Outside, I appeared in front of Su Biao as a killer god, but in his heart, I was just an ant. In his eyes, I was not worth mentioning at all. I know that all this is just because he was well prepared and has two experts backing him up. Su Biao turned around. A flattering smile instantly appeared on his face. He saluted the two old men standing behind him in a low and eager voice. The two old men looked serious, one in black and the other in blue, and they both looked like bad people. Su Biao said flatteringly, "Brothers, the one outside the door is the Lin Chun I mentioned before." He said, deliberately emphasizing, "He beat my son into the hospital, and he almost died." His words were full of anger and grievance. He actually killed my men without mercy, and he seemed so arrogant. I watched their interaction and sneered in my heart, knowing that this was a long-planned plot. The old man in black gently put down the teacup and glanced at Su Biao with disdain. "Little Biao, don't worry. We will take care of it." The old man in blue narrowed his eyes and looked at me, with a flash of disdain in his eyes. "Such a young brat actually asked us to take action. It's really troublesome." I watched their performance and became more certain that today's battle would not be easy. But Su Biao's smile became even brighter. as if he was completely unaware of my anger and determination. While continuing to flatter the old man, he looked back at the balcony and said, "Look, maybe he is scared and wants to escape." But at that time, I no longer had any extra time to deal with their provocation. Just as I was about to respond, the system's voice suddenly came. "Host, your father's vital signs have weakened. You must act immediately." The system's urgent tone made me sober up instantly and realize that my momentary anger put my father's life in danger. I immediately turned around and hugged my father. "Dad, stay strong. Let's go to the hospital right away." Seeing the blood on my father's face, my heart was broken. Every step seemed to tear my heart apart. Su Biao upstairs saw me holding my father up and thought I was afraid of them, so he laughed out loud. "He wants to run away. Ha ha ha." The two old men upstairs also sneered. They didn't take me seriously at all. But I no longer cared about their words. My anxiety was only focused on my father's life. The old man in black and the old man in blue had no intention of letting me go. They jumped down without any injury and instantly blocked my way to the hospital. "Want to run?" The old man in black looked at me with contempt, his eyes full of murderous intent. Chapter 31. Mr. Lin, spare my life. Lin Shen looked at the two old men in front of him and realized that if he didn't get rid of these two people today, he would definitely not be able to leave. His father was in danger, and he didn't want to waste time, so he put his father aside, summoned the Tsang Lei's sword, and pointed it directly at Huang De. "Lin Shen, no number." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Shen raised his sword and stabbed Huang De. Huang De did not expect Lin Shen to attack without saying a word. Before he could swing his sword to block, Lin Shen's Tsang Lei sword had already hit Huang Da's chest. The blade glowed with purple light, exuding an evil aura. After the purple light, Huang De exclaimed and looked down at his chest. I saw that the tip of the Tsang Lei sword had already pierced into Huang Da's body. Lin Shen held the Tsang Lei sword and injected his true energy into the sword mercilessly. In an instant, Huang Da's internal organs were all smashed into pieces. Lin Shen drew out the Tsang Lei sword, and Huang Da fell to the ground in response. His body was lying straight on the ground, his eyes were wide open, with a horrible look on his face, and he died with his eyes open. "Brother!" Another old man standing nearby, Huang Da's younger brother Huang Er, shouted at Huang Da's body. Huang Er was frightened when he saw his brother Huang Da die without taking a single blow. At the same time, Huang Er also felt the true energy released by Lin Shen. Surging and majestic, Huang Er's face turned pale instantly, and he felt something was wrong. He frowned and looked at Lin Shen, Xin-level warrior. Huang Er raised his voice to give himself courage. "You are a Xin-level warrior." Lin Shen sneered. "You just realized it now. Isn't it a little too late?" When Huang Er heard Lin Shen admit so straightforwardly that he was a Xin-level warrior, his face turned even paler. A Xin-level warrior, let alone a middle-stage Huang-level warrior. Even if he is in the late Huang level, he'll have to die here. Warriors of this level can become elders in their own sex at that time. Huang Er regretted it very much. He didn't expect that he would risk his life just to earn that little money. "Young Master Lin." Huang Er opened his mouth, trying to divert Lin Shen's attention. As soon as he said the three words, "Young Master Lin," Huang Er wanted to turn around and run away. But Lin Shen's reaction ability is 100 times that of Huang Er. As soon as Huang Er lifted his foot, he felt a chill coming from his stomach, as if there was a breeze blowing through. Huang Er looked down and saw that Lin Shen's Tsang Lei sword had pierced his body. After the cold feeling, his body's defense was completely damaged, followed by waves of severe pain. Lin Shen didn't want to waste any more time, so he directly pulled out the Tsang Lei sword. His true energy was broken, and Huang Er died on the spot. Lin Shen dealt with the two. He turned around and glared at Su Biao. He was filled with murderous intent, and his eyes were as sharp as torches. With just one glance, Su Biao was so frightened by Lin Shen that he collapsed to the ground, as if he felt the coming of death. He could never have imagined that two old warriors in the middle stage of yellow level would die at the hands of Lin Shen. The two old guys could be said to have no ability to fight back, which proved that Lin Shen's ability was far superior to that of the two mid-stage yellow level warriors. Su Biao swallowed nervously, realizing that he had provoked an extremely terrifying person. "Damn you bastard." Su Biao was too scared and started to abuse his son. "You're always causing trouble for me. You got a plague on me like this. Isn't this going to destroy my Su family?" Lin Shen did not bother Su Biao anymore. He just hugged his father and rushed out of the villa area. "Dad." Hold on. We'll be at the hospital soon. Lin Shen kept calling his father. After running out of the villa, Lin Shen looked up and saw a car. Without caring whether it was a taxi or not, he rushed to the road and stopped the car. The driver was about to scold Lin Shen, asking if he was trying to kill himself. Lin Shen was the first to speak, with a sincere expression. Brother, please, take us to the hospital quickly. When the driver saw Lin Shen holding a bloody person, his anger subsided a lot, and he said softly, hurry up and get in the car. Lin Shen was overjoyed and got into the car quickly. The driver turned around and muttered to himself, glancing at the Su family's villa, damn it, I'm just transporting goods, and I still run into this kind of thing. Anything can happen in this rich man's villa. The driver stepped on the accelerator and drove to the hospital, running through countless red lights along the way. For things like saving lives, you won't lose points if you file a report with the police station. The driver was a very skilled driver, and we arrived at the hospital very quickly. Lin Shen rushed into the hospital carrying his father, shouting as he ran. Doctor, doctor, please save my dad. The nurse in the hospital lobby saw Lin Shen holding a person covered in blood and immediately pushed a stretcher over to pick up Lin's father. Then a group of nurses and doctors pushed Father Lin into the emergency room. One of the nurses came out and asked Lin Shen for some basic information and then returned to the emergency room. Lin Shen unconsciously wanted to follow him in, but was stopped by the nurse. Family members are waiting outside. Lin Shen leaned against the wall, squatted on the ground, and slapped himself a few times in regret. If I had not been in a hurry to break through to the Xian level yesterday and had stayed at home, my father would not have been left alone to face such a thing. Su Biao. Lin Shen gritted his teeth and repeated Su Biao's name, and the murderous intent in his eyes rose again. I want you and your son to pay this debt double. I don't know how long I waited, but the door of the emergency room was finally opened. Lin Shen stood up suddenly and walked forward to ask anxiously, Nurse, how is my father? The nurse handed over a pile of bills and said, pay these fees first and apply for a card so that it will be more convenient to pay. Lin Shen took the list and glanced at it casually. Brain CT? Lin Shen asked again, how is my father doing? The nurse tore off the last sheet and began to tell Lin Shen about Lin's father's condition. Your father's brain was severely damaged, and multiple parts of his body were injured. The doctor estimates that your father has a brain hemorrhage. After examination, we will know the amount of bleeding and how to proceed. So go and pay the fee first. After saying this, the nurse went straight back to the emergency room. After listening to the nurse's description, Lin Shen felt as if his heart was pierced by a knife, and a bad premonition arose spontaneously. Chapter 32 Father Lin is critically ill. After paying the fee, Lin's father was pushed out for examination. Lin Shen hurriedly followed behind, praying that his father's next examination would not reveal any serious results. It was unknown how long it had been before Lin Shen saw the nurse coming to notify him. The nurse waved at Lin Shen. Handsome guy, this way. Lin Shen quickly stood up and ran into the consultation room. The doctor looked at the film on the screen with a serious face, pointed to a certain place, and said to Lin Shen, look at this place. That's where your father's brain is bleeding, and this shadow is the amount of bleeding. Lin Shen took a closer look and found that the shadow occupied a considerable area. The doctor continued, I conservatively estimate that the amount of bleeding is at least 30 milliliters. This is a serious situation. A craniotomy must be performed now, otherwise your life will not be saved. Craniotomy? Lin Shen was shocked. This is not a minor surgery. My father is so old. This operation will hurt his body. Before Lin Shen could consider the pros and cons of this, the doctor's words interrupted his thoughts. If the situation after the operation goes well, he may suffer from hemiplegia. If the situation goes badly, the doctor sighed, based on the current amount of bleeding, if he doesn't wake up 3 months after the operation, it will be difficult for him to wake up again. What do you mean it's so difficult to wake up? Lin Shen suddenly got excited. The doctor looked serious. He is brain dead and in a vegetative state. After hearing what the doctor said, Lin Shen felt a chill down his spine, as if struck by lightning. Vegetative state. Lin Shen's internal organs seemed to be tangled together, and his heart ached. My father has worked hard all his life. Is this how he is going to spend the rest of his life? Why? My father worked hard, was kind and honest all his life. Why did he end up like this? Oh my God, are you blind? The doctor had been practicing medicine for many years and was already accustomed to Lin Shen's expression of being so shocked that he couldn't speak, so he casually handed over the consent form for the surgery. Please sign the consent form first. We will arrange the operation right away. If you are late for 1 minute, the risk of your father's operation will increase. The doctor estimated that Lin Shun was about the same age as his daughter, and he felt distressed. He then began to comfort her. Child, there is still hope. If the operation is not performed, your father will have no choice but to wait for death. If the operation is performed, there's a chance that he will wake up. Lin Shun immediately regained his senses. It's not that I don't want to do it. Is there any other method? The kind that guarantees 100% success of the operation. I can give you money. I have plenty of money. Any amount is fine. The doctor raised his hand and motioned Lin Chun to sit down. Son, this is not a matter of money. Your father's condition can only be treated with a craniotomy. Lin Chun didn't want to waste any more time, so he had no choice but to sign the consent form for the surgery. The doctor handed the consent form for the surgery to the nurse, stood up, patted Lin Chun on the shoulder, and went to the operating room. Lin Chun continued to follow behind and watched his father being pushed into the operating room. Seeing the red light on in the operating room, Lin Chun felt like he had lost his soul, helpless and confused. I have become strong, but what about my father? He wished he could die and leave the chance of life to his father. Lin Chun was so flustered that he didn't know what to do. He was so restless that he could only pace outside the operating room. Lin Chun's so anxious. The nurse kindly came up to comfort him. Handsome boy, why don't you take a rest first? The craniotomy will take a long time, and you'll be very tired waiting like this. Lin Chun shook his head silently. The young nurse felt Lin Chun as a filial piety and handed the mineral water in her hand to Lin Chun. Handsome boy, this bottle of water is for you. Drink some when you're thirsty. Not eating or drinking is not good for your health. When your father comes out, you will still need to keep watch. Lin Chun looked at the nurse gratefully and said, Thank you. The little nurse smiled and turned away. Lin Chun continued to wait outside the operating room for more than 7 hours. The door of the operating room was finally opened. The nurse came out pushing the medical bed. Lin Chun saw his father still unconscious and immediately stepped forward to ask, Doctor, how is my father? The doctor was a little surprised when he saw Lin Chun for the first time. Have you been waiting here? Lin Chun nodded. The doctor patted Lin Chun's shoulder again and said, Good boy, your father's operation was very successful and his life was saved. Lin Chun breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the words, the operation was successful. But the doctor did not smile. His expression was still heavy. But your father's bleeding is more than we thought, and there's a tumor in his brain that is compressing his nerves. Tumor. Lin Chun's heart, which had just relaxed a little, became tense again. He never knew that his father had a tumor in his brain. His father must have hidden it from him because he was afraid that he would worry. The doctor took off his surgical cap. His hairline was already soaked with sweat. Your father's tumor itself is not that serious, but the external pressure was too great this time. The tumor was hit hard by the external force and became very fragile. It just happened to be wrapped in that piece of bleeding. We have to use a blood-sucking stick to clear the blood flow. The slightest vibration will inevitably rupture the tumor and cause damage. Such damage is irreversible. So whether your father can wake up or not depends entirely on luck. Like I said before, if your father doesn't wake up within 3 months, he will basically be a vegetable. Lin Chun could no longer control his emotions and his eyes turned red. Child, the doctor consoled him in a deep voice. Don't be too sad. Let's wait another 3 months. Maybe your father will wake up because he misses you. Many times, human can create miracles. After the doctor finished speaking, he left. Lin Chun was the only one left in the empty corridor. He could no longer suppress the grief in his heart, so he squatted down and cried silently. Like a wounded beast, it hides in a corner and heals itself. He was the one who let his father down. It was his fault. He shouldn't have left his father alone at home. He shouldn't have. Su. The system made a sound, trying to call Lin Chun, but as soon as the first syllable was uttered, he fell silent again. In fact, he has a method that may be able to save Lin's father, but that method is extremely difficult for Lin Chun, and it is very likely that it will not be accomplished at all. Lin Chun directly. But the system could feel the great pain in Lin Chun's heart. As a system, he naturally could not bear to see his host so sad. After much deliberation, the system decided to tell Lin Chun, Host, don't be too sad. If your father really doesn't wake up after 3 months, we still have a way to save your father. Only. Chapter 33, Yellow Emperor Heritage. Lin Chun, who was already on the verge of collapse, heard the system only say half of what it was saying, hesitated, and became even more irritated. He yelled at the system directly. If you can speak, then speak. If you can't speak, then shut up. I don't have time to play hard to get with you now. People passing by were startled when they heard Lin Shun suddenly roaring at the air and thought that Lin Shun was a patient who escaped from a mental hospital. The system was frightened when it heard Lin Shun being so ferocious, and its voice was trembling when it answered Lin Shun. Host, I'm sorry. I just meant that there's a way to save your father. It's just, your current strength is not enough. You need to reach the heavenly level and obtain the Yellow Emperor's inheritance before you can possess the Divine Needle ability and use acupuncture to awaken your father's various functions. The inheritance of the Yellow Emperor? How can I get the inheritance of the Yellow Emperor? Lin Shen became excited when he heard that there was a way to save his father. The system said in an awkward tone, but you just broke through to the Xian level. There is still the D level in between, and there's still a long way to go to reach the Tian level. Also, the spiritual energy on Earth is very thin right now. With just this little spiritual energy, it would be very difficult for you to break through to the heavenly level. It can be said that it is as difficult as ascending to heaven. That's why I stopped talking halfway just now. I'm afraid that you might have expectations now, but in the end you won't be able to reach the heavenly level and still won't be able to save your father. And you'll be disappointed. Lin Shen realized that he was indeed too fierce just now, and even scared the system so much that its voice was shaking. He scratched his head sheepishly, and his attitude returned to normal. I'm sorry, I was a little fierce just now. I apologize to you. All right, Lin Shen continued to question the system. The heaven level you just mentioned, does it mean that after I cultivate to the heaven level and obtain the Yellow Emperor's inheritance, I will definitely be able to save my father? When the system heard Lin Shen apologizing to it, its aggrieved mood instantly improved a lot, and it began to slowly explain everything to Lin Shen. Yes, host. Once you reach the heavenly level and obtain the Yellow Emperor's inheritance, and combine your heavenly level chi and divine needle abilities, and give your father acupuncture together, you can save your father. Lin Shen confirmed that there was still a glimmer of hope for his father. His tense mood finally eased a little. He let out a long sigh. Thank you. The system thought it was hallucinating and asked, What did you say? Lin Shen rolled his eyes lightly. I said thank you. The system quickly responded, No, I am your system. It is my duty to solve your problems. Only when the host is good, the system will be good. Only when everyone is good, will it be truly good. By the way, host, you cannot eat, but your emotions have fluctuated greatly, and you have consumed a lot of true energy in the fight with those two old men. If you continue not to absorb true energy, the chi in your body will be scarce, so find a place to meditate and recover. Lin Shen remembered after the system's prompt that he had already felt a little tired. Okay, I'll go now. The hospital is a place with the heaviest resentment and the thickest atmosphere of death. So after Lin Shen came to the intensive care unit to take a look at his father, he left quickly and quickly found a park, intending to meditate for a while before going back to continue looking after his father. Unexpectedly, this meditation would cause him to fall into a state of chaos, from which he was unable to extricate himself. He meditated for a whole night before escaping from the chaos. The next day, as soon as he opened his eyes, Lin Shen quickly asked the system, What happened to me? Why do I feel like I'm in a coma and trapped in chaos? The system comforted Lin Shen. It's okay, host. You are too sad and emotionally damaged. This kind of damage is more serious than physical damage. You will enter a coma and chaotic state when it is repaired. Just like ordinary people may have nightmares when they sleep when they're under too much mental stress, don't worry. Lin Shen felt relieved knowing that this was not abnormal. He now needs to reach the heavenly level as soon as possible. So he must protect his body and true chi well and cannot allow any accidents to happen. Lin Shen took a deep breath, then immediately got up and rushed to the hospital. As Lin Shen walked to the hospital entrance, his phone vibrated. He looked at the screen and saw it was Zhao Sini. Lin Shen, who was about to hang up, suddenly remembered that today was Zhao Sini's grandmother's birthday. He had promised Zhao Sini that he would accompany her to the event, but the next second, Lin Shengang answered the phone. Zhao Sini's relieved voice came from the other end of the phone immediately. Brother Chun, you finally answered the phone. I sent you dozens of messages and you didn't reply. I thought something happened to you. I was scared to death. Zhao Sini didn't wait for Lin Shen to speak and continued happily. Today is my grandma's birthday, and the birthday party will start soon. Where are you? Do you want me to pick you up? Lin Shen replied coldly. I can't go. There was silence on the other end of the phone. Chapter 34, Blood Debt Repaid with Blood 1. What's wrong, Brother Chun? Zhao Sini's voice was much more disappointed. Why didn't you come? Did something happen to you? Lin Chen replied indifferently. It's okay. Soon as he finished speaking, Lin Chen hung up the phone. Zhao Sini, who was on the other end of the phone, heard only a busy tone and started to panic, feeling that something was going to happen. After hanging up the phone, Lin Chen went straight to the intensive care unit. He was thinking about his father and wanted to see through the window to see how his father was doing, so he approached the door of the intensive care unit. As a result, he was stopped by a female nurse. Hey, what are you doing? Move away. This is the intensive care unit. Lin Chen could even explain. The nurse sarcastically said, You haven't been to school, have you? Don't you know that you can't enter or leave the intensive care unit at will? You don't have any common sense at all. Lin Chen up and down and muttered, She looks pretty good, but how come she has no brains? Lin Chen did not argue with her. He suppressed his anger and said, My father is inside. I just want to see him from the window. That's all. The nurse curled her lips and asked, Is that old man your father? Old man? Lin Chen's eyes suddenly changed. He became a little angry and gritted his teeth and said, That's my father, not some old man. As he spoke, he clenched his fists unconsciously and glanced at the name tag on the female nurse's chest. Head nurse, Li Hong. Li Hong said with disdain, Your father is in a coma now. It's useless for you to stay here. Go back. But I don't think your father will stay for long. Lin Chen heard this. He suddenly felt a little happy again. Will my father be able to move out of the intensive care unit soon? Li Hong looked disdainful. Of course. Intensive care units are so expensive. Your father is probably a vegetable. There's no point in him staying in an intensive care unit. If he stays there for too long, he'll have to owe our hospital a lot of money. We've seen a lot of people like you. Lin Chen frowned slightly, and there was a bit more anger in his eyes when he looked at Li Hong. Li Hong was frightened by Lin Chen's gaze and moved her shoulders. Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and leave. After saying this, Li Hong turned around and was about to leave. Lin Chen suddenly said, Stop. Li Hong turned back impatiently. What are you doing? I'm busy. Lin Chen took out a card from his pocket and said, There is 10 million on it. You pay for me. 10 million? Li Hong was obviously shocked. Her eyes widened. Is this guy so rich? Lin Chen took out another card and said, There's 500,000 yuan on it. Here, can I go to the intensive care unit to see my father? Lin Chen in disbelief. Give it to me? Yes. Lin Chen's eyes were cold. Li Hong's eyes wandered around, and when she saw that there was no one around, she dared to move forward. Look at you. Why are you being so polite? Lin Chen handed over his bank card. Is that enough? Enough. Li Hong no longer had the contemptuous look she had just now. Instead, she looked flattering. She rubbed her hands on her clothes several times and held her hands to take Lin Chen's bank card. Lin Chen loosened his fingers, and the bank card fell into Li Hong's palm, just like throwing food to a begging dog. Li Hong carefully looked at the bank card in her hand, as if she was about to drool in the next second, and she did not forget to consider Lin Chen. But you have to be quick. We have regulations for the intensive care unit here. You're not allowed to enter. But I'm on duty now, and the doctors are not here. Please go in and take a look and then come out. Don't stay in for too long. I will guard the door for you outside. Lin Chen appeared indifferent on the surface, but in fact he had already thought of a way to punish Li Hong. Lin Chen pointed to the door of the intensive care unit. Lin Chen directly and told him, Just take a look, come out quickly. Lin Chen didn't even look at Li Hong and walked into the intensive care unit, saying, The bank card doesn't have a password. Go and pay the fee to me first. Li Hong nodded quickly. Don't worry, handsome guy. I will definitely get it done for you. Lin Chen entered the intensive care unit and saw his father plugged into various instruments and tubes. He felt so distressed that his hatred for the Su father and son grew deeper and deeper. Dad, Lin Chen held his father's hand. Don't worry, I will definitely avenge you. Those who look down on us and insult us, I will make them pay double the price. After saying that, Lin Chen took out his cell phone and called the hospital's complaint number. Hello, my name is Lin Chen, and I want to report head nurse Li Hong for taking bribes and violating regulations. On the phone, Lin Chen told Li Hong everything about how Li Hong took money and let him go to the intensive care unit. In fact, from the moment he took out his bank card, he had already planned how to teach Li Hong a lesson. Private transactions are taboo in such public hospitals. Especially this kind of thing of letting ordinary people go into the intensive care unit is a big violation of the rules. His complaint call will stain Li Hong's life, and she will never be able to practice medicine again. Such a heartless and immoral woman is not fit to be a doctor who saves lives. After dealing with Li Hong's small matter, Lin Shen came out of the intensive care unit, closed the door silently, and murderous intent rose in his eyes again. Su Biao, today, I will make you and your son pay for your blood debt with blood. Chapter 35, Blood Debt Repaid with Blood 2. At this time, Su Biao was packing up his things in the villa and preparing to escape, taking all the valuables he could take away. Finally, Su Biao looked at the remaining antiques that took up space and were not easy to take away, and his eyes were full of reluctance. What a pity. But he had no choice. After all, time was running out. Su Biao could only attribute all this to Lin Shun and cursed him viciously. After cursing, Su Biao quickly called Su Jiming. Su Jiming, who was lying on the hospital bed, saw the screen of his mobile phone light up. He thought his father had avenged him and immediately answered the phone. Dad, have you dealt with Lin Shun? Ha ha ha. I know my dad is the best. Dealing with Lin Shun is as easy as crushing an ant. After hearing what Su Jiming said, Su Biao was furious. Shut up, you bastard. Do you know what kind of person you have offended this time? I spent 20 million to hire 2 mid-level yellow-level warriors, but they still couldn't kill Lin Shun. The 2 old men were killed by Lin Shun. I might even be hunted down by their families. What? Su Jiming on the other end of the phone almost fell off the hospital bed. Su Biao seemed to be complaining and sighing. Damn it, those 2 old men died without even a single move from Lin Shun. I never thought that 2 mid-stage yellow-level warriors were such losers. After hearing this, Su Jiming was so shocked that he was speechless. Su Biao hurriedly urged, stay in the hospital for now, I'll pick you up soon. I beat Lin Shun's father into unconsciousness. Lin Shun just sent his father to the hospital. I think he will come to see us soon. It's too late to find a stronger warrior to deal with Lin Shun. We can only run away first and think of a solution later. I have already made the contact. The money at home is enough for us to spend several lifetimes abroad. The usually arrogant Su Jiming was now as well-behaved as a child and kept saying several good words. Su Biao hung up the phone, but the bedroom door was pushed open. Honey, what are you doing? Why don't you answer my call? A charming woman walked in, glanced at the big suitcase on the ground, and said with a smile, Honey, are you going to take me out for a trip? You are so nice. As she spoke, the woman hugged Su Biao from behind. Su Biao pushed the woman away impatiently. Get lost. I don't have time to bother with you. The woman was full of surprise. Husband? Su Biao looked at the woman with disgust. Who is your husband? I have already suspended your card. Find someone else to support you, and don't bother me. He was already tired of playing with a fake socialite who sold her body, so he was running away to save his life and had no time to care about any woman. The woman immediately understood that Su Biao was going to run away. The person who made Su Biao run away must be very powerful. If she wanted to seek revenge on Su Biao but couldn't find him, then Su Biao's girlfriend. The woman immediately stood in front of Su Biao, grabbed his arm, and begged, Brother Biao, you can't just abandon me like this. I have followed you for 2 years. Even if I have no credit, I have worked hard. You. The woman suddenly changed the subject and covered her belly. I'm pregnant. I'm pregnant. It's your child. Su Biao kicked the woman in the stomach. Get lost. Who knows whose bastard in your belly is? You want me to take over for you? Impossible. After Su Biao finished speaking, he kicked the woman in the stomach again. You have been played with by others. I don't think it will be easy for you to get pregnant. The woman curled up on the ground in pain, her face pale. Su Biao ignored everything and left with his gift box. Su Biao quickly drove to the hospital to pick up Su Jiming and prepare to go to the dock. After getting in the car, Su Jiming still refused to believe that Lin Shun was actually a warrior. Dad, are you sure that the person you invited is a yellow-level warrior? Lin Shun has some brute force, but it shouldn't be so strong that even a yellow-level warrior can't kill him, right? Su Biao glared at Su Jiming with disappointment and raised his hand to slap Su Jiming. But when he thought that he was his own son, he put his hand down and said patiently, Son, I am your father and have seen many warriors. The fact that he can easily defeat 2 yellow-level warriors shows that he is at least a late yellow-level warrior, or even a black-level warrior. Otherwise, would I run away? After all, our Su family has so many thugs. If he were just an ordinary person, would I be afraid of him? But this time, we are at a disadvantage and can only run away first. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. I have already made the arrangements. We will go to the dock and take a boat directly to a foreign country. is safer than flying. Whether I can come back in the future depends on luck. After listening to this, Su Jiming looked out the window without saying a word. Outside Su Biao's villa, when Lin Shun just arrived, he found many police cars parked outside, and the entire villa had been sealed off by the police. The bodies of the Huang brothers and Su Biao's two men were also gone, and Su Biao's figure was nowhere to be seen. Lin Shun suddenly felt something was wrong. Su Biao may have already fled. If the police conduct a thorough investigation, they might find him soon and take him back for investigation, and then he won't be able to take revenge. Lin Shun didn't dare to go in and check rashly. He could only wait until the police left, and then go in to see if Su Biao had left any clues and whether he could find out where he had gone. The system suddenly made a sound at this time. Host, don't worry. They can't find anything on you. When you carried your father to the hospital yesterday, I had already erased all the surveillance and traces. So don't worry. Go in and find some of Su Biao's clothes later. Smell them, and I'll be able to roughly determine where Su Biao went. Lin Shun was surprised. Not bad, you have something? After the police left, Lin Shun went directly to Su Biao's room, took out a piece of clothing from the closet, and smelled it. The system shouted anxiously, Host, this is bad. I just located Su Biao's position. After I connected the route, I determined that he was heading to the dock at this moment. He was probably going to take a boat to go abroad. Host, you have to catch him quickly. It will be hard to find him if he goes abroad. Also, there is less than an hour left before the boat leaves the pier. After hearing what the system said, Lin Shun immediately set off and rushed towards the location given by the system. Chapter 36 Blood Debt Repaid with Blood 3. Lin Shun estimated the time and realized that he would not be able to catch up if he took a taxi now. He could only use his true chi to rush over there. If he tried his best, he should be able to find Su Biao and his son before they got on the boat. Lin Shun used his true energy to the extreme, and his running speed was dozens of times faster than the last time he ran home. Drivers on the street saw a human-like figure whizzing past them and thought they were dazzled. They rubbed their eyes and looked closely. It turned out to be a person? How can a person outrun a car? When they rubbed their eyes for the second time, Lin Shun had disappeared. So these passers-by thought they were really dazzled. At this speed, Lin Shun arrived at the dock within half an hour, but he quickly searched the entire dock and did not see Su Biao and his son. Not arrived yet? Lin Shun was puzzled. System, are you sure is this dock? The system confirmed. Confirmed. I think the road is blocked. Traffic jam. Lin Shun frowned and looked strange. If they encounter a traffic jam on their way to escape, wouldn't they be extremely anxious? On the road, Su Biao and his son really encountered a traffic jam. The convoy was like a long dragon, one car after another, making it impossible to get through. Su Biao looked at the long line of vehicles, slammed the steering wheel a few times, and cursed. Fuck, why does it have to be this time when there is no other time to get stuck in traffic? Damn it, God is a bad guy. When the ship leaves, we too will just wait for death. Su Jiming sat in the back row without saying a word, as if he still couldn't believe that Lin Shun was really as scary as his father said. Su Biao looked back at Su Jiming, and seeing Su Jiming's dazed look, Su Biao showed disgust for the first time. His son is really disappointing. He caused such a big trouble himself, and now he is scared and doesn't dare to say a word. It's really a disgrace to their Su family. The reason why Su Jiming didn't say anything was that he was actually thinking of a solution. He asked Su Biao, Dad, is that Lin Shun really that powerful? Could it be that you have invited a fake warrior? Su Biao rolled his eyes and honked the horn frantically outside. Drop, 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 drop. The car in front remained unmoved. Su Jiming continued to ask without any expression, Those two old men are so weak. How could they be warriors? And even if Lin Shun is a warrior, don't we still have guns? Guns. Guns are useful, Dad. Is there anything harder than a gun? Su Jiming became more and more excited as he spoke. He sat up and put his hand on Su Biao's shoulder. If it doesn't work, let's get a machine gun and shoot him to death. I don't believe that no matter how powerful Lin Shun is, he can be better than a gun. After hearing what Su Jiming said, Su Biao couldn't help but turn around and slap Su Jiming. I told you, he was a warrior, a Shin-level warrior. Did that kid beat your brains out? After thinking for so long, this is the only idea you came up with? If the gun was working, would I have to run? Stay back here honestly. Don't ***king bother me. After Su Biao yelled at Su Jiming, he honked the horn several times and stuck his head out of the window. Is the guy in front dead? He's not moving. Su Jiming covered his face and stood there in a daze, not daring to move. After Su Biao finished yelling, his anger had mostly subsided. He turned around and took another look at his disappointing son. After all, he is my own son. Su Biao took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and then slowly explained to Su Jiming. Do you know what a Xian-level warrior is? The gun is just a toy to them. How can you kill him with one shot? Do you really think Xian-level warriors are trash? I usually tell you not to go out and spend all day drinking and partying and to learn from the gang members. I don't expect you to become a warrior, but at least learn some kung fu. But what about you? As Su Biao spoke, he became angry again. You don't understand anything when you encounter something. Su Jiming felt instantly aggrieved after being yelled at by Su Biao. He turned his head to the side, reached into his bag, and grasped the gun inside. Lin Shun, since he broke his bones last time. The gun in his bag was obtained by Su Jiming's friend so that he could seek revenge on Lin Shun. But before he could avenge himself, Lin Shun was forcing him into a dead end again. Su Jiming opened the bag, looked at the gun in his hand, and his eyes suddenly changed. Lin Shun, if you show up again, I will use this gun to kill you. Lin Shun, who was waiting at the dock, found a secluded place to hide. Maybe because his body stopped suddenly and the running all the way consumed a lot of physical strength and internal energy, Lin Shun felt a little tired. The system sensed that Lin Shen's body was in deficit and immediately took out something to remind Lin Shen. Host, this is the Zhen Yuan pill. If you swallow it, you can recover half of your Zhen Qi. I have some stock here, which I saved from previous missions, but I don't have much left. But after you break through the Earth level, you can make pills yourself, which is quite convenient. Lin Shun, and he took it out. How do I practice this? Chapter 37, I Want Your Life. The system continued to explain to Lin Shun. Host, you don't have to worry about this. I have all kinds of elixirs and prescriptions here. Just break through, and you will naturally be able to do it after the breakthrough. Just like those carving techniques. Lin Shun looked at the Jinyuan pill in his hand and swallowed it directly. As soon as the pill entered his stomach, Lin Shun felt that all the fatigue he had felt before had disappeared. It's amazing. Lin Shun couldn't help but sigh. This Jinyuan Dan is really a good thing. If I break through to the Earth level in the future, I can make pills at any time, and the chi in my body will be inexhaustible. Hurry, hurry. Take the things down. Don't just stand there in the car. Su Biao's voice reached Lin Chen's ears. Lin Shan was startled and looked in the direction of the voice. I saw Su Biao and his son park their car right in front of me. Su Biao got out of the car first and was sorting something with his back to Lin Shun. Lin Shun was instantly enraged, clenched his fists, and ran towards Su Biao at full speed. The speed was extremely fast, but there was no sound under the feet. In just a moment, Lin Shun had arrived in front of Su Biao and raised his hand to grab Su Biao's neck. Su Biao opened his eyes wide, his pupils trembling, and stared at Lin Shun, who was like a killing god in front of him. He felt a strong pressure on his neck, and a feeling of suffocation came over him violently. Su Biao's face flushed red. He couldn't utter a sound, and rolled his eyes. As long as Lin Shun exerted a little force, Su Biao's neck could be strangled by him, but letting Su Biao die like this would be too easy for him. Lin Shun controlled the strength in his hands to a delicate degree, which could allow Su Biao to survive temporarily, but also make him feel a strong sense of suffocation and the fear of dying. Su Jiming, who was sitting in the back seat packing his luggage, felt a breath passing behind him. He turned around and stuck his head out and saw Lin Shun pinching his father. Su Jiming's first reaction was not to save his father, but to grab his gun and aim it at Lin Shun. Lin Shun, you dog coin thing. Go to hell. After he finished speaking, Su Jiming fired several shots. Lin Shun, who is at the Xian level. The bullets that were speeding in front of ordinary people seemed to be slowed down 100 times in Lin Shen's eyes. Lin Shen easily dodged all the bullets by turning sideways a few times and also blocked a few of them with Su Biao. The bullets hit Su Biao's non-fatal parts right away. Su Biao felt a piercing pain all over his body, and he passed out without being able to scream. Seeing that the bullet did not hit Lin Shen at all, Su Jiming continued to pull the trigger, not caring about his father's life or death, and only wanted to kill Lin Shen. Lin Shun felt contempt for him when he saw him like this. Su Biao really raised a good son. Lin Shen once again used Su Biao as a human bulletproof vest for himself. Bang, bang, bang. 3 bullets hit Su Biao's arm, breaking his bones, but still did not kill him. Have you had enough? Lin Shan said in a faint voice, looking at Su Jiming calmly. Su Jiming found that the gun in his hand had no bullets left, So he turned around and was about to run. Lin Chun threw Su Biao aside, stepped forward and grabbed Su Jiming by the back of his neck, grabbing him like a stray dog. Did I let you run away? Boom! Lin Chun threw Su Jiming backhandedly and smashed him against the tree trunk. His thin dog-like body was like chopsticks and was almost broken in half. Su Jiming rolled to the ground, groaning in pain, his face pale, and the wound that had not yet healed began to bleed again. Su Jiming was tortured by the tremendous pain and had no energy to curse Lin Chen anymore. He could only roll back and forth on the ground, groaning. Fortunately, this dock is usually only used for shipping cargo and is sparsely populated. The gunshots and other noises were mostly masked by the noise of the large cargo machines and could not be heard at all if one did not listen carefully. At this time, Su Biao somehow woke up. Seeing Su Jiming's appearance, he turned over with difficulty and knelt on the ground to beg Lin Chen for mercy. Master Lin, please be merciful and just treat us like a fart. Lin Chen lowered his eyes and looked at Su Biao coldly. Call me Grandpa. Su Biao did not hesitate and cried out, Grandpa Lin, please let me and my son go. I have money. I have plenty of money. I'll give you all my money. All of it. Lin Chen squatted down, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Money. Lin Chen slowly summoned the Tsang Lei sword. Su Biao stared at the Tsang Lei sword in Lin Chen's hand, and remembered that the two old warriors died under this sword, and he was so scared that he peed his pants. A yellowish liquid flowed out from Su Biao's crotch. Lin Chen's eyes were filled with disgust, and his voice was cold. After I kill you and your son, won't your money still be mine? What's the difference? As the voice fell, the sword rose. Su Biao's entire right arm was chopped off, blood splattered everywhere and rolled in front of Su Jiming. Su Jiming, who was standing by, looked at the arm on the ground with its fingers still moving. He stood there with empty eyes. A warm current oozed out between his legs, and he peed his pants. Chapter 38, The Su family is officially expelled. Lin Chen looked at Su Jiming, who had been frightened silly, and he looked very pitiful. But there must be something hateful about this kind of person. If Su Jiming hadn't provoked Lin Chen first, how could it have ended up like this? Lin Chen walked towards Su Jiming with the Tsang Lei sword in his hand, the murderous intent in his eyes not diminished at all. Su Jiming watched Lin Chen approaching step by step, his body shaking uncontrollably. He supported himself on the ground with his hands and tried to stand up and run away. However, Lin Chen did not give him a chance. He rushed over and kicked Su Jiming's leg, which had not yet healed. Su Jiming fell to the ground, hugging his legs and crying loudly, with beads of sweat the size of beans streaming down from his head. Lin Chen didn't waste any more time. He raised the Tsang Lei sword in the air and stabbed it towards Su Jiming's heart. Su Jiming struggled on the ground for a few times and then died. Since then, the Su family has been officially removed from the Magic City. After ending Su Jiming's life, Lin Chen realized a problem. What to do with the two extra bodies? Lin Chen was troubled as he looked at the two bodies on the ground. When I walked over here just now, there must have been a lot of people who saw me. There is also a dash cam in Su Biao's car. The police will definitely be able to find me through it. Just when Lin Chen was thinking about how to transport and deal with the bodies of Su Biao and his son, the system came out and gave Lin Chen a suggestion. Host, don't you have a storage ring? Space rings cannot store living things, but dead people can. If you don't believe me, try to collect them in from their bodies and see if it works. This makes transportation easier. You can just find a deserted place to dispose of them later. Lin Chen immediately tried it on Su Biao's body. The next second, Su Biao's body disappeared. Can. Lin Chen then did the same thing to Su Jiming's body with the same effect. The system then instructed, I will help you delete all the remaining fingerprints and dashcam evidence. As for the rest of the time, you will have to rely on yourself. People like Su Biao have many innocent murders on their hands. We can solve the problem by creating a gang assassination. Lin Chen didn't expect that the system had the same idea as him. For the first time in his life, he praised the system. You are quite smart. The system was a little embarrassed. No, it's just that I've been following you for a long time, and I've evolved too. Lin Chen still looked at his storage space again with concern. Only after confirming that the bodies of Su Biao and his son were lying quietly inside did Lin Chen reveal a smile. Father and son fight together in battle, and the whole family buries the body. Lin Chen snorted coldly. I am showing mercy. I will let you and your son be buried together as companions. After closing the storage space, the hatred in Lin Chen's heart gradually dissipated. He looked up at the sky, and his eyes became clear again. Dad, my son has avenged you. Lin Shin now just wants to go back to the hospital as soon as possible and tell his father the good news. Lin Shin left. A police car slowly drove into the dock. A group of workers happened to see this scene, and one of the dock workers asked in surprise, "What are the police doing here?" Another worker said mysteriously, "Did you hear that someone just heard a gunshot?" It seemed like there was more than one sound, but several. There were people screaming. It was so scary. Another worker was shocked and said, "Shooting and killing people in broad daylight? Isn't this too arrogant?" "Who knows?" The first person smacked his lips. "This is a private dock. There are so many outrageous things happening. Those rich people are colluding with each other, making money by following the scent like dogs, and they're also using this dock for smuggling. These people are so powerful that they can do anything." The last worker quickly used his elbow to support him and whispered to him, "Keep your voice down. Don't let others hear you." At this moment, the police car happened to stop in front of them. A female police officer got out of the police car, muttering as she got out, "It's so unlucky. If my father hadn't asked me to come out to train my abilities, I wouldn't have come to this crappy place." The policewoman covered her mouth and nose with disgust in her eyes. "It's so dirty and broken." The policewoman was about to ask the workers questions, but they ran away for fear of getting into trouble. The policewoman frowned slightly and had to give up and go look for any suspicious scenes first. The policewoman searched an area and, with luck, quickly found the crime scene. A high-end SUV with its door open came into view, with a pool of half-coagulated blood next to the car. At the same time, the air was filled with a strong smell of blood. The policewoman immediately pulled out her pistol and pointed it forward in case the murderer suddenly appeared. She slowly walked to the car door with the gun in hand, then suddenly turned her head and looked inside the car. They found that the car was empty except for a suitcase full of valuables and cash and bank cards. The policewoman opened the suitcase and saw 2 passports. Su Biao? Boss Su, also known as Brother Biao? The policewoman frowned, realizing that the matter was not as simple as robbery and murder. If it was just a simple robbery, why didn't the murderer take the money? There was blood all over the ground and a huge amount of bleeding. The victim must have been seriously injured or even dead. So where did the body go? It's impossible that there's no trace of cleaning at all, right? The policewoman suddenly stepped on something small. She bent over and looked. It's a bullet casing. The policewoman picked up the bullet shell and noticed that this was no ordinary pistol. It seemed to be a special pistol customized by a black market gang and produced abroad. If this is the case, it is likely a vendetta between gangs. The policewoman noticed the dash cam nearby and immediately went over to play it back. But the contents of the recorder had already been cleared. Seeing that there was nothing to check in the car, the policewoman prepared to go to the nearby dock workers to ask if they had seen anyone suspicious. The policewoman had only taken a few steps when she spotted a worker at work. She walked up to him and took out her police ID. "Hello, I'm Zhang Nanxiao, a police officer from the Demon City Public Security Bureau branch. We just received a call saying there were gunshots here. Did you hear anything here or see any suspicious persons?" The worker looked at Zhang Nanxiao in front of him, graceful and well-proportioned. The worker's eyes suddenly became lustful. Zhang Nanxiao noticed the worker's gaze, frowned, and shouted, "Hello, I am Zhang Nanxiao, a police officer from the Demon City Public Security Bureau." "Police." Zhang Nanxiao deliberately emphasized his identity. The worker then retracted his obscene gaze and shook his head. "It's so noisy here. How can I hear anything? I didn't see anyone suspicious." Seeing that this man was so disgusting, Zhang Nanxiao didn't want to ask any more questions and prepared to go directly to the security guard to check the surveillance to see if he could find any clues. After finding the security guard, Zhang Nanxiao revealed his identity. The security guard quality was obviously much better than the worker just now, and he cooperated very well in retrieving the previous surveillance footage. Zhang Nanxiao sat in front of the computer screen and stared at the surveillance video carefully, afraid of missing any details. When Zhang Nanxiao saw Su Biao's car coming in, his eyes suddenly lit up, thinking that he would be able to see the murderer's face now and solve the case immediately. But just when Zhang Nanxiao was watching intently, the following scenes suddenly disappeared. Zhang Nanxiao was surprised. How could this criminal erase the surveillance in such a short time? Or is it that the security guard is in cahoots with the murderer? Zhang Nanxiao looked at the security guard warily. Is this all the surveillance footage? The security guard nodded naturally. Yes. Zhang Nanxiao said sternly. Sheltering a criminal is considered as an equal crime. Do you know this? Chapter 39. Your dad is gone. The honest old security guard had never seen such a scene before. He was frightened by Zhang Nanxiao's actions. His facial features were twisted together, the corners of his mouth turned down, and he looked like he was about to cry. He spoke to Zhang Nanxiao in a wrong tone. Officer, I am really innocent. I came here today and sat in this monitoring room. I went to the toilet once. I didn't do anything during that time. The old security guard slumped in his chair. God knows. I'm just a small cargo security guard at the dock. I check all day to see if the cargo boxes are damaged, if there's any garbage around, and if stray dogs have made their homes here. I really don't know anything else. The old security guard's eyes were filled with fear, and his tone was pleading. Officer, I'm just an ordinary worker. I don't have many friends, and I don't know any dangerous people. How can I be so bold as to protect a criminal? After the old security guard finished speaking, he pointed to the computer where the surveillance video was stored and said, "And this surveillance. Look at my age. I'm half buried in the ground." The old security guard said as he took off his security hat, revealing his gray hair. "Look, officer, my hair is all white. Even if you give me 10 brains and turn my hair completely white, I still can't do these high-tech things. Officer, believe me, he really didn't touch anything. The surveillance video is like this. He is what you see." As the old security guard was talking, he actually started to cry, with tears and snot streaming down his face. The more he cried, the sadder he became. Maybe they cried because they were sad about their lives, or maybe they cried because they were afraid of being taken away by the police and losing their jobs. People like them who are at the bottom of society have always lived in fear every day. Zhang Nanxiao looked at the old security guard who was crying bitterly. In addition, the old security guard did look a little older, so her heart was filled with pity for him, and he cried like that. Zhang Nanxiao once again looked at the things on the old security guard. There was a keychain hanging around his waist, the most old-fashioned cloth shoes, and a cell phone. Zhang Nanxiao looked around and saw the old security guard's cell phone on a bench. It is actually the most outdated phone for the elderly. It seems that the old security guard in front of him really knows nothing about these high-tech things, as he said. Immediately, Zhang Nanxiao dispelled his doubts. But she still wanted to take the old security guard back to the police station to record a statement and go through the formalities, so she said to the old security guard, "Come with me." When the old security guard heard this, he immediately thought that the person in front of him was going to arrest him and put him in jail. He became anxious and stamped his feet in confusion. Officer, E. Seeing the old security guard suddenly anxious, Zhang Nanxiao quickly explained, "I just want you to come back to the police station with me to record a statement and go through the process. There is nothing else. Don't worry. At her age, if anything bad happens, it will be her responsibility." After saying this, Zhang Nanxiao walked out of the monitoring room. The old security guard finally breathed a sigh of relief. After standing outside the door for 2 minutes, Zhang Nanxiao still didn't see the old security guard come out, so he looked into the room impatiently. "What are you waiting for? Let's go. You'll only leave if I put cuffs on you?" The old security guard only reacted after hearing the last sentence Zhang Nanxiao shouted. He quickly locked the door and walked towards Zhang Nanxiao. "Officer, I'm sorry. I'm old and my ears are not very sharp. My hands and feet are also clumsy. I just packed some things." Looking at the honest and simple appearance of the old security guard, Zhang Nanxiao's anger instantly disappeared. He stopped being aggressive towards him and walked towards a police car. The old security guard hurried to catch up. "Sit in the back." Zhang Nanxiao opened the driver's seat and sat in with a cold expression. The old security guard looked at the police car in front of him, not knowing how to open the door for a moment, and hesitated. Zhang Nanxiao noticed the old security guard's look from the corner of his eye, shook his head, got out of the car, and opened the door for him. "You can't even open the door?" The old security guard was about to answer when Zhang Nanxiao sat back in the driver's seat. She just said it casually and was not asking the old security guard. As soon as the old security guard sat down, Zhang Nanxiao stepped on the accelerator and drove out of the dock at an extremely fast speed. The old security guards who were hiding behind the cargo boxes and peeking saw the old security guard being taken away, and they began to discuss with each other. "This Mr. Lee usually looks quite honest. Why was he taken away by the police? Could it be that?" Another person took over the conversation, looking as if he had seen through the truth. Who knows? Maybe he is hiding it very deeply. After all, in today's society, you can only know a person's face, but not his heart. Another worker immediately agreed. Right. I think he looks honest at first glance, but if you look at him more carefully, he's quite fierce. Maybe he was the one who fired the gunshot just now. Otherwise, why would he be taken away by the police? Several people gathered together and discussed for a long time. If it weren't for the arrival of the contractor, they would have talked for a whole day and night. After Zhang Nanxiao drove back to the police station, he took Laoli directly to the interrogation room and said, "Wait here. Someone will come back to record your statement." Huh? The old security guard thought it was Zhang Nanxiao who wanted to record his statement, but it turned out to be someone else. He doesn't know anyone in this police station. No one should set any trap for him anymore. Zhang Nanxiao ignored the old security guard and said a few words to the people outside. Then she took the storage bag containing the bullet shells and went to the evidence storage room. After doing all this, Zhang Nanxiao returned to his office, took out his mobile phone, opened the chat box with his father, and prepared to take credit. Her face showed the innocent joy of a young girl, which was completely different from the cold and mature temperament just now. "Dad, I'm going on a mission alone today, proud JPG. Tell me, how are you going to reward your super smart daughter?" Zhang Nanxiao stared at the screen of her mobile phone for a long time, but there was still no news from her father on the screen. She pouted, put the phone on the table, turned on the computer, and started to do other things. After leaving the dock, Lin Chun rushed back to the hospital without stopping. He was eager to tell his father the good news that his revenge was accomplished. Although his father could not wake up for the time being, he believed that his father could hear the good news. After all, a person's hearing will still exist at the last moment of death. Lin Chun had just gotten off the elevator and was heading towards the intensive care unit. As he was walking through the corridor, he happened to pass by the office of the previous head nurse, Li Hong. Li Hong packed up all her personal belongings in the hospital, walked out with her head down, as if she was afraid that someone would recognize her. Lin Chun knew that Li Hong was fired because of his report. How could he let go of this opportunity to make a few sarcastic remarks? Lin Chun turned around and immediately stopped in front of Li Hong with a sarcastic tone. "Head nurse, thank you for taking care of my dad. Thanks to you, otherwise I wouldn't be able to go in and see my dad." Lin Chun fiercely, "It's you?" Lin Chun had a calm expression and continued to ask knowingly, "Head nurse, where are you packing your things?" Oh, Lin Chun pretended to be enlightened and crossed his arms over his chest. The head nurse was fired? Li Hong's face turned red with anger because of Lin Chun. She clenched her teeth and glared at Lin Chun. "It's none of your business where I go. Your dad is gone. You're on your own." After saying this, Li Hong left straight away, looking particularly embarrassed from behind. "Your dad is gone?" Lin Chun's heart suddenly trembled. What does that mean? What do you mean by gone? Chapter 40 Blood Stains on the Collar. Lin Chun heard Li Hong say, "Your father is gone." He thought his father was really gone. He immediately went crazy and ran toward the ICU like crazy. Li Hong was hiding in the corner and saw Lin Chun like this. A smile of success instantly appeared on her face. The dissatisfaction in her heart was also balanced. She left the hospital with her things in her arms in satisfaction. Little did she know that her bad mouth this time would harm her husband and daughter. Lin Chun rushed to the door of the ICU and looked inside, only to find that his father's bed was really empty. Lin Chun suddenly felt something was wrong. At this time, a nurse happened to pass by. Lin Chun grabbed the nurse's shoulder without thinking and stopped her. He pointed at his father's bed like crazy and asked the nurse loudly, "Where's the patient in that bed? Where did he go? Wasn't my dad fine this morning? How come he suddenly disappeared? Where did you take him?" The young nurse had never seen such a scene before. She thought Lin Chun was a mental patient. She was so scared that she dared not move or cry out for shoulder pain. I don't know." Lin Chun's emotions were on the verge of losing control at the moment. He squeezed the nurse's hand even harder. "You don't know? That bed. His name is Lin Chuanyi." The nurse's eyes suddenly turned red, and she trembled. Oh, I remember. Lin Chuanyi was taken away." Lin Chun continued to ask loudly, "Who took him away?" The young nurse couldn't help but burst into tears. "She was picked up by a girl. I don't know her. You can ask?" Asked the doctor at the front desk who was handling the transfer procedures. Lin Chun heard this. He walked to the front desk without saying a word. The young nurse felt like she was reborn and squatted on the ground exhausted. She thought that the rest of her life would be in Lin Chun's hands. Lin Chun hurried to the front desk and slapped the table, unconsciously leaving a palm print on the table. The nurse on duty looked at the palm print on the table and swallowed nervously. "What's wrong with you?" Lin Chun said fiercely. Lin Xuanyi is in the intensive care unit, who handled the transfer procedures for him. The young nurse raised her eyes and met Lin Chun's angry eyes. Wait a moment. I'll check for you. No need to check, it's me. A male doctor walked out from the inner room. Lin Chun looked directly at the male doctor. Who told you to transfer my father to another hospital? Did you get my consent? Although the male doctor was intimidated by Lin Chun's aura, he couldn't show it in front of the young nurse. So he pretended to be calm and said, she said her name is Zhao Sini, and she is your fiancée. She didn't go through us, but directly found the dean to arrange for your father to be transferred to another hospital. As for where he was transferred to, I don't know. Zhao Sini? Fiancé. Lin Chun immediately took out his cell phone and called Zhao Sini. The phone only rang once, and Zhao Sini's voice came from the other end of the phone. Brother Chun, you finally called me back. Where have you been? Lin Chun was a little angry about Zhao Sini's private transfer of his father, and asked coldly, where did you take my dad? Do you know that this is called kidnapping? Did you get my consent? What fiancé? You and I are just ordinary friends. Zhao Sini was a young lady, and no one had ever spoken to her like that. But the person in front of her was Lin Chun, so she was not angry, but a little sad. Brother Chun, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Don't be angry first. I just feel that the hospital where my uncle is staying is not very good, and you can't enter the intensive care unit, so I arranged for him to be in the special care ward of a key hospital. You don't have to worry about the medical expenses, and you can visit my uncle anytime. I know you're busy too, so I thought of arranging it here so that I can take care of your uncle for you. Don't be angry, it's my inconsiderateness. In order to make arrangements for Lin's father, Zhao Sini went back and forth looking for people to make arrangements. She became busy from the moment Lin Chen left the hospital. She was so busy that she was dizzy. When Lin Shan called, Zhao Sini had just sat down to rest. Lin Chen calmed down a little, but he was still a little angry and did not respond. Seeing that Lin Chen didn't say anything, Zhao Sini continued to report to Lin Chen, Brother Chun, the brain department of this hospital is top-notch. It's very difficult to get an appointment with an expert. Even if you have money, you can't get one. I had to ask my grandfather's friend for help to get one. The specialist has already seen your father and has developed a rehabilitation plan. Otherwise, Zhao Sini said in a flattering tone, I'll send you the address. Come and take a look? Or, give me the address and I'll pick you up. Lin Chen didn't know what to say. He took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Give me the address and I'll go there myself. Zhao Sini felt relieved when she heard Lin Chun's tone improve. Brother Chun, I've sent it to you. I'll go downstairs and wait for you. Lin Chun said casually and hung up the phone. Zhao Sini didn't care that Lin Chun hadn't left yet. She went downstairs directly and waited for him at the hospital entrance, afraid that Lin Chun couldn't find the place. About 15 minutes later, Lin Chun arrived at the hospital entrance and saw a familiar figure. Before Lin Chun walked over, Zhao Sini strode towards Lin Chun with a smile on her face. Brother Chun, you're here. Lin Chun smiled and nodded as a response to Zhao Sini. Zhao Sini has been dealing with antiques since she was a child. She has been involved in identifying antiques and is very good at investigating details. She only took one look at Lin Chun and noticed that there was something wrong with Lin Chun's mood. Zhao Sini glanced casually at Lin Chun and found a mark that shocked her greatly. There is a small blood stain on the inner collar of Lin Chun's clothes. It looks like blood that has just been stuck. When Zhao Sini transferred Lin's father to another hospital, she asked someone to investigate what happened to Lin's father. Lin Chun's father into this state in order to avenge his son, Su Jiming. The Su family villa is now empty. News from the police station is that Su Biao and his son's car was left at the dock, and their whereabouts are unknown. Lin Chen's body. Zhao Sini's heart paused, and her face darkened. A horrible idea slowly formed in her mind. Brother Chun did something irreparable to Su Biao and his son. Chapter 41, Zhao Sini's True Words. Zhao Sini didn't dare to think any further and suppressed her worry and fear, and said, let's go upstairs. I'll take you to your uncle's ward. Lin Chen also noticed Zhao Sini's emotions, but he did not ask Zhao Sini, because he didn't want Zhao Sini to be involved in that matter. Zhao Sini pretended to know nothing and took her father to the intensive care unit. As soon as Lin Chun pushed open the door of the ward, he was shocked. The ward in front of me is a separate private room, which is decorated like a single apartment. There is a sofa and a coffee table in the middle, which serves as a living room. The bathroom is separated into dry and wet areas, and you can take a shower. There's also a room at the innermost part of the room, which is the inner room for patients to rest. Zhao Sini really put a lot of effort into getting such a VIP ward in a key hospital in Shanghai. But what Lin Shan was most concerned about at this time was his father, so he walked straight towards the inner room. After opening the door, Lin Shan saw his father lying on a bed, with tubes of all sizes inserted all over his body, and his heartbeat was normal. Lin Shan felt both distressed and happy. I felt sad because my father was suffering, and I was happy because nothing happened to him. Lin Shan turned his head and said to Zhao Sini, Sini, can you let me and my dad be alone for a while? Zhao Sini nodded immediately. Yes, of course, I'm outside. The soundproofing here is very good. If you need anything, just press that button. After saying that, Zhao Sini walked out. Lin Shan sat down beside the bed, holding his father's hand, with a moving expression. Dad, your son has avenged you. Don't worry, I will definitely break through to the heaven level as soon as possible, so that you can wake up and live a healthy life like before. The house we bought is almost ready for renovation. When you get better, my father and I can move in. Later, there's still plenty of good days waiting for you to enjoy. Dad, you have to hold on. Lin Shan finished talking to his father. He came to the living room and saw Zhao Sini sitting on the sofa, feeling grateful. Sini, thank you for troubling you today and transferring my dad to such a good ward by yourself. Thank you. Why are you being polite, Brother Chun? Zhao Sini became visibly flustered when she heard Lin Chen's words. There's no need to thank me between you and me. Your business is my business. Your difficulties are my difficulties. Zhao Sini became more and more excited as she spoke. Your dad is my dad. Oh, no. Zhao Sini immediately realized that she had said the wrong thing and quickly avoided his sight, blushing. Your father is my uncle. Although it was said carelessly, it was her true feelings. It was her true love for Lin Chun. Lin Chun was amused by Zhao Sini's expression and raised one corner of his mouth. In order to ease Zhao Sini's embarrassment, he took the initiative to change the subject. Isn't it your grandma's birthday today? Did you come to help transfer my dad to another hospital and get delayed? Zhao Sini scratched her cheek. It's okay. I asked someone to deliver the gift I prepared for Grandma. Lin Chun heard a hint of disappointment in Zhao Sini's tone. Thinking of Zhao's grandmother's attitude toward Zhao Sini, he asked softly, Is it too late to attend your grandmother's birthday party now? A hint of surprise flashed across Zhao Sini's eyes. Really? Are you still willing to accompany me to Grandma's birthday party? Lin Chun smiled and nodded. Why would you not want to? Come on, I'll drive you there. That's great. Zhao Sini happily rushed to Lin Chun and hugged him. Brother Chun, thank you. Lin Chun was shocked by Zhao Sini's sudden hug and then patted Zhao Sini on the head. What's there to thank me for? It's just attending a party. Zhao Sini let go of Lin Chun. Her eyes slightly reddened. You don't know. If you go, it will really mean a lot to me. Then my grandmother won't say that I'm incompetent and can't even bring a decent man back home. Lin Chun looked at Zhao Sini with some distress. Let's go. Zhao Sini took advantage of the good atmosphere and glanced at Lin Chun's collar. Brother Chun, your collar is a little blood. Lin Chun frowned and looked down, only to find a small blood stain on his collar. No wonder Zhao Sini looked at me with a strange look just now. Zhao Sini said calmly, I have spare clothes in my car, specially prepared for you to attend the birthday party. You can change into them later. As for the clothes you are wearing. Zhao Sini gave a meaningful look and said, Let's burn it. Lin Chun understood that Zhao Sini must have guessed it. But the two of them tacitly understood each other and did not specifically mention this matter. Zhao Sini changed the subject. I've also found a caregiver for my uncle. You can see if you're satisfied with her. If not, we can change her. Lin Chun suddenly said directly, Sini, I don't want you to get involved in the matter between me and the Su family father and son. Chapter 42. So cute. After hearing Lin Chun's words, Zhao Sini was certain that Su Jiming and his father were dead. But what Zhao Sini cares about now is not the life and death of Su Jiming and the others. What she cares about is that Lin Chun will be charged with murder from now on. She was afraid that Lin Chun would go to jail if he was caught. When Zhao Sini thought about this, her head exploded as if it had happened to her. Fortunately, I got the news that the police have not found anything so far. Even if the investigation leads to Lin Chun, the worst that can happen is that I can let my grandfather take action. The way the two father and son of the Su family did things had long caused dissatisfaction in the industry. There are many big guys who want to deal with them, so it is their bad luck to meet Lin Chun. Sini, seeing that Zhao Sini didn't speak, Lin Chun called her again. Zhao Sini came back to her senses. Brother Chun, I understand. I won't get involved in your affairs, but can you promise me one thing? Lin Shin glanced at Zhao Sini, and after a moment of silence, he replied, tell me about it first. Zhao Sini looked worried. Don't be so impulsive in the future. In fact, if you tell me, there are many ways to deal with it. But if you do it yourself, it's a bit. Lin Shan interrupted Zhao Sini and pursed his lips. I have to do it myself. Otherwise, it will be hard to resolve the hatred in my heart. Seeing Lin Chen's gloomy expression, Zhao Sini immediately understood that the Su family father and son had an irreconcilable hatred for him. Come to think of it, Uncle Lin was beaten like that. Any man with blood in his veins would not be able to bear such hatred. Zhao Sini smiled slightly. Let's not talk about this for now. I'll take you to change your clothes, and then we'll go directly to my grandma's place. After saying that, Zhao Sini took Lin Chun's hand and walked toward the parking lot. Lin Chen lowered his eyes. His gaze fell on Zhao Sini's hand holding his arm. This little girl really likes to move around. Zhao Sini held Lin Chen's arm all the way to the parking lot. Brother Chun, just change in the car. Zhao Sini deliberately put on a security guard's posture and said, I'll help you keep an eye on it, in case someone peeks. Don't worry, Brother Chun. I won't let them get close to you. Lin Chen was also amused by Zhao Sini's funny expression. He smiled and shook his head, then got into the car and started changing his clothes. Zhao Sini kept her hands outside and glanced into the car from time to time. I accidentally saw Lin Chun taking off his shirt, and I couldn't take my eyes off him instantly. Although she had seen Lin Chun wearing a suit last time, this was the first time she saw Lin Chun without clothes. Zhao Sini, like a little nympho, turned her peripheral vision into direct gaze and suddenly opened the car door and exclaimed, Wow, Brother Chun, I didn't expect you to have such a great figure. These abdominal muscles, these chest muscles, these lines, they are simply perfect. Zhao Sini said as she poked Lin Chen's abdominal muscles with her fingers a few times. Wow, so elastic. Lin Chen's eyes, and his face looked a little embarrassed. Apart from his first girlfriend, he has never had any intimate contact with other women. Moreover, he didn't expect Zhao Sini to be so bold and take action directly. Lin Chen was in a playful mood and teased Zhao Sini. How is it? Does it feel good? Do you want to touch in the car? Zhao Sini didn't realize that Lin Chen was joking, so she just nodded and said, Okay. After saying that, he really prepared to get into the car. Lin Chen immediately panicked and blocked Zhao Sini. Hey, Sini, I was just kidding. Stop making trouble. It will be bad if someone sees us later. You are the eldest daughter of the Zhao family. If you were photographed and posted online, it would immediately become a hot topic. Zhao Sini finally reacted and realized how bold she was just now. She even wanted to go into the car and touch it. Her face turned red again instantly. Brother Chun, the me just now was not the real me. It must be possessed by something. Change quickly. I'll close the door for you. After saying that, Zhao Sini immediately closed the door and ran to the side. Lin Chen suddenly found Zhao Sini cute. He glanced at her back through the window and thought that she was a very nice girl, very suitable for... Lin Chen immediately denied his idea. What on earth am I thinking? I should focus on my career and put my relationship aside for now. Lin Chen changed his clothes. He got into the driver's seat and said, Sini, I'm done. Let's go quickly, or we'll be too late. Zhao Sini sat in the passenger seat with a shy look on her face and whispered, Brother Chun, don't think of me as that kind of girl. I might have been controlled by something just now. Yes. Zhao Sini clapped her hands and affirmed herself seriously. It must be like this, otherwise why would I do such a thing? Zhao Sini didn't give Lin Chen a chance to speak and urged, All right, let's go quickly, otherwise we will miss it. Lin Chen had a smile on his face the whole time and remained silent, letting Zhao Sini chirp like a little bird beside him. Not long after, the two drove to Tan Palace, where Zhao Sini's grandmother was holding her birthday party. While in the car, Lin Chen was shocked when he heard Zhao Sini say that her grandmother lived in Tan Palace. Tan Palace is one of the most expensive villas in Shanghai. There are only 18 villas in total. Any one of them is worth several small goals. Ordinary people cannot afford a toilet here, even if they don't eat or drink for their entire life. When the car stopped outside of Zhao Sini's grandmother's villa, Lin Chen realized once again that rich people were also divided into different classes. I saw all kinds of luxury cars parked outside of Zhao Sini's grandmother's villa, such as Bugatti, Rolls-Royce, and Lamborghini. Just like the taxis on the street, there are so many that it's hard to keep track. Gift boxes of all sizes were carried by special waiters. He even used his X-ray vision to see a golden sculpture half the height of a board. So many powerful tycoons came to an old lady's birthday party and gave her such expensive gifts. It could be seen that the old lady of the Zhao family. Oh no, the status of the Zhao family in the financial circle of Shanghai. Zhao Sini, a female voice, came into the ears of the two. Chapter 43. You are the dog beside me. Zhao Sini heard someone calling her name and looked in the direction of the voice. Lin Chen also looked over with Zhao Sini. I saw a gorgeously dressed woman standing not far behind the two of them. Her neck, wrists, and ears were all adorned with American square diamond jewelry, and she looked quite high profile. The woman's appearance was somewhat similar to Zhao Sini, but she was skinny, her makeup was too promiscuous, and her eyebrows gave people a harsh feeling. In terms of age, she was obviously much older than Zhao Sini. Lin Chen deduced that this should be one of Zhao Sini's many sisters. When Zhao Sini saw the woman, her brows slightly furrowed, with a look of disgust in her eyes. She introduced her to Lin Chen in a low voice. This is my second sister, Zhao Wei, from my second uncle's family. The one next to him is his fiancée, Wu Yong. He's a postdoctoral fellow who studied abroad at a famous foreign university. He's also the grandson of a famous scientific research expert. His family business is overseas, and his net worth is not low. He is a professional researcher of antiques, ancient texts, and the like. Oh yeah, he seems to be good at jade carving as well. Lin Chen frowned when he heard this. How come even your woman is looking for a son-in-law who studies antiques? Zhao Sini raised one of her eyebrows. The antique business is where our family got rich. Of course, we can't forget our roots. In the future, our ancestors must maintain the Zhao family's position in the antique industry. You know, the antique industry is an industry that will never collapse. Chinese culture has a history of 5,000 years. No matter how you divide this cake, it will never be completely divided. Even in times of war, the status of cultural heritage will only rise, not fall. As long as we keep grasping the essence of this industry and firmly hold the leading position, our Zhao family will always have food to eat. Lin Chen chuckled. Your Zhao family has more than just food to eat. It's simply the delicacies of mountains and seas. At this moment, Lin Chen noticed a detail. The buckle of Zhao Rui's high-heeled shoes broke somehow. Zhao Rui glanced at her boyfriend impatiently and stretched her foot forward. The boyfriend blinked several times in fear, as if he had seen a ghost. He quickly squatted down to button Zhao Rui's clothes. After Wu Yong fastened his shoe buckles, Zhao Rui actually kicked Wu Yong's feet away without even saying thank you. The two of them look not like a loving fiancé and fiancée at all, but more like a master and servant. As the grandson of a scientific research family, he is from a scholarly family, and he should have the pride of a scholar. But Lin Chen thought again and seemed to understand. The son-in-law of the Zhao family is extremely rich. So what if they were from a family of researchers? How could they make money as quickly as businessmen? In this day and age, even a family of scholars could not escape the temptation of money. Moreover, the famous scientific researcher was Wu Yong's grandfather. It had been 3 generations, and it was estimated that his character was long gone. After Zhao Rui fastened her shoes, she walked straight towards Zhao Sini, smiling with a fake smile and a tone full of sarcasm. Why are you here, you jinx? Didn't you say you couldn't come because you had something to do? It's Grandma's birthday party. If you were so unlucky, don't go in. Just kowtow to Grandma from a distance. Lin Chen was surprised at Zhao Rui's blunt and rude remarks. We are sisters after all. Is it appropriate to say such things in this situation? Lin Chen glanced at Zhao Sini and saw that she looked calm. Obviously, she was used to this kind of thing. Lin Chen remembered what Zhao Sini said. Not long after she was born, her parents died. Everyone in the Zhao family, except Mr. Zhao, thought that it was Zhao Sini who killed her parents, so they always regarded Zhao Sini as a jinx. The entire Zhao family, especially the grandchildren, were almost ostracizing Zhao Sini, and some even wanted to join forces to drive Zhao Sini out of the Zhao family so that they could get more property in the future. Zhao Sini usually looks sunny and cheerful, like a happy person, but she doesn't know that she has been experiencing hurt from her family members. This made Lin Chen feel a little distressed. Before Zhao Sini responded, Zhao Rui spoke again. But we are so busy today, you can come and help the servants. It's not bad. It's a bit useful. How about this? You move in the birthday present I prepared for Grandma. And I'll give you a tip. How about that? Zhao Sini suppressed her anger and sneered. Zhao Rui, Grandpa is here today. I guess you don't want Grandpa to know about your loan today, right? After hearing this, Zhao Rui's face immediately fell. and she gritted her teeth and said, "You stupid girl, if you dare to tell Grandpa a word, I will tear your face apart." Lin Shin couldn't help it, staring at Zhao Ruwei with cold eyes. "Miss Zhao, don't speak too much. With your high heels, if you tear Cindy's face, you will probably have to stand on tiptoe, right? It's so troublesome, so don't be so stubborn." Lin Shin gratefully. This was the first time that someone other than Grandpa defended her in front of the Zhao family, and she was really touched. Zhao Ruwei opened her eyes and said, "Who the hell are you? Did I talk to you?" Zhao Cindy raised her head and chest and said loudly, "He is my boyfriend Lin Shun." "Hey." Zhao Wei looked Lin Shun up and down. "Boyfriend? You are the only one who can find a decent boyfriend?" Lin Shin's mouth curled with disdain. "If you can find it, why can't Cindy find it?" "You." Zhao Ruwei had never been humiliated like this in front of Zhao Cindy. She instantly became angry and didn't know how to respond to Lin Shun for a moment. Seeing this, Zhao Cindy took Lin Shin's arm and left. "Let's go, Brother Chun, don't waste time with her." Zhao Ruwei's face turned red and white when Lin Shun mocked her like this. Her hands were clenched tightly, trembling slightly, and her chest heaving violently. Seeing this, Wu Yong put his arm around Zhao Ruwei's shoulders and said, "Wei, don't be angry." Zhao Ruwei glared at Wu Yong and cursed. "Get lost. You useless man, that dead girl's boyfriend humiliated me so much, and as my fiancé, are you just going to watch? You're just a dog beside me. If you don't protect your master, what use is there for me to have you?" After saying that, Zhao Rui left Wu Yong and walked towards a villa. Wu Yong stood where he was, staring at Zhao Rui's back, his nails digging into his palms, his ears ringing with the words Zhao Rui had just said. "You are a dog beside me. A dog." The masseter muscles on the corners of Wu Yong's jaw moved slightly, and his back molars had already clenched tightly. Although there was no ripple on the surface, he was furious in his heart. Shame and anger were mixed together, and an evil desire that had been buried deep in his heart for a long time was slowly breaking out. "Zhao Rui, if you don't treat me as a human being, don't blame me for being cruel." Chapter 44, I told you, he is my boyfriend. Zhao Cindy led Lin Shun to the villa and did not forget to thank Lin Shun. "Thank you, Brother Chun, for speaking for me just now." Lin Shun shook his head and replied with a smile. "What's there to thank me for? As your boyfriend, isn't this what I should do?" Lin Shun blankly, thinking that he agreed to be her boyfriend. Lin Shun then said, "Am I not acting as your boyfriend today? Even if it's just for one day, I still have to fulfill my boyfriend's duties. Which man wants his woman to be bullied by others outside? Your own woman?" When Zhao Cindy heard Lin Shun's words, she lowered her head in shame, but was happy in her heart. She really wanted to be Lin Shun's woman in the future instead of having Lin Shun be just a one-day boyfriend. Just as Zhao Cindy was thinking about how to proactively mention this matter to Lin Shun, an old man ran towards them. "Miss!" The old man panted and stopped in front of Zhao Cindy. "I'm so tired." Zhao Cindy looked carefully and saw that it was their old housekeeper. "Old Wang, why are you running here? Where's your scooter?" Lao Wang said angrily. "The newcomer Xiao Li lost his mobility scooter today, and the new one hasn't been delivered yet, so I have to run back and forth with my old legs and arms." As Lao Wang spoke, he took out a jewelry box from his arms and handed it to Zhao Cindy. "Miss, it's a good thing you came, otherwise I would be worried. I almost couldn't bring this gift in." Zhao Cindy took a look and realized that this was the gift she gave to her grandma. "Didn't you give your present to Grandma? Where's my gift bag outside?" Lao Wang had a worried look on his face. "Miss, you don't know. I originally sent your gift over and put it in the old lady's gift room. Later, I was worried and went to check whether the gift was well preserved. As a result, the gift disappeared. I asked around and heard from the security guard that a maid threw your gift away. I searched for it for a long time and finally found it in the garbage dump. The bag was already dirty, so I took this out for you. I'll send it to you right away. Do you want a gift bag?" Zhao Cindy took the jewelry box, quickly opened it and checked, and only breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that there was no problem with the bracelet inside. "No, it's too late now, so let's just leave it at that." "Thank you, Lao Wang. I'll give you a red envelope later. Remember to receive it." Lao Wang waved his hand. "No need, Mississippi. It's my duty to do things for you. I'll go and get busy now. Please go in quickly. Those people are all in there." After saying this, Lao Wang glanced at Lin Shun and left. "You say?" Zhao Cindy looked at Lin Shun and said worriedly, "Will Grandma like my gift?" Lin Shun nodded firmly, "Yes." "Zhao Cindy, really?" Lin Shun patted Zhao Cindy on the head to comfort her, Really? He had just used his X-ray vision to look at the gifts that other people had carried in. They were very valuable, but not special. One could buy identical ones on the market for a certain amount of money, but Zhao Sini's jade was a rare item, because you can never find two bracelets that are exactly the same. As the two were talking, they walked to the main hall of the villa and were about to go in. Two servants suddenly stepped forward to stop Zhao Sini. "Miss San, I'm sorry, you can't go in today." Zhao Sini opened her eyes wide and said in disbelief, "What are you talking about? It's my grandma's birthday, why can't I go in?" The servant continued, "I'm sorry, third miss, the old lady has ordered that you are not allowed to attend her birthday party today." Zhao Sini snorted coldly. Did grandma give the order? Or did Zhao Rui give the order? The servant's eyes were obviously evasive. Zhao Sini was even more certain that it was Zhao Rui who had caused all this trouble, and she angrily shouted at the servant, "Get lost." As soon as she finished speaking, Zhao Sini walked inside. The servant reached out again to stop her. "Miss San, you can't go in. You." The next second, a big hand suddenly pushed the two servants away, and the two servants flew away like pieces of paper. It scared the other guests who were entering the venue. Lin Chun withdrew his hand, lowered his eyes, and said coldly, "Don't force me to teach you a lesson in an important occasion. Old Zhao is here today, too. You all know clearly whether it is old lady Zhao or old Zhao who is in charge of the Zhao family. It won't do you any good to make a scene." Lin Chen knew without thinking that these two servants were nothing but lackeys. They accepted favors from Zhao Rui and were using chicken feathers as a token of authority to make things difficult for Zhao Sini. Ouch! Suddenly a body bumped into Lin Chun from behind. Lin Chun instinctively turned around to support her, but when he looked, it turned out to be Zhao Rui. Lin Chun quickly let her go. Zhao Rui changed her previous harsh expression and thanked Lin Chun with a smile. This left Lin Chun a little confused. Zhao Rui looked at the two servants. "What are you doing?" "Miss Third is just here to attend the banquet, and you two dare to stop her? Let Miss Third go in. Aren't you ashamed to make a scene here with so many people?" Zhao Rui said this and hooked her hair with her hand. Lin Chun suddenly noticed that the ring on Zhao Rui's hand was missing. He suddenly felt something was wrong and touched his outer pocket, where he found a bulge. At this moment, Zhao Rui screamed, "Hey, where's my ring? Where's my ring missing?" "It's you." Zhao Rui turned around and pointed at Lin Chun. "You stole my ring. Security? Where's the security? Come and catch the thief." Zhao Sini stood in front of Lin Chun. "What are you talking about? Who is the thief? I told you he is my boyfriend. If you have anything to say, come to me. Who will want to steal your broken ring? You might have dropped it yourself, and you are accusing someone of that." The two women's quarrel soon attracted many guests, who stopped to watch the fun. The old lady of the Zhao family had a birthday party, and the two young ladies of the Zhao family quarreled. What a great and lively scene. Lin Chun confidently reached into Lin Chun's suit pocket and pulled out something. "Isn't this my ring? My name is engraved on it." Lin Chun frowned. He knew that the collision with Zhao Rui just now was definitely not simple. This woman must have taken advantage of the time when he was supporting her to slip the ring into her coat pocket. Zhao Rui held the ring and deliberately said loudly, "What? How could I accidentally drop the ring into your boyfriend's pocket?" "Boyfriend, Sini, why are you so useless? You actually found a thief as your boyfriend? You don't feel ashamed, but our Zhao family does." Chapter 45. I will not marry anyone but Lin Chun. The guests who were watching the fun did not see the scene where Zhao Rui bumped into Lin Chun just now, so they thought that the ring was really stolen by Lin Chun and started pointing and talking. Seeing that her evil plan had succeeded, Zhao Rui became even more arrogant and continued to mock Lin Chun. "Looking at your poor appearance, I guess you stole the clothes you were wearing, right? How can a grown man with hands and feet steal things? Isn't it shameful? Just live off Sini and let her support you. There's no need to steal." Zhao Sini couldn't bear it any longer and pushed Zhao Rui away. "Zhao Rui, what on earth do you want to do?" Zhao Rui was pushed by Zhao Sini and staggered several steps, almost spraining her ankle. Seeing that Zhao Sini dared to attack her, Zhao Rui immediately raised her hand and prepared to slap Zhao Sini. Lin Chen grabbed Zhao Rui's wrist and threw her to the ground. Zhao Rui fell down, looking very embarrassed. She looked at Lin Chun in disbelief. You dare to hit me? Wu Yong, are you blind? Can't you see how this little bitch's boyfriend beats me?" Zhao Ruirue saw Wu Yong watching her being bullied and remained indifferent, so she immediately threatened Wu Yong. Beat him, otherwise I'll kick you out. Wu Yong, who was standing nearby watching the fun, had a hint of impatience in his eyes. However, Wu Yong hid his emotions very well and did not let Zhao Ruirue see them. But he had to admit that when he saw Lin Shun pushing Zhao Ruirue away, he felt very happy. Seeing that Wu Yong still had no reaction, Zhao Ruirue became furious and stood up and slapped Wu Yong in the face. What are you still standing there for? You useless thing. I told you to beat him to death. Lin Shun saw this scene. There was a hint of shock in his eyes. Judging from Wu Yong's expression, he was obviously used to being beaten. This made Lin Shun even more suspicious of the true relationship between Zhao Ruirue and Wu Yong. Zhao Ruirue pointed at Zhao Sini again. And this little bitch, tear her mouth apart for me. As soon as Zhao Ruirue finished speaking, Wu Yong rushed toward Zhao Sini next to Lin Shun with his fists waving, as if he really wanted to tear Zhao Sini's mouth apart. Wu Yong knew that he would definitely not be able to beat Lin Shun, but Zhao Sini was a woman that he could not just rub against casually. But how could Lin Shun let Wu Yong get even a step closer to Zhao Sini? Just as Wu Yong raised his hand to slap Zhao Sini, Lin Shun grabbed Wu Yong's neck and lifted him into the air. Lin Shun, in horror, his 2 feet dangling in the air, swinging back and forth unconsciously. He held his breath and said intermittently, "Let me go. Let me go." Lin Shun looked at Wu Yong coldly. As long as Lin Shun wanted, he could take Wu Yong's life at any time. At this moment, Wu Yong, who was being held in the air by Lin Shun's neck, felt suffocated by lack of oxygen. His face immediately turned red and purple, veins on his head bulged, and his legs in the air began to straighten. Became anxious when she saw that Wu Yong was about to be strangled to death by Lin Shun. Brother Chun, let him go. Today is Grandma's birthday. It would be unlucky if someone died. Zhao Sini's eyes were full of worry. If Lin Shun killed someone in front of so many people, and they were all well-known figures in the Chable circle, even if he knew the prime minister, Lin Shun would not be able to wash himself clean. Lin Shun remained indifferent and tightened his grip around Wu Yong's neck. Perhaps because he had just started a killing spree, Lin Shun's hostility was obviously more intense than before, and at this moment he really wanted to strangle Wu Yong to death. Seeing that Lin Shun still didn't let go, Zhao Sini reached out and held Lin Shun's arm, saying softly, "Brother Chun, listen and let him go, okay? Don't do these things for me. It's not worth it. If anything happens to you, I will be even more miserable." Lin Shun frowned. Although the anger in his eyes had not disappeared, he still threw Wu Yong out like throwing away garbage. After throwing Wu Yong away, he casually said to Zhao Sini, "For you, it's worth it." After these words came out, Zhao Sini seemed to have made up her mind. In this life, she will not marry anyone but Lin Shun. No, even if Lin Shun didn't marry her, she would rather be a confidant of Lin Shun, accompany Lin Shun every day, and give birth to many children for Lin Shun. Wu Yong's legs went weak after being thrown to the ground, and he was gasping for breath. Zhao Ruirue saw that Wu Yong couldn't beat Lin Shun, and she felt disgusted. She looked at Wu Yong with disdain. "You are useless." Then he started shouting again. "Hurry up. Where's the security? This guy not only stole things, but also beat people up." Zhao Ruirue said as she walked to Wu Yong again, holding Wu Yong's arm in a hypocritical manner, crying, "Look how scared he is of my fiancé. Are thieves so rampant these days?" Zhao Sini felt extremely disgusted when she saw Zhao Rui's expression changing as quickly as she blinked. "Didn't you say my boyfriend stole your ring? Then there must be my boyfriend's fingerprints on the ring, right? Let's take the ring for inspection. If there's my boyfriend's fingerprint, you can do whatever you want. If not, then you're framing my boyfriend. You just go out on the street and hold up a sign saying you're a clown who lies everywhere and a bitch who wrongly accuses good people. How about that?" When Zhao Ruirue heard this, she suddenly lost her confidence. When Zhao Sini saw Zhao Ruirue's reaction, she became even more convinced that her guess was correct. It was Zhao Ruirue who stuffed the ring in when she fell on Lin Shun just now. Based on Zhao Sini's understanding of Zhao Ruirue did this just to prevent herself from attending her grandmother's birthday party. Although Zhao Ruirue looks fierce and violent, she is actually a weakling. So Zhao Sini took out a silk scarf, wrapped the ring on the ground, and held it in front of Zhao Ruirue. "I'll take it away now to check it. Let's see who is lying." After saying this, Zhao Sini turned around and was about to leave. When Zhao Ruirue saw Zhao Sini taking the ring away, she thought Zhao Sini was really going to check it and she panicked instantly. She knew that once the ring was tested, only her fingerprints would be found. Zhao Rurui immediately stepped forward, held Zhao Sini's hand, changed her expression, and smiled. Third sister, we are all family. What is there to test? Zhao Rurui put on a flattering smile. Sister, when your boyfriend was helping me just now, the ring on my hand must have slipped and fell in accidentally. Your boyfriend was kind-hearted. He didn't steal my ring. I just said the wrong thing in a hurry. Please don't mind it, sister. Zhao Rurui smiled stiffly. It's all a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Chapter 46. Don't. Disgusting. Zhao Sini felt disgusted when she saw Zhao Rurui's hypocritical face. But considering that it was her grandmother's birthday party, it was an embarrassing matter after all, so she naturally didn't want to make a big deal about it. Zhao Sini signaled to Zhao Rurui with her eyes, I will definitely not bother with you. But you are wronging Brother Chun. You should apologize to him. Don't think that you can get away with it by just saying a few words about the misunderstanding. Lin Shin reluctantly, Brother Chun, I am right. Who knew that before Zhao Rui could even utter the word? I'm sorry. Lin Shin raised his hand to stop her. Don't call me Brother Chun. It's disgusting. Lin Shin finished speaking. He took Zhao Sini's hand and walked into the main hall. Zhao Sini threw the ring on the ground and rolled her eyes at Zhao Rurui. The guests who were watching the fun thought it was some big event, but they didn't expect it was just a play directed and acted by Zhao Rurui herself. They felt it was boring and left. After everyone left, Zhao Rurui became angrier and angrier. She stared at the ring on the ground. She had no place to vent her anger at being slapped in the face, so her eyes fell on Wu Yong. She rushed to Wu Yong and slapped him hard again. Waste! What use do I have for you? Even a dog knows to protect its owner. You are really worse than a dog. After saying this, Zhao Rurui left without looking back, not caring at all whether Wu Yong was injured just now. Wu Yong leaned against the wall like a stray dog, enduring the pitiful looks of the guests passing by. Dog? Oh, he is indeed worse than a dog. He is a slave next to Zhao Rurui, a slave who has to endure Zhao Rurui's insults from heart to body. Wu Yong lowered his head, his hands tightly grasping the corner of his clothes, and his hair covered his face. Under the tangled hair, that face revealed an extremely sinister smile. Zhao Rurui, after tonight, I wonder if you still dare to be so arrogant. Lin Shun, who had already walked into the main hall, suddenly felt an evil spirit. Following the inexplicable evil spirit, Lin Shun looked towards the door where the farce had just happened. I happened to see Wu Yong, who had just stood up. This evil spirit actually emanates from Wu Yong? Lin Shun didn't expect that Wu Yong, who was just powerless in his hands, was actually a warrior. He is also a martial artist who practices evil skills. Lin Shun was puzzled. Then why didn't Wu Yong fight back when he attacked him just now? Or is he deliberately hiding his strength? Or has some other intention? Just when Lin Shun was in doubt, a middle-aged man who looked very similar to old Zhao walked up to the central platform with a smile on his face. Lin Shun withdrew his gaze. Zhao Sini pulled Lin Shun to find a seat and sat down, introducing him. This is my uncle. Lin Shun nodded and took note of it. The middle-aged man picked up the microphone and said, Welcome everyone to take time out of your busy schedule to attend my mother's 70th birthday. I hope you will forgive me for any inadequacies in my hospitality. After Uncle Zhao finished speaking, the audience applauded tacitly. Zhao Sini said excitedly, It started. Lin Shun wondered, what started? It's a gift. Zhao Sini's eyes lit up, and she explained to Lin Shun in a flash. After my uncle finished his opening speech, before the food was served, everyone started giving birthday gifts to my grandmother. And during this process, if any of the grandchildren behave well, Grandma will give the birthday gift to that grandchild on the spot. It can also be regarded as passing on the blessing of longevity and the merits of the family to the younger generations below. Lin Shun couldn't help but complain in his heart. Is this old lady still doing good deeds? The old lady is a bully and a coward. She is a snob. She doesn't treat Zhao Sini as a human being, even though she is her own granddaughter. A whole family bullied a little girl named Zhao Sini, and just now her second sister was out there looking for trouble. What kind of merit is this? What kind of blessing is this? Whoever wants this kind of blessing will be unlucky. Lin Shun thought so in his heart. He still had to give Zhao Sini some face. After all, Zhao Sini seemed to be really looking forward to this segment. So Lin Shun chuckled and said, Does your family have such a good thing? Of course not. Zhao Sini showed an innocent smile. as if she didn't mind the Zhao family treating her like that. She still wanted to get her grandmother's approval. Lin Chun then asked Zhao Sini, "Have you ever received a birthday gift?" Zhao Sini's face became visibly depressed, and she said in a lost tone, "I have never received a birthday gift from Grandma, but I have received gifts from my grandfather." Zhao Sini smiled again. "My grandfather has given them to me many times. I believe it. Even if I don't get Grandma's blessing this time, I will definitely get Grandma's blessing in the future." Lin Chun didn't understand why Mrs. Zhao's blessing was so important to Zhao Sini, and why she was so persistent in pursuing a birthday gift from an ignorant and selfish old lady. Just as Lin Chun was wondering, a guest had already stood up to give him a gift. "Mr. Zhao, it is our honor to be able to attend Mrs. Zhao's birthday party. We have prepared a small gift for her." The guest waved to the waiter, signaling him to bring the gift over. Then, an exquisite gift box was brought over by the waiter. The man took it and walked towards old lady Zhao, who was sitting at the main seat at the main table. "Madam Zhao, this is a gift I carefully selected for you, a 1,000-year-old wild ginseng." After that, the guest opened the gift box. As soon as the box was opened, a strong herbal aroma hit me. Inside the gift box was a ginseng about 160 centimeters long. The shape of the whole ginseng was like a person with outstretched limbs, and it was golden in color, which showed how precious and rare it was. The old lady of the Zhao family glanced at the ginseng in the box with a calm expression. Lin Chun couldn't help but sigh. As expected of an old lady who has seen the world, she showed no joy on her face when faced with such a ginseng. If this were an ordinary old lady, she would have been overjoyed. The guest saw that Mrs. Zhao was just smiling and thought she didn't like it, so he quickly explained. "This 1,000-year-old ginseng generally grows in deep mountains and old forests at an altitude of about 1,000 meters, and a 1,000-year-old ginseng is extremely rare. This one is a 1,000-year-old ginseng, and its medicinal value is very precious. The most important thing is that this kind of ginseng can really play a role in prolonging life. I wish the old lady a long life." Only then did Mrs. Zhao thank you. "Thank you." Lin Chun chuckled. Although Mrs. Zhao thanked him, she didn't even know the man's name, which showed that she was not really satisfied with the gift. After one guest gave a gift as a sample, the next gifts came one after another. Pure gold peaches, soup, Beihong's paintings, jewelry. There were too many gifts to choose from. Suddenly, Zhao Hui interrupted. "Grandma, I heard that third sister also prepared a gift. Why don't we take a look at third sisters first?" Chapter 47. You're not so shabby that you didn't even prepare a gift? Zhao Rui seemed to have guessed that Zhao Sini had not prepared any decent gift. No, she did not guess, but she concluded that Zhao Sini had no gift, because she had arranged for someone to throw away the broken thing that Zhao Sini had prepared. Zhao Rui continued to say to old lady Zhao, "Grandma, my third sister brought her boyfriend here today. This is the first time she has brought her boyfriend back in all these years, and she brought him to attend your party. He must be a good man, and he definitely wouldn't come empty-handed. How lucky Grandma is to receive an extra big gift this year." Zhao Rui's words may sound meaningless to outsiders, but those who know the inside story will know that she is deliberately humiliating Zhao Sini. Lin Chun felt a little regretful that he had just let it go. After hearing what Zhao Rui said, old Mrs. Zhao did not show any joy on her face. Instead, she snorted coldly, her tone full of disdain. "Who cares about her gift? Do I need a gift?" Andrew, old lady Zhao held Zhao Rui's hand, patted it, and said kindly, "Don't be so easy to talk to. She just brought a man with her. What kind of person is he? I haven't agreed to him being the boyfriend of our Zhao family's daughter, so it doesn't count." Zhao Rui was very satisfied with old lady Zhao's reaction. Everything was under her control. Then, Zhao Rui turned to look at Zhao Sini and said with a smile, "Third sister, don't sit over there. Come and sit over here." Old Mrs. Zhao followed Zhao Rui's gaze and found that there was indeed a man next to Zhao Sini. This girl, has she really found a boyfriend? Didn't she never put men in her eyes? Sure enough, she was the same kind of person as her mother, saying she didn't want a husband, but in fact, Old Mrs. Zhao sneered unconsciously. Zhao Sini never expected that Zhao Rui would take the initiative to mention Lin Chun. She had originally planned to introduce Lin Chun herself when giving the gift, but now it seems that there is no chance, so she can only go up anyway. Zhao Sini took Lin Chun's hand and walked towards old lady Zhao with confidence. She didn't show any sign of dodging or fear. On the contrary, she looked very proud. Although Lin Shun has not yet completely confirmed whether he wants to be Zhao Sini's boyfriend, but in this situation, he cannot refuse, otherwise Zhao Sini's situation will become even more difficult. So, Lin Shun allowed Zhao Sini to bring him to old Mrs. Zhao. Zhao Sini introduced him calmly. Grandma, this is my boyfriend, Lin Shun. Old Mrs. Zhao glanced at Lin Shun out of the corner of her eye and said nothing. Lin Shun showed due courtesy and greeted old lady Zhao, Grandma Zhao. Old Mrs. Zhao still maintained her haughty attitude and did not respond. Lin Shun appeared calm on the surface, but he had actually cursed old lady Zhao tens of millions of times in his heart. Seeing this, Zhao Sini didn't want to involve Lin Shun and make him unhappy, so she quickly changed the subject. Grandma, I prepared a gift for you, but I don't know if you like it. After saying that, Zhao Sini handed the imperial green bracelet that she had prepared to old lady Zhao with both hands. When Zhao Ruerui saw the gift box in Zhao Sini's hand, her brows slightly frowned. Didn't she arrange for someone to throw away the gift from this damn girl? How did it end up in her hands again? Zhao Sini opened the box and said, Grandma, do you like this? It's top-grade imperial green. I heard that wearing the bracelet for a long time has a good effect on the meridians and blood vessels. So, I want to look for good materials early, Zhao Sini said, not forgetting to praise Lin Shun. Brother Chin helped me, and I finally got this high-quality material. After processing it, I'm waiting for your birthday. Old Mrs. Zhao's eyes, which were originally looking elsewhere, were suddenly attracted by the deep green. She slowly turned her head and looked at the bracelet in Zhao Sini's hand. There was a barely perceptible flash of surprise in old Mrs. Zhao's eyes. Isn't this the imperial material that she has been looking for a long time? Zhao Ruerui, who was standing by, saw that the gift prepared by Zhao Sini was actually an imperial green bracelet. She never expected that Zhao Sini could prepare such a good gift. She thought that she had miscalculated and should have taken out the bracelet and smashed it. However, Zhao Ruerui shifted her target to Lin Shun. Zhao Sini has a gift, but Lin Shun, this gigolo, definitely doesn't have one. Then Zhao Ruerui looked at Zhao Sini again. The gift that third sister prepared today is truly unique. It makes our gift seem so eclipsed. Grandma, you won't dislike Rui's gift, will you? Zhao Rui's words immediately awakened Mrs. Zhao's partiality. Mrs. Zhao held Zhao Rui's hand again and said, How could that be? The gift our Rui gave us is the best. Lin Chen almost uttered a tisk. How can a crappy piece of jewelry compare to Zhao Sini's imperial green bracelet? Old Mrs. Zhao is really stubborn. Zhao Ruerui got the advantage and acted cute. She gave Zhao Sini a thumbs up and said, My gift is not as good as my sister's. Lin Chen couldn't help it and blurted out, It's okay for you to know it. Learn from it next time. The scene suddenly became quiet, and everyone looked at Lin Chen in surprise, thinking that this boyfriend was too bold. Even old Mrs. Zhao cast a surprised look at Lin Chen. No boy has ever dared to say such rude words at her party. When Zhao Sini heard Lin Chen's words, she was secretly happy, but she was still worried about making her grandmother angry. Zhao Ruerui wanted to retort, but when she saw Lin Chen's cold and threatening eyes, she felt a chill down her spine. Thinking of the loss she had just suffered, Zhao Ruerui naturally did not dare to confront Lin Chen head-on. She could only smile bitterly, pretending that she had heard nothing, and continued. Third sister, you have given away your gifts. What gift is your boyfriend preparing for Grandma? Your gift is so good. Your boyfriend's gift must be no worse than yours, right? This is his first time meeting our family, so I think he must have prepared a very good gift. Why don't you ask your boyfriend to take out the gifts first so that we can see them? Zhao Sini knew very well that Lin Chen had not prepared any gift for his grandmother. Besides, Brother Chen came only for her, so it was normal that he had not prepared any gift. After all, based on her understanding of Lin Chen would never try to please his grandmother just because she was the wife of the Zhao family. Seeing that Zhao Sini didn't say anything, Zhao Ruerui became more certain that her calculation was correct and Lin Chen did not prepare any gift for his grandmother. Zhao Ruerui looked at Zhao Sini confidently and asked with a smile, As your boyfriend, he came to attend Grandma's birthday. He wouldn't be so shabby as to not even prepare a gift, right? Chapter 48, I'll give you 600 million. After Zhao Ruerui finished talking about Lin Chen, she said proudly, My fiancé has prepared a big gift for Grandma. It will be delivered soon. Grandma, Zhao Ruerui looked at old lady Zhao with a sweet smile. I guarantee you will like this gift from Wu Yong. Why hasn't third brother-in-law taken it out yet? You can't leave all of us waiting for you. Or, Zhao Rui saw that her evil plan was about to succeed, with a sly smile on her face. You didn't really prepare any gifts, did you? Lin Shen looked at Zhao Rui's disgusting smile and really wanted to slap her twice. Seeing that Zhao Rui was holding on tightly and Lin Shen hadn't prepared any gifts, Zhao Xini was afraid that Lin Shen would be embarrassed, and her eyes revealed worry as she looked at Lin Shen. I wish you a happy birthday, good health, and a long life. Lin Shen first said a blessing, and then gave Zhao Xini a reassuring look. Zhao Rui said impatiently, "What's the point of just saying this? Don't tell me that the gift you prepared for Grandma is just a happy birthday?" Lin Shen said calmly, "The gift I prepared may be able to buy your life." The scene was silent again. Zhao Rui's face was like the stinky tofu on the street. It couldn't be any darker. At this time, the eldest granddaughter of the Zhao family, who had always been at odds with Zhao Rui, sneered, "It doesn't look like it's a valuable item." Zhao Rui turned around and glared at Miss Zhao, but she didn't know how to respond, so she could only sulk. Zhao Xini's eyes were full of confusion. She always thought that Lin Shen didn't prepare any gifts, but Zhao Xini lowered her eyes and looked back and forth at Lin Shen. Lin Shen's hands were empty, and the clothes he wore were what he had prepared for him. He also didn't get any gifts on the way, so where's the gift? Lin Shen remained calm and said, "Let me go get it. I was planning to give the gift to Grandma Zhao when the event was over, so I didn't bring it here." Zhao Xini quickly responded, "Okay, go ahead. We'll be waiting for you." Lin Shen turned and left. Zhao Rui glanced at Lin Shen's back and chuckled. "Take it? I think you should buy it now." Zhao Rui's mother, who was sitting opposite, glanced at Zhao Rui with displeasure and said, "Okay, stop talking." She had seen countless people, and she felt that Lin Shen just now was no ordinary person. He might really be able to bring up something powerful. At that time, it would be Zhao Rui who would be embarrassed. If Zhao Rui was embarrassed, then it would be their second family who would be embarrassed. Lin Shen walked to a deserted place, opened his storage ring, and took out the longevity jade pendant that he had made for his father. He originally made this thing to protect his father from disasters, but it was never used, and now his father can't wear it. He decided to use it for birthday banquets first. It just so happened that this one belonged to the birthday boy, so it was very suitable and appropriate for the occasion. Lin Shen was reluctant. He had no choice but to rush here. Lin Shen took the birthday jade pendant, walked back to the crowd, and made up a story. This longevity stone was carved by a high-ranking monk. It has been blessed by the monk's magical power and can protect the wearer from danger in times of danger. As he spoke, Lin Shen took out the jade pendant and said, "This pendant and Cindy's bracelet are a complete set." When Zhao Rui saw the jade pendant that Lin Shen took out, she laughed on the spot, regardless of the fact that old lady Zhao was still beside her. "Ha ha ha, it's just a broken pendant. Who are you trying to fool here? What do you mean by a great monk who can ward off danger? Why don't you say that this is a gift from heaven that the Jade Emperor carved for you? You are really good at making up stories." Zhao Rui still insisted. "Even if you can't afford an expensive gift, you don't have to find a cheap product to fool my grandma, right?" At this moment, a magnetic, deep, and powerful voice sounded. "My dear, can you let me see the birthday star in your hand?" Lin Shen turned around and saw that the person who spoke was a middle-aged man. Although the man was dressed simply, he looked quite noble, especially his eyes, which were bright and piercing. His overall appearance was very majestic, and he exuded an elusive, mysterious temperament. Lin Shen only looked at the man once and felt that his identity was not simple, but he couldn't tell what was so special about him. Even so, he still handed the pendant in his hand to the man. As soon as the middle-aged man took the pendant in his hand, his eyes sparkled with gold. He couldn't help but exclaimed, "My friend, this birthday pendant of yours is not simple." Seeing this, Zhao Rui could no longer sit still. She stood up and asked, "Uncle Qian, are you seeing things? I think this thing is at most a pendant carved from ordinary waste. It's not that precious, right?" Rui. Zhao Rui's mother scolded, "Zhao Rui, how can you talk like that? You have no respect for your elders. This is your Uncle Qian. He carved a piece of Tongtian jade for the mayor some time ago." Zhao Rui was so embarrassed after being yelled at by her mother that she sat back angrily. Old lady Zhao patted Zhao Rui's hand and apologized to Qian Yonghua on her behalf. "Yonghua, please don't mind. Our Rui is a straightforward person. She was worried about me and was afraid that I would be deceived, so she spoke rudely. Don't be angry. Qian Yongwu waved his hand. It doesn't matter. As an elder, I can't get angry with the younger ones. Zhao Sini couldn't hide her disappointment when she saw that old lady Zhao was so biased towards Zhao Rurui and even spoke well of Zhao Rurui to others for the first time. After listening to what old lady Zhao said, Lin Chen looked at Zhao Sini and felt that it was not worth it for Zhao Sini. Why not just marry Zhao Sini and let her get rid of this family situation? Qin Yonghua continued to focus on the pendant and explained to everyone, you may not know, this is a jade pendant of true qi carved by a legendary cultivator. During the carving process, they injected their own true qi into the jade pendant, so that the carved jade pendant has the true qi of the carver to protect it, and it can indeed block some dangers. What this Hanson guy said is not wrong. Zhao Rui was slapped in the face and was so angry that she gnashed her teeth. I didn't expect this gigolo could come up with such a good gift. Lin shone with admiration. If Madame Zhao doesn't want it, can you sell it to me, my friend? How about I pay 600 million for this birthday star? 600 million? Everyone present was shocked. Lin Shen couldn't even believe what he heard. The Zhao family members at the scene also started discussing who this Lin Shan was and how Qin Yonghua could offer 600 million yuan for a jade pendant. 600 million. Not 6 million, not 600 million, but 600 million. Even if it was a wealthy family, it would be amazing to casually spend 600 million to buy a small pendant. It shows how amazing the jade pendant is. Lin Shen is equally amazing as someone who could produce this jade pendant. Lin Shen was silent. Qian Yonghua chuckled and said, if you are not satisfied with this price, I can increase it. Until you're satisfied. Chapter 49 Super Warrior. I might add to Qian Yonghua's words, which once again shocked everyone present. 600 million is not enough? How much is this thing worth? But after everyone thought about it carefully, they felt it was normal. After all, Lin Shan said just now that this birthday god can protect the owner from some dangers and may even save his life at the critical moment. If that's the case, who cares about the high price? You're spending money to buy your own life. Lin Shan was surprised that the pendant he casually carved could be sold for 600 million yuan. The pendant had already been given away, and mainly for Sini. If I change my words on the spot for money, what kind of person would I become? Lin Shan looked at Qin Yonghua and said, Uncle Qian, since I've already given this pendant as a birthday gift, it belongs to Grandma Zhao. There is no reason for me to take it back. As for what to do with this pendant, of course it's up to Grandma Zhao to decide. Lin Shan's action directly changed the Zhao family's impression of him. Faced with an offer of 600 million or even higher, Lin Shan was able to reject it outright. Not everyone has the magnanimity to remain calm in the face of such huge wealth. I am sorry, Uncle Qian. After saying that, Lin Shan looked at old lady Zhao and directly presented the birthday gift to her. Lin Shan from the side, feeling extremely moved, and her admiration for Lin Shan skyrocketed. Although Qian Yonghua was rejected by Lin Shan, he was not angry at all. Instead, he admired Lin Shan's approach. No matter how rich a young man is, 600 million, or even more than 600 million in cash, is quite tempting to him. But this young man can stick to his principles in the face of such temptation, which is rare. And such young warriors are even rarer. The quality of the sculptures made by such a young warrior with excellent character is naturally better. Mrs. Zhao was not interested in Lin Shan's birthday pendant at first, but when she heard Qin Yonghua praising the pendant so much and offering 600 million yuan to buy it, saying it could save her life, it instantly caught her attention. You have to know that. That's Qin Yonghua. His family background and clan are extraordinary. Anything Qin Yonghua approves of must be the best. In this case, old Mrs. Zhao smiled and looked at Qin Yonghua. Yonghua, look, I want to give it to you, but my granddaughter's boyfriend is so insistent. I can't refuse my granddaughter's honor. I have to accept birthday gifts from others, right? I won't sell this pendant. After all, it's a birthday gift from my grandson-in-law. It would be nice to keep it for myself. Otherwise, take a look at the others and see if there are any you like. If so, just take them without paying. Old Mrs. Zhao said, pointing to the gifts piled up like a mountain behind her. Lin Shan heard what old lady Zhao said. He felt that she was extremely hypocritical. Now that he wanted to receive the gift, he mentioned Zhao Sini, his granddaughter's face. What was he doing just now? Disgusting, really stomach-turning. Qin Yonghua saw that old lady Zhao had made up her mind, so he didn't say anything else. He just said to Lin Shan, if you still have time to make these pendants later, you can come to me. Qin Yonghua raised his hand back, and an assistant in a suit and Tai came over and handed Lin Chen a hard card. Lin Chen took it and looked at it. It said, Qian Yonghua, phone number 136 asterisk 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 888. Qian Yonghua looked at Lin Chen and said in a deep voice, I'll take as many as you can get. You decide the price. The only person who could make Qian Yonghua say this was probably Lin Chen. Lin Chen naturally understood what Qian Yonghua meant. He remained calm and nodded in response. Thank you, Uncle Qian. I will contact you later. Qian Yonghua patted Lin Chen on the shoulder with a kind smile. My little friend, you have a bright future. When Qian Yonghua patted his shoulder, Lin Chen felt an inexplicable force on his shoulder and was startled. Qian Yonghua was actually a warrior. Why didn't I feel his warrior power? Just now, not at all. Qian Yonghua gave Lin Chen a meaningful look and left. Lin Chen's intuition told him that Qian Yonghua's ability was far superior to his own, so much so that, if Qian Yonghua did not take the initiative to reveal his strength, he would never have noticed it. This is an existence that surpasses many levels of warriors. Lin Chen even feels that Qian Yonghua's level is higher than the highest level of his own. Handsome Lin. Suddenly a man handed over a card. This is my business card. Keep in touch. Then 2, 3, 4, 5. Many Chable presidents present came up and handed their business cards to Lin Chen. This made Lin Chen a little at a loss. Whispered in Lin Chen's ear, just take it if it's given to you. These people will be useful in the future. Lin Chen felt that these people were not only coming for him, but more for Qian Yonghua. It could be seen that Qian Yonghua's status is really impressive. Lin Chen, huh? Old lady Zhao glanced at Lin Chen and pointed to a spot. Sit there. When Zhao Xini heard her grandmother ask them to sit at her main table, she was overjoyed and was about to agree. But Lin Chen held Zhao Xini's hand and said, no need. The seats here are full. It's not good to squeeze others. I can go to the table just now. Xini can sit here with you. After saying this, Lin Chen turned around and was about to leave. Old Mrs. Zhao frowned slightly, with a look of displeasure in her eyes. How many people would love to sit at her table? But this boy, who would shine with just a little sunshine, actually dared to reject her. Seeing Lin Chen leave, Zhao Xini said directly to old lady Zhao, Grandma, I won't sit here anymore. I'll go and accompany Brother Chen. Old Mrs. Zhao snorted coldly. Zhao Rui quickly tried to please him. Grandma, don't worry about her. Let's eat our own food. Doesn't third sister always sit at the same table with you? Mrs. Zhao's expression became even uglier. Before, I didn't allow her to come to the table. Now that I allow her, she won't come. Zhao Rui was very satisfied and handed Mrs. Zhao a cup of tea. Grandma, please don't bother with her. You might get upset. Who was leaving had just sat down when he saw Zhao Xini following him. Why are you here? Why don't you sit with your grandma? Haven't you always wanted to sit with your grandma? Zhao Xini didn't care at all and waved her hand. Compared to eating with my grandma, I prefer sitting with you, Brother Chen. Besides, you are my boyfriend now. How can I leave you here alone to eat? Besides, I don't think I can even drink water if I sit at the same table with those people. Oh, right. Zhao Xini poured juice for Lin Chen. It's Uncle Qian, he's really awesome. This Uncle Qian is a top boss in Shanghai. He can be found in all walks of life. He is worth hundreds of billions, and he seems to be a very powerful person. Zhao Xini suddenly ran out of words. Lin Chen tentatively asked, Warrior? Oh, right. Zhao Xini clapped her hands. Yes, a very powerful warrior, and a super warrior whose strength should not be underestimated. Super warrior? What is a super warrior? Chapter 50. Let you be calm. The system also became interested and curious, and started to talk in Lin Chen's mind. Super warrior. I have never heard of it. Is it a new level in the warrior world? Lin Chen scolded the system in his mind. Shut up. The system is muted immediately. Zhao Xini looked around and found that no one was eavesdropping on their conversation. She said to Lin Chen, he has connections with many people above. It seems that those people are begging him to carve jade, and sometimes he can't even get what he wants. You broke the rules today and asked him to hand you a business card. Lin Chen was not excited, but deeply doubted. If Qian Yonghua was so prominent, why did he take the initiative to contact me? Just for a jade pendant infused with true energy? He is a warrior and can carve this kind of thing, so why does he come to me? Putting aside these doubts, perhaps, I can also get in touch with different levels of warriors through Qian Yonghua. By the way, Xini, why isn't Mr. Zhao here today? Lin Chen looked around and said, it's your grandma's birthday. Your grandpa won't come, right? Zhao Xini, who was fine just now, immediately had red eyes when she heard Lin Chen mention her grandfather. Lin Chen noticed that Zhao Sini was in a bad mood and hurriedly asked, "What's wrong? Did something happen to your grandfather?" Zhao Sini suppressed her sadness and took a deep breath. "My grandfather. He has been seriously ill since he came back from the antique street last time, and he is still in a wheelchair." Lin Chun was incredulous. "What? Why is this happening?" "I don't know either," Zhao Sini cried and shook her head. The doctor checked everywhere, but couldn't find anything. He just said that Grandpa was tired and he just needed a rest. "But," Lin Chen asked, "but what?" Zhao Sini's eyes were full of worry. "But Grandpa has been resting for so many days, but he hasn't gotten any better. He used to be able to sit for a long time, admiring the flowers and feeding the fish, but now he gets so tired after sitting for just a short while. So, we didn't let him come to Grandma's birthday party first. My guest official should have gone to pick up Grandpa just now. He should be here soon." Lin Chen heard what Zhao Sini said. He felt a little unreal for a moment. After all, Mr. Zhao looked very healthy some time ago. How come he suddenly became so sick? Lin Chen comforted her. "Sini, it's okay. Mr. Zhao is a lucky man. He will be fine soon." As soon as Lin Chen finished speaking, he was attracted by two strong auras. He turned his head and looked at the door, only to see old Zhao being pushed in a wheelchair. His face was pale, and he looked very haggard, and there were two old men beside old Zhao. Lin Shan felt just now should have come from these two old men. Lin Shan felt it carefully again and found that these two old men also had extraordinary abilities and unfathomable strength, which was probably above his own. Lin Shan suddenly wondered, why are there so many powerful warriors today? Why did Mr. Zhao keep two such warriors around? As soon as Zhao Sini saw Mr. Zhao, she ran up and took Grandpa's wheelchair from the servant. "Grandpa, how do you feel?" When Mr. Zhao in the wheelchair saw Zhao Sini, a hint of joy appeared on his pale face. "It's okay, Grandpa is fine. You sit down and have a rest." Zhao Sini shook her head and said, "I'll push you over." Zhao Sini is worried about her grandfather's illness, and Mr. Zhao is worried about his granddaughter's situation. The relationship between the two is very strong. Zhao Rui suddenly ran over, trying to snatch the wheelchair handle from Zhao Sini's hand. "Third sister, you don't know how to push it. Let me do it." "No need." Zhao Sini did not give in at all. When it came to being filial to her grandfather, she always took it very seriously. Zhao Rui immediately acted like a spoiled child to old Zhao. "Grandpa, look at her. I wanted to push you, but she wouldn't let me." Zhao Sini glared at Zhao Rui impatiently. "Grandpa is not in good health, so save yourself from worrying about it. I'm too lazy to argue with you." Seeing that his two granddaughters were about to quarrel, Mr. Zhao stood up tremblingly and said, "Look, Grandpa is fine. Stop quarreling. Everything is fine." As soon as Mr. Zhao finished speaking, everything went dark before his eyes, and he fell straight down. When Mr. Zhao fell, everyone present became anxious and stood up to surround him. Zhao Sini was even more panicked and immediately held onto Mr. Zhao's shoulders. "Grandpa, Grandpa, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me, Grandpa, Grandpa." Old Mrs. Zhao, who was sitting in her seat, saw Mr. Zhao faint. She didn't know if it was due to anger, but she also fainted. When Zhao Rui saw that her grandparents had fainted, she immediately rushed to Zhao Sini, pushed Zhao Sini away, and lifted old man Zhao into her arms, looking as if the sky had fallen. "Grandpa, are you okay? Don't scare Rui." Zhao Rui climbed on old Zhao's lap again and burst into tears. "Well, Grandpa, are you okay?" Zhao Sini saw Zhao Rui like this and said angrily, "Why are you crying? Isn't it good for Grandpa to be here? It's Grandma's birthday party. Why are you crying here?" Zhao Rui blinked a few times and squeezed out a few tears while speaking. She pointed at Zhao Sini and said, "It's all your fault, you jinx. I told you not to come, but you insisted on coming. Tell me what you're doing here today. Look at yourself. Do you want to kill Grandpa and Grandma? If anything happens to Grandpa and Grandma today, I will never forgive you." After saying that, he slapped Zhao Sini, who was stunned for a moment. Lin Shun, who was standing by, saw Zhao Sini being beaten and immediately went over to protect Zhao Sini behind him. "What are you doing?" Seeing that Lin Shun was still stepping forward to help Zhao Sini at this moment, Zhao Rui became arrogant as she thought that all the Zhao family members and her grandfather were here. "Are you still meddling in this? Do you really think you are the son-in-law of our Zhao family? Know your place and get out of here." Lin Shun looked at Zhao Rui, who was acting like a shrew. This time he couldn't help it and slapped Zhao Rui twice. Snap! Snap! Zhao Rurue fell directly to the ground, with two red palm prints on her cheeks and blood oozing from the corners of her mouth. Lin Shen lowered his eyes and looked at Zhao Rurue coldly. His momentum was like an emperor. Didn't I tell you to be more obedient? Chapter 51, Longevity Pill. Zhao Rurue was frightened by Lin Shen's size. She was about to start cursing like crazy, but now she just stood there in a daze, her body trembling slightly. Zhao Sini was also frightened by Lin Shen's actions just now. She didn't expect that Lin Shen would really hit Zhao Rurue. Although Zhao Rurue was her second sister, her behavior did deserve a beating. Lin Shen did it for her own benefit, so Zhao Sini didn't think Lin Shen was wrong. I'm just afraid. Zhao Sini raised her eyes and looked at Zhao Rurue's parents, her second uncle and second aunt. I'm just afraid that they will keep targeting Brother Chen again. When Wu Yong saw Zhao Rurue being beaten, he did not immediately step forward to stop it. Instead, he hid behind the crowd with an imperceptible smile on his face. After a moment, Wu Yong rushed forward to protect Zhao Rurue behind him and yelled at Lin Shen, "What are you doing?" At this time, Zhao Rurue's parents, Zhao Sini's second uncle, Zhao Bingwen, and second aunt, Chen Yinfang, also came up. Chen Yinfang glared at Lin Shen. She wanted to curse at him, but was frightened back by Lin Chen's ferocious look. Chen Yinfang turned her head and looked at Zhao Sini, only daring to get angry at this niece. "Sini, is this your boyfriend? A stranger who has not even started dating. How dare you be so insolent here? You brought this stranger here to bully your second sister like this. What do you mean?" Zhao Bingwen snorted coldly at Zhao Sini, looking quite dissatisfied. Zhao Sini was afraid of implicating Lin Shen, so she went forward to apologize without explaining. Lin Shen, however, grabbed Zhao Sini and protected her behind him, facing Zhao Bingwen and Chen Yinfang. "My behavior has nothing to do with Sini." Besides, Lin Shen glanced at Zhao Rurue, whose face was swollen, and said, "You said I bullied this woman. Why don't you ask her why she hit her sister? Ever since I even walked in, you, my good daughter, have been looking for trouble and speaking harshly. You Zhao family members are deaf and blind, but I, Lin Shen, have eyes and ears. I can see and hear clearly." Lin Shen slowly moved his eyes to Zhao Bingwen and Chen Yinfang and said bluntly, "You parents don't know how to educate your daughter. I will teach you." "You're welcome." "You." Chen Yinfang pointed at Lin Shen and stuttered angrily. You, what nonsense are you talking about? My daughter has always been polite, has a good personality, and is filial. How can you, an outsider, talk nonsense here?" "Eh." Lin Shen sneered. "Do you believe it when you say that? She just accused me of stealing her ring. Everyone saw it. Is that polite? But it's normal for her to be where she is today, after all." Lin Shen looked Chen Yinfang up and down, like mother, like daughter. Seeing his wife being bullied by a young boy, Zhao Bingwen pointed at Lin Shen and was about to curse. "You little bastard. You." Lin Shen's eyes were cold. He raised his hand and said nothing. Zhao Bingwen didn't know why, but he just shut his mouth as if he was suppressed by Lin Shen's aura. Lin Shen squatted down and checked Mr. Zhao's body while mocking Zhao Bingwen. "I don't have time to listen to your nonsense. You still have the mood to talk nonsense here. Mr. Zhao has been unconscious for a while. Don't you want to check on your father?" Zhao Sini also quickly squatted beside Lin Shen and helped with the check. Zhao Bingwen was choked by Lin Shen and was speechless. In front of so many people, Lin Shen had said so. If he continued to argue with Lin Shen, wouldn't that be unfilial? So he had to give up. "Someone, go call Dr. Lin over." Before Dr. Lin comes, no one is allowed to touch the old man. Zhao Bingwen's words were obviously directed at Lin Shen. Lin Shen frowned slightly and glanced at Zhao Sini. "Who is Dr. Lin?" Zhao Sini whispered back. "Grandpa's personal doctor has always been Dr. Lin who treats Grandpa." Lin Shen didn't say anything, but he noticed that Mr. Zhao's face was pale and his breathing was weak. If he waited for Dr. Lin to come, he would probably be dead. "Grandpa." Zhao Sini held Mr. Zhao's hand, very worried. But Mr. Zhao still didn't respond. Lin Shen helplessly, "Brother Chen, my grandfather will be okay, right? My grandfather is the best person to me in this world. What would I do if he were gone?" Zhao Sini felt as if her whole heart was tightened. Lin Shen couldn't bear to see Zhao Sini so sad, so he decided to do something. "It's okay, Sini. Mr. Zhao is so nice. I'm sure he'll be fine. You stay here now. I'll be back soon." After saying that, Lin Shen patted Zhao Sini on the shoulder and walked out of the banquet hall again. When Zhao Rue saw Lin Shen leave, She immediately perked up and showed her previous expression again and began to be sarcastic to Zhao Sini. Look at the boyfriend you found. Grandpa just fainted and he ran away first. If he really encounters something, he will definitely. Shut up. Zhao Bingwen and Zhao Sini angrily scolded Zhao Rurue at the same time. Zhao Sini wanted to defend Lin Shun, but Zhao Bingwen wanted to scold Zhao Rurue, and he yelled at her directly. What time is it? Aren't you ashamed? Shut up. Stand still. Although Zhao Bingwen had already spoken, Zhao Sini still wanted to speak for Lin Shun. Brother Chun is just going out for a while. Not that he won't be back. You don't need to accuse him here. After being yelled at by her father, Zhao Rurue didn't dare to talk back to Zhao Sini. She could only bite her lips in grievance and pinch the edge of her skirt in anger. Wu Yong went up to Zhao Rurue and held her hand, trying to comfort her. Zhao Rurue pushed Wu Yong away and shouted in a low voice, Get out of here, you useless thing. Wu Yong looked at Zhao Rurue with a little more coldness in his eyes. Lin Shen walked outside and found a secluded corner. He couldn't save Mr. Zhao by himself. After all, he wasn't a medical student, so Lin Shen called out to the system in his mind. Hello, lovely system. Is there any way to cure Mr. Zhao? Lin Shen even added the word cute as a compliment to the system. When the system heard Lin Shen calling it, there was a hint of pride in the voice it spoke. Host, at the critical moment, my little Tong Tong is still somewhat useful, right? You came to the right person. I happen to have a pill. It can cure Grandpa Zhao. That's it. Lin Shun interrupted the system and urged in his mind. Don't you see the urgency of the situation? Stop chattering. Tell me what kind of pill. Bye. After a prompt sound, a golden red pill appeared in front of Lin Shen's eyes. This is the longevity pill. Lin Shen did not hesitate and took out the pill directly, then asked the system, What does this do? Chapter 52, The Zhao Family Owes You a Life. Explained to Lin Shun. The Shuyuan pill is a life-saving pill for seriously ill people. After a seriously ill person takes it, all the pain in his body will disappear, and it can also increase his lifespan by 5 years. What the hell? Lin Shen couldn't help but sigh in surprise. Is it really that awesome? With this thing, I won't be afraid of getting sick, I can save others, and I can live a long life. Wrong. Lin Shen suddenly realized what was happening and began to question the system. You have this longevity pill, so why didn't you give it to my father? Why are you still hiding it here? After hearing this, the system quickly replied, No. Host, please don't wrongly accuse me. Your father's condition is different from Grandpa Zhao's. Your father was beaten into a vegetative state, and his brain nerves were damaged. This longevity pill is useless for your father. Mr. Zhao's current condition is pathological and spontaneous, caused by a problem with an organ inside his body, so this longevity pill is just right. Oh, so that's it. Lin Shen nodded. In other words, this thing is only useful when spontaneous injuries occur inside the body. Yes, that's why I didn't take it out when your father was in such a serious condition, because he didn't need it. Got it. After Lin Shun responded to the system, he took the longevity pill and walked back to the banquet hall. The Zhao family saw Lin Shen coming in, except Zhao Sini. Everyone else looked away, too lazy to look at Lin Shen. Who made Lin Shen cause such a thing at the birthday party of the old lady of their Zhao family? In addition to being disgusted with Lin Shan for causing trouble, they were actually jealous that Lin Shan had just been appreciated by Qian Yonghua. Lin Shan didn't care about the Zhao family members at all. He walked straight up to old Zhao, supported him, and prepared to feed him the longevity pill. The two guests of the Zhao family who were quietly guarding old Zhao saw that Lin Shun was about to give old Zhao something of unknown origin, so they thought that Lin Shun wanted to harm old Zhao and attacked Lin Shun at the same time. Stop! Lin Shun was trapped by the two sudden auras. When he looked up, he saw two fists coming straight towards him. Lin Shun, a Xian-level warrior, just sit there and wait for death? He released his true energy, broke through the aura that was locking him, and confronted the two guests of the Zhao family head-on. At that moment, everyone in the banquet hall stood up, looking at the scene of three people entangled with each other in confusion. The two guests were also shocked by Lin Shun's skills. Unexpectedly, Lin Shun is actually a skilled warrior. He was able to fight back and forth with both of them. Qian Yonghua, who was watching on the side, looked at Lin Shun with admiration and nodded silently. I was right about him. This kid is quite something. When Zhao Sini saw Lin Shun fighting with her guest official, she immediately went to protect Lin Shun. Uncle Wang, what are you doing? When the two guests saw Zhao Sini standing in front of Lin Shun, they stopped immediately, fearing that their true chi would be insensitive and hurt Zhao Sini again. One of the guests said, "Miss, please move aside. Be careful not to get hurt. This guy got a pill from somewhere and wants to feed it to the master." Another guest official also echoed, "This kid came in and went straight to the master, holding a medicine of unknown origin and trying to feed the master. What else could he do if not to harm the master? I think he was hired by another family to approach you on purpose in order to murder the master." Zhao Sini also noticed the pills in Lin Chen's hand. Although she didn't know where Lin Chen got the medicine from, she firmly believed that Lin Chen would not harm her grandfather, so she told the two guests. Uncle Wang, Brother Chun had met Grandpa before and had a very pleasant conversation with him. You were not here at that time. If Brother Chun wanted to hurt Grandpa, he would have done it long ago. He would not have had to wait until now, on our own territory. Brother Chun is saving Grandpa. Don't worry. If anything happens to Grandpa, I will take responsibility. Have you met before? The Zhao family members looked at each other in confusion. How come they didn't know when they had this intersection? Lin Chun felt warm at heart when he saw Zhao Sini defending him like this. He protected Zhao Sini behind him and raised the longevity pill in his hand. After taking this medicine, I guarantee that Mr. Zhao will recover immediately. If you don't want Mr. Zhao to get better, then continue. You two know what the outcome will be if we continue fighting. Lin Chun could feel from the fight just now that he and the two warriors in front of him should be able to fight to a draw. They were not as powerful as he had previously thought. After listening to Zhao Sini's explanation, the two guests thought that this was the truth. In addition, they also estimated that Lin Chun was not so easy to deal with, and it would not be appropriate to cause chaos at the Zhao family banquet. So they did not try to stop her. Lin Chun immediately fed the medicine to Mr. Zhao. But after waiting for a few minutes, Mr. Zhao still didn't respond. Zhao Bingwen narrowed his eyes and immediately began to question Lin Chun. Didn't you say that after taking this medicine, my father would recover? Why is he not reacting at all now? You make a broken medicine sound so powerful. Zhao Bingwen had already suspected it when Lin Chun spoke just now. What use can such a small pill have? Can it be as effective as so many experts and professional instruments in a hospital? Zhao Bingwen glared at Lin Chun. You'd better pray that the old man is fine after taking your medicine. Otherwise, the lives of your entire family will not be enough to compensate. Lin Chun heard Zhao Bingwen threaten him with the lives of the whole family and remembered that his father was still lying in the hospital. He became furious and grabbed Zhao Bingwen's neck. Lin Chun in horror. "Ah!" Zhao Ruiwei and Chun Yinfang screamed and immediately reached out to grab Lin Chun's hands. "Let go. Let go now." Lin Chen's eyes were cold and his voice was dark. "Believe it or not, I will kill your whole family right now." At this moment, Lin Chun exuded a terrifying murderous aura. My friend, Qian Yonghua, who had been watching from the sidelines, suddenly came up, held Lin Chun's arm, and said in a deep voice, "Don't be impulsive." Zhao Sini quickly held Lin Chun's other hand. "Brother Chun, don't be impulsive." She knew that Lin Chun was not just talking like second uncle. Lin Chun would really take action. Cough, cough, cough. Just at this moment, Mr. Zhao woke up. "What's wrong with me? Why are there so many people surrounding me?" Old Zhao said as he stood up. This frightened the Zhao family. Zhao Sini quickly supported Mr. Zhao, fearing that he would faint again. "Grandpa, you finally woke up. You scared me to death just now." "Grandpa, you were in a very bad state just now. It was Brother Chun who saved you." Old Zhao raised his eyes to look at Lin Chun, and suddenly remembered who Lin Chun was, and gave a kind smile. "Zhao Chun, nice to see you again. Thank you for saving me. From now on, our Zhao family owes you a life. You are my benefactor, Zhao Chuanxiang." When this was said, the faces of the Zhao family turned green, especially Zhao Bingwen and Zhao Rui, and of course Wu Yong, as Zhao Rui's fiancé. He has been servile and trying to please the Zhao family for so many years, but he has never eaten at the main table. Now, Zhao Sini's new boyfriend has become Old Man Zhao's benefactor. How could he not be angry? Chapter 53, Ancestral Secret Recipe. After Zhao Chuanxiang finished speaking, Zhao Sini helped him walk to the main table. Zhao Bingwen pulled out a stool for Zhao Chuanxiang and said, "Mother has been sent to the hospital. You don't have to worry." When Zhao Chuanxiang heard Zhao Bingwen mention old lady Zhao's situation, he had no reaction and even had a hint of rejection on his face, as if he didn't want to pay attention. Zhao Chuanxiang sat directly in the seat where old lady Zhao had just sat and waved to Lin Chun. Xiao Chun, don't just stand there. Come and sit down and have a couple of drinks with me. After hearing this, Zhao Sini hurriedly stopped him and said, Grandpa, you just got well. How can you drink? Zhao Chuanxiang patted the back of Zhao Sini's hand and said lovingly, It's okay. Grandpa feels very well. You don't have to worry. Yonghua, Zhao Chuanxiang actually looked at Qian Yonghua again. Come over here too. Zhao Bingwen saw that Zhao Chuanxiang not only asked Lin Chen to sit at the main table, but also asked Qian Yonghua to sit at the main table. So he said, Dad, this position is the main seat of our family. Let them. Zhao Chuanxiang suddenly got angry when he heard this and yelled at Zhao Bingwen, What host and guest? They have honored me enough by coming to my Zhao family's banquet. Why are you asking the host and the guest to do these empty things? You are going to be a grandfather now. Why don't you understand this? Zhao Bingwen was confused and didn't know why his father was so angry. It has obviously always been like this before. In their Zhao family, hierarchy has always been clear, and there's a clear distinction between who should sit in what position and who they sit with. But mother, Zhao Bingwen wanted to bring up old Mrs. Zhao. Unexpectedly, Zhao Chuanxiang became even angrier after hearing this and slammed the table. Don't mention your mother to me. Lin Chen frowned slightly, feeling that something was not right. Zhao Sini also noticed it. She whispered to Lin Chen, It's strange. Grandpa is not like this usually. He always lets Grandma do whatever she wants at home. Why is he suddenly angry today? Lin Chen thought for a moment and asked Zhao Sini, Does your grandmother have any underlying diseases? Zhao Sini shook her head. No, she is usually very healthy. Lin Chen was even more confused. Since old Mrs. Zhao is usually very healthy, what happened to her today? Was it really because of Zhao Chuanxiang's fainting that he was upset? Shouldn't Mr. Zhao take good care of Mrs. Zhao? Why did Mr. Zhao look so disgusted? Seeing Zhao Chuanxiang like this, Zhao Bingwen on this side didn't dare to say a word. Chen Yinfang quickly pulled Zhao Bingwen away and coaxed Zhao Chuanxiang to smile. Father, don't be angry. Bingwen is too tired today and can't even speak. Don't bother with him. Chen Yinfang said as she pushed Zhao Bingwen aside and asked Lin Chen to sit over. Xiao Chen, come and sit down. Sini, come too, sit here. Brother Yonghua, come over here too. Chen Yinfang was quite good at handling things and understood the expressions. She also said to the people present, My old man is free now. Let's start eating. I'm sorry to make you laugh. We will give you a small gift at the end of today's banquet. We apologize for not taking good care of you. As he finished speaking, the servants started serving the dishes, and the banquet hall returned to its normal state. Chen Yunfang glared at Zhao Ruirui and said, You and Wu Yong go to another table. Hurry up. Zhao Ruirui pouted and wanted to refuse. Chen Yunfang pinched her and said, Go quickly, otherwise I will suspend your card. Zhao Ruirui immediately waved her hands. No, I'll go. Then Zhao Ruirui reluctantly took Wu Yong to another table. Chen Yinfang sent her daughter away and looked at Zhao Sini again. Sini, come and sit down. Zhao Sini didn't think much about it. She happily took Lin Chun's hand and sat next to Zhao Chuanxiang. Lin Chun wanted to refuse, but Zhao Sini directly pushed him sit down. Brother Chun, you're welcome. This is where you should sit. You are the benefactor of our Zhao family. Lin Chen signaled Zhao Sini to speak in a lower voice. Zhao Chuanxiang took over the conversation. Yes, Xiao Chen, this is where you should sit. Come and sit down. As soon as Zhao Chuanxiang saw Lin Chen, all the unhappiness he had just felt disappeared. Xiao Chen, it's been a long time since we last met at the antique shop. I didn't expect Sini to invite you to the party. Zhao Chuanxiang knew that the man his granddaughter invited to the banquet must be the man she liked. So the moment he saw Lin Chen, he understood Lin Chen's identity in attending the banquet today. That's right. Zhao Chuanxiang patted Lin Chen's arm. The Tang Bohu painting you sold me last time really made me proud in front of those old guys. They were so greedy that they insisted on buying it from me and even said they would give me double the price. But I refused to sell it, so they could only stare at me in vain. Ha ha ha. Zhao Chuanxiang talked and laughed with Lin Chen, as if Lin Chen was his own grandson, and there was no awkwardness at all. Wu Yong, who was sitting at the next table, watched this scene and gnashed his teeth in hatred. He couldn't understand why Lin Chen was so favored by Zhao Chuanxiang, while he was treated like a dog by Zhao Ruirui. The continuous comparisons and unwillingness made Wu Yong's heart gradually abnormal. The look he gave Zhao Ruirui gradually became gloomy, and his nails dug deeply into his palms. Lin Chen was no longer polite and spoke casually to Zhao Chuanxiang. Yes, Mr. Zhao, It's been a long time. I didn't know you were sick, and I didn't go to see you. I was too careless. Zhao Chuanxiang waved his hand and said, No way. Didn't you save me today? This pill you took today is much more effective than you visiting me in the hospital hundreds of times. Lin Chun tentatively. Where did you get it from? Why is it so effective? Lin Chun replied casually. It's a secret recipe passed down from our ancestors. Is the secret recipe passed down from generation to generation so powerful? Zhao Chuanxiang was very curious. What? Qian Yonghua suddenly interrupted Zhao Chuanxiang. Hey, Mr. Zhao, don't ask about this family's secret recipe. Qian Yonghua took the opportunity to pour a glass of wine for Zhao Chuanxiang with a meaningful look in his eyes. Zhao Chuanxiang reacted immediately. Oh, no more questions, come on. Zhao Chuanxiang picked up the wine glass and said, Xiao Chun, come and have a few drinks with me. I have been sick for so long, and I have not been able to drink. I am really depressed. Zhao Chuanxiang looked at Qian Yonghua again. Yonghua, you should have a drink too. Qian Yonghua naturally agreed and picked up his cup. The three of them drank several cups back and forth, talking and laughing, and were very happy, as if the others did not exist. After a few drinks, Zhao Chuanxiang suddenly said to Lin Chun, Xiao Chun, don't call me Mr. Zhao anymore. It seems so distant. Just call me Grandpa like Cindy does. Lin Chun heard this, his heart trembled. Mr. Zhao is not going to... Chapter 54, do you want to kill him? After Zhao Chuanxiang finished speaking, he gave Qian Yonghua a look. Qian Yonghua understood what he meant and immediately said to Lin Chun, My friend, there are so many people who want to recognize our old man Zhao as their grandfather, but he won't accept any of them. After all, our Mr. Zhao doesn't lack grandchildren. So, Qian Yonghua raised his hand towards Lin Chun. It's your blessing to be Mr. Zhao's grandson. Lin Chun just felt overwhelmed. But it is indeed his blessing, but he hasn't thought about it yet. Just as Lin Chun was thinking about how to respond, Qian Yonghua spoke again. My dear friend, in the future, you and Cindy should come to accompany Mr. Zhao more often and treat this place as your own home. Lin Chun laughed dryly twice, and for a moment he didn't know how to respond. If he agreed to this, it would mean that he wanted to become a couple with Zhao Cindy or even get married. But he hasn't told his father about this yet, and his father is still lying in the hospital. How can he, as a son, consider his own lifelong affairs? Mr. Zhao, Lin Chun finally spoke. When Zhao Chuanxiang heard Lin Chun still calling him old Zhao, he frowned. Why? Xiao Chun doesn't want to acknowledge me as his grandfather, and he doesn't want to accompany Cindy to my house more often. Lin Chun looked embarrassed. That Lin Chun to answer. Zhao Chuanxiang immediately looked at Qian Yonghua with disappointment. Oh, if Xiao Chun doesn't want to, I'll be so sad. I just like young people like Xiao Chun. Qian Yonghua quickly pretended to be angry. My friend, look, how can you make Mr. Zhao angry? Hurry up and answer this, Grandpa. Oh. Lin Chen's smile froze on his face. These two old men can really sing in unison. Zhao Cindy was not a fool, so she naturally understood the intentions of the two elders. They were trying to match me with Brother Chen. Thinking of this, Zhao Cindy's face turned red instantly, but when she saw Lin Chen's embarrassed expression, Zhao Cindy became unhappy. She didn't want to see Lin Chen in trouble, so she started to act coquettishly towards Zhao Chuanxiang. Hey, Grandpa, if you want to drink, just drink. What are you talking about here? Brother Chen can come if he wants to, and not come if he doesn't want to. What are you forcing me to do? After Zhao Cindy finished speaking, she did not forget to say to Lin Chun, Brother Chun, don't be embarrassed. They're just joking. You don't have to pay attention to them. Do whatever you want. As long as you are happy, there is no need to be too stressed. Zhao Cindy's understanding was like hot spring water, soothing Lin Chen's anxious and embarrassed mood. In fact, it's rare to find a girl like Cindy who knows how to think from a man's perspective and can understand him. Zhao Chuanxiang raised his head and smiled, looking at Qian Yonghua, pointing at his granddaughter. Look at this. I haven't said anything yet, and this girl is already defending me. It's true that girls can't be kept when they grow up. Grandpa, Zhao Cindy said coquettishly. Are you drunk? How can Brother Chen have dinner with us like this? It scared everyone away. Zhao Cindy was really afraid that her grandfather would push too hard and Brother Chen would directly refuse. After all, Lin Chun had never faced her feelings directly, and she had not explained it clearly to Lin Chun. If Lin Chun was disgusted with her because of Grandpa's coercion today, then she would really cry to death. Lin Chun immediately responded, It's okay, Cinny, I won't run away. I'm very brave, don't worry. Zhao Cinny lowered her eyebrows, smiled, and nodded. Seeing the two of them like this, Zhao Chuanxiang pointed at Zhao Cinny and said directly to Lin Chun, my granddaughter. Everything about her is good, and she is also very beautiful. She is just too kind and too weak, and her personality is a bit stubborn. Sometimes, she can't figure things out clearly or thoroughly, and she really needs a real man to discipline her. After Zhao Chuanxiang finished speaking, he looked at Lin Chen again and said earnestly, Xiao Chun, I think you are a real man. Lin Chen was stunned for a moment. This is too sudden. Nothing has happened between me and Zhao Cinny yet, and now you're entrusting your child to someone else? Zhao Cinny's face turned red, and she looked at Zhao Chuanxiang with wide eyes. Grandpa, what are you talking about? The other Zhao family members of the table were also stunned. The old man is going to give Zhao Cinny to this yellow-haired boy? Isn't this too casual? However, Zhao Chuanxiang understood one thing. In this era, good men are hard to find, and good men like Lin Chun who are both capable and responsible are even harder to find. If her granddaughter can't hold on to such a good man, she will be snatched away by someone else. So, as a grandfather, he always has to make more arrangements for his granddaughter. Amid the surprised and expectant gazes of the crowd, Lin Chun finally spoke, Mr. Zhao, I'm afraid I can't answer your question so quickly. Zhao Chuanxiang's expression suddenly dimmed. Zhao Cinny's eyes were filled with disappointment. Lin Chen's face was heavy. My father is still in the intensive care unit. How can I not tell him about my lifelong event? When Zhao Chuanxiang heard about this, he smiled again. That's okay. Let's wait until your father wakes up and discuss this together. And Zhao Chuanxiang patted Zhao Cinny's shoulder, looked at Lin Chun, and said, my granddaughter seems to be in a hurry and unsteady, but she is actually very careful and must be very careful in taking care of your father. When the time comes, you can ask her to take care of your father. Zhao Cinny said proudly, Grandpa, don't worry. I have arranged the best hospital for Brother Chun's father. Huh. Zhao Chuanxiang smiled and nodded. Okay, you're a good kid. Just then, a call came from the door of the banquet hall. Guan Xiang. Lin Chun looked up. I saw old Mrs. Zhao walking in with the help of her servants. Lin Chun frowned slightly, wondering, didn't Mrs. Zhao faint? According to his understanding, the qi and blood attacking the heart will not recover so quickly. Can you just walk? When Zhao Chuanxiang heard old lady Zhao's voice, the smile on his face suddenly fell. Lin Chun saw this scene. He seemed to understand something. With the help of her servant, old lady Zhao walked straight towards Zhao Chuanxiang. Seeing the wine glass in front of Zhao Chuanxiang, old lady Zhao loudly blamed him. You are drinking before you recover from this illness. Don't you want to live anymore, old man? As old Mrs. Zhao said this, she snatched the wine glass in front of Zhao Chuanxiang and put it aside heavily. After grabbing the wine glass, he saw Lin Chun sitting next to Zhao Chuanxiang. He was shocked at first, and then he scolded Lin Chun. What are you doing sitting here? Did you let the old man drink the wine? Do you want to kill him? Don't you know he's still sick? You let him drink. What are you thinking? When Zhao Cinny saw that old lady Zhao had wrongly accused Lin Chun, she immediately wanted to explain. Unexpectedly, Zhao Chuanxiang smashed the wine glass and said, Su Rongxia, are you done yet? In an instant, the scene was silent. Chapter 55, I advise you not to get involved. Zhao Cinny was also frightened by her grandfather's appearance. My grandfather is usually gentle and polite, and he has never lost his temper like this. Lin Chun confirmed his guess, so he said to Zhao Chuanxiang, Mr. Zhao, my father still needs to be taken care of, so I'll leave first. I'll come to see you next time. You. Lin Chun looked at Mr. Zhao meaningfully again. You must take care of your health. Don't eat or drink anything you shouldn't. After saying that, Lin Chun stood up and prepared to leave without waiting for Zhao Chuanxiang to speak. Zhao Cinny panicked all of a sudden. Hey, Brother Chun, don't leave. We haven't finished our meal yet. Lin Chun shook his head and said, No, it's really inconvenient for an outsider like me to be here. Then, Lin Chun walked out without looking back, because what was going to happen next would involve too many things, and he didn't want to get involved. After all, it was the Zhao family's private matter. Moreover, he had just reminded Mr. Zhao that how to deal with it was the Zhao family's business. Zhao Chuanxiang looked up at Lin Chun's back and was about to say something, but when he remembered Lin Chun's eyes and words just now, he held back and just looked at Zhao Cinny. Go, apologize to Xiao Chun and explain clearly. Don't let Xiao Chun think that we in the Zhao family are all confused. Zhao Chuanxiang actually said this to the Zhao family members present. In his opinion, all the relatives on this table combined are not as good as half of Lin Shun. Zhao Sini was naturally very happy and immediately went after Lin Shun. After Zhao Sini left, Zhao Chuanxiang raised his eyes and stared at Su Rongxia. Can you still eat this banquet? Brother Chun, Brother Chun, don't walk so fast. Zhao Sini shouted at Lin Shun's back while walking quickly. But Lin Shun had already walked a long way away and did not look back. Brother Chun, Zhao Sini realized that she was too slow to catch up with Lin Shun, so she took off her high heels and ran after him. Brother Chun, Zhao Sini grabbed Lin Chun's arm and said, Brother Chun, why are you walking so fast? You didn't even wait for me. If someone didn't know, they would think you were flying. Lin Shun looked back and found Zhao Sini's bare feet. He picked her up and asked, Why are you walking barefoot? Zhao Sini was shocked by the sudden princess hug, surprised and happy. I'm just afraid that you'll be angry with me, so I want to catch up with you quickly. Lin Shun carried Zhao Sini to the chair on the lawn and put Zhao Sini on the chair. How could I be angry with you? I just don't want to get involved in what happens next. Lin Shun finished speaking. He did not forget to add, I advise you not to get involved. Zhao Sini was confused by Lin Shun's words and had no idea what Lin Shun was talking about. She looked at Lin Shun and asked, What's next? What's next? Lin Shun glanced in the direction of the banquet hall and said, I suspect your grandfather's illness is related to your grandmother. Zhao Sini was stunned when she heard this. Brother Chun, are you kidding me? Grandma usually treats Grandpa very well. She personally arranges everything for him, including food, clothing, shelter, and daily life. How could she possibly harm Grandpa? Besides, they have been together for so many years. To put it bluntly, if they were going to get hurt, they would have done a long time ago. Why do they have to wait until now? Lin Shun smiled, but said nothing. He knew that Zhao Sini didn't believe it, so he didn't say it directly at the banquet. After all, everyone at the banquet was a member of the Zhao family. If an outsider were to speak out these speculations openly, it might anger the Zhao family, and then he would be accused of all kinds of things, which would be troublesome. Zhao Sini saw that Lin Shun didn't say anything, but she could tell from Lin Chen's expression that his guess didn't seem to be random. So, she asked Lin Chen again, Brother Chun, why do you think so? Have you found any evidence? Lin Shun put Zhao Sini's high heels at her feet and said, Sini, do you remember that I asked you just now if your grandma was in good health? Zhao Sini nodded. I remember. Lin Shun continued. Since your grandma is in such good health, she fainted when she saw your grandpa faint. It must be a sudden illness. The biggest reason is anger. At her age, it is impossible for her to recover so easily from such an angry attack. It is impossible for her to stand up and walk on her own and come back to attend the banquet. Zhao Sini pondered the meaning of this. You mean, Lin Shun immediately said the conclusion in his mind. Your grandma is pretending. Zhao Sini frowned. Her eyes flickered, and she felt uneasy. Why did she pretend to faint? Lin Shun smiled and said, Of course, it's to avoid something or to act out a scene of deep love and get rid of suspicion. Have you ever wondered why your grandfather suddenly became so ill? He even fell ill without any signs. Lin Shun sighed. Logically speaking, your grandfather has a separate medical team. I think with the strength of your Zhao family, the experts in this medical team must be top doctors. But why can't they find out the cause of your grandfather's illness? Not only that, they're getting worse and worse. There is no improvement at all. Lin Shun glanced at Zhao Sini and said, You just said that your grandpa's diet, clothing, food, housing, and transportation were all arranged by your grandma. So, if there's a problem in these places, the biggest suspect is naturally your grandmother. And Lin Shun looked back at the banquet hall. Your grandfather never had a guest official accompany him when he traveled in the past, right? Zhao Sini nodded again. Yes, the guest officials are all invited by Grandpa to protect our Zhao family. They basically never show up. Grandpa used to go out with drivers and bodyguards at most. He would only ask them to take action when there was something he couldn't solve. But today, I'm also confused as to why Grandpa would allow 2 guest officials to accompany him. Lin Shun looked at Zhao Sini with a complicated look in his eyes. Your grandfather has changed his attitude toward your grandmother and asked Kuqing to protect his safety. I guess your grandfather has already known that your grandmother has ulterior motives and is trying to remind her indirectly. I want her to admit it herself, or to restrain herself. What a pity. Lin Shun shook his head. Look at your grandma's expression. She has no intention of restraining herself. Listening to Lin Chun's analysis, Zhao Sini was terrified and her scalp went numb. Brother Chun, if this is really the case, then why did my grandma want to harm my grandpa? Lin Chun in confusion, full of suspicion and panic. For money? For power? There's no reason at all. My grandmother holds a very high position in the family. My grandfather usually doesn't care about family affairs. It's my grandmother who makes all the decisions. Lin Chun patted Zhao Sini's shoulder to comfort her. I don't know the reason at the moment, but it is definitely something that your grandfather can decide, but your grandmother has no right to interfere. Lin Chun's words suddenly opened Zhao Sini's run and due meridians. She suddenly thought of something and was shocked. Oh my God! Isn't it because of that incident that Grandma attacked Grandpa? What thing? Lin Chun became curious when he heard what Zhao Sini said. Chapter 56, Give You a Baby. Zhao Sini frowned. The matter of the Zhao family's heir. My grandfather is old enough to make a will, but he has been hesitant to make it clear. We have many sons and grandchildren, so it has been delayed until now, and there is still no conclusion. Lin Chun heard this. He was stunned at first. Then he laughed and shook his head. I see. It turns out that the TV series is not exaggerated. These aristocratic families and chaebol families will really do such things to fight for the position of heir. Husband and wife become enemies. Sons murder their fathers, and brothers kill each other. Lin Chun nodded. That must be the reason. Then Lin Chun suddenly asked Zhao Sini, who does your grandfather like the most? Zhao Sini looked around and confirmed that there was no one around before she whispered to Lin Chun, my grandfather likes me the most. Lin Chun laughed again. This time he was 100% sure of his guess. Old Mrs. Zhao took action against old Mr. Zhao just to prevent Zhao Sini from becoming the heir of the Zhao family. Lin Chun felt fortunate. He was glad that he left quickly enough and did not stay at the party. Judging from the attitude of Mrs. Zhao toward Zhao Sini, she hated this granddaughter and looked down on her the most. If Mr. Zhao let Zhao Sini take over the Zhao family, this reason would certainly be enough to drive Mrs. Zhao crazy. So crazy that she would forget who she was and who gave her the status she has today, and she would be so arrogant that she would dare to kill her own husband. After all, without the support of old Zhao, Zhao Sini has no status in the Zhao family. She is an orphan who can be easily sent away. When old Zhao dies, the heir of the Zhao family will naturally be decided by her, old lady Zhao. As for him, the man who is actively matched with Zhao Sini by Mr. Zhao, he would become a thorn in the eyes of Mrs. Zhao. No wonder old Mrs. Zhao didn't just pretend to be unconscious, but went back to the banquet and got angry at herself when she came back. She must have been up to no good. Lin Chun looked at Zhao Sini and said in a deep voice, Sini, in the next few days, you must pay attention to your safety and stay with your grandfather. Your grandfather will take care of these things for you and clear all obstacles for you. Then you can be your female president peacefully. Lin Chun didn't forget to clasp his hands together and congratulated Zhao Sini with a smile. I guess I'll have to call you Mr. Zhao when we meet next time. But Zhao Sini couldn't be happy. Instead, she became even more worried. She hesitated, her eyes wandering. Brother Chun, I don't want to be an heir. Lin Chun was puzzled. Why? It would be great to be the heir. The entire Zhao family's assets would be yours in the future. Zhao Sini bit her lower lip, looking embarrassed. After a long silence, she answered, I want to marry you, be your wife, take care of your family, and give birth to your babies. Lin Chun was stunned and extremely surprised by Zhao Sini's answer. The atmosphere instantly became ambiguous. Zhao Sini avoided looking at Lin Chun, not daring to look at him. She was so nervous that she swallowed her saliva, confessing her feelings to Lin Chun, but she was afraid that Lin Chun would reject her directly. Lin Chun also suddenly became nervous. Not nervous, but a little confused, at a loss, and didn't know what to say. The trauma left by his first love has not completely disappeared, and he has lost his previous expectations and trust in love. In addition, his father had an accident and has not yet woken up. He is only concerned about his father's safety and has no time to think about anything else. If not for this, he would have agreed to Mr. Zhao's proposal at the banquet. Lin Chun touched the tip of his nose and was about to speak. Unexpectedly, the cell phone rang at this time. Lin Chun seemed to have grasped a life-saving straw and quickly picked up the phone. Hello? Who is this? A cold and arrogant voice came from the other end of the phone. This is the Municipal Public Security Bureau. I am Zhang Nanxiao from the Demon City Public Security Bureau branch. My police number is 23XXX3. You're Lin Chun, right? Lin Chun did not answer immediately. Instead, He glanced at the number on the phone screen and confirmed that it was the number of the Public Security Bureau. Then he replied, "Yes, I am Lin Chun." Zhao Sini, who was sitting next to him, sensed from Lin Chun's tone that the call was from someone with bad intentions and became nervous instantly. Could it be from the Public Security Bureau? The cold female voice on the other end of the phone sounded again. "Do you know Su Biao, the president of Su Group, and his son Su Jiming?" Lin Chun didn't expect the police to be so quick. In less than a day, they had already investigated him. "Since the investigation has reached me, it must have been confirmed that I am related to Su Biao and his son." Lin Chun answered directly, "I know him." The person on the other end of the phone didn't say much, just informed me. "There is a criminal case that requires your cooperation in the investigation. Please come to our bureau immediately." "Okay." Lin Chun answered calmly and quickly without any hesitation. Beep, beep, beep. The call was hung up. Zhao Sini asked in panic, "Brother Chun, is it?" Lin Chun nodded, "Yes, from the Public Security Bureau." Zhao Sini stood up immediately and said, "I'll ask someone to protect you." "No need." Lin Chun grabbed Zhao Sini's wrist and pulled her back to her seat. "I said, you don't need to interfere in this matter." Zhao Sini was extremely anxious. Her face changed. "But they have already found you. Now find someone to make the matter smaller and smaller, and then just make up some random crime for those two people saying that they fled abroad with the money, and then everything will be fine, right?" Lin Chun was surprised by what Zhao Sini said. He looked at Zhao Sini and smiled. "Girl, you handle these things very well." Zhao Sini smiled bitterly. "Brother Chun, to be honest, I have heard about this kind of thing since I was a child. Do you think the antique world is clean? Sometimes, in order to fight for a priceless antique, or to get a piece of underground." Zhao Sini pointed to the ground with a meaningful look on her face. "Some antiques in the ancient tombs, or some things that were forcibly taken back from someone at a low price, have caused many deaths." Lin Chun had no doubt about this. The antique world also belongs to the business world. Businessmen make profits, so who has clean hands? "So, Brother Chun," Zhao Sini asked Lin Chun tentatively, "do you want me to help you?" "Not yet." Lin Chun smiled calmly. "They can't convict me. Now I'm just making a phone call to inquire. If there was clear evidence, they would have come to arrest him long ago. Why would they make a phone call?" Lin Chun is not afraid is because he was sure that even if the police investigated further, they would not be able to find a body. Without the bodies, they had no definite evidence to prove that the father and son of the Su family had died, let alone convict themselves. This matter would drag on for at most 10 or 8 years, and would be concluded as missing and eventually come to nothing. Zhao Sini couldn't help but hold Lin Chun's hand and said worriedly, "Brother Chun, if you encounter something you can't solve, you must call me and let me help you, okay?" Lin Chun held Zhao Sini's hand in return. "Okay, got it. I'll go first. You can go in and see your grandfather. I think everything in there is in chaos right now." Lin Chun with pleading eyes. "Then call me when you're done, okay?" Lin Chun nodded, "Okay." Lin Chun quickly arrived at the Public Security Bureau. After telling his name, he was taken directly to the interrogation room by the police on duty. Immediately afterwards, Zhang Nanxiao appeared. Lin Chun looked up, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. What a beautiful policewoman, with such a delicate face. Oval face, cherry lips, high nose bridge, and eyes with upturned corners. Even in uniform, there's no way to hide her impressive figure. The plump hips and slim waist show the charm of a mature woman. Lin Chun suddenly heard a prompt sound in his mind. He was shocked and shouted in his mind, "If you dare to turn on your X-ray vision, I will explode your memory." Lin Chun noticed the system's small action and quickly stopped the startup program and immediately explained to Lin Chun, "Host, I am just doing this to feast your eyes." Lin Chun was displeased and yelled, "Forget it. Don't make trouble for me. This is in the police station. Don't do those little tricks." The system can only give up. Zhang Nanxiao sat at the interrogation position, looked directly at Lin Chun, and said nothing. Lin Chun was naturally very patient and just stared at Zhang Nanxiao for nearly a minute. Zhang Nanxiao then spoke. Her voice was cold. It was that familiar royal sister voice. "Lin Chun, you came fast enough." Chapter 57 Police Ant. Lin Chun Feng replied calmly, "It is the duty of every good citizen to cooperate with the police in the investigation." Zhang Nanxiao was born into a family of police officers, and his ancestors were generals who founded the country. He naturally has a strong personality, is cold to others, and is very ambitious, so she really wanted to solve a big case by herself, to prove herself to her father, and even more to her colleagues who thought she got to her position through connections. Zhang Nanxiao did not ask questions immediately after Lin Chen answered him. Instead, he paused for a long time before asking back. Are you so obedient? Lin Chen frowned and looked at Zhang Nanxiao. What do you mean? Looking at you. Zhang Nanxiao looked at Lin Chen with a scrutinizing look. You don't look like a good man. With such a handsome appearance, generally speaking, he is either a scumbag or a bad guy. There is no third possibility. Lin Chen felt offended by Zhang Nanxiao's inexplicable comment and was about to retort when Zhang Nanxiao spoke again. Your bank balance is quite large recently. What does it do? Lin Chen prepared to answer again. But Zhang Nanxiao interrupted him again. Also, I'm not your uncle. I'm a policewoman. Your eyes should be fine, right? Faced with Zhang Nanxiao's repeated impoliteness, Lin Chen didn't intend to give her face and directly replied, Okay, police auntie. Zhang Nanxiao's face darkened, and he was about to scold. Lin Chen interrupted her, just like Zhang Nanxiao did before. I'm in the antique business. It's normal for me to have a lot of cash flow. As a policeman, you even check the cash flow, but you can't find out what I do. Lin Chen looked at Zhang Nanxiao provocatively, and instead of sitting upright, he leaned back in his chair and crossed his legs. When Zhang Nanxiao saw Lin Chen like this, he instantly got angry. No matter who comes into her hands, from small street thugs to big economic crime tycoons, all of them are polite to her. How dare a small-time antique dealer challenge me like this? Is that you? Zhang Nanxiao said angrily. But before she could finish her words, Lin Chen interrupted her again. By the way, you don't have to say whether I'm a good man or not, but it's hard for me to judge a woman like you. Zhang Nanxiao slammed the table and stood up. Lin Chen, this is the police station. You are being interrogated now. Don't be so shameless. Explain. Did you kill Su Biao and his son? The male colleague who was interrogating Zhang Nanxiao saw that she had lost her composure and quickly tugged at her clothes. Nanxiao, control yourself. How can we just tell Lin Chen that Su Biao and his son are dead? They're just missing now. Without the bodies, we cannot draw a conclusion. The interrogation should be gradual. The male colleague was puzzled. How could the daughter of the police chief be so unruly when handling cases? Is she really not afraid of violating the regulations? Lin Chen showed a shocked expression. What? Su Biao and his son are dead. Why are you pretending? Zhang Nanxiao didn't listen to his male colleague's advice at all and continued to scold Lin Chen. Don't think I don't know that Su Biao and you have a big grudge. According to our investigation, did Su Biao beat your father into a vegetable? Zhang Nanxiao sneered, as if he saw through Lin Chen. Can you tolerate such a deep hatred? Zhang Nanxiao is not stupid. She thinks that since she has already had a verbal conflict with Lin Chen, she might as well deliberately mention the matter of Su Biao and his son to see how Lin Chen reacts. No matter what I said to Lin Chen, he would ignore his identity as a policeman and directly retort. Zhang Nanxiao just didn't believe that he could tolerate Su Biao treating his father like that. Lin Chen kept smiling and looked at Zhang Nanxiao quietly. Lin Chen didn't say anything. Zhang Nanxiao thought that he was about to lose control. So he got out his seat, took out 2 photos, and threw them in front of Lin Chen. Not long after your father was hospitalized, the father and son disappeared. The surveillance camera in front of the hospital clearly captured you leaving the hospital while your father was still in the intensive care unit. Lin Chen lowered his eyes and took a glance. What Zhang Nanxiao threw at him was a photo of Su Biao's car, as well as the footage of himself walking out of the hospital captured by the hospital surveillance camera. The system suddenly exclaimed, Oops, I was so busy dealing with the surveillance near the dock that I forgot about the hospital. Lin Chen replied to the system in his mind, It doesn't matter. These are not great things. At most, they are auxiliary guesses. Zhang Nanxiao stared into Lin Chen's eyes. Can you tell me? What did you do during the time you went to the hospital and came back? Lin Chen's expression remained calm. I am an ordinary citizen, so I will naturally go home and lock the door. Su Biao has made a mess of the house. After I have arranged for my father, shouldn't I go home to see him? We ordinary people are not like you who live in luxury houses in the community. Things are often lost in our place. If the door is not closed all the time, stray dogs can get in and make their homes. Lin Chen did not make up this reason casually, because he knew that there are surveillance cameras everywhere now, and the police could find surveillance cameras to confirm it if he just mentioned a place. But there was no surveillance in the area near his home, which was in a rural area on the outskirts of the village. The police couldn't find evidence to prove that they had not returned home. As for the surveillance of the place I passed by on my way to the dock, the system has already handled it, so it is most appropriate to say that I went home during that time. Zhang Nanxiao observed Lin Chen's expression, trying to find a hint of lying on his face, but Lin Shun remained calm, and his eyes were firm, not looking like he was lying at all. At this time, Lin Shun took the initiative and started to complain. Officer Zhang, you asked me so many questions I would like to ask you. What crime should Su Biao be charged with for beating my dad like that? How much compensation should I receive? Now that they are dead, shouldn't I be given an explanation for my crime? Don't change the subject here. Zhang Nanxiao was well prepared and continued to question Lin Shun. We found that many of Su Biao's men were dead in his villa. Lin Shun, didn't you do that? When the system heard Zhang Nanxiao's words, it immediately reminded Lin Shun. Host, don't worry, I've already processed the surveillance, fingerprints, and DNA at the villa. Lin Shun was shocked. Have you also processed the DNA and fingerprints? The system explained, I did not deal with the fingerprints you left in the villa, but change your current fingerprints, your current DNA, and your DNA data stored in the database. Lin Shun was surprised. Is it so amazing? You can even change this? The system didn't care. I am connected to your body, so I can change your fingerprints. I can connect to data from all over the world, so I can still do something as trivial as changing the DNA in the database. With the help of the system, Lin Shun naturally felt more confident and immediately answered Zhang Nanxiao. Anti-police, I did go to Su Biao's villa, but only to pick up my father to go to the hospital. You need evidence to speak. If you speak without evidence, does that mean that what you say is true? You policemen are so overbearing in handling cases now. Chapter 58, A Fait Accompli. When Zhang Nanxiao heard Lin Shun calling her Police Annie again, she glared at Lin Shun angrily, took away all the photos in front of Lin Shun, and sat back in the interrogation seat. The reason why she didn't dare to draw a conclusion was because the DNA extracted from the bodies of the thugs in the villa did not match the DNA in Lin Shun's database at all, and they had no evidence to prove these speculations. Although Zhao Nanxiao did not clearly find the bodies of Su Biao and his son, she could roughly feel that they should be dead, and Lin Shun's motive for committing the crime was currently the greatest. All that remains is to find evidence. Seeing Zhang Nanxiao's frustration, the male colleague at the side immediately tried to save the situation. Mr. Lin, we didn't receive any reports of your father's case, so it's normal that we didn't handle it in time. As for Su Biao and his son are not dead, they are just missing. If you formally report the case now and open a case, we will give you a corresponding response to your case when we find Su Biao and his son. Well, you go back first. We will contact you if we need your cooperation in the future. Don't leave the Magic City in the near future. After saying that, the male colleague opened the door and signaled Lin Shun that he could leave. Zhang Nanxiao knew that he couldn't get anything out of the question without evidence, so he agreed with his male colleague and let Lin Shun go first. Lin Shun chuckled, stood up, and walked out of the interrogation room, neither humbly nor arrogantly. Zhang Nanxiao, I guess you will never be able to find evidence in your lifetime. Oh, after all, the bodies of the father and son are now in his space and will remain there forever, etc. As soon as Lin Shun walked out of the interrogation room, Zhang Nanxiao called him again. Lin Shun, are you a warrior? Lin Shun was startled, and a trace of panic flashed in his eyes. Why did Zhang Nanxiao suddenly ask if she was a warrior? Could it be that she really knew something? Lin Shun turned around and regained his calm expression. Yes. Zhang Nanxiao smiled with satisfaction, his eyes meaningful. You can go now. Bang! Zhang Nanxiao took the initiative to close the door and locked Lin Shun outside the interrogation room. Lin Shun turned and left. Although Zhang Nanxiao did not ask any further questions, he felt even more uneasy. After all, he killed the two warriors invited by Su Biao with his own hands, using the Tsang Lei sword. DNA can be cleared, but the wound caused by the Tsang Lei sword cannot be changed. If the police found his Tsang Lei sword, they would know everything after comparison. If I had known this earlier, I would have moved the bodies of the two warriors into the space as well. However, at that time, his father was dying, and he only wanted to go to the hospital and did not consider this point. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Lin Shun's phone vibrated, and he looked at the screen and saw it was Zhao Sini. Hello, Sini. Zhao Sini's concerned voice came from the other end of the phone. Brother Chun, how are you? Are you okay? Zhao Sini knew the police's methods and was worried that they would monitor Lin Shun's phone calls, so she didn't dare to say anything more on the phone. Lin Shun naturally understood this truth and replied casually, It's okay, I'm out now. Zhao Sini continued, Okay, come to the hospital. I'm here with my uncle. If you have anything to say, it's more convenient to say it in person. Hospital? Lin Shun was puzzled. Are you at my dad's place? Zhao Sini smiled and replied, Yes, Grandpa was worried about Uncle, so he asked me to take Uncle home to recuperate so that you can take care of Uncle when you are at home. Of course, Grandpa has found a very good medical team for you. Don't worry, it won't delay your uncle's condition. Oh, by the way, Grandpa has found a villa for you. Come to the hospital and we'll talk about the details. Medical team? Villa? Zhao Sini's words shocked Lin Chen several times. Just when Lin Chen wanted to ask for clarification, Zhao Sini had already hung up the phone. Lin Chen had no choice but to rush to the hospital. The medical team was fine, but delivering a house is no small matter. In the hospital, as soon as Lin Chen pushed open the door of the ward, he saw Zhao Sini sleeping on the sofa. When Zhao Sini heard the door open, she woke up immediately and smiled. Brother Chen, why are you so fast? I have packed all my things, and am waiting for you to come so I can arrange for Uncle to be discharged from the hospital. Lin Chen originally wanted to ask Zhao Sini about the house, but when he saw that Zhao Sini looked sleepy and very tired, he suddenly felt a little distressed. He walked up to Zhao Sini and hugged her in his arms. Sini, thank you for your hard work. After saying that, Lin Chen couldn't help but lower his head and kiss Zhao Sini's forehead. Zhao Sini, who was still sleepy in the last second, woke up instantly after being kissed by Lin Chen. Then her face turned red as a monkey's, and she stuttered when she spoke. Brother Chen, I'm not tired. Lin Chen let go of Zhao Sini and said softly, Sini, I actually bought the house myself. Zhao Sini knew what Lin Chen wanted to say, so she quickly held Lin Chen's hand and said, Brother Chen, my grandfather has so many villas that I can't even count them. It would be a waste if they were left empty. If you move in, it would add some popularity to my grandfather's villa. Grandpa said that you can choose anyone you want. I just took the initiative to choose one for you. It's next door to me. I thought that this way, it would be convenient for me to take care of Uncle. Lin Chen anxiously, You won't blame me, will you? Lin Chen heard what Zhao Sini said. He smiled and said, Why should I blame you? It's obviously a good thing for me. I got a great advantage. Zhao Sini replied cautiously, I'm afraid you don't want to be my neighbor. I'm still worried. The medical team has already gone there, and if you don't agree, it will be quite troublesome. Lin Chen laughed and shook his head. You've arranged everything. How can I not go? When Zhao Sini saw that Lin Chen agreed, she happily hugged Lin Chen. Then she suddenly thought of the matter at the police station and looked worried again. Brother Chen, what did the police station say? If they dare to embarrass you, I can call the lawyers at home. They have a team that specializes in handling such matters. Lin Chen patted Zhao Sini on the top of her head. Not yet. They have no evidence. Only suspicion. Zhao Sini nodded and raised the corners of her mouth again. Brother Chen, go see your uncle. Tell him, and we'll go. Lin Chen looked at Zhao Sini with a smile in his eyes. He didn't expect that Mr. Zhao and Sini could arrange his affairs so well. They even thought about where he would live and considered his situation and difficulties everywhere. It was obvious that they put their heart into it. This was probably the first time in his life that someone other than his father cared about him so much. He was touched and couldn't help but speak. Sini, thank you for arranging everything so well. Zhao Sini smiled sweetly and charmingly. Between you and me, there's no need to thank me. I did all this willingly. Lin Chen stood up, walked into the inner ward, and shook his father's hand. Dad, we have to move to another place and go home. Besides, we have a new home. It's a big new home. You may also have one soon. Lin Chen suddenly stopped here and thought, Forget it. Let's talk about Sini's matter later. Zhao Sini, who was eavesdropping outside at this moment, couldn't help feeling a sense of loss. She thought Lin Chen was going to tell his uncle. Zhao Sini frowned, as if thinking about something. It seems that I have to work harder, otherwise other women will keep thinking about Brother Chen. Zhao Sini suddenly thought of the medicine her friend gave her last time. I heard it's quite effective. Brother Chen tonight? The more Zhao Sini thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. If the matter is settled, Brother Chen shouldn't abandon himself, right? Chapter 59. We must capture Lin Chen. Zhao Sini was shocked by her sudden thought. What are you doing? If I take the initiative too much, will Brother Chen think that I am very indecent and think that I am that kind of girl? Zhao Sini shook her head fiercely. No. I absolutely cannot use that thing. Lin Chen finished talking to his father and walked out. Seeing Zhao Sini distracted, he thought something was wrong with her and asked hurriedly, Sini, what's wrong? Why are you shaking your head? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Zhao Sini, who was thinking too much, was startled by Lin Chen's voice and suddenly stuttered, Brother Chen, there's a mosquito flying around my ear. I want to get rid of it. Oh, Lin Chen looked at Zhao Sini's appearance, guessing that she was tired. So he asked with concern, Sini, how about you rest here for a while, and then we can move? No, 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 no. Zhao Sini shook her head like a rattle and waved her hands like windshield wipers. No, 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 no. I'm not sleepy or tired. It's getting late. Let's move early and finish the job early. Lin Chun frowned slightly and felt that something was wrong with Zhao Sini, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. Okay, let's move. Zhao Sini was flustered by Lin Chen's intense gaze and quickly replied, The car is downstairs, and the people are downstairs too. I'll go call them first. Brother Chun, you sit down and wait. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhao Sini turned around and trotted out. Lin Chen looked at Zhao Sini's back, wondering, what's wrong with this girl? The movers were busy for a long time and packed up everything, but Lin Chen still didn't see Zhao Sini. It was not until Lin Chen sent his father to the nanny car that Zhao Sini appeared. Sini, where did you go? Zhao Sini didn't know what was wrong with her. When she saw Lin Chen, she thought of that kind of thing. When she thought of that kind of thing, she blushed, her heart beat faster, and she became extremely nervous. Lin Chen stared at Zhao Sini's face. Why is your face so red? Do you have a fever? Lin Chen said, placing the back of his hand on Zhao Sini's forehead. It's not a fever. Zhao Sini was touched by Lin Chen. She felt like she was electrocuted. She straightened her body and dare not move. Seeing Zhao Sini's reaction, Lin Chen became even more worried and said decisively, No, let's go see a doctor. Zhao Sini quickly stepped back and said, No, no, no. Brother Chun, don't worry about me. I'm really fine. You and Uncle can take this car together. Just let the driver follow my car. Lin Chen looked at Zhao Sini with suspicion. Are you sure you can drive? Zhao Sini nodded vigorously. Yes, yes, yes. I can. Lin Chen let out a long sigh. Go ahead, drive slowly, there's no rush. Okay. Zhao Sini responded excitedly and hurried to her car, muttering to herself as she walked. Huh, why am I so nervous? Zhao Sini, you are the eldest daughter of the Zhao family. You have met so many men. How can you be so out of control in front of Brother Chun? Be more mature. Don't let Brother Chun think you are childish. Zhao Sini secretly made up her mind that she must think of another way to take down Lin Chun today. Suddenly, someone patted Zhao Sini on the shoulder, which frightened her. She turned around and asked, Brother Chun, what's wrong? Lin Chun snatched the car keys from Zhao Sini's hand and said, I'll drive. I'm worried if you're not feeling well. Lin Chun opened the car door and sat in the driver's seat. When Zhao Sini saw Lin Chun's actions, she couldn't help but be moved and happily sat in the co-pilot's seat. Lin Chen started the car and asked, Where are we going? Zhao Sini turned on the navigation system, Jiulong Bay. Lin Chen's eyes. Jiulong Bay. The villa you arranged for me is in Jiulong Bay. Zhao Sini nodded and said casually, Yes, didn't I say that? I live there too, and you live next door to me. Lin Chen tapped the steering wheel nervously. The house price in Jiulong Bay is 300,000 yuan per square meter, and the smallest villa is 500 square meters, which is more than 100 million yuan. The villa that Zhao Sini lives next door to is probably much larger than 500 square meters. Then the price. Lin Chen laughed and shook his head. I got a great bargain. Zhao Sini glared at Lin Chen. What are you talking about, Brother Chen? I've already said that the house is abandoned anyway. You are helping me to make it more popular. Besides, I gave you the house for a purpose. Lin Chen smiled. What's the purpose? Zhao Sini was about to answer. There was a vibration sound inside the car. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Zhao Sini realized that it was her cell phone calling. Without thinking, she pressed the Bluetooth button. The next second, a clear female voice came from the car speakers. Xin, I asked for you. That aphrodisiac only works on boys. If you drink it with Lin Chun, it will only work on him. You are a virgin and don't know anything. Be careful, and you will suffer. He spoke a string of words without any pause, an extremely fast speed, in one breath, with a cheerful feeling of not caring about the life or death of others. Zhao Sini was confused. Lin Chen was also stunned, pondering the words that just came out of the Bluetooth. What? Aphrodisiac? For yourself? Why did Sini give herself this medicine? Seeing that Zhao Sini didn't reply, the person on the other end of the phone continued more excitedly. Giving the Chen this kind of medicine will hurt his body. If something goes wrong, will you still use it in the future? It's better to get him drunk directly, and then... Beep, beep, beep. Before the voice on the phone finished speaking, Zhao Sini hung up the phone. There was silence in the car. Zhao Sini just felt dizzy and wanted to jump out of the car right now and find a river to commit suicide. Lin Chen glanced at Zhao Sini, standing beside him. Seeing Zhao Sini's whole face turned red, he suddenly wanted to laugh. But for Zhao Sini's face, he quickly held his chin with his hand and covered his lips with his fingers. Zhao Sini's fingers tightly grasped the phone in her hand. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The phone vibrated again at an inopportune time. Zhao Sini pressed the off button directly and turned off the phone. Damn Qian, why couldn't you call me at any other time? Why did you have to call me at this time? I am such an idiot. Why do I have to use Bluetooth to answer calls? She knew that Chenggu was in the car, but she still turned on the Bluetooth. She must be out of her mind. Lin Shun held the steering wheel with one hand, and with the other hand gently grasped Zhao Sini's hand that was tightly holding the phone, and then said softly, "Don't drug me. I'm very strong. Don't worry." Zhao Sini felt that her face and ears were so hot that they were hot enough to fry eggs in. Chapter 60. Sini, are you free tonight? Zhao Sini was in a state of confusion. She tried hard to think about how to respond to Lin Shun. She opened her mouth again and again, but couldn't utter a single syllable. Seeing Zhao Sini standing there in a daze, Lin Shun said with a smile, "I was just kidding you. Why are you so nervous?" Having said that, Lin Shun was about to withdraw his hand. Zhao Sini suddenly grabbed Lin Chun's hands with both hands. "Brother Chun, I like you. Will you be my boyfriend?" Lin Chun glanced at Zhao Sini with a smile in his eyes and patted Zhao Sini's hand that was holding his. "Let go first, I'm driving." When Zhao Sini heard this, she quickly let go of her hand and waited quietly for Lin Chun's answer. Lin Chun simply said, "Let's talk about it later." Zhao Sini felt relieved a little. Although Lin Chun did not explicitly agree, he did not explicitly refuse either. As long as he did not explicitly refuse, it proved that he still had a chance. Zhao Sini quickly adjusted her mood and looked at the navigation. "Brother Chun, we are almost there." Lin Chun suddenly said, "Who gave you that medicine? Don't use that dirty stuff in the future." After hearing this, Zhao Sini nodded hurriedly. No, if it wasn't you, I definitely wouldn't use it." "Oh, that's not right." Zhao Sini quickly changed her words and said, "I'll only give it to you." "That's not right." Zhao Sini covered her mouth and said nothing. "The more you talk, the more mistakes you make." Her mind is now full of Lin Chun, and she has no wisdom at all. Before we knew it, the car had already arrived outside the villa area. When a security guard at the gate saw that it was Zhao Sini's car, he let it pass without hesitation and even saluted and bowed. "Welcome home, owner." Under Zhao Sini's command, Lin Chen drove the car to the door of the villa where Mr. Zhao had given him a gift. Looking up, Lin Chen chuckled helplessly. "Sure enough, my guess was right. This villa is at least 800 square meters and worth more than 200 million. This gift is really too valuable. I'm really going to become a gigolo." After getting off the car, Zhao Sini suddenly thought of what her grandfather had told her, which she had not yet told Brother Chun. "I was so focused on Brother Chun's body that I forgot everything my grandfather told me." "Brother Chun," Zhao Sini hurriedly called out to Lin Chun, "my grandfather said that he is selling this house to you." "Sell?" Lin Chun was puzzled. Zhao Sini continued, "Didn't you give my grandma a jade pendant? That thing is very valuable. It's in Grandpa's hands now. Grandpa said that the thing should be considered as the money you gave him. I was confused just now and forgot to tell you." Lin Chun frowned slightly, looking hesitant. "This is not good. That jade pendant is a gift from me." Zhao Sini waved her hand and said, "Oh, don't be sad. My grandpa and my grandma had a falling out. Everything happened exactly as you guessed. My grandpa said it would be a pity to give the jade pendant to my grandma, so he snatched it away." Lin Chun just replied with an indifferent "oh." Zhao Sini became interested and asked Lin Chun, "Brother Chun, aren't you going to ask me how my grandfather dealt with my grandmother?" Lin Chun raised his lips and said, "It's not convenient for me to ask about your family's affairs." "Why is it inconvenient?" "I'll tell you now." Zhao Sini spoke very enthusiastically. "My grandfather said he wanted to send my grandmother to prison, but my uncles didn't want to, and they knelt on the ground begging for mercy. My grandfather didn't want his descendants to have a grandmother in prison, so he didn't send my grandmother to prison. In the end, he just asked my grandmother to leave the house and cut off contact with her from then on." Lin Chen nodded. "This is a very good result." "What's good about that?" Zhao Sini said with a sad face. "I'm going to be the heir of our family now. I don't know how busy I will be in the future. I won't have time to play with you." Lin Chen heard that Zhao Sini was unhappy because of this. He couldn't help but laugh again and pinched Zhao Sini's cheek. You only know how to play. I live next to you. It's so convenient for you to come and play with me." Zhao Sini smiled happily. "Yes, it's very convenient. As they were talking, the things had been moved into the villa, and a young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, with handsome features and an elegant air, walked towards them. When the man saw them, he greeted Lin Shan first. "Hello, Mr. Lin. I am the captain of the medical team arranged by Mr. Zhao, and I'm also your father's attending physician. My name is Li Muyang." After saying that, Li Muyang extended his hand towards Lin Shan. Lin Shan shook hands with him. He said politely, "Dr. Li, I'll leave my dad to you. I'll trouble you to take care of him in the future." When Mr. Zhao first assigned this task to Li Muyang thought that Lin Shan was an unruly young man. Unexpectedly, Lin Shan himself looked so steady, emitting a subtle aura and a sharp gaze, which was completely different from the slack and empty gaze of those rich second generations who spent their days eating and waiting to die. Li Muyang nodded and responded to Lin Shan, "I will definitely do my best to do what Mr. Zhao asked me to do." "Well, I'll go check on your father first. You two can chat first." After Li Muyang left, Zhao Sini tentatively asked Lin Chun, "Brother Chun, do you think he's too young? His medical skills are not good enough." Lin Chun shook his head. "I don't think so. How could the person your grandfather arranged be an ordinary person? Besides, there are so many talented people now. This is not the time to judge by age or ability." When Zhao Sini heard Lin Chen's words, she was overwhelmed with affection for Lin Chun. She really likes mature men like Lin Chun. Zhao Sini led Lin Shan into the villa and said as they walked, "This Li Muyang is a postdoctoral fellow who studied in the United States and also studied at Johns Hopkins Hospital. The place where he works is the experimental base for neurosurgery in the world. It's amazing." Lin Shan couldn't help but praise him. "Really? You have achieved so much at such a young age. You are really capable." As the two walked, Lin Shan took a quick look at the villa. "I can only say that it is worthy of being the most expensive villa area. And this villa is really impeccable." The two walked around the villa again, and just as they were about to go upstairs, Li Muyang stopped them. "Mr. Lin, your father's physical condition does not seem to be very stable at the moment. I will give him physical therapy first, and if it is effective, I will assist with drug therapy." Lin Chun smiled calmly. Dr. Li's method must be very effective. Li Muyang was somewhat surprised by Lin Chen's nonchalant answer. Most of the time, most patients will be skeptical about them and ask all kinds of questions. But Lin Chun just confirmed his plan and didn't ask any more questions. This kind of trust really made it easy for doctors like them to feel good about him. But in fact, Lin Chun didn't think too much about it. He just felt that if you employ someone, trust him, and don't employ him if you don't trust him. Li Muyang suddenly wanted to get closer to Lin Chun, so he said to Lin Chun, "Mr. Lin, if you don't mind, you could just call me Iang from now on. How about I call you Brother Lin?" Lin Shan nodded. "Of course, I'd love to. By the way," Li Muyang finished speaking and looked at Zhao Sini beside him. "Sini, are you free tonight? I want to invite you out for dinner." Chapter 61, I want him to kneel before me. Li Muyang pursued Zhao Sini when he was in school. At that time, Zhao Sini almost accepted Li Muyang, but now, Zhao Sini only has Lin Chun in her heart. Seeing that Li Muyang actually wanted to ask her out for dinner in front of Lin Chun, she was afraid that Lin Chun would misunderstand. Zhao Sini said directly and decisively, "I want to cook for Brother Chen tonight, so I won't accompany you to dinner." But Zhao Sini stood next to Lin Chun. "If you really want to treat me to a meal, I have to bring Brother Chen along." Lin Chun stood aside, pouting angrily, saying nothing. Li Muyang was not a fool. Zhao Sini's words showed that she was interested in Lin Chun. He could only smile awkwardly and said, "Then you guys get busy. I'll go prepare the tools for Uncle Lin to repair it." Zhao Sini waved her hand and said, "Go ahead." After Li Muyang left, Lin Chin suddenly asked Zhao Sini, "Can you cook?" Zhao Sini nodded and said with a little pride, "Of course not. My cooking is delicious. When I was in high school, my grandfather even hired a professional chef to teach me." Lin Chin looked at Zhao Sini with disbelief. "Really?" When Zhao Sini saw that Lin Chun was so interested, she hurriedly said, "Let's go to my villa." "Oh no, right here, you're home. Let's go to my place first. You can take a look at the dishes that the delivery lady has sent and see what you want to eat. Then bring the dishes over here, and I'll cook for you." Lin Chun responded, "Okay, let me taste the cooking skills of the eldest lady of the Zhao family." After that, the two of them went out to Zhao Sini's villa to pick vegetables. At the same time, in the presidential suite of a five-star hotel in Shanghai, Zhao Rui was tied to the bed naked, with her eyes closed as if she was dead. Wu Yong stood beside the bed, looking at Zhao Rui, who was unconscious on the bed with evil eyes. Zhao Rui, I want to keep you for a while, but you insisted on humiliating me in front of so many people. Tell me, is it your own fault? Bang. Wu Yong slapped Zhao Rui on the face and grabbed her neck. Tell me, is it your fault? You bitch. Zhao Rui had fainted long ago, so how could she possibly answer Wu Yong? Wu Yong immediately took off his nightgown, untied the rope on Zhao Rui, and looked at Zhao Rui's body. Wu Yong made a clicking sound with his mouth. I didn't expect that, Zhao Rui. I've been your slave for so long, and I've been your liquor for so long. This is the first time I've seen you act like this. As he spoke, Wu Yong glared at Zhao Rui fiercely, grabbed Zhao Rui's neck, and slapped her twice in anger. The next second, Wu Yong returned to normal again. What a pity, such a good body. After today, it will only be a shell. I really don't want to use you to improve my cultivation today, but this is all your own fault. Zhao Rui. After Wu Yong finished speaking, he pounced on Zhao Rui with wild movements, showing no mercy at all. He even started to absorb Zhao Rui's yang energy mouth to mouth. Zhao Rui seemed to feel something strange in her body. She woke up at an opportune time while groaning. When she opened her eyes, she saw Wu Yong lying on top of her. Zhao Rui's pupils trembled, and she was about to push Wu Yong, but Wu Yong grabbed her wrist again. She could only murmur weakly, "What are you doing? Let me go." The drug that caused the coma was still in her body. Zhao Rui was unable to exert any strength, and her eyelids were trembling. You beast! As Wu Yong absorbed more and more yang qi, Zhao Rui's body became more exhausted. She couldn't even make a sound. She watched Wu Yong do whatever he wanted of her. At this moment, Zhao Rui felt as if there were 100,000 cockroaches crawling on her body. She felt extremely disgusted, but helpless, and fell into deep despair. Wu Yong was even more excited when he saw Zhao Rui was awakened by him. You bitch! Are you awakened by the stimulation? Huh, didn't expect it? You'd also have this day. While Wu Yong was talking, Zhao Rui was aging at a speed visible to the naked eye. Zhao Rui didn't know what Wu Yong had done, but she could feel her life slipping away. Tears of fear welled up in her eyes unconsciously, and she used all her strength to groan and plead. Wu Yong, please let me go. We're getting married. When Wu Yong heard the word marriage, he went crazy and punched Zhao Rui in the face. How dare you mention marriage? Bitch, I've been your fiancé for so long, but you keep postponing the wedding date. You treat me like a dog. You keep using me to get married, but you won't actually marry me. How dare you mention these two words now? After a few punches, Zhao Rui's face was covered in blood, and she was dying. Wu Yong pinched Zhao Rui's chin, his eyes full of greed. You are my dog today? Not only you, but all of you Zhao's sisters should be my dogs. You, your sister and your younger sister. Your sister is an old thing and useless, but your younger sister. Wu Yong raised his lips and said, her name is Zhao Sini, right? Her boyfriend insulted me in public, and I couldn't beat her boyfriend, so I sucked her. Wu Yong held Zhao Rui's head and said contemptuously, her physique is much better than yours. Her yang energy is not comparable to that of a bitch like you. If it weren't for the fact that you haven't absorbed yang qi for so long, and your cultivation is almost regressing, I really wouldn't be interested in a piece of trash like you. At this moment, Zhao Rui was filled with despair. She wished she had gotten engaged to Wu Yong, and she wished she hadn't listened to her mother's words and covered up Wu Yong's background. Wu Yong, I will not let you go even if I become a ghost. You beast! The anger mobilized Zhao Rui's last bit of life force. She suddenly raised her hand and grabbed Wu Yong's arm. Her bloodshot eyes opened as wide as possible and stared at Wu Yong. The next second, Zhao Rui tilted her head, her hand dropped from Wu Yong's arm, and she completely lost her breath. Seeing that Zhao Rui's heart had stopped beating, Wu Yong immediately pulled out his gun and stood up, spitting at Zhao Rui. Bitch, you died so soon. You got it easy. Now Zhao Rui, lying on the bed, has completely turned into a mummy and will never order Wu Yong to do anything again. After the supplement, Wu Yong's cultivation level was enhanced, and his whole body was filled with evil energy. He was completely different from before. He looked at himself in the mirror with a vicious look in his eyes. Zhao Sini, next is you and your boyfriend. I want him to kneel in front of me and watch me suck away all your yang energy. Chapter 62, Strange Stone. Jilong Bay, Villa area. How is it, Brother Chun? Is it delicious? Try this. Zhao Sini served a bowl of yam and pork rib soup and handed it to Lin Shun. Lin Shun burped. No, I really can't drink anymore. Zhao Sini said unwillingly. Oh, how much have you eaten? Are you full already? Lin Shun glanced at the empty plates on the table. These plates were full of food just now, and he ate them all by himself. Is this not enough? Sini, I really can't eat anymore. Originally, he didn't need to eat. If it wasn't for the fact that he wanted to taste Miss Zhao's cooking, he wouldn't have eaten a single bite. Unexpectedly, Miss Zhao cooked so many dishes at once. Sichuan cuisine, Cantonese cuisine, Shandong cuisine, Huayan cuisine, all four major cuisines were tried, and there were also a bunch of Chinese pastries, Western dim sum, and miscellaneous desserts. Miss Zhao moved her chopsticks casually and ate only 2 or 3 bites. The rest of the time, she was stuffing him with food. Zhao Sini picked up the bowl of pork rib soup, held it in front of Lin Shun, and said coquettishly, Brother Chun, can you drink another bowl? You've already eaten the dishes, so the only thing left is the soup. You don't need to eat the desserts. Just this soup. It has wolfberries and yam in it, which are both very good for your body. It's very nourishing. You've been working so hard lately, you need to catch up. Lin Shun forced a smile. You should have told me earlier that you didn't need to eat dessert. I had already finished it before I told you. Lin Shun expectantly. Lin Shun couldn't resist Zhao Sini's request and took the bowl of soup. Okay, I'll drink it. Zhao Sini smiled instantly. Okay. Lin Shun tilted his head back and drank it in one gulp. Zhao Sini was so satisfied when she saw Lin Shun finish drinking. Brother Chun, your hot water has been prepared for you a long time ago. You can take a shower and go to sleep after a while. Lin Shun burped in surprise. Ready? When did you prepare? Zhao Sini said calmly. I prepared it before cooking. It's easy to prepare bathwater for you. Lin Shun was once again moved by Zhao Sini's attentiveness. There aren't many girls like Zhao Sini who can cook, are kind, pretty, and can prepare bathwater. Seeing that Lin Shun didn't respond, Zhao Sini urged, Go ahead, Brother Chun, go and have a rest. Okay, you should go to bed early too, Sini. When Lin Shun was with his first love, he was the one who worked hard every day and had never enjoyed such treatment. He felt a little embarrassed for a moment. Zhao Sini watched Lin Shun go upstairs. She waved to the servants. Pack these up and prepare fresh ingredients tomorrow morning. I want to make breakfast for Brother Chun. The next day, when Lin Shun got up and opened the door, he saw a pile of things on the shelf outside the door. He looked closely and found that they were clothes, shoes, and even accessories. The maid who was cleaning the hallway saw Lin Shun getting up and immediately came over to greet him. Mr. Lin, these are the clothes that Miss prepared for you. She said you should wear them when you go out today. Lin Shun didn't expect that Zhao Sini had prepared all the clothes and shoes for him. That was really thoughtful of her. Lin Shun didn't say anything. The maid added, The lady is preparing breakfast for you in the kitchen. After you finish washing up, you can go downstairs to eat. Lin Shun then remembered that he was used to walking out of the bedroom to go to the bathroom at home, but he forgot that there was a large bathroom in the bedroom where he slept. He nodded quickly. I understand. The maid asked again, Mr. Lin, do you need me to help you wash up? Lin Shun decisively refused. No thanks. You can accept the service of a maid, but it is really not necessary for her to help you wash and brush your teeth. The maid smiled and nodded, then turned to leave. Lin Shun suddenly called the maid. Wait a moment. Lin Shun again. What do you want, Mr. Lin? Lin Shun scratched the back of his head. Tell your young lady, Sini, to make less breakfast. He was really afraid that he would be half dead from eating too much soon. The maid nodded. Okay, I'll tell the lady. Lin Shun went back to his room to wash up without any worries. However, when he went downstairs to the restaurant and sat at the table, he began to doubt whether the maid had conveyed his words, because the dining table in front of him was filled with food again by Zhao Sini. Lin Shun smiled bitterly. Oh my God, if I eat all of this, the headline in tomorrow's newspaper will be, A man died of overeating at the dining table. Zhao Sini smiled sweetly. Brother Chun, you're awake, come sit down and eat. Lin Shun sat down, and just as Zhao Sini placed the enlarged sandwich she had prepared in front of Lin Shun's phone suddenly rang. Lin Shun seemed to have grasped a life-saving straw and quickly pushed away the date cake that Zhao Sini was handing to him. Sini, I need to answer a call. After saying that, Lin Shun immediately stood up and walked to the living room, picked up the phone, and asked casually, Hello? Who is this? A deep male voice came from the other end of the phone. Xiao Chun, this is Qian Yonghua, or Uncle Qian. Lin Shun heard it was Qian Yonghua. He immediately took it seriously. Oh, Uncle Qian? Why did you call me? Is there something you want to talk to me about? Qian Yongwu laughed a few times and said politely, Xiao Chun, I called you so early and disturbed your rest. Don't mind. Lin Chen quickly replied, No, no, Uncle Qian, it's my honor that you called me. Qian Yongwu was no longer polite. Xiao Chun, I do have something to talk to you about. Lin Chen sat on the sofa and said, You go ahead. Qian Yongwu spoke slowly. There are two things. The first is the jade pendant and the medicine you took out of the banquet last time. Do you still have any left? I want to buy you a few. This made Lin Chen a little confused. Logically speaking, Qian Yongwu is also a martial artist, and his level should be comparable to mine. Can't he carve? The system suddenly sounded. Host, you're a cultivator. Qian Yongwu is just a warrior. Your true chi is much more advanced than that of a warrior. The things they carve only have the most basic self-defense capabilities, that is, to warn of some dangers, but the things you carve can save lives because they are blessed by your true chi as a cultivator. Lin Shun suddenly realized, so, I am a cultivator, so I have to be more powerful. Qian Yongwu's voice continued to be heard from the other end of the phone. Second, I have a match today. A group of tomb robbers robbed a Ming Dynasty tomb, and among the items they took out was a rather peculiar stone. The tomb robbers didn't understand the origin of the stone. They just thought it was placed with the tomb owner and thought it was precious. So they took it out. I organized this auction and hosted it. Most of the items have been bought, except for this stone. Qian Yongwu chuckled. Oh, my old eyes are blurry, and I can't quite understand it. I originally wanted to treat it as a cheap item and get rid of it. But when I touched the stone, I found that the aura on it was very similar to your aura. That's why I called you to ask if you'd be interested in coming and seeing it. Lin Chun frowned, with doubt in his eyes. Uncle Qian, did you just say there's a stone that has a very similar aura to mine? Chapter 63, Top Grade Spirit Stone. Lin Chen was so interested, Qian Yongwu slowly began to explain to Lin Chun. Xiao Chun, I won't hide it anymore. You should know that I'm also a warrior. Lin Chen smiled and replied, Yes, I know. Lin Shan was interested in this stone was because he wanted to quickly improve his cultivation and reach the heavenly level. Last night, he was worrying about how to improve his warrior level quickly. When he reached the heavenly level, the system told him that he could use some things containing spiritual energy to speed up his cultivation, such as those fine jades. Things with spiritual energy are hard to find, and he is thinking about where to find some. What a coincidence! As soon as he woke up today, Qian Yongwu called and talked about the stone matter. Of course, he had to seize this opportunity. Qian Yongwu continued, I felt your aura at the banquet last time, and I still remember it. So when I went to see the stone today, I felt it was quite familiar. Only people like you who have a similar aura can understand this kind of thing. It's useless to just talk about it over the phone. It would be best if you come and see it with your own eyes later. Lin Chen naturally understood that Qian Yongwu wanted him to find him, so he responded, Uncle Qian, give me the address and I will find you right away. Qian Yongwu said, How about this? Tell me where you live and I'll send a driver to pick you up. Lin Chen quickly declined. No need, Uncle Qian, I'll go find you. Qian Yongwu was no longer polite. Okay, I'm at number 88, Fengsheng Road. Fengsheng Road, number 88? Lin Chen located the location in his mind and found that it was another high-end private villa area. He smiled and replied to Qian Yongwu. I know, Uncle Qian, I'll be there right away. After hanging up the phone, Lin Chen said directly to Zhao Sini, Sini, I'm going to go out first. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Chen walked out. Zhao Sini looked at Lin Chen's back and asked hurriedly, Hey, you don't want to eat breakfast? Eat first and then go. But Lin Chen had already walked out of the main hall. Zhao Sini looked back at the table full of breakfast and sighed. I made so much for nothing. Lin Chen drove and soon arrived at Qian Yongwu's private villa. Before coming here, he thought this villa was a sunny and bright place with beautiful scenery like Julong Bay. Unexpectedly, the villa here is filled with gloomy energy, looking cold and gloomy, with an indescribable weirdness. Xiao Chen, Qian Yongwu's voice came from the front. Lin Chen took a closer look and walked over to him. Uncle Qian. Qian Yongwu walked up to Lin Chen and patted him on the shoulder. You came quite quickly. Gumin. Lin Chen smiled and nodded, looking around the place again. The closer you get to the villa, the more gloomy the atmosphere becomes. Qian Yongwu saw Lin Chen's doubts and took the initiative to explain, all the things in here are from the tomb, so they are naturally full of yin energy. Oh, Lin Chen suddenly realized. It's a gathering place for dead things. No wonder it's so eerie. Lin Chen suddenly had another doubt. Uncle Qian, logically speaking, everything in the tomb should be yin energy, and that stone. Qian Yonghua laughed. That's exactly what surprised us. It has been placed in a tomb for such a long time, yet it can still retain its aura. This thing must not be something that ordinary people can possess. Lin Shun and Qian Yonghua had the same idea. He had to find a way to buy such a powerful stone from Qian Yonghua and use it to improve his cultivation. While the two were talking, they walked into the villa. Lin Shun took a look and saw so many people. The people who were gathered together to appreciate the stone saw Qian Yonghua coming in and immediately made way for him. When they saw Lin Shun, they began to discuss who this young man was, who was not only contacted by Qian Yonghua himself, but also welcomed by him personally. Qian Yonghua called Lin Shun to the shelf where the stones were stored. Xiao Chun, come and take a look at these stones. As soon as Lin Shun approached the shelf where the stones were stored, the system's voice rang out immediately, sounding quite excited. Knock. Host, that is a top-grade spirit stone. Top-grade spiritual stone? Lin Shun didn't understand. What the hell is that? The system was still excited. Don't worry about what it is. Anyway, spiritual stones are divided into low-grade, medium-grade, and high-grade. All spiritual stones contain spiritual energy. The one in front of you is the best and most exquisite spiritual stone. So, host, you must buy it today, no matter what. It will be of great help to you in improving your cultivation. As for how to use it specifically, I will tell you later. Lin Shun saw the system so excited, and he confirmed that this stone was indeed a good thing. Since the system says it will be of great help to me, I will buy it today, even if I have to spend all my savings. Qian Yonghua opened the transparent lid on the stone and let Lin Shun take a closer look. Lin Shun took a closer look and found that this top-grade spirit stone looked no different from an ordinary pebble. The system couldn't wait to tell Lin Shun, "Oh, host, the key is inside, not outside. The more ordinary it looks, the more spiritual energy it has inside. The rarer it is." Lin Shun scolded the system in his mind. "Okay, stop arguing. I know what to do." Then, Lin Shun looked at Qian Yonghua and said two words lightly, ordinary. Ordinary. Qian Yonghua's eyes showed a hint of surprise. Chapter 64 is worth 200 million. Qian Yonghua was a little bit unbelievable and immediately asked, "There's a breath in here." Lin Shun showed a meaningful look, smiled at Qian Yonghua, and said, "It's just an ordinary aura, nothing special." After all, Qian Yonghua was a shrewd man who had lived for most of his life. He had good eyesight and was worldly wise. He immediately saw through Lin Shun's intention and then made a dejected expression. "That's what I said. If it's a good thing, why would you use it as a burial object?" Qian Yonghua finished speaking and looked at the group of people behind him. "You too. Why don't you bring out something else? Bring out a pebble." That group of people were the tomb robbers who took the stone. The leading man in blue replied, "Mr. Qian, didn't you say this thing has an aura? Why is it?" Before the man in blue could finish, Qian Yonghua interrupted. "Didn't you see what the expert said? Ordinary. We think it's aura, but people who know the business don't think it is. Do you understand?" After all, the blue-clothed man in the lead had done so many deals, so he was naturally not stupid. He immediately found out that Qian Yonghua and Lin Shun were trying to lower the price. "Mr. Qian, it's not easy for us to go down to the tomb. We may not know what this broken stone is, but..." The man in blue pointed at his brothers behind him and said, "We are in this business and we earn our livings at the risk of our lives. It doesn't matter if I lose a little. My brothers have families to support." Lin Shun took over the conversation. "It's not a broken stone. The moss on it is unique. It will look pretty good if you buy it and put in a flower pot." Lin Shun meant by this was that he allowed the man in blue to make an offer. Qian Yonghua naturally understood what he said, so he put the stone back and said, "I want this stone. Name your price." Seeing this, the man in blue knew that given Mr. Qian's status, he had no way to go back on his word and could only sell the stone to Mr. Qian. But he also knew that if this stone was an ordinary object, why would Mr. Qian specially call an expert to evaluate it? So, this is a rare object. The man in blue bowed his hands first, then extended his index finger and looked at Qian Yonghua with a smile. "Mr. Qian, this price is not high, is it?" Lin Shun saw his gesture and expression. He knew that he wanted 10 million. Sure enough, no matter how knowledgeable a gravedigger is, he only knows some things of the underworld. How could he understand something like spirit stones that even warriors have never heard of? The price offered by the man in blue was already the highest in his opinion, but it was far less than the true value of the spirit stone. Lin Shun chuckled and deliberately said, 1 million? Brother, you really dare to ask a price. When the man in blue heard this, he panicked. No, no, no. Handsome man, I meant 10 million. Qian Yonghua shouted in an exaggerated manner. 10 million. Wang Su, you are so bold to ask for such a price. Lin Chen saw the expression on Qian Yonghua's face and laughed secretly. This old man is also a naughty boy, and he's quite good at cooperating with me in acting. The man in blue was frightened by Qian Yonghua and Lin Chen and began to doubt himself. I really think I'm asking for a high price. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Chen opened the lid and took out the stone and handed it to the man in blue. Here you go. If you want this price, we can't afford it. We'll give back to you. The man in blue was even more panicked now. No, no, no. How can I take back what Mr. Chen wants? How much do you think is appropriate? Lin Chen held up 3 fingers and said, You have so many brothers. Mr. Chen will never let you and your brothers suffer any loss. In addition, we often trade with each other. Even if there is no value, there is still affection. 3 million. I'll decide for you on behalf of Mr. Chen. The man in blue didn't dare to say anything else and happily agreed. Okay, 3 million. Qian Yonghua raised his hand. A man in a suit came forward and said, Mr. Wang, please follow me to the backyard to get the cash. The man in blue nodded, and before leaving, he thanked Mr. Qian and Lin Chen. After the man in blue left, Qian Yonghua invited Lin Chen into the inner room. As soon as he entered the room, Qian Yonghua asked, Xiao Chen, are you good at bargaining? Lin Chen smiled modestly. Mr. Qian, you are too kind. If it weren't for your cooperation, how could I have gotten this top-grade spirit stone at such a low price? Top-grade spiritual stone? Qian Yonghua opened his eyes. What is that? Lin Chen told Qian Yonghua the true value of the stone. Qian Yonghua was so excited that he felt like he had found a treasure. What a rare item. It's actually worth 200 million. Then we give him 3 million. Wouldn't that be a huge profit? Lin Chen smiled without saying anything, as if he was thinking about something. Qian Yonghua suddenly said in a big voice, Xiao Chen, I'll give you this stone. Qian Yonghua's words startled Lin Chen. Mr. Qian actually wants to give such a good thing to me? Seeing Lin Chen so shocked, Qian Yonghua took the initiative to explain, You are a cultivator, and I am a pure warrior. This kind of spiritual stone is of no use to me, so I might as well give it to you. Lin Chen suddenly felt embarrassed and said frankly, Uncle Qian, I do want this spiritual stone, but I don't intend to take it for nothing. This spiritual stone is very valuable. I told the Tomb Raider that it was worth 3 million, but in reality it's worth at least 200 million. And you can't necessarily buy it, even if you have money. 200 million. Qian Yonghua was shocked by such a high price. It's not that he thought 200 million was a lot of money, but the price of 200 million for this spirit stone was beyond his imagination. Qian Yonghua laughed a few times. Then you owe me a big favor now. Xiao Chen, if I have any problems in the future, you have to help your Uncle Qian. Lin Chen quickly responded, Uncle Qian, I will help you if you need anything, but I can't take your spirit stones for nothing. I must give them to you at the original price. No. Qian Yonghua raised his hand and motioned Lin Chen to sit down. If you have your pills or jade pendant, just give me one. He has connections with many city leaders, and he asked Lin Chen for the jade pendant not to keep it for himself, but to use it to build relationships. What's more, this top-grade spirit stone is really useless to him, and useless things are worthless. He just felt that spending 3 million to allow a young man like Lin Chen to work for him was much better than just holding a spirit stone. Lin Chen didn't reply. Qian Yonghua pretended to be angry again. Xiao Chen, you can't refuse again. As your elder, I'll give it to you. It's not good for you to keep rejecting me. Chapter 65, Spirit Gathering Array. Seeing Qian Yonghua's insistence, Lin Chen could only nod and said, Okay, Mr. Qian, I'll go back and carve 2 for you and send them to you in 3 days. When Qian Yonghua heard Lin Chen agreed, he was so happy. Okay. Good boy. I'll wait for you then. After saying that, Qian Yonghua sent someone else to pack up the spiritual stone for Lin Chen and said, Go back. See you in 3 days. Lin Chen took the spirit stone, said a few polite words, and immediately left the villa. At this moment, he was extremely excited, and all he wanted to do was go back and use the spirit stones to improve his cultivation. The system was as excited as he was. The system's excited voice rang in his mind again. Host, you are so lucky today. When the system said this, it also released a special sound effect of good luck comes. I sense that the moment you took in your hand, the spiritual energy of this spirit stone can at least support you to cultivate to the earth level. Lin Chen was very excited. Really? That's great. I can reach the earth level tonight. which means I'm even closer to the heaven level. He was also closer to saving his father. The system was still excited and continued to say to Lin Shun, if this top-grade spiritual stone was placed in the old cultivation world, there would be many cultivators at that time. It will definitely drive countless cultivators crazy and set off a bloody storm of snatching spirit stones. As the system spoke, it felt as if it were in the scene itself, and it started to howl. Lin Shun was so annoyed by the noise that he yelled, "Shut up! It's so noisy!" The system was instantly muted. Lin Shun just felt that this stone was unusual, but he didn't expect that this spirit stone would be so powerful that it could support him to reach the earth level. The system spoke quietly again at this time. Host, this spirit stone has been buried underground for hundreds of years. The spiritual energy inside is definitely not as good as it was at the beginning. Only about 1/3 of it is left. 1/3. Lin Shun was surprised. 1/3 is enough for me to cultivate to the earth level. But what if it is 100% spiritual energy? Then wouldn't I be? The system noticed Lin Shun's thoughts and immediately poured cold water on him. Host, stop dreaming. Why is this kind of top-grade spiritual stone called top-grade? Because it is hard to come by once in 1,000 years. Especially in this era when spiritual energy is scarce, it is even more difficult to find. Do you still want to find a 100% spiritual stone? Do you believe that there is a 100% spiritual stone? Or do you believe that I am Qin Shi Huang? Lin Shun was choked by the system's words. The beautiful dream just now was also shattered. Lin Shun put away the spiritual stone and said to himself, I must carve 3 jade stones for Qianbo as soon as I get back to repay him for this favor. The system curiously asked Lin Shun, Host, Qianbo just asked you to carve it. It seems that you didn't fool people when you said that the monk gave you the pendant. Lin Shun smiled lightly. Uncle Qian is such a smart man. When he found out that I am a warrior and could sense the aura on me, he knew that I was just trying to deal with what old lady Zhao said. The system urged Lin Shun, Host, go back quickly. I will tell you how to use this spirit stone when you return. I haven't seen top-grade spirit stones for a long time. This feels really good. It's still the original formula, the original taste. Lin Shun was also curious, so he quickened his pace to go home. Lin Shun returned to Jiulong Bay. He didn't say hello to Zhao Sini. He hurried back to the bedroom, locked the door, then sat on the bed and started summoning the system. Tongzi, how do I use this thing? Are you asking me to eat it? The system immediately appears. Of course not. Host, take out your Tsong Lei sword first, and then divide this spirit stone into 20 small pieces. Lin Shun nodded, and according to the system's method, he divided the spirit stones in no time with the Tsong Lei sword. What should we do next? The system did not waste time and directly told Lin Shun all the remaining steps. Host, I will now give you a spirit gathering array. Please arrange the spirit stones you have divided according to this method. Each time, you can only use 5 small pieces, because if there are too many, you can't absorb them with your current cultivation level. Don't underestimate these 5 small pieces of spiritual stones. They can support your cultivation for 10 days. Lin Shun raised his finger. Awesome. The system continued. Of the remaining 15 pieces, you must save 10 for your earth-level retreat to prevent failure due to insufficient spiritual energy. All right, host, you start now. Lin Shun opened the diagram of the spirit gathering array and placed the spirit stones in order. Instantly, the whole room was filled with spiritual energy, and Lin Shun even felt like he was in heaven. The flowers on the table and the green plants outside the villa even become more beautiful because of the spiritual energy. Lin Shun felt such abundant spiritual energy since he had embarked on this path for so long. He immediately closed his eyes and began to suck it up like a child. But not long after practicing, something strange happened to Lin Shun's body. Chapter 66. Heavenly Level Warrior Zhang Jingheng. Lin Shun only felt that there was an inexplicable force in his body rushing left and right in his chest, as if it was going to break through his chest, causing him to feel suffocated and painful. Lin Shun tried to sense and control this power, but after trying for a long time, he was unable to sense the attributes of the power. The next second, an old but deep voice came into Lin Shun's ears. Ha 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 ha. I never thought that after hundreds of years, I would still see the light of day again. The sudden sound interrupted Lin Shun's practice and scared him, making him alert instantly. Who is it? Lin Shun opened his eyes and quickly scanned the room, but found no signs of intrusion. Worried, he stood up and checked under the bed, but there was no one there either. He began to wonder if he was possessed and was hallucinating. Lin Shun sat back on the bed. The voice rang out again. Don't look for it, kid. Lin Shun then noticed that this voice, like the system, came from his own mind. Lin Shun asked cautiously, Who are you? The old voice sounded again and slowly told Lin Shun his identity. I am Zhang Jingheng, the best master in the Ming dynasty. I have reached the peak of the late heavenly level and am known as Zhang Banxian. Zhang Banxian? Lin Shin had many doubts about this extra half-immortal and didn't know whether this old thing was good or evil. Just when Lin Shan was about to ask him why he appeared in his mind, the voice sighed, Alas, unfortunately, when I was breaking through the heaven level, I failed to pass the tribulation and fell. What a pity. If it weren't for the fact that I was just one step away, I would have already transcended the mundane world and become an immortal. Lin Shan was stunned after hearing this. No wonder this old man called himself a half-immortal. It turned out that he was a cultivator who was about to break through the heavenly limit. However, this late heavenly cultivator was really amazing. How could someone from the Ming dynasty be able to talk to him? Lin Shun adjusted his mood and then asked, Zhang Banxianer, oh no, Senior Zhang, how did you get into my mind? Is it because of this spirit stone? Could it be that you're the owner of this spirit stone? Zhang Jingheng had been depressed for so many years and had long been driven crazy by loneliness. He was like a chatterbox that had been silent for a long time. When he heard Lin Shun ask this question, he instantly became excited. Young man, now that you have said this, I will have a good talk with you. Young boy. Lin Shun was both happy and embarrassed about this title. He is almost 30 years old. Although he is not an old man, he is not a teenager either. At most, he is a young man. It is quite interesting that this old senior calls himself a teenager. Zhang Jingheng was very excited and began to talk. I can enter your mind only because of this spiritual stone. This spirit stone is indeed my burial object. When I reached the heavenly level, I injected a trace of my consciousness into this spirit stone. Today, you open this spirit stone, and a trace of my consciousness will be released. After Zhang Jingheng finished speaking, his temper suddenly changed, and his tone became even more angry. Hey, you little brat. I haven't even asked you why you want to dig up my grave. Are you the grave digger? After all, it was the soul of a dead person, an ancient dead person who had survived for so many years. Zhang Jingheng's roar gave Lin Chun an inexplicable sense of oppression, making his scalp numb, and he couldn't help but feel nervous. Lin Chun felt that even if Zhang Jingheng only had a hint of consciousness, he could easily explode his brain. In order to prevent Zhang Jingheng from getting furious, Lin Chun quickly explained, Senior Zhang, you misunderstood. It was not me who dug up your grave. I bought this spiritual stone from a group of tomb robbers. You said I dug up your tomb. I'm more wrong than Do-yi. In fact, Zhang Jingheng was just asking tentatively. He existed in Lin Chen's mind and could sense Lin Chen's aura. This energy is clean and masculine, which shows that Lin Chen is an upright person. Getting Lin Chen's answer, Zhang Jingheng no longer doubted it, but instead asked about Lin Chen's cultivation level. Is the cultivation world so desolate now? You're just a small Xian-level warrior. How could you get my spirit stone? And it has not been taken away by other cultivators. I thought that back then, a Xian-level warrior like you would not even be worthy of carrying my shoes. What a pity. I'm now only a little conscious. What a shame, what a shame. Lin Chun felt a headache when he heard Zhang Jingheng's ancient way of speaking. After all, he had studied for a few years, and although his grades were not very good, he could understand what the old man said. Precisely because he understood what Zhang Jingheng said, Lin Chun was a little shocked. After all, in Zhang Jingheng's eyes, a warrior of his level was not even worthy of carrying his shoes. However, when he thought that Zhang Jingheng was already in the late Tianji stage and could even lock his consciousness in the spirit stone, this little minion of his who still had to rely on the spirit stone for cultivation was really nothing. Lin Chun said to Zhang Jingheng modestly, Senior, the spiritual energy on Earth is almost gone now. It is a chance that I can become a Xian-level warrior. There are many warriors on Earth, but there are very few cultivators like me. I have only seen 4 cultivators like me so far, but I've killed 2 of them. Zhang Jingheng sneered after hearing this. You killed them all? You can tell that they are of very low rank and are not worthy of being on the stage. Lin Chen didn't say much and immediately expressed his gratitude to Zhang Jingheng. Senior Zhang, this top-grade spirit stone of yours can help me break through to the earth level. Since it's yours, I have to thank you very much. Zhang Jingheng never expected that the world of cultivation had degenerated into what it is today. He could only sigh with emotion, and he heaved several times in succession. Oh, what a pity! Why? Zhang Jingheng's tone was full of disappointment, and he suddenly said to Lin Chun, "Forget it. This old man's consciousness will not last long, and opportunities are rare. If you can get my spirit stone, it's all fate. I will give you another rare opportunity." As soon as he finished speaking, a ring that was extremely similar to Lin Chen's storage ring appeared in his hand. But Lin Chen's intuition told him that this ring was more advanced than his current storage ring. Zhang Jingheng continued, "Boy, everything in this storage ring belongs to me. It is my life savings. I'm giving it to you now. Please don't let me down." Lin Chen heard that Zhang Jingheng's breath was not as strong as before, and he knew that Zhang Jingheng was about to die. Such a powerful cultivator was about to disappear completely, but Lin Chen actually felt a little reluctant. Lin Chen took the storage ring and was about to thank Zhang Jingheng, but he found that his mind was very quiet, without any noise from before. "Senior?" Lin Chen tried to call out, but there was no sound of Senior Zhang. Lin Chen sighed in disappointment and said to himself, "It seems Senior Zhang's consciousness has disappeared." Lin Chen stood up, opened the window, and clasped his fists in a certain direction. "Senior, I will definitely not let you down. Make good use of what you gave me. Break through to the heavenly level and take this storage ring to the immortal realm." Lin Shan expressed his determination. He picked up the storage ring given to him by Zhang Jingheng and prepared to drip a drop of blood on it according to the method given by the system before, so that the ring would recognize its owner. Who would have thought that as soon as Lin Shan dripped his own blood on it, a powerful force suddenly erupted from the ring, directly bouncing Lin Chun against the wall and causing him to fall heavily to the ground. Lin Chun immediately vomited blood, lost consciousness, and passed out. Chapter 67: The Truth About First Love. Wang Long, who was beaten up by Lin Chun that day and had his tendons and bones broken, was busy. Suli lay there and tried hard for a long time, but the little Wang Long on Wang Long's body just couldn't raise his head. Suli was also puzzled. She had been undergoing treatment for such a long time, but why was there still no effect? She had even tried all these aphrodisiac drugs, but there was no effect at all. It was really boring. But after all, he was the man she chose, so Suli could only patiently comfort Wang Long. "Hubby, don't be anxious. I believe you'll be able to hold your head up high and be a man one day." Suli didn't say anything, but her words immediately irritated Wang Long. Wang Long was already sensitive because of his own incompetence. After hearing what Suli said, he instantly flew into a rage. He stood up and kicked Suli hard. "You stinky bitch. I can't even hold my head up now, because of you. If you hadn't seduced me in the first place, and said so many bad things about Lin Chun in front of me, and said that he treated you badly, and asked me to deal with him for you, would I be like this today?" Suli was kicked so hard that she rolled off the bed. She stared at Wang Long in disbelief. "Did I seduce you? It's obviously you who can't stand Lin Chun. You can't stand seeing him being free and easy. That's why you did those things to him. Why are you blaming me now?" "You." Suli felt aggrieved, her eyes red. "You were not like this before." After saying that, Suli covered her body and cried bitterly on the ground. Wang Long got even angrier when he saw Suli like this. He rushed over and grabbed Suli by the hair, yelling, "Cry, cry, cry. You stinky bitch. All you know is to cry. What else can you do besides crying? Look at the foundation on your face. It's almost thicker than the wall. If you hadn't been flirting all day long, how could I be so irritated by you? How could I hate Lin Chen so much?" Wang Long grabbed Suli's hair and threw her to the bed, threatening her, "Speak. Did you team up with that cripple to bully me? You see, he's rich now, and he's in good health. You want to get back together with him, right?" Suli was frightened by Wang Long's hideous look. She shook her head like a rattle and cried, "Husband, I didn't. I really didn't. How can a simple and boring guy like him compare to you? How could I possibly keep in touch with him after what happened between him and me?" Suli quickly hugged Wang Long's legs and said, "Husband, you have to believe me. I've always loved you. I have admired you since we were in school. Otherwise, I wouldn't have given you my first time. At that time, I accidentally got pregnant with your child. If I hadn't been unable to contact you and had no choice but to ask Lin Shan to comfort his mother and son, I would definitely not be willing to be with him. After that, the child suddenly passed away, and I stopped thinking about contacting you." Wang Long sneered, lowering his eyes to look at Su Li, who was kneeling beside the bed. "Who knows whose child yours is? If I didn't pity you for having aborted a child for me, and you said that Lin Chun forced you to have the abortion, how could I possibly drug Lin Chun with you? I'm even doubting it now. You had the miscarriage yourself. Suli was shocked all over. She didn't expect Wang Long to suddenly guess the truth. At that time, she aborted Wang Long's child and quickly found Lin Chun to fall in love with him. Later, she saw that Lin Chun treated her sincerely and could not bear to deceive Lin Chun anymore. So she got rid of the child in her belly alone and lived a good life with Lin Chun for several years. Lin Chun felt that the time had come, so he wanted to give her a home, proposed to her, and got engaged. At this time, Wang Long suddenly appeared again. Wang Long's family background is so good. How can he compare to Lin Chun, a poor boy who has to work hard to make a living? She was unwilling to give in, so she made up some lies to Wang Long, hoping that Wang Long would sympathize with her. However, this unexpectedly aroused Wang Long's desire for revenge. She lost her mind for a while, and together with Wang Long, she forced Lin Chun to drink and fed him cephalexin. Suli thought that in the second half of her life, she could finally live a life of luxury with Wang Long and become a celebrity. Unexpectedly, things changed. Lin Chun not only recovered his health, but also made a lot of money, while Wang Long became useless. Wang Long showed no mercy at all and kicked Suli aside again, cursing viciously. Bitch, I'm going to deal with Lin Chun now. After I deal with him, I'll come back to deal with you. Wang Long's kick scared Suli back from her memories. When she heard that Wang Long was going to seek revenge on Lin Chun, she wanted to stand up and stop him, but the next second, she suddenly had an idea. Lin Chun was able to beat Wang Long into that state at that time, so Wang Long would definitely not succeed in seeking revenge on Lin Chun this time. If Lin Chun killed Wang Long, wouldn't he be able to break up with Wang Long with a clear conscience? At that time, I will go to Lin Chun and cry to him. Lin Chun loves me so much and has given so much for me. As long as I sincerely admit my mistakes, Lin Chun should forgive me, right? Thinking of this, Suli looked at Wang Long, who was getting dressed, and suddenly pounced on him and hugged Suli's thighs again. Hubby, don't go, it's all my fault. Brother Chun is innocent. It's my fault. It's my fault. Please don't hurt him, okay? Seeing that he and I used to, Wang Long didn't wait for Suli to finish. He raised his hand and slapped her. Bitch, you still call him Brother Chun? You call him Brother Chun at this time? Innocent. Why didn't you think he was innocent when you drugged him? Ugh. Wang Long grabbed Suli's hair and said, You're attracted to him again now, aren't you? Then I'll let you know today. Who is better, me or him? After saying that, Wang Long rushed out of the door and went to find Lin Chun angrily. Suli, who had been covering her face and crying bitterly, raised her head and calmly wiped the tears from her face. She had said that on purpose in order to provoke Wang Long and make him go and provoke Lin Chun. Then Lin Chun would kill Wang Long, which would be considered revenge for the humiliation she had suffered today. Just when Suli was feeling proud of her plan, her phone rang out of the blue. Suli picked up the phone casually. Hello? A cold female voice came from the other end of the phone. Excuse me, is this Ms. Suli? This is the Central Hospital. When Suli heard the words Central Hospital, her body shook violently, her legs went weak, and she almost fell down. Chapter 68, You will be Master Lin from now on. Jilongbei, inside the villa. Lin Chun, who had fainted just now and was lying on the ground, began to respond with his fingers and his eyeballs under his eyelids moved. The system sensed Lin Chun's reaction and quickly called him. Host, please wake up. Lin Chun still didn't open his eyes. The system got anxious and started calling Lin Chun by name. Lin Chun, wake up. If you don't wake up, you'll really die. For those who make the system, if Lin Chun died, they would die too and enter the pairing pool again, and it would take them an unknown number of lifetimes or years to see the light of day again. Lin Chun, seeing that it couldn't wake Lin Chun up, the system simply played a super rock song loudly in Lin Chun's mind. Lin Chun was startled by the heavy drum beats and was actually awakened. He slowly opened his eyes, his brows furrowed and his expression painful. The system was overjoyed. Host, are you okay? Lin Chun slowly sat up, holding his head, grimacing. It hurts. The system quickly explained. When you were communicating with that strong man just now, his soul power was too strong. I couldn't get out. I was suppressed by him and couldn't tell you. His space cannot be opened casually. Lin Chun felt a sweet taste in his throat and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Damn, this thing is really powerful. My lungs are about to explode. Lin Chun touched his left rib and felt pain. Fuck, is it broken? The system comforted him. It's okay, host. It's not broken, just bruised. Use your true chi to repair it, and it will be fine in a while. It's my fault that I couldn't come out. I was suppressed by Zhang Banxian. This storage ring is filled with the aura of a heavenly master. It belongs to a heavenly master, so dripping blood on it, and asking it to recognize you won't work. Lin Chun glared at the storage ring that fell to the ground. It can't be so generous. It almost killed me. The system explained on behalf of the storage ring. Host, this is not its fault. All storage rings are like this. They have their own consciousness. Although they cannot speak, they're the same as us who make the system. If the system we developed was suddenly installed in someone else's brain, we would also make that person's brain explode. Lin Chin heard what the system said. His body trembled. You are really cruel. The system continued. Host, until your cultivation level exceeds that of the original owner of the storage ring, you'll not be able to use this ring. If you want to use this storage ring, you must at least be on par with its original owner. Fortunately, your physique is better than others. If it were an ordinary person, he would have been killed by this blow. Lin Chun rubbed his neck, stood up, and stretched his muscles. Except for some pain in his ribs, there was nothing wrong with him elsewhere. Knock, knock, knock. There was a sudden knock on the bedroom door. Lin Chun responded, Who is it? The maid's voice came from outside the door. Master Lin, are you okay? I just heard a bang and came to ask if you were in trouble. Lin Chun quickly replied, It's okay, it's okay. I accidentally knocked over the table. Don't worry about it. The maid said sweetly outside, Okay, young master, just tell me what you need. Lin Chun listened to the maid calling him young master all the time, and he smiled helplessly, saying to himself, I have been an ordinary citizen for so many years, and now I have become a young master. When his system heard Lin Chun say this, it also flattered him. Host, how about I call you master too? Young master is so nice. He sounds so impressive. Forget it. Lin Chun refused decisively. You've called me young master too much. I'll die young. I want to live forever. The system suddenly felt that what Lin Chun said made sense, and muttered, That's right, look at the two people who called themselves young masters during this period. Wang Long and that Su Jiming are both short-lived ghosts, not even worth mentioning. Lin Chun didn't want to talk about the two squashes. He was thinking about the things in Zhang Jingheng's storage ring, so he asked the system, Tongzi, is there any way for me to get the things in the storage ring in advance? The system's tone was filled with anxiety. Host, you just saved your life, and you're still thinking about what is in your storage ring. Don't force yourself. If you're not allowed to open the ring, don't open it. Just practice honestly. You may be able to dodge it this time, but you may not be able to do so next time. The defense system of the storage ring is getting stronger and stronger. You are lucky this time, but what about next time? Lin Chun became depressed after hearing this. At this moment, he felt like he had hundreds of billions of dollars, but couldn't spend a single cent. He was so anxious that his heart was itching and he felt a little irritated. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just at this moment, Lin Chun's cell phone rang. Lin Chun was feeling annoyed, and also because of the explosion from the storage ring just now, he was feeling uncomfortable. He was holding his breath and hung up the phone without thinking. Unexpectedly, the next second, the phone rang again, and it was the same number. Lin Chun was even more annoyed by the phone call. He picked up the phone and shouted angrily, Who? You'd better come to me with something. When the person on the other end of the phone heard Lin Chun's tone, he started to curse. Are you fucking dying? You kept hanging up when I called you. Are you scared because you know your grandfather is looking for you? You little cripple. Did you hear who your grandpa is? I am your grandpa, Wang Long. Wang Long didn't need to introduce himself. The moment Lin Chun heard the voice coming from the phone, he knew who was on the other end of the line. His face became even darker. I thought who it was. It turned out to be the Wang Ba eunuch. What? Lin Chin's tone was full of sarcasm. You felt good about being kicked by me, so you came to thank me? Wang Long on the other end of the phone heard Lin Chin mention again that he couldn't hold his head up. He immediately became furious and shouted into the phone. Waste! Where have you been hiding? Grandpa came to look for you, but you weren't at home waiting for him. Are you scared? You little cripple. Where are you? Tell your grandpa about me. Stick your butt out and wait. Wait for grandpa to bless you. If you don't tell me where I am, I'll go and attack your useless father. Ha ha ha. Lin Chun, who answered the phone, was already furious, and the fingernails of his hand holding the phone had turned white from pinching it. Even if Lin Xuanyi was right beside Lin Chun, Wang Long couldn't find Lin Xuanyi even if he turned the sky upside down, but his father would always be Lin Chun's Achilles heel. If anyone dared to say a word, Lin Chun would never let him go, not to mention Wang Long, who had an old grudge against him. Lin Chun only replied in a cold voice, Number 385, Qingjiao, wait for me. Chapter 69, Revenge. After saying that, Lin Chun hung up the phone. His eyes were so fierce that it seemed as if he could swallow 800 evil spirits alive. Wang Long on the other end of the phone opened a map and said, Isn't the address this guy gave his old house? Let's go. Let's go back and find him. Wang Long took his younger brothers and went straight to Lin Chun's old house. Lin Chun, who was still in Julong Bay, took out the gun he had picked up from Su Jiming before. The system was even angrier than Lin Chun after hearing Wang Long's nonsense. It cursed in Lin Chen's mind. Beep beep. Lin Chen heard a beep and asked impatiently, What are you doing? The system replied aggrievedly, I want to scold him, but we who work on the system cannot scold others. All the scolding will be automatically muted. Lin Chen's mouth twitched. You guys who made the system are quite civilized. The system saw Lin Chen took out the gun and asked curiously, Host, you don't need the Song Lei sword anymore? Lin Chen loaded the pistol and said, The wound from the Song Lei sword is too obvious. It's easier to deal with it with a pistol. Lin Chen said this and went downstairs. He did not drive, but circulated his qi and walked directly there. The smaller the traces left, the easier it will be to process later. Wang Long was already waiting in the courtyard of Lin Chen's old house. Several hooligans hired by Wang Long surrounded him and flattered him. Brother Wang, if it weren't for your kindness, how could this cripple be alive now? You are so generous. Another little hooligan was not to be outdone. Right. I guess that kid was scared by my brother Wang. Otherwise, why hasn't he come in such a long time? Are you waiting for your grandpa? Are you getting impatient? Lin Chun's voice came from outside the yard. A few people looked in the direction of the sound and saw a strong, handsome man standing at the gate of the yard. The little hooligans were a little surprised. They didn't expect Lin Chun to be so noble. They thought he was an ugly guy like Wang Long. Lin Chun walked in slowly, exuding an imposing aura with a sharp and determined gaze. Such a deterrent force unexpectedly shocked the gangsters hired by Wang Long. They had always only taught street vendors and farmers in the fields a lesson. This was the first time they received an order like Lin Chun's, and they didn't dare to act recklessly for a moment, fearing that Lin Chen's identity was special and they wouldn't be able to handle it. Wang Long saw Lin Chun coming alone. He smiled contemptuously, relying on his large numbers. Oh, I thought you, a little cripple, were too scared to come. You. Lin Chun suddenly appeared in front of Wang Long, and without any hesitation, he raised his hand and punched him. Wang Long right in the face, and Wang Long's nose collapsed directly after the punch. Immediately afterwards, Lin Chun kicked Wang Long again, breaking 3 of his ribs. Wang Long covered his nose and ribs and fell to his knees on the ground. He was in so much pain that he lost his voice and could only groan, ouch, ouch. The next second, Lin Chun, expressionless, took out the gun from behind him and pointed it at Wang Long's head. The cold muzzle of the gun was pressed against Wang Long's forehead. Now Wang Long could not even make sound. His eyes were wide open, and he looked at Lin Chun with horror. The little hooligans who had just cursed Lin Chun with Wang Long didn't dare to move when they saw the gun in Lin Chun's hand. They looked at each other, realizing that they had provoked a tough guy this time, and they all started to grumble in their hearts. Damn it, if I had known, I wouldn't have accepted Wang Long's money. Lin Chun also noticed these guys and glanced at them briefly. Several people were frightened and didn't dare to look at Lin Chun. They turned their heads away and pretended that they saw nothing. Lin Chun withdrew his gaze and looked at Wang Long, whose face was completely disfigured by his punch, but he did not feel relieved. It would be easy to kill him, just one shot and he'd be dead, but that would be too easy for Wang Long. Why not? The system seemed to know Lin Chun's thoughts and spoke out proactively. Host, go ahead and do it. I have a way to erase the memories of those gangsters during this period. Lin Chun raised one corner of his mouth and waved his hands to gather his true energy. Wang Long, who was lying on the ground, was being held at gunpoint. He was so scared that he had already peed his pants. As if he had sensed the approach of death, he clasped his hands together and bowed like a pet dog, begging for mercy. Lin Chun, don't kill me, please. If you kill me, you will go to jail. Don't be impulsive. Lin Chun looked down at Wang Long and said, Don't worry, I won't kill you, because killing you would be too easy for you. You like insulting people, don't you? From now on, you can only live like a waste, worse than a dog. As soon as he finished speaking, The true energy in Lin Chen's hand shot into Wang Long's head. The true energy entered Wang Long's head. Wang Long suddenly wailed in pain. It felt like his brain was drilled by an electric drill. He had a splitting headache and lost control of his bowels and bladder on the spot. His pants were covered with dirty stuff. Wang Long lay on the ground, holding his head and struggling for a full minute. The dirt in the yard, mixed with his own urine and feces, stained his whole body. Even his face was covered in disgusting stuff. The little hooligans were so frightened by the scene that they trembled all over. Some of them knelt on the ground unconsciously and begged Lin Chen for mercy. "Master Lin, please have mercy on us and let us go. We are also doing this for money. The most important thing is we didn't do anything." Lin Chen didn't even open his eyes to look at them, nor did he answer them. This uncertain attitude made the little hooligans even more scared and frightened. Wang Long on the ground stopped struggling. His eyes were dull, and he stood up like a walking corpse. He clapped his hands, picked up the filth on the ground, and smiled like a fool. Shit. When the little gangsters saw Wang Long at this moment, they realized that he was completely crazy and were shocked by Lin Chen's methods. A good person. How could he suddenly go crazy? Who on earth is this Lin Chen? So scary. Lin Chen saw Wang Long like this. He smiled with satisfaction. Wang Long also suffered memory damage under the control of the system and suddenly fainted. Lin Chen suddenly had a new idea. He got a few wild dogs from somewhere, locked them and Wang Long in the yard, and then left. As for what happened in the yard, it's hard to say. Wang Long, who loves to show off, can only live like a fool for the rest of his life. The Wang family has been a single-line family for 3 generations, and there will be no descendants from now on. Lin Chen was walking on the way home, feeling happy that he had avenged himself, when his cell phone rang again. Lin Chen picked up the phone. Who? There was a crying voice from the other end of the phone. "Brother Chen, it's me. Cece. Brother Chen, I miss you so much." Chapter 70, Su Li cannot stay. Cece? Lin Chen heard Su Li call herself that. He felt nauseous. Just as he had dealt with Wang Long, Su Li called. It couldn't be more coincidental. Lin Chen had long been disgusted with Su Li. He replied in a cold and decisive voice. "You have dialed the wrong number. I don't know any Su Li." Su Li on the other end of the phone heard Lin Chen say this. She knew that he was about to hang up, so she shouted anxiously, "Brother Chen, don't hang up. Please. For the sake of our time together, please lend me some money." Lin Chen said sarcastically, Su Li, you've been with Wang Long for quite some time. You're so calculating. How could you be without money?" Su Li suddenly started crying on the other end of the phone. "Brother Chen, I just want to see you and say goodbye to you. After all, I've been with you for so many years. Don't you really want to see me again?" Lin Chen would feel sick even when he heard the name Su Li, let alone meeting her. Seeing that Lin Chen didn't say anything, Su Li on the other end of the phone suddenly said, "Wang Long's phone was unreachable, so he went to look for you. Brother Chen doesn't want others to know about your relationship, right?" Lin Chen heard this. His eyes suddenly changed, and murderous intent rose in his heart. Su Li is threatening herself. Originally, Lin Chen thought Su Li was a woman, and considering that she was his first love, he would not settle the score with her. However, this woman was ungrateful and actually threatened him with Wang Long's matter. As Wang Long's fiancée, Su Li naturally knew where Wang Long had gone, and she must have known why Wang Long was looking for her. Perhaps it was Su Li who instigated Wang Long to look for her suddenly for no apparent reason. There was a hint of coldness in Lin Chen's eyes. This woman cannot be kept. Lin Chen pretended to agree. "Okay, come on." Su Li on the other end of the phone was overjoyed when she heard Lin Chen's response. She made an appointment with Lin Chen and hung up the phone happily. Lin Chen dug out another number and called. "Hello, I have a woman here who needs money. I'll take her to your store." After the person on the other end of the phone exchanged a few words with Lin Chen hung up the phone contentedly. He turned around to look at the old courtyard and sighed slightly. All that I had suffered in the past because of that relationship has finally come to an end. Lin Chen did not go to the place where he had agreed to meet Su Li, but instead arranged for the person who had just called to meet Su Li. The person he called just now was the manager of a naked loan company. Before, when he had no cash on hand and wanted to buy luxury goods for Su Li, he went to that person's company to borrow money. He borrowed money at high interest rates and had no intention of coming into contact with the naked loan business of that person's company. Lin Chen knew that the people in that company were all vicious and gangsters. All the women who wanted to sign naked loan contracts with them were forced to become princesses in KTV. Su Li went to meet them, and according to her own explanation, she naturally could not escape the fate of becoming a princess. Once you become a princess, under those people's control, you will never be able to escape from that cage for the rest of your life. Lin Shen did not get involved personally and dealt with Su Li. The man also said that after the matter was accomplished, he would call him to let him know and pay him some money. Lin Shen, who was once regarded as a cash machine by Su Li, exploited Su Li for the first and last time. Su Li's problem had been resolved, and Lin Shen did not stay any longer. He quickly returned to Julong Bay, just waiting for that person to call him back. Julong Bay. Zhao Sini waited for Lin Shen at home for a whole day. Lin Shen left in the morning. She hasn't received any news from Lin Shen. She was afraid that something had happened and was extremely worried. Unable to bear it any longer, he took out his cell phone and prepared to call Lin Shen. Unexpectedly, Lin Shen came back so soon. Zhao Sini got up from the sofa and went to greet him. "Brother Chen, where have you been today? Why didn't you reply to my message all day?" Zhao Sini had unconsciously regarded herself as Lin Shen's girlfriend and naturally reached out to take off Lin Shen's coat. Lin Shen saw Zhao Sini's actions. He was stunned at first. For a moment, he didn't know what excuse to use. He just smiled and said, "I went out for a stroll and went to the furniture store to have a look. I was thinking of buying some furniture." Furniture. As they were talking, Zhao Sini had already helped Lin Shen take off his coat. When she heard Lin Shen say that he just went shopping in the furniture store, she felt relieved and asked Lin Shen with a smile, "Brother Chen, what kind of furniture do you want? Just tell me and I'll order it for you." The furniture in the furniture store is all made from the same template. There's nothing good about it. Lin Shen just made up an excuse, so he just dealt with Zhao Sini casually. "Okay, you decide. Buy some wooden things in the study." Lin Shen took out his bank card and handed it to Zhao Sini. "You can spend the money in here as you like." Zhao Sini pushed the bank card away and said, "I have money. Why do I need your money?" Lin Shen forced the bank card into her hand and said, "Here, I can't always use your money. Listen to me, be good." After saying that, Lin Shen patted Zhao Sini's head and prepared to go upstairs to the bedroom. Zhao Sini hurriedly called Lin Shen. "Brother Chen, you didn't eat this morning. Can I make you dinner?" Lin Shen heard that Zhao Sini was going to cook again. He was startled and his stomach was full instantly. No, Sini, I've already eaten." Lin Shen quickened his pace, went up to the second floor in 2 or 3 steps, and disappeared from Zhao Sini's sight. Zhao Sini could only give up and looked at the bank card that Lin Shen gave her with a happy smile. Although she is not short of money, this is given by Brother Chen, and she has to save it well for Brother Chen. Lin Shen returned to the house and locked the door, fearing that Zhao Sini would force the door open and come in to bring him food. "If I eat this meal again, I will definitely have diarrhea tomorrow due to indigestion." He still needs to seize the time to practice, so how can he waste time on diarrhea? Lin Shen took out the spirit stone, sat on the bed, and began to practice. At this time, the door of Lin Shen's old house was surrounded by a crowd of people. Several police cars were parked on the side of the road, and the red and blue lights on the roofs illuminated the area. There was a conspicuous female police officer in the crowd. She was outstanding in appearance and was taking statements from others. The man who answered the question looked a little nervous. "Officer Zhang, I don't know much. I just passed by here after dinner. I found the yard of this house in a mess, with people lying inside and outside the house. I didn't dare to go in to take a closer look, so I called the police directly." After hearing this, the policewoman said coldly, "My name is Zhang Nanxiao. If you think of anything else in the future, call the police station to find me." The man nodded quickly and stepped aside. Zhang Nanxiao's colleague Hui stepped forward and said to Zhang Nanxiao, "Sister Qiao, we have found a victim. His name is Wang Long. The owner of this yard is Lin Chen." "Lin Chen?" Zhang Nanxiao was shocked. "Why is it him again?" "Lin Chen again?" Hui continued. "It seems that Wang Long stole Lin Chen's girlfriend while he was paralyzed. Not long ago, Lin Chen beat up Wang Long on the street for some unknown reason. He beat him up pretty badly, but Wang Long didn't report it to the police." Zhang Nanxiao frowned after hearing this. Another person who has a grudge against Lin Chen. Who exactly is this Lin Chen? There are quite a few people who have grudges against him. Hui asked, "Sister Qiao, do you want to summon Lin Chen?" Zhang Nanxiao asked Hui in return, "Where's Wang Long's girlfriend? Have you contacted her?" Hui shook his head. "I called, but no one answered. I've sent someone to look for her at the new house where Wang Long and Su Li live. I can't get through." Zhang Nanxiao pondered the connection. His intuition was the same as last time. He still felt that these things were done by Lin Chen. But this time, just like last time, no evidence was found. The victim, Wang Long, was not in danger of death. His brain was obviously severely damaged, and he was mentally ill. His body was covered with scars from wild dog bites. When he saw the police coming, he had fainted, so it was probably impossible to get anything out of him. There was no evidence to summon Lin Shun, and the result was estimated to be the same as last time, and Lin Shun would be released without any pain. So this time she had to think of a different way to get Lin Shun talk. Zhang Nanxiao quietly asked He Wei, "Have you found Lin Shun's address?" He Wei found Lin Shun's residence on the mobile phone map and showed it to Zhang Nanxiao. "Found it, it's here, Jiulong Bay." When Zhang Nanxiao heard his colleague talking about Jiulong Bay, he narrowed his eyes and looked puzzled. Jiulong Bay. For a family like Lin Shun, even if he sells some antiques and makes some money, not everyone can live in a villa in Jiulong Bay. He Wei curled his lips, his tone full of sourness. Who knows? Maybe he is being kept by a rich woman. There are so many gigolos kept by rich women nowadays. Zhang Nanxiao disagreed with He Wei's statement. Even though she had only met Lin Shun once, she could feel from a few words that Lin Shun was not the kind of gigolo who lived off women. The more Zhang Nanxiao thought about it, the more suspicious she felt. She casually explained the situation to her colleagues and drove back to the police station. After changing into her casual clothes, she drove to Jiulongbei again. Zhang Nanxiao drove to the Zhelongwan Villa district and saw the magnificent gate of the community. He chuckled and said, "Rich people know how to enjoy themselves." Thinking back, she almost moved in here, but her father was afraid that the house would attract attention, so he didn't buy it. Just as Zhang Nanxiao was about to drive in, the security guard stopped Zhang Nanxiao's car. Hey, hey, beautiful lady, are you the owner of this place? Just come in." The first thing the security guard does when he comes here to guard the door is to remember the owner's face and license plate number. He could tell at a glance whether the owner is the owner. The security guard stepped forward and knocked on Zhang Nanxiao's car window. "If you're not the owner of this place, you cannot enter. If you're a visitor, I can help you call and ask." Zhang Nanxiao took out his police ID and held it in front of the security guard. "I'm a police officer. I'm here to do something for you. I hope you can help me with my duties." The security guard glanced at Zhang Nanxiao's police ID and then looked at Zhang Nanxiao's clothes. Police officers don't wear police uniforms when they're on duty. Zhang Nanxiao saw the security guard's doubts and calmly explained, "This is confidential, so don't talk too much. If you interfere with our work, you will bear the consequences yourself." The words, "you will bear the consequences at your own risk," immediately stunned the security guard. We are all civilians who wouldn't be afraid of being told by the police to bear the consequences. The security guard immediately smiled at Zhang Nanxiao and said, "Comrade police officer, I'm sorry, I didn't see it just now. I am short-sighted. I'll let you go right now, but..." The security guard scratched the back of his head and said with a smile, "We have rules here too. I'm just an employee. Don't stay in there for too long. Otherwise, if our boss finds out, I'll have to pack up and leave." Zhang Nanxiao nodded with a cold face. The security guard quickly returned to the security room and opened the electric door, blocking the door. After Zhang Nanxiao entered Jiulong Bay, he remembered that he didn't know the exact location of Lin Shen's villa. "There are so many villas in front of me. Which one is Lin Shen's?" Zhang Nanxiao suddenly had an idea, took out his cell phone, and called Lin Shen. Lin Shen, the room, had just started practicing deeply for a while and was very unhappy to be disturbed by Zhang Nanxiao's call. Lin Shen didn't even look at who it was. He just picked up the phone and started cursing. "Who is it? Who the hell is this? You have to call it this time. Aren't you annoying?" Zhang Nanxiao on the other end of the phone didn't expect to be scolded and replied unhappily, "It's me, Zhang Nanxiao." Lin Shen heard it was Zhang Nanxiao. He became even more annoyed. "So it's the police, auntie. Didn't you ask everything clearly last time? Why are you calling me again?" When Zhang Nanxiao heard Lin Shen's bad attitude and called her police aunt, her face turned blue and her entire neck turned red with anger. But thinking of the purpose of coming here today, he suppressed his anger and said patiently and gently, "Lin Shen, I am no longer a police officer. I called you this time simply because I wanted to see you." Lin Shen immediately became alert. He was so rude, but Zhang Nanxiao could tolerate his temper and be so gentle. Why did he want to see him? If someone shows you kindness without any reason, he is either a traitor or a thief. Lin Shen did not answer, but just waited for Zhang Nanxiao to speak and see what she was going to say. Zhang Nanxiao continued softly, "Last time I heard you say that you were in the antique business. I quit my job here and don't have a new job. I happen to have a few antiques at home, so I wanted to ask you for advice and see if I can sell them for a good price. I'm already at Jilong Bay, but I don't know which building you live in. Can you come out to pick me up?" When Zhang Nanxiao said this, he deliberately clamped his throat and called Lin Chun in a delicate voice, "Brother Chun." Lin Chun was petrified on the spot when Zhang Nanxiao called him Brother Chun. The voice was stiff and treacherous, completely different from the feeling of Zhao Sini's coquettishness. Instead of making herself feel better, it made her feel itchy all over, as if ants were crawling on her. Lin Chun was certainly not a fool. He could guess what Zhang Nanxiao was going to do after just a few words and responded to Zhang Nanxiao without any hesitation. "And Zhang, the honey trap won't work on me. Don't bother with it. I've said that this matter has nothing to do with me. It just has nothing to do with me." After saying that, Lin Chun hung up the phone. Hearing the busy tone coming from the phone, coupled with Lin Chun's words, "and Zhang," just now, Zhang Nanxiao almost smashed the phone. It was fine before that she called herself Police Aunt, but now she just calls herself Aunt Zhang. From childhood to adulthood, who would not praise me as a beauty when seeing me? Although I'm already 23 years old, there are still many athletes in the university chasing me. Lin Chun is blind. He is blinded by greed. He keeps calling her Auntie. It makes her so angry. But the more Lin Chun acted like this, the more Zhang Nanxiao wanted to find a way to get close to Lin Chun and prove that Lin Chun was guilty. Zhang Nanxiao got out of the car immediately, coughed a few times, cleared his throat, and then started shouting, "Ah, this is so unfair. The owner of your Jilong Bay slept with me, and now I'm pregnant, but he's not taking responsibility. Is there anyone here to judge this matter?" Chapter 72, You Scumbag. Zhang Nanxiao's shouts immediately attracted several female owners who were walking their dogs in the park. The female owners came over with their pet dogs, observed Zhang Nanxiao, and began to whisper to each other. The female owner wearing a hat was the first to speak. "What's going on? Where did this woman come from?" Another female owner in a white coat replied, "For what she just shouted, it seems like she was bullied by a scumbag. It seems that he is still the owner of our place." The female owner wearing a hat looked puzzled, but the owners here are all well-known people. They wouldn't cheat women, right? The female owner in the white coat curled her lips. Why not? What if it's a man with a family? If they don't want to take responsibility, they can just run away after having fun. A female owner in black clothes nearby became alert when she heard this, fearing that the scumbag Zhang Nanxiao was talking about was her husband. It was a good coincidence that Zhang Nanxiao shouted at the right time, as the place where he shouted was very close to Lin Chun's villa. Lin Chun, who was practicing in the room, heard Zhang Nanxiao's crying, but he did not listen carefully. Besides, Suli was his only first love since he was a child, and he kept himself clean, so naturally he didn't think that it was aimed at him, so he didn't care. It happened that at this time, Zhao Sini went back to her villa to get something. When she passed by here, she saw Zhang Nanxiao. She was in a daze and unconsciously hid behind a tree, watching silently. Seeing that he had attracted some female owners, Zhang Nanxiao performed even harder. "Wow, wow, wow. My life is so miserable." The female owner wearing the hat saw that Zhang Nanxiao was so beautiful and yet so pitiful, and couldn't help but walk up to Zhang Nanxiao to comfort her. "Don't cry, beauty. It's not good for your health if you cry while you're pregnant." Another female owner in a white coat also came up and said, "Little sister, what's the name of the man you mentioned? Why don't you tell us, and we can help you find him? Not only do you disturb others by shouting like this, but you don't mention any names either, so we don't know who it is, right? If he hides, you will be the one who suffers, even if you scream at the top of your lungs and he won't come out." The female owner in the white coat seemed to be concerned about Zhang Nanxiao, but the gossip in her eyes could not be hidden at all. Rather than saying that she cared about Zhang Nanxiao, it would be more accurate to say that she was just satisfying her own curiosity. The female owner wearing a hat followed suit. "Yes, isn't it, beautiful lady? Tell us, so we can help you find him. The child cannot be born without a father." Zhang Nanxiao was not afraid of making a big lie. The bigger the lie, the more satisfied she was. With tears in her eyes, she replied, "Sister, I don't know if you recognize him. He just moved here too." As Zhang Nanxiao spoke, tears as big as beans began to flow out. "That man ignored me after he found out I was pregnant. He left me alone and told me to find a way to abort the baby. Then he disappeared. He didn't answer my calls, and he didn't reply to my messages. I only know that he lives here, but I don't know where exactly. Otherwise, I wouldn't want to shout here." There was also a hot-tempered female owner who yelled when she heard this. "Beauty, tell me, who is it? We will help you vent your anger." Zhang Nanxiao took the opportunity to shout, Lin Chun. His name is Lin Chun. Lin Chun. Zhao Sini, who was quietly eating watermelon behind a tree, was suddenly startled and thought to herself, I'm eating the watermelon myself? The scumbag this woman is talking about is actually Brother Chun? Zhao Sini's eyes were full of confusion and her mind was full of question marks. Oh my god, could this woman be Brother Chun's ex-girlfriend? Brother Chun also made someone pregnant? Zhao Sini was struck by lightning. Her three perspectives were shattered, and the filter she had for Lin Chun was about to be shattered. Zhao Sini suddenly thought of how Lin Chun had been out for so long this morning and couldn't be contacted. As soon as he came back, he went into his room and didn't even eat. There's indeed something fishy. No wonder he refused to accept me no matter what I said. No wonder. No wonder. Zhao Sini was furious. She put on the hat on the back of her clothes to cover her face, rushed over angrily, took Zhang Nanxiao's hand and left. Zhang Nanxiao was startled and looked at the girl in front of him. Beauty? What are you going to do? Zhao Sini didn't even look back and just pulled Zhang Nanxiao forward. That scumbag you found. He's here. The few female owners who came to join in the fun stared at Zhao Sini's back. The female owner wearing a hat frowned. This beauty looks so familiar. Should we go take a look? The female owner in the white coat hurriedly grabbed the female owner and whispered, Don't go. That's the eldest daughter of the Zhao family. Oh, I thought so. The female owner wearing a hat suddenly realized. Then let's go quickly. What if that scumbag is from a Zhao family? We can't get involved in his business. When the female owners heard this, they quickly took their pets and left. Zhao Sini and Zhang Nanxiao rushed directly into Lin Chun's villa, went straight to the second floor, and knocked on Lin Chun's door. Snap! 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 Zhao Sini rephotographed Lin Chun's bedroom. Lin Chun! Lin Chun opened the door. Zhang Nanxiao was immediately overjoyed. My performance really attracted people who knew Lin Chun to come over. Only Zhang Nanxiao looked at Zhao Sini. Who is this beauty to Lin Chun? Lin Chun, who was practicing halfway, was interrupted again and was very upset, but it was Zhao Sini who knocked on the door again, so he had no choice but to open the door. As soon as the door opened, Zhao Sini started to scold him. You scumbag! I misjudged you. How can you be so irresponsible? Lin Chun looked at Zhao Sini in confusion. Then his gaze shifted and he saw Zhang Nanxiao behind Zhao Sini. Lin Chun was surprised. Why did you bring her here? Zhao Sini's eyes widened. You two really know each other. Lin Chun, I didn't expect you to be such a person. You disappoint me so much. Lin Chun was already a little upset, and being wronged by Zhao Sini made him even more annoyed. He shouted loudly, Who am I? What did she tell you? No matter what she said, don't believe it. Zhao Sini snorted heavily from her nose. They've come to my door. You're still trying to make excuses. What girl would joke about her own reputation? You should be responsible if you have children. Lin Chun's pupils were tightly locked. What? A child? Whose child? Chapter 73 Lin Chun, you beast. Zhao Sini crossed her arms over her chest. Of course it's your child with this beauty. You made her pregnant, but didn't give her a home. What kind of man are you? Lin Chun stared at Zhang Nanxiao in disbelief and yelled, Zhang Nanxiao, what on earth do you want to do? Now that you're no longer a police officer, you've started spreading rumors about other people, right? Zhao Sini frowned and looked at Zhang Nanxiao. Police? What do you mean? At this time, Zhang Nanxiao had already returned to his usual cold and aloof appearance, without any trace of the pitiful look from before. Extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. Lin Chun calmly. Who told you not to tell me the exact location of your villa? There is no other way. I can only take this approach. Zhao Sini was confused. Are you a policeman? Then what you just said. Lin Chun rolled his eyes. Do you even need to ask? I told you not to trust her. Now, it was Zhao Sini's turn to be incredulous. She pointed at Zhang Nanxiao and said, were you acting just now? Zhang Nanxiao remained indifferent and instead showed a smile of success on his face. Sorry, I lied to you accidentally. I have nothing to do with him. Lin Chun apologetically, without any anger from before. She approached Lin Chun like a little bird and held the corner of Lin Chun's clothes. Brother Chun, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. I'm sorry, she shouted so loudly in the park, attracting many people to watch. I thought if it wasn't true, how could she speak so sincerely? So I believed it. I'm so stupid. I'm sorry, Brother Chun. Park? Lots of people watching. Lin Chun clenched his teeth, imagining how big a fuss Zhang Nanxiao had made. His focus now is not on whether Zhao Sini has wronged him, but but on what Zhang Nanxiao is going to do. So Lin Chun just casually replied to Zhao Sini, "It's okay." Then he asked Zhang Nanxiao righteously, "Officer Zhang, do you know how much trouble this rumor you made up will cause me?" Zhao Sini immediately joined Lin Chen's camp and questioned Zhang Nanxiao. "You are going too far, woman. There should be a limit to spreading rumors. You are slandering. You need to be responsible." Lin Chen knew Zhao Sini's personality. She would say anything when she was anxious. It would be bad if she let something slip. So he said to Zhao Sini, "Sini, go down first. I'll talk to her." Zhao Sini glanced at Lin Chen's bedroom and asked, "Are you guys going to talk in the bedroom? How about I go out and you guys go downstairs and talk?" She didn't want Brother Chun to stay in the bedroom with another woman. A man and a woman are alone in the same room. Who knows what will happen? Zhao Sini looked at Zhang Nanxiao again, sizing up the policewoman in front of her. She and Zhang Nanxiao are both women, and she can feel that Zhang Nanxiao is not just doing business with Lin Chun, but has some other interests. "That's my love rival." Zhao Sini lost her manners instantly, stood in front of Lin Chun, and said to Zhang Nanxiao coldly, "Where are you from? You are not following the rules. Be careful of me." Before Zhao Sini could finish her words, Lin Chen covered her mouth and said, "Sini, go back to your villa first. You don't have to worry about what's happening here." Lin Chun pushed Zhao Sini onto the stairs and said, "Be obedient. I'll come find you later." Zhao Sini remembered that she had just wronged Lin Chun and didn't want to cause any more trouble for Lin Chun, so she left obediently. Zhang Nanxiao looked at Zhao Sini walking down the stairs, raised one corner of his mouth, and his eyes were full of sarcasm. "Lin Chun, no wonder you can live in such a nice villa. It seems that what my colleague said is right. You are indeed being kept by a rich woman. This little beauty is the rich woman who keeps you, right?" Lin Chen was already angry with Zhang Nanxiao. When he heard what Zhang Nanxiao said, he grabbed her arm, grasped her slender waist, and pushed her against the wall. Lin Chen's sudden action startled Zhang Nanxiao, and he panicked. "What are you doing?" Zhang Nanxiao looked at Lin Chen, who was so close to her. Her face turned red with shyness, and she wanted to push Lin Chen away. Lin Chen grabbed Zhang Nanxiao's hands and lifted them above her head. This strange posture made Zhang Nanxiao feel even more ashamed. She struggled and tried to pull her arm back. "Lin Chen, what are you doing? I'm a police officer." "Police?" Lin Chen's eyes were filled with anger and his voice was cold. "Can the police do whatever they want and spread rumors about others?" Lin Chen at a loss. Her curvy yet slender figure looked even smaller next to Lin Chen's muscular figure. Lin Chen stared into Zhang Nanxiao's eyes. "No? Tell me, what did you say to me in the park?" Zhang Nanxiao struggled in vain. Fearing that Lin Chen would do something to her, she could only explain everything in detail. I just said that you were a scumbag. After I got pregnant, you abandoned me. That's all." Lin Chen looked suspicious and asked, "Is that all?" Zhang Nanxiao nodded. "That's all, nothing else." Lin Chen also thought that Zhang Nanxiao had spread rumors about how he had dealt with the Su family father and son. You know, if something is false, then you don't have to worry about rumors. If something is true, then you have to worry about rumors. Because in the process of spreading rumors, you are likely to get closer to the truth. Lin Chen stretched his legs forward, pushed Zhang Nanxiao's legs apart, and said word by word in a threatening tone, "Officer Zhang, do you believe it or not, I will really make you experience the stories you told me." Zhang Nanxiao was completely frightened by Lin Chen's actions. He stared at Lin Chen with wide eyes and struggled hard. "Lin Chen, what are you going to do? Do you know what you are doing? You are molesting me now, and you are assaulting a police officer. These charges are enough to put you in jail." But in such a big villa, the maid was sent out by Zhao Sini, and there were only two of them in the house. No matter how loud Zhang Nanxiao shouted, no third person would hear him. Moreover, given Zhang Nanxiao's size and small arms and legs, no matter how hard he struggled, it would be in vain. Lin Chenfeng looked at Zhang Nanxiao calmly. "Okay, send me in, but..." Lin Chen held Zhang Nanxiao's wrist with one hand and pinched Zhang Nanxiao's chin with the other hand. "But before you send me in, I'm going to formally molest you first." When Zhang Nanxiao heard this, his heart beat faster and he looked flustered. He bit his lower lip and turned his head away, not daring to look at Lin Chen. "Lin Chen, you beast!" Lin Chen grabbed Zhang Nanxiao's waist, carried her on his shoulders, and said lightly, "I'm going to be a beast today." After saying that, Lin Chen carried Zhang Nanxiao into the bedroom. "I must teach this arrogant second-generation official a lesson today. Let her learn a lesson." Chapter 74, I've dated more than a dozen men. Zhang Nanxiao was terrified and punched Lin Chun on the back. Put me down. Lin Chun, if you dare to touch a hair on my head, I will let my dad arrest you. I will shoot you 10,000 times. Lin Chun threw Zhang Nanxiao onto the bed. It doesn't matter. To die under the peony flowers is to be a romantic ghost. Look at you. Lin Chun looked Zhang Nanxiao's body up and down. Big breasts, a perky butt, legs tightly clamped together, and fleshy thighs. Lin Chun snorted coldly. You should be a virgin, right? Zhang Nanxiao seemed to be afraid that Lin Chun would go wild, so she yelled deliberately, I'm not. I've dated more than a dozen men. Lin Chun heard Zhang Nanxiao say this. He became more certain and leaned over and pressed on Zhang Nanxiao. Ah! Zhang Nanxiao screamed and burst into tears. While crying, he begged for mercy. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I will never investigate your affairs again. I shouldn't have made up rumors to slander you. It's my fault. Lin Chun pinched Zhang Nanxiao's chin and said, I don't believe it. Don't think I will let you go just because you cry a few times. Lin Chun deliberately pushed Zhang Nanxiao. No matter what you say, I won't believe you. Zhang Nanxiao pushed Lin Chun out like crazy, shouting, I promise. I promise you. Lin Chun got up from Zhang Nanxiao and asked, How can I be sure that you won't cause trouble for me again? I'll give you my police ID. Forget it. Your police ID is a hot potato. If I take it, it will be even more dangerous. Lin Chun stared at Zhang Nanxiao's chest with a wicked smile on his face. Give me your underwear and leave your lip prints on it. Lin Chun, as if he was a madman. What do you want these for? Lin Chun crossed his arms and lazily sat on the sofa beside him. If Officer Zhang goes back on his word, I will take this underwear with your lip prints and tell everyone that you and I. Lin Chun casually said 3 words. There's an affair. Zhang Nanxiao cursed, scoundrel. Lin Chun continued to speak. Not only did she have an affair with me, but she was also pregnant with my child. Anyway, so many people can testify to this. Zhang Nanxiao blushed. Lin Chun, you are a scoundrel. Lin Chun chuckled, not caring at all. It doesn't matter whether he is a rogue or not, as long as it works for you. Zhang Nanxiao covered his chest with both hands. I don't want it. Don't want. Lin Chun stood up, took off his shirt directly, and prepared to unbuckle his belt. Zhang Nanxiao quickly stopped him. I agree. I agree. Lin Chun stopped and sat back on the sofa. Zhang Nanxiao glanced at Lin Chun's muscular body and the big bulge, and his face turned red as if blood could drip out. She quickly turned her head away, avoiding his sight. Get out of the way first so I can take it off for you. Lin Chun just turned his head away and said, There's no place to hide. Just take it off here. Zhang Nanxiao pointed to the bathroom inside. Isn't there a toilet here? Can't you go in? Lin Chun remained indifferent. Zhang Nanxiao stood up and said, If you don't go in, I will. Lin Chun snapped his fingers. I'm not going, and you're not allowed to go either. Take it off, right here. Otherwise, Lin Chun put his hand on the belt again. Zhang Nanxiao felt humiliated, but he didn't dare to resist. He could only hide in a corner and started to take off his clothes. Lin Chun sneered with a satisfied smile. To deal with this kind of arrogant second-generation official, you should be so rude and cruel to let her know what is sinister and temper her temper. Lin Chun, who had originally avoided the sight, accidentally saw Zhang Nanxiao's shadow on the wall. I have to say, she really has a devilish figure. But Lin Chun is not interested in Zhang Nanxiao now. Otherwise, he would have used X-ray vision to see her. After Zhang Nanxiao took off her underwear, she put her clothes back on, kissed her snow-white underwear, and threw it to Lin Chun. Are you done? Lin Chun picked up the underwear and took a look. No, the lip print on it is not deep enough. Kiss it again. After saying that, Lin Chun threw the underwear back to Zhang Nanxiao, hitting her in the face. This kind of young lady deserves to be abused. Only by tormenting her repeatedly can she learn her lesson. Zhang Nanxiao was furious, but helpless. He could only pick up the underwear and kiss it again and deliberately pressed it on his lips. Then, he threw it heavily to Lin Chun. It's okay this time. Lin Chun threw the underwear aside without even looking at it. Okay, you can go now. Zhang Nanxiao raised his foot and walked towards the door. Lin Chun stood up and took a big step to stand in front of Zhang Nanxiao. Lin Chun in panic. What do you want to do? After saying this, Zhang Nanxiao didn't dare to look at Lin Chun again. He lowered his gaze to face Lin Chun's naked upper body. The healthy wheat color and the firm and full-looking chest muscles reveal strong male hormones. Zhang Nanxiao suddenly had a strange feeling in her heart, but then she immediately dismissed the idea. Lin Chun lowered his eyes and looked at the petite Zhang Nanxiao in his arms. Remember what you promised me today, otherwise. Zhang Nanxiao replied unhappily. I know. You don't have to tell me. Then, Zhang Nanxiao pushed Lin Chen away, opened the door, and walked out. He jogged down the stairs and ran straight out of the villa. Lin Chen looked back at the underwear on the sofa, chuckled, and was about to close the door and continue practicing when his cell phone rang. Lin Chen rolled his eyes. There are so many things to do all day long. I'm busier than the Prime Minister. He glanced at the screen and found that it was Qian Yong's call. So he picked up the phone. Uncle Qian, why did you call me when you had time? Are you in a hurry to get the amulet pendant? Qian Yong saw that Lin Chun had misunderstood him and hurriedly explained to Lin Chun, Xiao Chun, didn't I tell you about the pendant last time? I'm not in a hurry. I'm calling you in a hurry because I have another good news to tell you. Lin Chun thought it was another top-grade spiritual stone and asked hurriedly, Uncle Qian, have you found another spiritual stone? Qian Yong on the other end of the phone smiled and said, It's not a spiritual stone, it's something else. Lin Chen heard that it was not a spirit stone. He was not so excited anymore and replied indifferently with an "Oh." Qian Yongwu joked, What's the matter? Xiao Chun, you don't want to come when you hear it's not a spiritual stone. Lin Chen immediately replied, That's not true. Uncle Qian, I think anything you give me is a good thing. Qian Yongwu did not say what it was immediately, but asked Lin Chen instead. Xiao Chun, aren't you a cultivator? Lin Chen nodded subconsciously, yes. Qian Yongwu continued, There is a private auction today. I heard from insiders that the most valuable items in today's auction are the things used by you cultivators. It seems there is also an alchemy furnace. Many people are trying to get a look. I just happen to have an admission ticket. But I don't understand your stuff, cultivators. Just to see if you're interested in going with me? Chapter 75, The Strength of the Sun Family. Lin Shan heard the word alchemy furnace. He instantly became excited again and asked the system excitedly in his mind. Xiao Tongzi, is this alchemy furnace that Qian Bo mentioned used to refine the kind of elixir you gave me before? The system had seen some things in the world and replied slowly. Host, there are many kinds of this kind of furnace. You have to go and see it to know. My elixir cannot be made by any alchemy furnace. A good alchemy furnace usually has spirituality, but an ordinary alchemy furnace is just a piece of junk left by some warlocks. It can only refine some low-level pills and is not very useful. Lin Shan felt a little disappointed after hearing what the system said. But, you have nothing to lose by going and taking a look. The system yawned. Then let's go and take a look. Lin Shan responded to Qian Yongwu. Of course I'm interested, Uncle Qian, but I'm sorry that you didn't forget to think of me when you had such a good thing. Qian Yongwu laughed twice. Don't say that. I'm thinking of you. If you encounter good things, just think of your Uncle Qian. Qian Yongwu gave the address to Lin Shan. He hung up the phone. Lin Shan put on some casual clothes and went downstairs and happened to meet Zhao Sini, who had just returned. Brother Chun, has that woman left? Lin Shan nodded and said, Let's go. Qian Bo wants to talk to me about something. I have to go out for a while. When Zhao Sini saw Lin Shan was about to leave again, she hurriedly asked, It's getting dark. Where are you going? Aren't you going to eat? I prepared all the food. Lin Shan put on his shoes and went out directly. There's an auction. I'm going to take a look. I won't eat. Without waiting for Zhao Sini's response, Lin Shan walked away in a flash. Zhao Sini shook her head. I didn't eat for days. If I had known, I would have gone back to the company to get busy. Lin Shan had just driven out of the villa when Zhang Nanxiao, who had been hiding on the side of the road, got into the car. Lin Shan, today I want to see what secrets you have. Zhang Nanxiao was confident that after what had just happened, Lin Shan would never have thought that he was still here and must have thought that he had gone home to cry. But who is she? She is the daughter of the police chief. How could you give up so easily? As long as he can find evidence of Lin Shan's crime and bring him to justice, he can avenge the insult he just suffered. But Lin Shan had already discovered her little tale. Lin Shan glanced at the rearview mirror and said, This woman is really disobedient. You promised me that last second, but now you're doing it again. Pretty stubborn. Lin Shan curled up one corner of his mouth, stepped on the accelerator, and after a few turns, he left Zhang Nanxiao behind. Zhang Nanxiao stared carefully at the vehicles in front of him and found that Lin Shan's car was gone. He slammed the steering wheel in anger. Damn it. He actually found me and ran away. The car was lost, but how could I swallow this humiliation? Lin Shan, you wait. Lin Shan got rid of Zhang Nanxiao. He drove for a long time before arriving at the location given by Qian Yongwu. This is a manor built deep in the mountains. Lin Shan got off the car. He felt that this place was very different from the urban area of Demon City. The spiritual energy here was many times more abundant than that in the urban area. Lin Chen looked around. If I use up all the spiritual energy on that top-grade spirit stone and come to this place to practice, wouldn't it be much faster than practicing in the city of Demon City? Xiao Chen, you're finally here. Qian Yonghua's voice interrupted Lin Chen's thoughts. Qian Yonghua pretended to be angry and said, "You kid, I told you to hurry up. Why are you taking so long? If you come a little later, you won't be able to get in." Lin Chen scratched his head embarrassedly. "Sorry, Uncle Qian, there's a little incident on the road, so I'm late." Qian Yonghua didn't say anything else and urged Lin Chen to go in. "Don't say anything else. Go in quickly. It will start soon." The two people who were responsible for checking the invitation letters at the door saw that Lin Chen was brought by Qian Yonghua and immediately let him in. Lin Chen curled his lips slightly. It seems that Qian Bo's face is a living invitation. When passing by the two guards, Lin Chen suddenly felt a familiar breath. He glanced at the guard next to him and was surprised. What kind of auction is this? Even the guards are warriors. But Lin Chen did not ask any more questions, but followed Qian Yonghua straight in. Unexpectedly, as soon as Lin Chen left, Zhang Nanxiao followed. Lin Chen, just now, she was a police officer. She simply checked the traffic police surveillance and found Lin Chen's car. Then she changed the route and followed from another direction. Zhang Nanxiao parked the car in a secluded place, walked into the manor, and was about to go further inside when he was stopped by the guard. The guard said directly, "Hello, this is a private venue. Please show your invitation." Invitation letter? Zhang Nanxiao was puzzled. When she saw Lin Chen go in just now, he didn't bring any invitation letter. When Zhang Nanxiao hesitated, the guard warned again, "If you don't have an invitation letter, please leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude." Zhang Nanxiao saw the two guards speaking in such a loud tone and knew that things were not that simple. It would be too conspicuous if I took out my police ID at this time, so I gave up. Zhang Nanxiao smiled and said, "Sorry, I may have gone to the wrong place." After saying that, Zhang Nanxiao turned around and left. But Zhang Nanxiao did not give up. Instead, he found a place to wait for Lin Chen to come out. Qian Yonghua and Lin Chen walked into the inner field, looking around as they walked. Qian Yonghua introduced the auction items he knew about to Lin Chen as he walked. "Xiao Chen, do you think there is anything you can use at this auction?" Lin Chen looked back at the guard at the door and said, "I guess so." Qian Yonghua noticed Lin Chen's doubts and explained, "Those two guards are not ordinary people, because today's auction is a special event held by the Sun family, the largest family in our magic city. You should know what the Sun family is like, right? So it's no big deal to choose two Huajin warriors to be guards." Qian Yonghua lowered his voice and glanced at the guard angrily. "Even my realm is only slightly higher than the guard just now." Lin Chen's eyes were filled with shock. "Mr. Qian, are you serious?" Qian Yonghua nodded. "What's so funny?" Lin Chen couldn't help but sigh. "Is the Sun family so powerful?" He was just a halfway cultivator and didn't know much about the current cultivator families. As for the Sun family, all he knew was that the Sun family had been rich for generations, with so much money that they could never spend it all, and even the country would sometimes borrow money from the Sun family. The Sun family has influence in politics and the military, which is normal. Lin Chen didn't expect was that the Sun family also has a place in the world of cultivation. According to Qian Yonghua, the land occupied by the Sun family is not small. Shoo! Qian Yonghua seemed to have seen something and suddenly made a hushing gesture to Lin Chen. Chapter 76, Sun Family Auction. Lin Chen didn't dare to say anything and looked in the direction Qian Yonghua was looking. Several masked men came out from the manor and brought in an unknown object which was sealed in an iron box. The thing doesn't look big, but it's no match for a group of masked men carrying it, and the noise is huge. Most importantly, there was a warning on the iron box, "Do not disturb." Lin Chen stared at the thing with puzzled eyes. Could it be a living thing? Otherwise, please don't disturb it. It's quite mysterious. Qian Yonghua's mischievous nature showed up again. He pretended to be frightened, lowered his voice, and called out to Lin Chen to leave quickly. Go to the private room, so as not to get stained with anything dirty." Lin Chen didn't ask any more questions and followed Qian Yonghua into the venue. After the two of them walked into the venue, Lin Chen looked at the entire auction scene in front of him and felt extremely surprised. The entire auction venue is like a maze, with one independent box after another, and more like a beehive. Each independent box is separated by a winding wooden walkway. Even two adjacent private rooms cannot see each other because of the maze-like corridors. Even if two private rooms are adjacent, It is difficult to find the correct way to enter each other. Qian Yonghua found the box assigned to them with ease. Lin Shun was even more surprised when he walked into the private room. Looking from the inside, this private room actually has 3 sides of transparent glass, a total of 4 walls, and only one is a solid wall. Lin Shun walked forward and touched the glass, and found that they were all one-way glass. You could see outside, but you couldn't see inside from the outside. No wonder it looks like a dark room from the outside. This unique design made Lin Shun a little excited. Uncle Qian, isn't everyone going to sit together at this auction? Are we going to auction things in here? Such a special design proves that the item being auctioned must be extraordinary. Qian Yonghua sat down naturally, took a sip of tea, and said slowly, "This design is for the safety of the guests. If someone spots something you photographed, it's possible that they might kill you and steal the property. You can't get tickets here just because you're rich and powerful. As long as you can get an invitation letter, no matter what means you use, as long as you have it, you can come in, so there are all kinds of people here. Do you understand what I mean?" Qian Yonghua looked at Lin Shun meaningfully. Lin Shunming nodded. There are all kinds of people, no matter who is clean or unclean. People from all walks of life are mixed together, and there are bound to be some ruthless people who specialize in murder and robbery. This further proves that this auction will have extraordinary good things. Qian Yonghua stood up and knocked on the transparent glass. This glass is bulletproof. There's an emergency button over there. While you are in here, no one outside will know your identity, and no one outside will know what you took away. If there is real danger, just press that button, and the Sun family's many experts will help you. But Qian Yonghua curled his lips and sat back in his chair. Once you leave the Sun family's manor, your life and death will have nothing to do with the Sun family. Lin Shun chuckled and sat on another chair. It seems like they're doing this for our benefit, but in reality, the Sun family doesn't want to take responsibility and only wants to make a profit. Qian Yonghua pointed to the ceiling and said, "Alas, you can't say that in here." Lin Shun nodded. It seemed that there was surveillance in the room. While the two were talking, everything outside was already prepared. All I heard was an announcement. "This is a genuine auction. We are not responsible for the sale." The auction begins countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7. Lin Shun was still wondering. These private rooms are placed here, so how can we tell what is being auctioned? Lin Shun turned around and asked Qian Yonghua, "Uncle Qian, how do we view the auction items? Is there any screen in this room?" Qian Yonghua shook his head and said with a smile, "No. Someone will be carrying the auction items past our glass later and will stand in a designated position for us to observe. If you are interested, you can pay a small fee first and ask him to bring it in for viewing." Lin Shun frowned slightly. It sounds both careful and troublesome. The announcement sounded again. "Next, we will display the first lot, the talisman brush, inkstone, talisman paper, and talisman juice needed to make talismans. These 4 pieces form a complete set, all made from the hair, bones, skin, and blood of the same monster. If you order a set, you'll get a whole set. Single items are not for sale." Monster? Lin Shun was greatly shocked. Is this first auction item so amazing? Qian Yonghua took another sip of tea and said, "Before I participated in this kind of auction, I was a staunch materialist. I didn't believe in any monsters or spiritual energy. But later, after slowly coming into contact with these things, I finally understood what it meant that the world is full of wonders. I mentioned it at the beginning. The items auctioned by the Sun family must be genuine. This item made by a monster was really made by a monster." Lin Shun heard of such monsters, and he looked around expectantly. He wanted to see with his own eyes what the monster made. Lin Shun thought the show was over after the host's introduction, but who knew there was another by advice from someone unknown. Although not everyone could draw talismans, the raw materials for making them are indeed rare and can only be found by chance. Lin Shun laughed after hearing this. "This is quite humane. I'll give you another advertising slogan." Qian Yonghua explained, "These are all said by real people on spot. If it is a bad thing, someone will directly say that it is worthless. If someone wants it, keep it. If no one wants it, destroy it on the spot." Lin Shun was surprised. Destroyed on the spot? The Sun family is indeed rich. Qian Yonghua smiled but said nothing. At this moment, a loud sound came from some private room. "I'll give you 100 million. It's most appropriate for our Taoist sect to give this item to us. I hope you can help me." "I'll give you 100 million. It's most appropriate for our Taoist sect to give this item to us. I hope you can help me." "I'll give you 100 million. It's most appropriate for our Taoist sect to give this item to us. I hope you can help me." Lin Shun was startled again by the loud sound of the loudspeaker and the fact that the same sentence was repeated 3 times. The sound came from speakers in all directions, and it even felt like there were loudspeakers installed under my feet. The sound is directly amplified to every corner, and it is a 2-channel stereo sound. The Sun family's design is both funny and interesting. It was as if he was afraid that others couldn't hear other people's bidding. Lin Chen was puzzled. They took pictures before we even saw the thing. Chapter 77 Free Gift to Lin Chen. Qian Yonghua said calmly. Who would need this kind of thing? It's not a small amount for the Taoist sect to offer 100 million to buy this kind of thing. Lin Chen originally thought that for such a good thing, at least other sects would come to compete and bid up the price, but he didn't expect. After that person shouted, just now, no one raised the price anymore. Naturally, the item was bought by the people from that sect. Lin Chen tapped his fingers on the table. No one is competing for this kind of thing. I guess there must be something more novel to come. Qian Yonghua nodded. Of course not. The starting price is 100 million, and the things that come after will only be more expensive than these. Lin Chen suddenly heard footsteps. Qian Yonghua motioned Lin Chen to stand in front of the glass. Here it is. It's going to be displayed. Go and have a look. Qian Yonghua himself was not interested in these things. His main purpose was to create an opportunity for Lin. Lin Chen was naturally itching to do so, so he stood right next to the glass. I saw a group of masked men approaching with a plate of food. The moment he saw the plate of things, Lin Chen felt a demonic aura coming towards him. But when he looked at the monster's things carefully, he found that these things looked no different from ordinary brushes and inkstones. The only thing that was very different was that there was a hint of scarlet on the tip of the brush. Lin Chen became more interested. If the first item contains so much spiritual power, then as long as I take pictures of the things that follow, they will definitely help me achieve a breakthrough in my cultivation. Since the items had already been photographed, the masked man did not show them any further and quickly delivered them to the box where the Taoist sect was located. Immediately afterwards, many items were displayed one after another, and not a single item was unsold. Moreover, all of them were sold at a fixed price without any competition. This made Lin Chen a little uneasy. He is waiting for something good to happen, and so are others, and it is very likely that they are all waiting for the same thing. If this is the case, it will be more difficult to take pictures. The next second, the host's voice coming from a loudspeaker was much more enthusiastic than before. Next, we will present the next treasure, the alchemy furnace. This alchemy furnace is called the Golden Dragon Furnace. It is used by cultivators to refine elixirs. Although it is damaged, it is still a rare treasure. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. This thing is exactly what he came here for. Lin Chen stood up and waited to see if anyone made an offer. The strange thing was that the whole place was silent, without even a bid. Qian Yonghua smiled and shook his head. The Sun family is really interesting. They can even auction off broken items. Lin Chen glanced at Qian Yonghua and thought that most people had the same idea as Qian Yonghua, so they didn't bid. Then isn't my chance here? The system also became interested and quickly reminded Lin Chen. Host, please take a picture of this Golden Dragon Furnace. This is a good furnace. You will need it to make pills later. Take a picture quickly. After this furnace is repaired, it can be used to refine high-level elixirs. Ordinary people can't fix it, but you have me. Lin Chen heard what the system said. He became very alert and prepared to bid a price to test the waters. 50 million. As soon as Lin Chen shouted, the whole audience began to echo 50 million, 50 million, 50 million. When Qian Yonghua heard the price Lin Chen called out, he suddenly became nervous. Xiao Chun, you can't call out like that. All prices cannot be lower than the first auction item. Lin Chen quickly changed his words. 105 million yuan. Qian Yonghua was stunned at first. Then he was amused and pointed at Lin Chen. Only you, no one else can bid this price. Lin Chen didn't care. He shrugged and said, I'll save as much as I can. $5 more is still a lot. What if no one bids against me? Besides, I really don't have that much money. Qian Yonghua seemed to have thought of it a long time ago and patted Lin Chen on the shoulder. Don't worry, I will pay you the price you bid today, and you can pay me back later. Lin Chen scratched the back of his head. I'm so sorry, Uncle Qian. Oh, Qian Yonghua waved his hand. You're talking about this again. I don't have a son, and seeing you is like seeing my son. There's no need to say this. No son? Lin Chen's eyes. How could such a powerful family like Qian Bo have no son? Who will inherit the Qian family's powerful business? Qian Yonghua saw Lin Chen looking at him straight, with eyes full of doubt, and smiled. You bid first, and I'll tell you about our family situation later. Lin Chen turned his attention back to the auction items. Just as he was about to congratulate himself for having found a bargain on his item and finding no one wanted it, 3 rings were heard in the venue. I offer 200 million. I offer 200 million. I offer 200 million. Good boy. Lin Shen couldn't help but roll his eyes. It's just a broken furnace, and the price is suddenly so high. I really don't want it anymore. The system also began to hesitate. Host, I don't think this thing is worth 200 million. If it can't be repaired, it's no different from ordinary scrap metal. How about we take another look? Lin Shen replied to the system in his mind. In that case, doesn't the fact that this person offered such a high price mean that he can repair it? The system responded. That should be the case, but even if this thing is repaired, he may not be able to make pills. Even if he can make pills, I don't think it's worth it. There will definitely be better ones later. And even if you didn't take the photo of this thing, you can refine the elixir yourself in the future when you improve your cultivation. It's really not worth spending 200 million to buy this thing all at once. Lin Shen listened to the advice and gave up. Qian Yonghua encouraged Lin Shen and said, Xiao Chun, don't worry about the price. Just take whatever you want and I'll pay you. Lin Shen sat back in his chair. It's not worth it. More than 100 million in 5 coins, I still think it's okay. 200 million, that's not worth it. Qian Yonghua stopped trying to persuade him. Anyway, the auction has just started, and who knows what good things will come out later. When the host saw that no one was bidding again, he announced the deal. Who would have thought that the person who had just bid 200 million suddenly spoke again, and the whole venue was filled with that person's voice again? My master said that if this item is auctioned, it will be given to Lin Shen for free. My master said that if this item is auctioned, it will be given to Lin Shen for free. My master said that if this item is auctioned, it will be given to Lin Shen for free. Qian Yonghua and Lin Shen in the private room both sat in their chairs in a daze, looking at each other in shock. Even the system in Lin Shen's brain couldn't help but be surprised. Who is this person? Spending 200 million for free? He can even call out your name directly. Does he know you? Lin Shen's brows gradually frowned, and a sense of uneasiness arose. Chapter 78, There is no free lunch in the world. At an auction that I had never participated in before, an auctioneer somehow knew my name and gave it away for free after bidding. Lin Shen did not feel happy about this big pie that fell from the sky. Instead, he felt uneasy. At this time, a broadcast sound was heard again in the backstage. Lin Shen, some medicinal herbs for alchemy. Lin Shen, some medicinal herbs for alchemy. Lin Shen, some medicinal herbs for alchemy. Lin Shen held his forehead with his hand. There is no need to repeat this 3 times. Qian Yonghua's gossipy heart, which had been dormant for many years, suddenly ignited, and he whispered to Lin Shen, Xiao Chun, the owner of this place, could it be a woman? Will he be attracted to you? Lin Shen. Lin Shen was somewhat surprised that someone of Qian Yonghua's status would say such words. Qian Yonghua continued to ask, Xiao Chun, I remember you were Cindy's boyfriend, right? Cindy is now the heir of the Zhao family. Now, there's a mysterious rich woman. You have to choose carefully. If you make the right choice, you can build a tall building from flat ground and save yourself several lifetimes of hard work. Lin Shen narrowed his eyes, staring at Qian Yonghua, hesitating to speak. Uncle Qian, you... Qian Yonghua looked like an experienced person. Xiao Chun, don't reject this kind of kindness. Before I met your aunt, I wasn't that rich. After all, I was not the first heir of our Qian family at that time. It was only after I met your aunt and with her help that I inherited the Qian family's property. So, Qian Yonghua showed a mysterious expression. For things like this, you must choose carefully, don't think about refusing. Sometimes you must grasp the degree and don't make a choice too quickly. Qian Yonghua drew a circle with his finger, go around in it. Do you understand what I mean? Lin Shen frowned, his eyes puzzled. I don't understand. What do you mean by circumvention? Qian Yonghua glanced at Lin Shen and said, You are usually quite smart, but now you can't understand what I'm saying. Zhou Xian means Zhou Xian. It means. Qian Yonghua lowered his voice and said, to put it in a less nice way, it's playing multiple games at the same time. Huh? Lin Shen raised his eyebrows, very surprised. Mr. Qian, does your aunt know about your thoughts? Oh, Qian Yonghua glared at Lin Shen. You kid, I'm just sharing my life experience with you. Why are you mentioning your aunt? It is the essence of capital to make the best use of all available resources. Before you get married, if there is a better choice, why can't you choose the better one? If these rich women can offer you better conditions, why don't you accept them? Let me tell you, Xiao Chen, none of those hypocritical people can succeed. Maybe these words are a bit extreme, But remember, ambition and greed are the core of all businessmen. Lin Chun heard Qian Yonghua's words. Although he felt a little uncomfortable, he had to admit that Qian Yonghua did speak out the essence of the matter. Among those successful businessmen and capitalists, there is not one who is without ambition and not one who is not greedy. But Lin Chun chuckled and said, relying on women to get to the top always makes you look like a gigolo. Qian Yonghua curled his lips and said, did I say that you rely on women to get to the top? I said that you should not mind helping each other with these women. Do you think they have nothing to ask for when they approach you? They may be asking you for your people, your money, or your ability. This is a mutual need. You also need to be able to attract these women who also have resources. They don't like everyone. After he finished speaking, Qian Yonghua pointed at Lin Chun and said, you are still too young. Those who say that relying on women is like living off women and being a gigolo are losers who can't rely on women and envy men. Let me ask you, you won the lottery, are you unhappy? Those who say that lottery tickets are fake and you can't win, and those who say buying lottery tickets is bad, are the ones who bought tickets and didn't win. Lin Chun suddenly felt that what Qian Yonghua said made a lot of sense and nodded. However, we can't confirm that the person who gave me the gift was a woman. As soon as Lin Chun finished speaking, the masked man walked out of their private room. Qian Yonghua resumed his usual serious expression and whispered to Lin Chun, sit still and wait for them to come in. Don't get up until they leave. Lin Chun sat quietly, picked up the teacup, and took a sip. The masked man opened the door of the private room and walked in carrying a wooden tray. Lin Chun saw the golden dragon furnace brought over by the masked man. He immediately smelled the aroma of elixirs inside the furnace. Presumably, this furnace had refined many elixirs before, and it still has such a medicinal fragrance. Although it is a broken golden dragon furnace, there is no visible damage at first glance, and it carries considerable spiritual power. If it is completely repaired, there will probably be more spiritual power. The masked man looked at Lin Chun and spoke suddenly. Golden dragon furnace, winner, Lin Chun, with gifts, medicinal herbs. Lin Chun just looked back at the masked man and nodded. The masked man put the things on the ground and left. Lin Chun stared at the backs of these masked men and always felt that something was wrong. They looked like, he spoke like a robot, with no breathing intervals between words, no sound of breathing, and no ups and downs of his voice. Qian Yonghua, an ordinary warrior, naturally didn't notice this and just happily pointed at the golden dragon furnace on the ground. Go and see what this rich woman gave you. Lin Chun smiled and shook his head. Uncle Qian, please don't tell me. What if he is a man? Qian Yonghua laughed. Who cares what it is? It's a free gift, so don't refuse it. Lin Chun squatted down and looked at the golden dragon furnace in front of him. Originally, he was very happy to come across such a thing at the auction, but at this moment, it seemed like a time bomb. This made Lin Chun confused and uneasy. Lin Chun turned around and looked at Qian Yonghua. Uncle Qian, can you find out who this person is? In other words, after it's over, can we meet the gift giver through the Sun family? Qian Yonghua shook his head. I'm afraid there's no way. The Sun family has designed such strict confidentiality measures. How could they break the rules themselves? Don't worry. This person will definitely come to you again if he spends 200 million to give you this thing. Lin Chun didn't say anything. He was afraid that when this person came to him again, it would not be a good thing. If someone gave me 200 million yuan as a bribe for no reason, I would definitely have to give him something of the same value or do something of the same value in the future. There is no free lunch in the world. Chapter 79, Panting. Having already gotten what he wanted, Lin Chun didn't want to waste any more time and prepare to go home. Uncle Qian, we got the things. How about we go back? Qian Yonghua simply said. Okay, it's probably early morning now. I'll be relieved if you can take pictures of what you want. Lin Chun couldn't help but respond politely. Mr. Qian, you didn't take any photos today. You just accompanied me here for fun. Thank you so much. I will make your amulet pendant for you in the next few days. Qian Yonghua waved his hand. What's there to thank me for? Why are you always so polite? These things are meant for you to use. I knew this before I came here. I just want to see them for fun. There's no need to treat them as decoration. Just take care of carving the protective pendant. I'm not in a hurry. You should study your own business first. Qian Yonghua pointed to the golden dragon furnace and said, I told you last time about this pendant. I'm not in a hurry for it in a short time. Lin Chun understood Qian Yonghua's deep meaning. Qian Yonghua wanted him to go back and study the golden dragon furnace carefully and also study the master behind the golden dragon furnace who gave him the furnace. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, the two left the venue together and drove home separately. Lin Chun just walked to the front of the car. Zhang Nanxiao, who was about to fall asleep in his car, immediately came to life, staring at Lin Chun intently, and discovered that he was holding something in his hands that looked old. Zhang Nanxiao immediately had an idea, got out of the car, and walked straight to Lin Chun. Lin Chun was not very shocked when he saw Zhang Nanxiao appear in front of him. He was just a little surprised. "Are you really haunting me? Have you forgotten our agreement?" Zhang Nanxiao pointed confidently at the golden dragon furnace in Lin Chun's arms. "I reasonably suspect that you are involved in the theft and sale of national-level protected cultural relics. Please follow me back to the police station to cooperate with the investigation." Lin Chun sneered, opened the trunk, and put the golden dragon furnace in it openly. Lin Chun was unmoved. Zhang Nanxiao repeated it loudly again. "Lin Chun, I have reasonable suspicion that you are involved in the theft and sale of nationally protected cultural relics. Please follow me back to the police station to cooperate with the investigation. If you refuse, I will forcibly arrest you and charge you with failure to cooperate with public affairs." Lin Chun pressed the button to close the trunk and looked at Zhang Nanxiao with disdain. "Zhang Nanxiao, you're not done yet, are you? Do you really want me to show your underwear to everyone?" Zhang Nanxiao thought he had caught Lin Chun's handle and said confidently, "You can save this for the police station." Lin Chun looked a little impatient. "Zhang Nanxiao, you are a policeman after all. Do you really not have brains? If you want to ruin your own future, just go to the police station and file a case against me. Don't even mention you. Even if your dad or the police chief came, he wouldn't dare to make a sound when he saw me holding this thing." Zhang Nanxiao's eyes were filled with confusion. "What do you mean?" Lin Chun glanced at the manor and asked, "Do you know where this is?" Zhang Nanxiao didn't answer. Obviously, he didn't know. Lin Chun said coldly, "This is the Sun family's manor. I don't need to tell you which Sun family owns such a large private manor, right?" Sun family. Zhang Nanxiao immediately realized which Sun family it was. The largest group in Shanghai, the Sun Group. "It seems that my father is getting along pretty well with one of their uncles." Zhang Nanxiao naturally knew that the Sun family was second to none in the Magic City. If he took Lin Chun back to the police station for questioning, he would definitely involve the Sun family, let alone selling national cultural relics. Even if the Sun family went to rob tombs, she was not qualified to investigate. "Maybe it will get you into trouble." Zhang Nanxiao was instantly at a loss. Lin Chun that. Lin Chun didn't have time to waste with Zhang Nanxiao and said unhappily, "Zhang Nanxiao, I see that you are a girl, and I have been patient again and again. If you continue to pester me like this, just wait to see your underwear at the door of the police station. If your father, who is the head of the Public Security Bureau, finds out, you'll have the nerve to go home." Lin Chun finished speaking. He didn't give Zhang Nanxiao a chance to explain. He got into the car and drove away. Zhang Nanxiao was left standing there alone, feeling angry, annoyed, and sad, staring at the car that Lin Chun drove away. She was the only one on the dim street, and her lonely figure looked particularly pitiful. After returning empty-handed time and time again, Zhang Nanxiao began to doubt his own abilities and felt that he might not be able to become an excellent police officer like his father. An inexplicable sadness welled up in my heart. On the way home, Lin Chun asked about the system in the car. "Xiao Tongzi, is this thing as powerful as you said? It looks like the incense burners in temples to me." Conventional suspicion is Lin Chun's usual way of questioning. The system has become accustomed to it and began to explain. "Host, you can get this thing for free, just be happy. Although, I don't think this thing is worth 200 million, but it is already difficult to find an alchemy furnace with spiritual energy on Earth today, let alone a top-grade alchemy furnace that can produce top-grade elixirs. Put it in your storage ring later. Once I repair it, you will know how powerful this furnace was. After it is repaired, you can not only use it to make elixirs, but also increase your cultivation while making elixirs. It is simply killing two birds with one stone. By the way, aren't there a few herbs for alchemy? They will be useful when the alchemy furnace is repaired. I will teach you how to make alchemy when you reach the earth level." Lin Chun nodded. "Okay, I'll put the alchemy furnace in your storage ring when we get back." The drive back to Julongbei was much shorter than the journey to the manor. Lin Chun arrived home in a short while. As soon as he entered the villa, Zhao Sini came to greet him. "Brother Chun, you're finally back. I thought you were kidnapped by some bad guys." Lin Chun didn't expect Zhao Sini to still be there, and asked curiously, "Why haven't you slept yet?" Zhao Sini glared at Lin Chun, looking shy. "I'm waiting for you. If you don't come back, I won't be able to sleep well." Lin Shan felt emotional when he saw Zhao Sini like this. In the past, it was my father who would wait for me, and now Zhao Sini is also waiting for me to come home. This feeling is pretty good. Zhao Sini noticed that Lin Chun came back empty-handed and asked Lin Chun, "Brother Chun, didn't you say Uncle Chien asked you to go to the auction? Didn't you bid on anything?" Lin Chun had already put the things into the storage ring when he just got off the car. He didn't want to tell Zhao Sini, so he just said that the things were in the car, they were all small gadgets. Zhao Sini didn't ask any other details, but instead became concerned about Lin Chun's belly. "Brother Chun, you must be hungry, right? How about I go get you something to eat right now?" Lin Chun heard that Zhao Sini wanted to cook again. He immediately refused. "It's okay. It's okay. I ate a little when I was with Uncle Chien. I'm not hungry." Having wasted so much time practicing, Lin Chun felt that time was running out. So he went upstairs directly. "Sini, go back and rest early." Just as Zhao Sini was about to say something, Lin Chun had already gone upstairs. Zhao Sini glanced upstairs angrily. "Brother Chun, you don't mind me sleeping here tonight, right?" Zhao Sini asked herself and answered, "Definitely not. After all, I just want to make it easier for Brother Chun to cook in the morning." Then she happily went to her room on the first floor and prepared to go to bed. Lin Chun returned to the room. He quickly set up the spirit gathering formation and began to practice. A large amount of spiritual energy was released in the room again, and Lin Chun absorbed the endless spiritual energy unscrupulously. Zhao Sini, who had just laid down on the bed and closed her eyes downstairs, couldn't help but let out a soft moan. She immediately opened her eyes, full of panic, and covered her mouth. "Why did I suddenly make this sound?" Zhao Sini immediately ran to the living room to take a look. Fortunately, no one was there, otherwise Brother Chun would have heard her and thought she was doing something. Chapter 80, The Body of the Ultimate Een. But Zhao Sini didn't know that her actions had already been seen by a man hiding in the dark. Wu Yong stared at Zhao Sini's face, gritted his teeth, and sneered. "Bitch, Lin Chun just released a little spiritual energy, and you are so impatient. When I capture you, I will definitely comfort you. Zhao Sini, my little bitch, don't worry, it won't be long before you become a dried corpse like that bitch, Zhao Wei." Wu Yong's eyes gradually became greedy as he looked at Zhao Sini, and he looked dusty and dirty as if he had been buried in the ground for a long time. In fact, Wu Yong had indeed been hiding here for 3 days and 3 nights. The purpose is to find a suitable opportunity to get Zhao Sini into his pocket. Before coming here, Wu Yong had already had sex with several girls who had just turned 18. He knew that Zhao Sini would be with Lin Chun, and that Lin Chun's abilities were far superior to his. By absorbing the energy from these girls, he can gain the energy to compete with Lin Chun. The reason why Wu Yong put Zhao Sini last is because Zhao Sini has an extremely lean body. This extremely lean body can stimulate all the energy in Wu Yong's body and help him become a demon. By then, Lin Chun would no longer be his opponent and would naturally let him slaughter him. The corners of Wu Yong's mouth curled up in a weird way, perhaps because he had absorbed too much energy from living people in a short period of time. Wu Yong's face was no longer as handsome as before. The hair becomes sparse, the head becomes larger, the facial features become distorted, the eyes become wider, the eyebrows fade, the lips become thicker, and the mouth often cannot be closed, and cracks appear on the teeth. Especially those eyes. The whites of the eyes were mixed with some gray spots, and the originally black pupils looked more like ink mixed with dirty water, chaotic. Looking at Zhao Sini's shy appearance, Wu Yong couldn't help drooling and lowered his voice. "Zhao Sini, it might be more effective if you soak your body in water, After I suck you dry, the whole of China will belong to me, Wu Yong." After checking that there was no one in the living room, Zhao Sini in the villa returned to her room, covered herself with a quilt, and prepared to go back to sleep. But that strange feeling came from under my body again. Zhao Sini frowned, not knowing what was going on. Having never experienced sexual intercourse, she thought that her body was uncomfortable, so she changed her position awkwardly and wrapped herself tightly in the quilt. Lin Chun, who was practicing in the room, suddenly felt an evil but familiar aura. Lin Chun suddenly opened his eyes, quickly got out of bed, opened the window, and looked in the direction of the scent. Wu Yong, who was hiding in the dark, noticed the look Lin Chun gave him. He deliberately raised his head and looked at Lin Chun. When their eyes met, Wu Yong gave Lin Chun an evil smile and disappeared in an instant. Lin Chun frowned, wondering, what is Wu Yong doing here? Why is the evil spirit in him so much stronger than the one at the banquet? Also sensed the aura of Wu Yong through Lin Chun's body, and and said in panic, "Host, you must be on guard against this kind of thing. The most and evil true energy, if you are accidentally contaminated by it, your inside will be corroded. All the efforts made in cultivation will be wasted." Lin Shun first met Wu Yong. He knew that this man was not a serious practitioner. Now, it is naturally more certain. Lin Shun observed the place where Wu Yong had been hiding just now, which was the guest room downstairs. What is he doing in the guest room? Could it be possible that there is something in the guest room that he wants? Or is he coming for me? The system reminded Lin Shun, "Host, why don't you go downstairs to check, just in case?" Lin Shun went downstairs silently and approached the guest room very cautiously. He held the door handle for a moment and then suddenly opened it. Zhao Xini in the room was frightened by the sudden noise and screamed. She sat up from the bed, covered her body with the quilt, and shrank to the head of the bed. Lin Shun frowned, his eyes full of confusion. "Xini, why are you here?" When Zhao Xini saw that it was Lin Shun, her anxious mood calmed down and she let out a long sigh. "Brother Chun, I was scared to death. I thought it was a ghost." Lin Shun suddenly realized something was wrong, walked to the window of the guest room, and felt the presence of Wu Yong. The atmosphere here is very obvious, which proves that Wu Yong has stayed here for a long time. Lin Shun couldn't help but doubt. Could it be that Wu Yong's target is Zhao Xini? Zhao Xini naturally didn't notice anything. She just explained to Lin Shun, "I thought if you were hungry in the middle of the night and wanted to eat, but no one made it for you, I didn't leave." "Brother Chun, you won't blame me, right?" Lin Shun smiled. "How can I blame you? It's just that this guest room is uncomfortable to live in. Why don't you go upstairs and choose a room?" Seeing that Lin Shun was not angry, Zhao Xini replied cheerfully, "This guest room is very good. It will be convenient for me to cook for you when I wake up in the morning." Lin Shun insisted, "You can sleep in a room next to mine later, closer to me." "Closer to you?" Zhao Xini showed a happy expression on her face. "Then I won't be polite." Lin Shun turned around and secretly took out the jade leaf he had carved for Zhao Xini from his storage ring. "You're welcome. There's no need to be polite between you and me. This is for you." Lin Shun handed the emerald leaf in his hand to Zhao Xini. Zhao Xini took the emerald leaf, trotted to the living room, turned on the brightest chandelier in the living room, and admired the emerald leaf in her hand in the strong light. "For me?" Zhao Xini looked incredulous. Lin Shun lazily lay on the sofa. "Yes." Zhao Xini was overjoyed and immediately threw herself on Lin Shun and hugged him. "Thank you, Brother Chun. I'm so happy. This is the first time you've given me something." Lin Shun smiled dotingly and let Zhao Xini hold him tightly. "You're a girl, running around everywhere without a bodyguard. Plus, the news these past 2 days has indicated that it's not safe these days, so I thought of giving you something to protect yourself. This has the same function as the one I gave your grandma before. It keeps you safe." Zhao Xini let go of Lin Shun's neck and stared at the emerald leaf in her palm. Her mouth almost stretched to her ears. "This one is so pretty, much prettier than the one you gave my grandma." Lin Shun took the emerald leaf from Zhao Xini's hand and said, "Come, I'll put it on you." Zhao Xini happily turned her back and lifted her long hair, revealing her fair and slender neck. A faint fragrance came from Lin Chen's nose, which was the unique fragrance of a perfect girl. This fragrance seemed to have magical power, making Lin Chen's heart palpitate. But Lin Shun suppressed the impulse and gently put the jadeite on Zhao Xini. Zhao Xini thought about how Lin Shun had just asked her to live closer to him, and now he gave her such a precious jadeite, and she was extremely surprised. In this case, does it mean that Brother Chun is interested in me? Chapter 81, Prime Suspect. As Zhao Xini thought about it, her face turned red unconsciously. Lin Shun glanced at the emerald leaf on Zhao Xini's neck and said, "Emerald matches beauty, very suitable, very beautiful." Lin Shun did not intend to tell Zhao Xini that Wu Yong had been targeting her, mainly because he was afraid of scaring Zhao Xini and causing unnecessary trouble. Zhao Xini looked shy and innocent. "Brother Chun, Uncle Qian couldn't buy it even if he spent hundreds of millions. Didn't you say you didn't have it anymore? Why did you suddenly give it to me?" Zhao Xini seemed to suddenly remember something. The joy on her face faded, and a layer of sadness covered her face. "Uncle Qian will be able to give you a lot of help in the future. Or, give this to Uncle Qian, or he'll get angry with you if he knows you have this but didn't give it to him." Lin Shun frowned and smiled, then tapped Zhao Xini's head with his index finger. "You little girl, you have a lot of things in your mind all day long. You don't need to think about Uncle Qian. This thing was originally prepared for you, but it has never been given to you. Wear it properly, you hear me? Lin Chun continued with a serious look. Have you watched the news recently? Several girls have mysteriously disappeared in the last few days in the Magic City, and they haven't been found yet. It's obvious that society is unsafe. I'm worried about you, but I can't stay by your side all the time, so you have to wear this thing at all times. Remember? This emerald leaf was made by him personally. It can not only protect Zhao Cini by itself when she encounters danger, but also notify himself immediately so that he can rush to Zhao Cini as soon as possible to protect her. Lin Chun's words. Zhao Cini nodded heavily. Remember, Brother Chun? Lin Chun did not forget to give a few more instructions. When I said you should wear it all the time, I meant you should wear it all the time, not even when taking a shower. Zhao Cini nodded rapidly. I understand, Brother Chun. Although I've been very busy lately and haven't watched the news, I will always wear the things you gave me, even if there's no danger. Lin Chun patted Zhao Cini on the head. So good. Let's go, Lin Chun said, holding Zhao Cini's hand. I'll take you back to your room to rest. Zhao Cini's heart was pounding, and she followed Lin Chun upstairs. This time I slept alone in the room next to Brother Chun, but next time can I sleep with Brother Chun? She even thought about where to hold the wedding and what kind of wedding dress to wear. In Zhao Cini's heart, she had already married Lin Chun countless times. Lin Chun, after leaving the manor. After all, she had the handle on him, and she had made so many fools of herself. She really didn't have the face to follow Lin Chun again. As soon as Zhang Nanxiao sat down in his office chair, Huey hurried over with an anxious look on his face. Sister Qiao, you're back. The higher-ups said that these recent disappearances have caused social panic and asked us to solve the cases as quickly as possible. If we can't solve the case within 10 days, we'll be gone. 10 days? Zhang Nanxiao sneered and took the information from Huey with a disdainful expression. Why didn't he say 10 hours? Zhang Nanxiao impatiently opened the information and quickly browsed through it. The number of missing people is increasing every day. So many human trafficking cases have been unsolved for more than 10 years. How was it possible to solve a case of kidnapping young women that suddenly appeared within 10 days? It's a fantasy. Huey scratched his head. That's right. The most important thing is that these girls disappeared without a trace. Not even the surveillance cameras captured them. Not even a trace of DNA was left. It's like these people have never appeared in the Magic City. Zhang Nanxiao suddenly had an idea and repeated what Huey had just said. Not even a trace left? There are criminal suspects who have such situations. Isn't that the case with Lin Chun? Zhang Nanxiao currently still regards Lin Chun as the #1 suspect in the murder of the Su family father and son, and naturally attributes him to a criminal. Zhang Nanxiao thought of Zhao Cini, whom he met today. That beautiful lady helped him find Lin Chun to vent his anger just for a few words. He should feel sympathy for these girls. Why not? Zhang Nanxiao looked at Huey and said, print me a copy of the photos of the victimized girls, as well as the confessions of their relatives. Huey was curious. Sister, forget about the photos, but what are you going to do with their relatives' confessions? Zhang Nanxiao said calmly, don't worry about it. Just give it to me. She planned to take these photos to Zhao Cini and explain to her the pity and sorrow of these people, to see if Zhao Cini would provide her with some important clues out of overflowing sympathy. Huey could only respond, okay, I'll get you one right away. After saying this, Huey went to prepare the copies. Zhang Nanxiao picked up the teacup to make tea, still thinking about the humiliation he had suffered at Lin Chun's hands today. As soon as he walked into the tea room, Zhang Nanxiao heard several policemen nearby discussing the missing girl. One of the male police officers asked in confusion, why do you think this criminal who has recently appeared only targets girls who have just reached adulthood? He's a bit too perverted. Another male police officer curled his lips. Who knows who can know the thoughts of a pervert? How about we say we are perverts if we can easily know their thoughts? Then aren't we perverts too? One of the policewomen shook her head and said, I've looked at the missing persons records. Not all of them are girls who have just reached adulthood. There is one new case reported today who is already in her 20s. That one, I know that one. And she's the daughter of the Zhao family. I didn't expect to encounter something like this. Hey, do you think this could be a copycat crime? Is it the same murderer who kidnapped those young adult victims? Zhang Nanxiao suddenly stepped forward and looked at the policeman. Who was the new victim you just reported today? The policewoman replied, the daughter of the Zhao family, Zhao Wei. Zhang Nanxiao asked again, that Zhao. Zhang Nanxiao couldn't remember Zhao Cini's name for a moment, so he just asked, does Zhao Ruiwei have any sisters? Cousins are also fine. were their names. The policewoman nodded and took out the new information she had just read. Yes, she doesn't have any biological sisters. She has a cousin named Zhao Xiao and a younger sister named Zhao Sini. Zhang Nanxiao's eyes suddenly widened. This is the name. The rich woman next to Lin Shun is Zhao Sini. Zhao Sini is Lin Shun's wealthy wife, and Zhao Rui is Zhao Sini's sister. So, Lin Shun must know Zhao Rui. This sudden disappearance incident must be related to Lin Shun. Zhang Nanxiao's self-confidence, which was almost suppressed by Lin Shun, suddenly rekindled. He Wei, come with me to the Zhao family. Chapter 82, I advise you to pay attention. At the same time, Zhao Sini from Jilongbei also received a call. Zhao Sini looked at the caller ID and saw it was her second aunt Xin Yunfang. Zhao Sini was stunned at first. Why are you calling me so late? Confused, Zhao Sini picked up the phone. Hello? Second aunt, what's up? Before Zhao Sini could even say hello, Qin Yunfang on the other end of the phone started yelling like a shrew. Zhao Sini, your sister only talked about you at the banquet. But you wouldn't do such a thing, right? She is your sister after all. The old man won't agree if you do this. Zhao Sini was totally confused and had no idea what Qin Yunfang was talking about. She was scolded for no reason, and she responded unhappily. Second aunt, if you want to say something, just tell me what it is first. Don't start swearing right away. I'm not a servant in the house, so you can't yell at me. Zhao Rui's father, Zhao Bingwen, was calmer than Qin Yunfang. He glared at Chun Yunfang and scolded her in a voice that only the two of them could hear. She is the heir of the Zhao family now. How can you not give her any face when you speak to her? After saying this, Zhao Bingwen took the phone from Chun Yunfang. Sini, don't mind it. Your aunt is a little anxious because she can't find your second sister. As a mother, her children are always the most important thing. Zhao Sini frowned slightly and asked, what happened to my second sister? Can't you find her? Chun Yunfang's sarcastic voice came from the other end of the phone again. This damn girl, she's still pretending not to know. Ever since Mr. Zhao appointed Zhao Sini as his successor, Chun Yunfang's attitude towards Zhao Sini changed drastically. She no longer played the loving family drama, and her tone was always unhappy no matter what she said. Zhao Bingwen continued, don't you know? We haven't seen your second sister since she left the banquet last time. I thought. Zhao Bingwen thought about it for a moment and changed his expression to a calmer and more friendly way. I thought your second sister had the best relationship with you, so I wanted to play with you. Chun Yunfang's mouth was almost down to her chin as she sat next to Zhao Bingwen, mumbling, what good relationship do you mean? Do you think she's a fool? Is it necessary to tell such lies? Zhao Bingwen glared at Chun Yunfang again, disliking her for talking too much. When Zhao Sini heard the words, I have the best relationship with you, she felt sick. Everyone knows that her second sister will be unhappy if she doesn't cause trouble for herself. She has been saying nasty things to them since she was a child, and she will grab whatever she can. There is no such thing as the best relationship at all. Zhao Sini suppressed her disgust and replied softly, Second uncle, I haven't seen my second sister since the banquet. Besides, when has my second sister contacted me? Qin Yunfang couldn't help but snatch the phone back. Zhao Sini, let me tell you this, are you proud of being the heir? You have a backer? You want to take revenge on your second sister, right? You don't have to pretend. If anyone knows about what you did, it will be your fault. Hearing Chun Yunfang say this, Zhao Sini stopped being polite and said directly, Qin Yunfang, I advise you to be more careful with your words. I can sue you for libel anytime. I don't need to kidnap Zhao Rui. Is there any benefit for me? As you said, I am now the legitimate heir of the Zhao family. Grandpa has even notarized it. What is she in my eyes? Don't come to me and ask questions when something goes wrong. Don't you know who Zhao Rui is with every day? Isn't she with her fiancé all day long? Why don't you ask him first, but ask me instead? After Zhao Sini finished speaking, she hung up the phone and didn't want to say another word to this shrew. Chun Yunfang was so angry when Zhao Sini hung up on her that she threw the phone away. This little bitch is so arrogant. She thinks she is just a dish just because she became the heir. I should have listened to Rui and forced her out of the Zhao family. We were kind-hearted. I often advised Rui not to treat Zhao Sini like that. But who knew that she would end up becoming the heir? Zhao Binwen yelled angrily. That's enough. Look at your face. Listen again to what you just said to him. No matter what, she is still my niece. She is Rui's sister. Your son is still working for the Zhao group. The entire Zhao family depends on the Zhao group for support, and she is the heir now. What will happen in the future if you offend her? Have you ever thought about it? Chen Yunfang was angry and retorted loudly. What do you mean? Let my son compete with her? I've never seen a group with an orphan girl as the heir. Zhao Binwen slammed the table and shouted, You are confused. She's now chosen by the old man. If you compete with her, you will go against the old man. If you go against the old man, you will not be able to keep anything. Besides, can't you see how much the old man likes her boyfriend? Rather than saying that the succession was given to Cinny, it's more like it's because Zhao Cinny has a fiancé like Lin Chun. When Chen Yunfang heard the word fiancé, she became even more angry. Wu Yong is such a loser. How could Rui choose such a thing as her fiancé? If it weren't for that Wu Yong being such a good-looking but useless coward, I wouldn't be so embarrassed in front of the old man. Zhao Binwen waved his hand impatiently. That's enough. Stop talking nonsense. Your daughter is just asking for someone she likes. Chen Yunfang was unhappy. What are you talking about? How can you say that about your own daughter? The couple was arguing fiercely here, while Zhao Cinny was wondering why Zhao Rui suddenly disappeared. Even if Zhao Rui and she don't get along, she is still a member of the Zhao family after all. If something happens to Zhao Rui, she, as the heir, cannot just ignore it. Based on Zhao Cinny's understanding of Zhao Rui is the kind of person who makes a big fuss and loves to show off when she goes shopping. How could she disappear for so many days inexplicably? This made Zhao Cinny feel uneasy, but she had no idea, so she could only go to Lin Chen to discuss it. Zhao Cinny immediately got out of bed and went to the next door. Just as she was about to knock on the door, she suddenly stopped. Brother Chun was humiliated by Zhao Rui. He must be very angry with Zhao Rui, so I should not ask Brother Chun for help. Zhao Cinny put down her hand and turned to leave. Unexpectedly, the door opened by itself. Lin Chen looked at Zhao Cinny. Why haven't you slept yet? Is there something wrong? Zhao Cinny was also startled. She was afraid that she would disturb Lin Chun, so she hurriedly found an excuse to fool him. I'm fine, Brother Chun. I was afraid you were hungry, so I came to ask if you wanted to have a midnight snack. If you do, I'll make you some. Lin Chun heard everything in the house just now. Otherwise, he would not have felt Zhao Cinny outside his door and come over to open the door. Cinny, just tell me if you have anything to say. Zhao Cinny waved her hands hurriedly. Brother Chun, you should take a rest. I'm really fine. Lin Chen leaned against the doorframe, tilted his head, and smiled. Are you really okay? I will only give you one chance. If you don't tell me, you will never have another chance to tell me. Chapter 83 Your second sister is missing? As soon as Zhao Cinny looked into Lin Chen's eyes, she instantly lost her confidence. After hesitating for a while, she still said it out loud. My second uncle called me and said that my second sister, is missing. I don't know where he went. I haven't seen him for several days. Lin Chen's eyes. Your second sister is missing? Thinking back to Wu Yong just now, Lin Chen's intuition told him that Zhao Rurui's disappearance must be related to Wu Yong. The system prompts. Host, you can ask Ms. Zhao to bring one of Zhao Rurui's things. I will help you locate where Zhao Rurui went. Lin Chen thought this was a good idea, so he asked Zhao Cinny, Do you have anything of your second sister's? Can you give me one? Zhao Cinny asked back, What do you want her things for? Lin Chen thought of a random excuse and replied, My friend has a dog that is very good at finding things. He may be able to locate your second sister by sniffing her things. System. Oh my goodness, I helped out but ended up turning myself into a dog? Lin Chen replied to the system in his mind. Oh, there's no way. I can't think of any reason at the moment. Don't worry about these details. Lin Chen's explanation. Zhao Cinny was surprised. How could your friend raise such a powerful dog? Lin Chen touched his nose and said, Don't worry about it. Do you have your second sister's things? Zhao Cinny shook her head. No, I don't have a good relationship with my second sister, so I don't have her things at home. But I can go back to my grandfather's house and look for them for you. I should be able to find them. Then I'll take you back to look for it now. Lin Chen said, closing the door and preparing to go downstairs. Seeing Lin Chen so enthusiastic, Zhao Cinny was grateful. Is it so urgent? How about tomorrow? You can rest first. Lin Chen replied. Missing could be a big deal or a small deal. Your second sister is a woman, and she has been missing for so many days. This is a big deal. We should hurry up. Lin Chen didn't really care about Zhao Rurui's life or death. He mainly wanted to figure out what Wu Yong was trying to do. Perhaps if he finds Zhao Rurui's body, he will be able to figure out Wu Yong's purpose. The two went downstairs together and drove to the Zhao family manor. On this side, Zhang Nanxiao also brought He Wei to the Zhao family villa. However, the place Zhang Nanxiao came to was Zhao Bingwen's villa. He Wei rang the villa's video doorbell. The doorbell rang, and a security guard's face appeared. "Who is this?" He Wei took out his police ID and said, "Hello, I am He Wei from the Magic City Public Security Bureau. Today I received your report that someone is missing, and now I am here to learn about the details." When the security guard heard about this, he quickly said, Okay, wait a moment, I'll open the door for you." Soon, the Zhao family servant came to open the door and led Zhang Nanxiao and He Wei into the villa. "Officer, this way please." As soon as Zhang Nanxiao walked into the main hall of the villa, he saw Chun Yunfang sitting on the sofa, crying loudly. Zhao Bingwen, who was sitting on the sofa, was still calm, but there were a few unsmoked cigars on the coffee table in front of him. When Zhao Bingwen saw Zhang Nanxiao, he immediately stood up and shook his hand, saying, Hello, officer." Chun Yunfang grabbed Zhang Nanxiao's hand and said, "Officer, you have to save my daughter. She hasn't been home for many days." Seeing this, Zhao Bingwen immediately shouted, "Sit down. What kind of thing is it to hold a police officer like this?" Chun Yunfang sobbed, let go of Zhang Nanxiao, and sat aside. Zhao Bingwen quickly apologized to Chun Yunfang. "I'm sorry, officer. Women tend to panic when something happens." Zhang Nanxiao stretched out his arms. "It's okay. I'm Zhang Nanxiao from the Magic City Public Security Bureau. I'm in charge of this missing case. I want to know something." Zhao Bingwen nodded. "Officer Zhang, please ask." "Oh no, please sit down first." Zhang Nanxiao sat down, and He Wei took out his notes. Then, Zhang Nanxiao began to ask, "When did you find out that Zhao Ruwei was missing? Has she ever had a grudge against anyone, or any dispute with anyone?" Before Zhao Bingwen could answer, Chun Yunfang spoke first. "How could such a well-behaved child like my daughter make an enemy of others?" After Chun Yunfang finished speaking, she paused for a moment and suddenly became excited. "I remember now. It must be that little bitch and her useless boyfriend who kidnapped my daughter. It must be. My daughter has had run-ins with them before. There are two people bullying my daughter. Woo-woo." Chun Yunfang cried even harder. Zhang Nanxiao couldn't help but feel upset when she heard the crying. "Ms. Chun, please don't get excited. Who is that little bitch you were talking about? Who is her boyfriend?" In fact, Zhang Nanxiao already had the answer in her mind, but she needed the Zhao family to say it out loud so that they would have a reason to investigate. Chun Yunfang directly pulled Zhang Nanxiao's hand with a vicious look. "Officer, I tell you, that little bitch is Zhao Sini, and she is also my daughter's sister. Her boyfriend's name is Lin Chun. Last time, that little bitch brought her boyfriend back to our family dinner, and she beat up my daughter and my son-in-law on the spot." When Zhang Nanxiao heard this, he was delighted and his eyes were filled with ambition. Now, she can openly and justifiably bring Lin Chun back to the police station for interrogation. Chapter 84. Your second sister is dead. Lin Chun and Zhao Sini soon arrived at the Zhao family villa. As soon as they got out of the car, they saw a police car parked outside the villa. Lin Chun suddenly had an ominous premonition. What a coincidence! There are police everywhere. Could it be that Zhang Nanxiao is calling the police again? After getting off the car, Zhao Sini didn't dare to delay and pulled Lin Chun inside. As a result, as soon as the two of them stepped into the door, they ran into Zhang Nanxiao, who had just finished questioning. "Lin Chun, I was just wondering where to find you. What a coincidence. You came to us on your own initiative. Come with us now." Seeing this, Zhao Sini quickly stood in front of Lin Chun and said, "Why are you still haunting me? Brother Chun and I are going home, but you still want to arrest him." Zhang Nanxiao had testimony to prove that Lin Chun and Zhao Ruwei had a conflict, and he was not afraid that Zhao Sini would stop him from being arrested. "Ms. Zhao, it's not me who's haunting you. We got news that Lin Chun might be related to Zhao Ruwei's disappearance. So please get out of the way, otherwise you will be considered as obstructing our enforcement of the law." After hearing this, Zhao Sini was completely confused. What kind of relationship did Brother Chun have with Zhao Ruwei's disappearance? She immediately helped Lin Chun explain. "Brother Chun has been with me all the time. I know everything he does. If you want to arrest him for questioning, then you can arrest me too." After Zhao Sini finished speaking, she extended her hands in front of Zhang Nanxiao. When Zhang Nanxiao saw Zhao Sini like this, he suddenly felt that the situation was a bit tricky. What would happen if he captured Miss Zhao? Just when Zhang Nanxiao didn't know what to do, Zhao Chuanxiang came out. "Lin Chun has nothing to do with my granddaughter's disappearance. If you're worried, I will guarantee that I will be responsible for anything that happens." How about that? After Zhao Chuanxiang finished speaking, he looked at Zhang Nanxiao with a smile. Zhang Nanxiao didn't expect to alarm the old man of the Zhao family. Although he was afraid, the stubbornness in his body came out the moment he saw Lin Chun. Mr. Zhao, I'm sorry to disturb your rest so late, but we have witnesses to arrest Lin Chun. Your daughter-in-law Chen Yinfang said that Lin Chun had conflicts with Zhao Ruiwei before. We are not arresting Lin Chun, but just asking him to go back and cooperate with the investigation. If you don't let me take Lin Chun away, it will be hard for us to report back. Just as Zhang Nanxiao finished speaking, his cell phone rang at an inopportune time. Zhang Nanxiao saw that it was his father calling and quickly answered it. Just when Zhang Nanxiao was about to ask Zhang Chuanyi if he missed him by calling him so late at night, Zhang Chuanyi's voice came from the other end of the line. Zhang Nanxiao, you are really brave, right? Who gave you the courage to go to Zhao's house to arrest someone? Even if you give me 100 guts, I still wouldn't dare to go to Zhao's house to arrest people. Come back here quickly. Zhang Nanxiao immediately felt aggrieved. He had not done anything illegal, so why was he yelled at like that? Seeing that Zhang Nanxiao didn't say anything, Zhang Chuanyi quickly added, it's not that Dad wants to yell at you. You have to know that this is the Zhao family. One word can make Dad step down from his position. Give the phone to Mr. Zhao, and I'll apologize to him. Zhang Nanxiao then handed the phone to Zhao Chuanxiang. Mr. Zhao, my dad said he wants to talk to you. After handing the phone over, Mr. Zhao walked aside and answered the phone, while Zhang Nanxiao stared at Lin Chun viciously, as if he wanted to skin Lin Chun alive. Soon Zhao Chuanxiang walked towards Lin Chun and the others, saying as he walked, it's okay, it's okay. She's young and has her own personality when she first entered society. Don't blame her. Zhao Chuanxiang returned the phone to Zhang Nanxiao after he finished speaking. I didn't expect you to be Quan Yi's daughter. No wonder you look familiar to me. I have explained the matter of Lin Chun to your father clearly. You can go back first. Just like I said just now, if there are any problems, I will be responsible. Lin Chun and Zhao Sini back without waiting for Zhang Nanxiao to say anything. Zhao Sini gnashed her teeth as she watched Lin Chun leave. Lin Chun, you have the guts to stay here forever, or I will definitely take you back. He Wei, drive back to the police station. When Chen Yunfang in the villa saw someone coming in, she thought it was the policeman coming back. But when she looked closely, she found it was Lin Chun. She immediately pounced on Lin Chun with her fangs and claws. Lin Chun, how dare you come to my house? Where did you take my daughter? Give my daughter back to me. Zhao Bingwen quickly stopped Chen Yunfang when he saw this. Don't you see Dad is here? What are you trying to do by making such a scene? After Zhao Bingwen's reminder, Chen Yunfang calmed down and sat back on the sofa. Zhao Bingwen went to meet him and said, Dad, it's so late now. You should go and rest. You just recovered a little while ago. We will make things difficult for Xiaoqin. Zhao Chuanxiang did not respond to Zhao Bingwen. Instead, he glared at Chen Yunfang and said, Humph, I don't think you would dare to do that. Once you are here, you are a guest. After asking them questions properly, send them back. After saying that, Zhao Chuanxiang went upstairs. Apologize to Lin Chun for Zhao Chuanxiang's sake. Xiao Chun, your aunt didn't mean that. She was too anxious because Ruiwei couldn't be found for so long. That's why she acted like this. Don't take it to heart. Lin Chun, it's okay, uncle. I understand how Annie feels. But Zhao Ruiwei's disappearance really has nothing to do with me. I have long forgotten the conflict at the banquet last time and didn't take it to heart at all. As the saying goes, don't hit a smiling person. So Lin Chun could only respond to Zhao Bingwen's apology generously. Zhao Sini, who was standing by, also stood up at this time and said, Uncle, Brother Chun has been with me these days. He has absolutely nothing to do with my second sister's disappearance. We are here now because I received a call from my aunt. Brother Chun said he had a way to find my second sister, so we came here. Please don't misunderstand Brother Chun. Zhao Bingwen heard Zhao Sini say that Lin Chun had a way to find Zhao Ruiwei. Although he didn't believe it, he still looked at Lin Chun and said, Xiao Chun, do you really have a way? Lin Chun nodded confidently. Yes, uncle, give me one of Zhao Ruiwei's clothes, and I'll try to see if I can find it. When Zhao Bingwen heard Lin Chun asking for his daughter's clothes, he was puzzled, but he still went to get Zhao Ruiwei's clothes and handed them to Lin Chun. Uncle, my method is confidential. I'll be out for a while. Lin Chun finished speaking and walked out of the villa with his clothes. Xiao Tongzi, please help me find out where Zhao Ruiwei is. After listening to it, the system immediately started to operate, and after a while, the system's voice came in my mind. Host, I can't sense the breath of the owner of his clothes. Lin Shen wondered what the system meant by this, and asked again, "What do you mean you can't feel the aura?" The system hurried to explain, "What I mean is that this person is already dead, so I can't feel it. Otherwise, I can't feel it even if she is at the end of the world." Lin Shen frowned after hearing this. Dead? Lin Shen couldn't help but think of Wu Yong's creepy smile today. Wu Yong must have been responsible for Zhao Ruirui's death. Lin Shen immediately called Zhao Sini at the door. "Sini, come out for a moment." Zhao Sini was worried about the awkward atmosphere in the room, so when she heard Lin Chen calling her, she hurriedly followed him out. "What's the matter, Brother Chun? Do you need my help?" Lin Chen hesitated for a moment, but decided to tell Zhao Sini. He stepped forward and lowered his voice and said, "Sini, your second sister is very likely dead. Chapter 85, be careful, or I will execute you on the spot." Lin Chun in horror, with a look of disbelief on her face. "Brother Chun, you are not kidding. Are you saying Zhao Ruirui is dead? How did you know? Could it be that you gave Zhao Ruirui to—" Lin Chun nodded slowly. "Sini, I am 100% sure that Zhao Ruirui is dead." Trembled all over after receiving Lin Chen's affirmative answer. "Brother Chun, did you really kill Zhao Ruirui?" Lin Chen knocked on Zhao Sini's head and said, "I'm going to kill you, you big-headed ghost." Zhao Ruirui was probably killed by Wu Yong. As for how I know this, I cannot tell you for now. After hearing Lin Shan say that he didn't kill him, Zhao Sini instantly felt relieved. Zhao Ruirui is Grandpa's granddaughter after all. If Grandpa knew she was dead, he would definitely be sad for a long time. So, you should not tell my second uncle about this for now, right? Because he won't tell Grandpa right away. Lin Chun expressed his approval. Zhao Chuanxiang is so old that he definitely cannot accept such a thing as an old man sending off a young man. So Lin Chun and Zhao Sini returned to the villa and returned Zhao Ruirui's clothes to Zhao Bingwen. "Uncle, I'm sorry I didn't find out where your daughter is." So Zhao Bingwen originally still held out hope that Lin Chun could really find his daughter's whereabouts. But the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. "It's okay, Xiao Chen. It's okay if you didn't find it. Just try your best." When Chun Yinfang, who was standing by, heard Lin Chun say that he didn't find it, she immediately stood up and started to speak sarcastically to Lin Chun. "If you don't have the skills, don't take on the job. You have to pretend that you know everything. The police couldn't find it, so how can you find it? I'm warning you. If you're the one who kidnapped my daughter, I advise you to release her as soon as possible and then turn yourself in. Otherwise, our Zhao family will put you in jail for life." Zhao Sini was instantly displeased after hearing what Chun Yinfang said and immediately rushed to Lin Chen's side. "Second aunt, the Chen family is not up to you to make the decision, right? We've already told you that your daughter's disappearance has nothing to do with Brother Chun. Who knows where Zhao Ruirui has gone? Maybe she has already." Zhao Sini almost told the news that Zhao Ruirui was dead, but fortunately, she reacted quickly. Seeing that Zhao Sini dared to argue with her, Chen Yinfang did not dare to say anything to her because the old man was protecting her and began to turn her attention to Zhao Bingwen. "I am so unlucky to marry you. Not only can I not find my daughter, but now I am being scolded by a junior. I can't stay in this family anymore." After saying this, Chen Yinfang left the villa without looking back. Zhao Bingwen did not chase after her. He looked at Chun Yunfang's departing back, snorted coldly, threw away the clothes in his hand, and went upstairs. Lin Chun and Zhao Sini were left standing there, looking at each other, feeling puzzled by what Chun Yunfang and Zhao Bingwen were doing. Lin Chun was thinking about cultivation and didn't want to waste any more time here. So he said to Zhao Sini, "Sini, let's go. There's no point in being here." Zhao Sini nodded obediently, took Lin Chun's arm, and left. They soon returned to Lin Chun's home, but Lin Chun did not wait for the car to drive in before asking Zhao Sini to stop the car. "Sini, you go back first. I have some unfinished business outside these days. Remember what I told you. Never take off the pendant I gave you at any time." Although Zhao Sini didn't know why Lin Chun was going out so late, as a sensible woman, she didn't ask any more questions. "I will definitely not take it off. Don't worry, Brother Chun. But you're going out so late. No matter what you're going to do, you must be safe." After saying this, Zhao Sini kissed Lin Chun and drove away. Lin Chun touched the cheek that was kissed by Zhao Sini, then turned around and looked in the direction where Zhao Sini left. "You're running away after kissing me. Be careful, or I'll kill you right there." Before long, Lin Chun arrived near the Sun family manor and found a relatively hidden location to set up the spirit gathering formation. All of a sudden, The surrounding spiritual energy was gathered together by the spirit gathering formation, and with the addition of the spiritual energy from the spirit stone, Lin Shun felt that no one would disturb him here. If he practiced for a while longer, he could even break through to the earth level. Lin Shun, who was afraid of wasting his spiritual energy, immediately began to practice and soon entered a state of meditation. At this time, a pair of eyes were staring at Lin Shun, but he did not go up to disturb Lin Shun. Instead, he helped Lin Shun to protect the law and help Lin Shun to practice. Chapter 86 Dragon Group. The next morning, Zhang Nanxiao, who failed to capture Lin Shun yesterday, came to the villa area where Lin Shun was early in the morning. She was familiar with the route and went straight to Lin Shun's villa. Lin Shun, come out. How long are you going to hide? Zhao Sini, who was sleeping, was awakened by Zhang Nanxiao's two yells. Zhao Sini rubbed her eyes, got up reluctantly, and opened the door, only to see that it was the female police officer from yesterday again. I said, you really are haunting me. My grandfather said yesterday that Zhao Rurui's disappearance had nothing to do with Brother Chun. If you come to harass Brother Chun again, don't blame me for being rude. Without waiting for Zhang Nanxiao to speak, Zhao Sini said a long string of words and then closed the door. Zhang Nanxiao was a little angry at Zhao Sini's behavior, but since the other party was a member of the Zhao family, he didn't dare to quarrel with her. Although Zhao Sini had already closed the door, Zhang Nanxiao still said to Zhao Sini through the door, Miss Zhao, I'm sorry to disturb your rest so early in the morning. Please ask Lin Shun to come out and cooperate with our investigation. After Zhang Nanxiao finished speaking, he sat at the door waiting for Zhao Sini's reply. But Zhao Sini had already returned to her room, plugged her ears, and went to sleep. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, Zhang Nanxiao still did not receive a reply from Zhao Sini, so he had to return to the car. Lin Shun, I don't believe that I, a policeman, can't do anything to you. After that, Zhang Nanxiao came to Lin Shun's villa every day to wait, because he didn't believe that Lin Shun would not go out for so many days. Who would have thought that Lin Shun really didn't go out, and Zhang Nanxiao just waited day after day. 10 days later, the spiritual energy in the spirit stone had been exhausted, and Lin Shun gradually woke up. After getting up, he moved around a bit, and his bones were creaking. This feels so good. Lin Shun saw the spirit stone that had turned into powder on the ground again, and then he realized that the spiritual energy of the spirit stone had been used up. He quickly checked his cultivation level. Why haven't you reached the middle stage of Xian level yet? But it seems that I'm only one step away from the midterm stage. I should be able to break through next time. Lin Shun was a little discouraged for not breaking through to the middle stage, but when he thought that he was just a little bit away, he returned to normal. Lin Shun was just about to pack up and go home when a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Lin Shun immediately became alert and took out the hidden thunder sword. Who are you? Lin Shun's expression. The man quickly explained to Lin Shun, Brother Lin Shun, don't be impulsive. Let me introduce myself to you first. My name is Sun Wenjie, and I'm from the Sun family. I was the one who gave you the alchemy furnace at our auction last time. Lin Shun was not fooled by Sun Wenjie's two sentences. Sun Wenjie, do we know each other? Why are you here? And why did you give me the alchemy furnace? Sun Wenjie heard Lin Shun's defensive tone and took something out of his bag. This is my ID. I am from the Dragon Group, a secret organization in China. I specialize in solving problems that the country cannot solve openly. Not only do I know you, I also know that you killed Su Biao and his son. If I'm not mistaken, their bodies are in the ring on your hand, right? Lin Shun was immediately panicked. This Sun Wenjie actually knew his background so well, which made Lin Shun feel uneasy. Sun Wenjie smiled and said, Lin Shun, don't panic. I gave you the alchemy furnace because I wanted to make friends with you. That is to say, I will definitely not hurt you, let alone do anything bad to you. As for why I followed you, Sun Wenjie paused for a moment and smiled friendly again. It's because I know you need to practice, and if you practice in this place, if someone interferes with you, you may go astray. So I'll be here to help you protect the law. Lin Shun still didn't believe what Sun Wenjie said, and he didn't believe that someone would help others for no reason. Lin Shun asked coldly, Tell me, what do you want from me? Sun Wenjie was also a straightforward person. He stated his purpose directly. I know that you have been harassed by a female police officer every day recently because of the incident involving Su Biao and his son. And Sun Wenjie pointed at himself and said, I have a way to make her stop pestering you. Lin Shun asked casually, What method? Sun Wenjie continued to answer, As long as you join us, the organization will give you a major rank. With this rank, The female police officer will no longer dare to bother you. The most important thing is that with this rank, all your actions will not be controlled by the police. Lin Chun sneered. Not under the control of the police, but under the control of the military or your organization, right? There is no uncontrolled power in the world. Only relatively free rights. Sun Wenjie laughed dryly twice and did not respond. Lin Chun looked at Sun Wenjie again. Is what you said true or false? Can you prove it? Seeing that Lin Chun still didn't believe him, Sun Wenjie hurriedly spoke. Lin Chun, if you still don't believe me, I can take you to our base. Our team leader is here today. You'll know I didn't lie to you when you meet our team leader. Lin Chun is now about to reach the middle stage of the Xian level, so he is naturally confident and agrees decisively. Okay, let's go then. If you wanted to see what this organization Sun Wenjie was talking about was. Chapter 87, Forging an Officer's ID is a felony. When Sun Wenjie saw that Lin Chun agreed to go with him to meet the team leader, he quickly pulled Lin Chun into his car, as if he was afraid that Lin Chun would change his mind later. After a long time, we finally arrived at a heavily guarded military area. Before the car drove in, two fully armed men with rifles came and stopped the car. Lin Chun saw this. He instantly felt that he had been fooled. This Sun Wenjie boasted about himself to the skies, but when he got there, no one even let him in. Sun Wenjie seemed to have noticed Lin Chun's thoughts and quickly explained to Lin Chun, I was driving my own car today, not a military car, so they stopped me. After Sun Wenjie finished speaking, he handed his ID to the guard who stopped his car. The guard took it and saw Sun Wenjie's military rank. He saluted Sun Wenjie and returned his ID. Colonel Sun, I'm sorry I didn't recognize you. Sun Wenjie waved his hand and said, It's okay. I wasn't driving a military car today. It's normal that you didn't recognize it. Seeing that Sun Wenjie did not get angry, the guard breathed a sigh of relief and trotted over to let him pass. After entering the military area, Lin Chun immediately saw the soldiers training under the scorching sun. Lin Chun was instantly in awe. The reason why China is so powerful is because of these soldiers silently guarding behind the scenes. The car soon arrived at the base that Sun Wenjie mentioned, and at this time Lin Chun's suspicion of Sun Wenjie had been dispelled. He was treated like this by the guards of the military district, and he was a member of the Sun family, so there was no need for him to go to so much trouble to deceive him. Let's go. I'll take you to meet our team leader. If the team leader knew that I recruited you into our team, he would be very happy. Sun Wenjie said and got out of the car without waiting for Lin Chun to say anything. Sun Wenjie pushed the door open and walked in. Team leader, guess who I brought here? Lin Chun. Haven't we noticed him before? I recruited him into our group. After Sun Wenjie finished speaking, he looked behind him and asked, How is it? I didn't lie to you, did I? The team leader that Sun Wenjie mentioned also walked towards Lin Chun. Are you Lin Chun? As the leader of the dragon team, his cultivation level is naturally not low, and he can see Lin Chun's cultivation level at a glance. Not bad. You're almost in the middle stage of Xian level before you are 30. Wenjie was only in the Huang level when he was almost your age, and now he is in his 40s and is only in the late stage of Xian level. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Zhang Yang, and I'm the leader of one of the teams in the Dragon Group. It was my idea that Wenjie recruited you. Lin Chun was shocked again. His cultivation level had been seen before he even said a word. This meant that Zhang Yang's cultivation level must be at least at the earth level. Lin Chun did not dare to be arrogant and lowered his posture to respond to Zhang Yang. Hello, Team Leader Zhang. I am Lin Chun. Sun Wenjie, who was standing by, was instantly depressed. You guys can chat about your own things. Why did you bring me up? And Lin Chun, he was so hostile to me, and his attitude towards the team leader was different from his attitude towards me. It's really a world of difference. Wenjie should have told you about our group, so I won't explain it to you again. What do you think? I am very optimistic about you. Zhang Yang turned back to his seat, looking at Lin Chun with a smile. Lin Chun knew that he had already embarked on this path and would inevitably make enemies with many people in the future. It would be fine if others didn't provoke him, but if they did, he would inevitably fight back. So Lin Chun had already made up his mind when he saw Zhang Yang, but he still pretended to be reserved for a moment. I don't like being constrained. I know that after joining, I will be restricted in many things. For example, if someone hurts someone close to me, I can't just sit there and do nothing. I will definitely be restrained by you guys, so? Zhang Yang was unwilling to let such a young expert go, so he immediately relaxed the conditions for Lin Chun. How about this? As long as you didn't initiate the incident, we can help you clean up the mess. But when the organization needs you, you have to show up. In this way, Lin Chun and Zhang Yang bargained for a long time, And finally, Zhang Yang compromised. He would not look for Lin Shen unless it was absolutely necessary. But 3 months later, Lin Shen was required to represent Zhang Yang's team in the Dragon Team's big competition. As if Zhang Yang knew that Lin Shen would join, he took out the officer certificate that he had prepared long ago from the drawer and handed it to Lin Shen. Now you're Major Lin, ha ha. Welcome to the Dragon Team. Lin Shen took the officer's certificate and looked at it. It was indeed his name, and his rank was the major they promised. You prepared all the documents in advance. It seems that you knew I would join. Lin Shen said. Zhang Yang and Sun Wenjia laughed at the same time. Aha! We in the Dragon Team value talent very much. Now that you have joined, we are all in the same boat. In the big competition in 3 months, we will have to rely on you to get a good ranking for our team. If it weren't for the restriction that only people under 30 can participate, I would have gone by myself. Lin Shen looked at the smiles of the two men and immediately felt that they had set a trap for him, waiting for him to fall into it. While the three were talking, Lin Shen's phone rang. Lin Shen saw that it was Zhao Sini and quickly picked up the phone. Before Lin Shen could say anything, Zhao Sini spoke first. Brother Chen, where have you been these past 10 days? I sent you so many messages, but you didn't reply to any of them. Your phone is even turned off. I was so worried. Lin Shen then remembered that he hadn't contacted Zhao Sini for more than 10 days. I'm sorry, Xini, I'm Fina. It's just that my phone ran out of battery and I forgot to charge it. I'll be back soon, so you don't have to worry about me. After hanging up the phone, Lin Shen told Zhang Yang that he was leaving now. Zhang Yang and Sun Wenjia also showed an expression that we all understood. Go ahead, we don't need you to do anything here, but don't forget the big competition in 3 months. Lin Shen said it was okay and left the military area with his officer ID. Lin Shen quickly returned to Jiulong Bay, but before he reached the door of his villa, he saw a police car parked at the door of his villa. Lin Shen knew without even a second thought that it must be Zhang Nanxiao. Lin Shen walked closer and saw that it was indeed her. He sat in the passenger seat without saying a word. Zhang Nanxiao was dozing off in the car, but he woke up instantly when he saw that it was Lin Shen who came to him. Lin Shen, I thought you were going to hide forever. Come back to the police station with me. Lin Shen was holding the golden medal of immunity from death in his hand, so he was naturally not afraid of Zhang Nanxiao pestering him. Instead, he told Zhang Nanxiao that he was the one who killed Su Biao and his son. Go back to the police station with you? What for? Lin Shen sneered. Now I'm not afraid to tell you that I was the one who killed Su Biao and his son. But since you can't find the bodies, you can't convict me, right? But if you arrest me because of Zhao Rurui's disappearance, then it has nothing to do with me. When Zhang Nanxiao heard Lin Shen admit that he was the one who killed Su Biao and his son, he felt as if he had caught Lin Shen in evidence and was about to take out the handcuffs. Unexpectedly, Lin Shen took out a small red notebook and showed it in front of Zhang Nanxiao. You still want to arrest me? Now you have to call me Chief when you see me. Zhang Nanxiao took the little red book from Lin Shen's hand and looked at the military rank inside in disbelief. Major. Zhang Nanxiao thought about Lin Shen's past. He had never been a soldier, so how did he become a major? The more he thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. He immediately concluded that Lin Shen had forged the certificate. Lin Shen, forging an officer's ID is illegal. Your offense is serious, and you will be sentenced to at least 3 years in prison. You admit that you killed Su Biao and his son. Although I have no evidence, I will have plenty of time to investigate after you go to jail. Just wait. Chapter 88 Sini is in danger. Lin Shen smiled and said no more. He stretched out his hands and let Zhang Nanxiao handcuff him. Lin Shen in disbelief. He had been humiliated so many times by Lin Shen before, but this time he could capture him so easily. Although Zhang Nanxiao suspected that there was something fishy going on, Lin Shen had already raised his hand in front of him, so he didn't care about anything else and just handcuffed him back first. Zhang Nanxiao quickly drove back to the police station. After locking Lin Shen in the interrogation room, he took Lin Shen's military officer ID to check whether it was real or fake. Lin Shen in the interrogation room remained calm and waited quietly for Zhang Nanxiao to finish her investigation so that he could slap her hard in the face. Zhang Nanxiao walked to the office and made a phone call. Can you help me check a person named Lin Shen? He has a major officer certificate. I suspect his certificate is forged. A reply came quickly from the other end of the phone. Sister Chiao, I can't find out which unit this person holds a military rank in. But it is not ruled out that it is some secret organization, so I can't find out. Lin Shen's name was not found in the system. He thought, this time I could finally send Lin Chen to prison. I must make you spend a few years in prison. And he didn't listen to the rest of the words on the other end of the phone at all. Zhang Nanxiao immediately took Lin Chen's military officer certificate and trotted to the interrogation room at the thought that Lin Chen would be put in jail soon. He couldn't hide his excitement. When he pushed open the door, Zhang Nanxiao found that Lin Chen was sitting in the chair leisurely and contentedly, as if nothing had happened. Lin Chen, let me see how you explain it. I checked your name in the system, and there is no military rank for this person like you. And you still say you are not a fake. Now, even the Zhao family can't protect you. We can finally bring you to justice. Lin Chen looked at Zhang Nanxiao calmly. Are you so sure that I forged it? Just because you can't find it doesn't mean I'm fake. It just means your level is not high enough. Lin Chen was still being stubborn at this time. Zhang Nanxiao picked up the phone and prepared to contact the detention center to come and take him in. Before the call was made, Zhang Chuanyi rushed in a hurry. Zhang Nanxiao, what are you doing again? After Zhang Chuanyi finished speaking, he asked his subordinates behind him to uncuff Lin Chen. Zhang Nanxiao was very confused when watching this scene. Why did they let Lin Chen go like this? Dad, he forged an officer's ID, which is illegal. Why can't I arrest him? Zhang Chuanyi received a call from Sun Wenjie, saying that people from his organization were arrested by his daughter. The Sun family was originally a big military family, and he couldn't afford to offend them, so he rushed over. Do you mean that what they say is fake? Do you have any proof? Zhang Nanxiao was about to say that she had asked someone to investigate, but Zhang Chuanyi immediately interrupted her. Major Lin was recruited by the Sun family themselves. Do you think this is false? When Zhang Nanxiao heard that it was the Sun family, he believed it immediately. The Sun family's influence in the Magic City was no joke. Major Lin, I'm sorry, my daughter is ignorant and has made you suffer here. After Zhang Chuanyi finished speaking, he looked at Zhang Nanxiao, who was standing beside him, and said, come over here and apologize to Major Lin. Lin Chen very reluctantly and apologized to him in a mosquito-like voice. Major Lin. Sorry. Lin Chen was not the kind of person who would not let go even if he was right, so he did not continue to argue with Zhang Nanxiao. It's okay. I just hope she won't continue to harass me in the future. Although Zhang Chuanyi didn't know what happened between his daughter and Major Lin, he still took over Lin Chen's words. That's for sure. That's for sure. We'll send a car to take you back. Lin Chen off. Zhang Nanxiao asked Zhang Chuanyi his questions. Dad, he's just a major, not as high-ranking as you. Why are you being so humble? Zhang Chuanyi shook his head helplessly when he heard what Zhang Nanxiao said. My daughter, this is not as simple as you think. This is not the time to talk about the high and low positions of officials. Although he is only a major, you have to know that he has the Sun family behind him. What's more, he is still so young, and his future prospects are endless. You should try your best to befriend him. Trust Dad's judgment. There are only benefits and no harm in being friendly with him. Lin Chen returned home and found the door open. He thought it was Zhao Cini who left the door open for him. Cini, I'm back. Lin Chen called a few times but got no response. He searched every room but still couldn't find Zhao Cini. He then ran to Zhao Cini's own villa and looked there but still couldn't find her. Lin Chen panicked now and scanned the room for clues. He found a pendant he gave to Zhao Cini on the coffee table. Looking at the pendant on the coffee table, I thought about how I hadn't found Zhao Cini for so long since I came back. Lin Chen suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Oh no, Cini might be in danger. Chapter 89, I've been coveting it for a long time. Realizing that Zhao Cini might be in danger, Lin Chen quickly returned to his villa and began looking for clues inside the villa. As soon as Lin Chen started to look for it, he felt a familiar breath. After thinking about it carefully, Lin Chen's face suddenly changed. Wu Yong. This is Wu Yong's breath. Lin Chen didn't expect that Wu Yong would dare to attack Zhao Cini, so he took out his cell phone and looked at it. It had been almost 2 hours since Cini called him. Lin Chen prayed silently in his heart that nothing would happen to Zhao Cini. Tongzi, quickly check Cini's current location for me. Hurry up, hurry up. If it's too late, Cini will be in trouble. Lin Chen held the pendant that Zhao Cini had worn in his hand and said to the system. When the system saw that Lin Chen was so anxious and that the missing person was someone the host liked, it immediately started to locate him. In less than a minute, the system had already found out Zhao Cini's location. Host, I found it. Ms. Zhao is now at the Magic City International Hotel. Lin Chen had no time to respond to the system, so he rushed out the door and ran towards Zhao Cini's location. At this time, Zhao Cini was tied up by Wu Yong with a towel stuffed in her mouth. Zhao Sini wanted to shout for help, but could only make humming sounds. When Wu Yong heard the voice, a certain part of his body instantly raised its head. Then Wu Yong walked up to Zhao Sini, pulled the towel out of her mouth, looked at her teasingly, and was about to say something when Zhao Sini spat at Wu Yong. Who? Wu Yong, if you dare to do anything to me, our Zhao family will not let you go. If Zhao Ruiwei knew about this, she would never let you go. When Wu Yong heard Zhao Ruiwei's name, the playful expression on his face became even crazier. Not only did he not dislike the saliva Zhao Sini spit on his face, but he wiped it off with his black hand and licked it with his tongue. Zhao Ruiwei? Ha 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 ha. That bitch still deserves to be alive? Ha ha ha. Zhao Sini heard what Wu Yong said and realized that Zhao Ruiwei was most likely dead, and that he was the one who killed Zhao Ruiwei. Although Brother Chan had told her this before, she was still shocked to hear it now. You killed Zhao Ruiwei? Aren't you guys getting married soon? Why did you want to kill her? When Wu Yong heard the word marriage, he thought of Zhao Ruiwei's previous behavior towards him, and his eyes gradually became evil. Get married? She has humiliated me so many times that I can hardly count. If it wasn't for you, why would I endure the humiliation and work like a slave for her for so long? That bitch contributed her last bit of help before she died. Now it's your turn. When Zhao Sini heard that Wu Yong approached Zhao Ruiwei just for her, she felt a chill down her spine. Wu Yong looked at Zhao Sini's frightened expression and said, Don't be afraid, haha. You will become a mummy like that bitch soon. Haha, I have to say it. I have been coveting your body for a long time. If you hadn't taken off the protective pendant that your boyfriend gave you today, with my current strength, I really don't know how I would have gotten you. When Zhao Sini heard Wu Yong say that he had taken off the pendant, she subconsciously touched her neck. I suddenly felt so stupid. Brother Chan had told me so many times, but I still took the pendant off inadvertently. If it hadn't been taken off, Brother Chan would definitely have felt that he was in danger. In such a big demon city, by the time Brother Chan found me, I would have been insulted by that bastard Wu Yong, and I might even be dead. Thinking of this, Zhao Sini couldn't help but shed tears. I haven't married Brother Chan yet. I haven't given birth to a child for Brother Chan yet. Even if I die, I won't let this bastard get my body. Wu Yong was busy preparing other things at the moment, so he naturally didn't notice the change in Zhao Sini's expression. After a while, Wu Yong set up a camera in front of the bed, strode to Zhao Sini, and poured a glass of water into her mouth. I added 5 times the amount of aphrodisiac to this glass of water. This camera will record your horny look in a moment. Your boyfriend hasn't even touched your body. Has he? TSK, TSK, TSK. You're still a virgin? Huh? I will send a video to your boyfriend then. Guess what expression your boyfriend will have when he sees it? Ha 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 ha. Zhao Sini didn't expect that Wu Yong gave her an aphrodisiac. Her body started to heat up right after she drank it. Thinking of everything Wu Yong said, Zhao Sini showed a desperate expression on her face. Am I really going to be insulted by this bastard? Chapter 90, The Pretty Boy, is quite capable. Wu Yong, who had already made all the preparations, sat on the sofa, waiting for the aphrodisiac that Zhao Sini had taken to take effect. Wu Yong licked his lips involuntarily as he looked at Zhao Sini, who would soon be pinned under him. 10 minutes later, the aphrodisiac in Zhao Sini's body began to take effect. She began to feel weak all over, getting hotter and hotter, and her eyes started to become blurry. Zhao Sini realized that the aphrodisiac had taken effect. Not wanting to be defiled by Wu Yong, Zhao Sini wanted to bite her tongue to commit suicide, but she didn't even have the strength to move her mouth. Wu Yong saw that Zhao Sini's face had turned red and realized that the time was almost right. He stepped forward to untie the ropes that tied Zhao Sini and carried Zhao Sini to the bed in a princess hug. Zhao Sini, who still had a little bit of clarity, wanted to resist instinctively, but she couldn't do anything. Instead, her body's desire for that became stronger and stronger. Looking at Zhao Sini, who was already in heat on the bed, she was constantly rubbing her breasts with her hands. Wu Yong stared at Zhao Sini with a lewd smile on his face, thinking if he just hooked his finger now, Zhao Sini would probably crawl on top of him and kneel down to lick him. Haha, I didn't expect that after taking aphrodisiacs, Zhao Sini would become like a little slut. She is so cold in front of outsiders, but she is still very slutty at heart. Ha 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 ha. Supreme body, once I absorb you, I will immediately become the supreme evil demon. After Lin Shan got Zhao Sini's location, he rushed over without stopping. Along the way, Lin Shan prayed that nothing would happen to Zhao Sini. It was all his fault that he didn't go back earlier, which put Cindy in danger. Soon Lin Chun arrived at the Magic City International Hotel. After reaching the Xian level, Lin Chun immediately felt Wu Yong's aura. He did not dare to delay and followed the system's guidance and went straight to the top floor. Lin Chun reached the top floor. He felt an aura that was several times stronger than that downstairs. At the same time, the voice of the system in his mind also came over. Owner, Ms. Zhao is in the second room on your left in front of you. After knowing which room Zhao Cini was in, Lin Chun took a few steps forward and kicked open the door of the five-star hotel room. Wu Yong was undressing Zhao Cini in the room, and because of the aphrodisiac in her body, Zhao Cini took the initiative to hug Wu Yong's neck, mumbling some unbearable words. Before he even took off his clothes, Wu Yong was startled by the sudden loud noise. As soon as Lin Chun kicked the door open, he saw Zhao Cini lying unconscious on the bed, and Wu Yong's hands were still on unbuttoning Zhao Cini's clothes. Lin Chun saw this scene. He was instantly furious. He immediately used his consciousness to take out the Tsang Lei sword from the storage ring. When Wu Yong saw that it was Lin Chun, he was also stunned. He never expected that he would come to him so soon, but he was only stunned for a moment before he reacted. Looking at Lin Chun, Wu Yong smiled evilly. I didn't expect that a pretty boy like you is actually quite capable. Found it so quickly. Since you're already here, I'm going to destroy you first, and then let you watch me suck your girlfriend into a dried corpse. After Wu Yong finished speaking, he started to practice his martial arts. In an instant, the whole room was filled with evil energy, and even the temperature dropped several degrees. Lin Chun couldn't help but shiver. Lin Chun knew that if he didn't kill Wu Yong today, Cindy would be in danger next time. So he had to get rid of Wu Yong today. Then Lin Chun injected true energy into the Tsang Lei sword. The sword body of the Tsang Lei sword was instantly filled with lightning, and the electric light kept jumping on the sword body, as if the Tsang Lei sword also knew that a battle was about to begin. Lin Chun stopped talking nonsense, and the Tsang Lei sword in his hand went straight to Wu Yong's dantian. Wu Yong also wanted to test his strength after sucking so many women, so he chose to fight Lin Chun directly. As soon as the two attacks collided, Wu Yong was knocked away by Lin Chun. The Tsang Lei sword in Lin Chun's hand became even more excited, and the lightning on the sword became more active. Wu Yong, who was knocked away, only then noticed that the face in Lin Chun's hand was actually of the lightning type. Since ancient times, lightning has been the natural nemesis of all evil spirits. Chapter 91, Just Take Me. By Lin Chun's Tsang Lei sword. Wu Yong lay on the ground with his brows furrowed. His face turned pale instantly. He covered his shoulder injured by Lin Chun with his hand and slowly moved his hand away for a long time. He thought that after absorbing the yang energy of so many girls, his strength would greatly increase and it would be easy to deal with Lin Chun. However, he did not expect that as his strength increased, Lin Chun was faster than him and had a weapon that was naturally able to restrain him. Thinking that he had been planning for so long just for Zhao Cini's extremely lean body, but in the end he couldn't get the fruits that were within his reach, and now he was defeated by Lin Chun. Wu Yong was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. You're lucky today. I just don't believe you can stay with Zhao Cini forever. Wu Yong knew that he would be the only one who would suffer if he continued to fight with Lin Chun. So he took out a talisman and disappeared instantly, leaving a thick black smoke in the room. Lin Chun originally wanted to chase after him and kill Wu Yong, but now he didn't know what Wu Yong had done to Zhao Cini, so he had to give up and turn back to check Zhao Cini's condition. It wouldn't have mattered if he didn't look back, but when he turned around, the scene in front of him almost made Lin Chun bleed from his nose. Zhao Cini was seen lying on the bed, stripping herself naked while Lin Chun and Wu Yong were fighting and even doing some indecent moves. This scene made some part of Lin Chun start to react. Lin Chun took a deep breath, suppressed the thought, and the most urgent thing was to solve Zhao Cini. Not knowing why Zhao Cini was like this, Lin Chun had to ask the system for help. Hurry up and show me, has Cini been drugged or something? Is there any way to stop her from doing this? The system had already figured out that Zhao Cini had been drugged by Wu Yong, and a solution had already been prepared. Miss Zhao was drugged by Wu Yong, and the dosage was not low, but fortunately Wu Yong failed. There are only two ways to help Miss Zhao now. The first one is to use your true energy to force the medicine out of her body, but you need Miss Zhao to sit still. Lin Chun heard that Zhao Cini had to sit still. He looked at Zhao Cini's current state and quickly shook his head. Do you think she can sit up now? Don't waste time. Tell me the second method. The system calmly stated the second method. The second method is, I just need you to help her solve her current needs. Lin Shun understood immediately after hearing this. Is there no other way? After hearing this, the system felt that its master was a bit too pretentious. Host, when you see Ms. Zhao like this, don't you have any thoughts? When did you become so upright? I don't believe you're not tempted. This figure is so sexy. If it were me, you should just help her solve her problem. Miss Zhao can't sit up right now anyway, and the two of you are just one step away from breaking through this last window. Lin Shun had already had a physiological reaction. How could he admit it at this time? Get lost. Do you think your master is the kind of person who takes advantage of others? Also, even if I want to do this with Cinny, it has to be when Cinny is awake. I can't let you watch. Lin Shun finished speaking. He looked at Zhao Cinny on the bed. How could he get Cinny to sit up? As he was thinking, Lin Shun walked to the bed and sat down. When Zhao Cinny on the bed felt someone was there, she immediately leaned over and hugged Lin Shun's waist. Lin Shun had just suppressed the thought in his mind when Zhao Cinny's breasts pressed against him, and the thought instantly rose up again. Zhao Cinny, who had lost her mind due to the aphrodisiac, seemed to recognize that this was Lin Chun. Chun, brother Chun, I feel so bad. Please help me. Will you take me? Lin Chun suppressed his evil fire, turned Zhao Cinny over, with her back facing up, closed her eyes, and began to circulate her true energy with both hands. After the qi started to circulate, he began to inject qi from Zhao Cinny's back. 10 minutes later, Zhao Cinny, who had been restless, finally calmed down. Lin Shun, who was filled with anger, had a red face and sweat all over his forehead. He looked at Zhao Cinny, who had fallen asleep and couldn't help but sigh. You are such a torture, little girl. Fortunately, I am determined, otherwise you would have really lost your virginity. Chapter 92. Fart. After settling Zhao Cinny down, Lin Shun looked a little aggrieved as sweat dripped down his forehead due to his rage. All the aphrodisiac in Zhao Cinny's body had been forced out, and Lin Shun then went to see where Wu Yong had been before. Lin Shun took a closer look and saw only a piece of talisman paper that had turned to ashes and black smoke that had not dissipated for a long time. Lin Shun scratched his head, but couldn't figure out why such a big person just disappeared for no reason. But then I thought, since I have a system, there is nothing that I can't explain clearly. Although I don't know how Wu Yong disappeared out of thin air, the system must know. If I had this thing, it would be much more convenient. Xiao Tongzi, what was that thing Wu Yong used just now? How come after a puff of black smoke came out, he disappeared directly from this room? Lin Shun asked the system with careful consideration. After hearing this, the system disdainfully explained to Lin Shun what the talisman paper was and where it came from. Host, look at your useless appearance. That is a talisman drawn with the skin and blood of a monster. What Wu Yong used just now was a teleportation talisman, which is just a low-level talisman paper. It can only teleport, and it is not very useful. More advanced than this teleportation talisman are the lightning talisman, the skyfire talisman, and other more powerful talismans. Lin Shun heard the system's contemptuous voice. He instantly felt that his knowledge was indeed a bit shallow. However, this thing was criticized by the system as useless, but if I had this thing, wouldn't I be able to go wherever I want in an instant? The system also saw through Lin Shun's little thoughts, and without saying anything, it gave Lin Shun 10 teleportation talismans, 2 each of lightning talismans and sky thunder talismans. Lin Shun looked at the talismans in his hand, the excitement in his eyes difficult to conceal. He thought that this little Tongzi had a lot of inventory, even the thunder and lightning talismans and sky fire talismans mentioned, but he didn't know how to use them. Xiao Tongzi, how do you use this thing? Is there any spell or something? Is it like the ones in the movies where the Jade Emperor orders you to hurry up and show your power? The system couldn't help but chuckle after hearing this. You really have watched too many movies. Host, you just need to inject your true energy into the talisman paper, and then think about where you want to go. This is how you use the teleportation talisman. Lin Shun heard it was so simple, he remembered that he didn't know the functions of the other 2 talismans, so he asked again. What about the other 2? What are their functions? The system patiently explained to Lin Shun again. Lightning talisman and sky thunder talisman, as the name implies, can summon lightning and sky thunder. Don't underestimate this small piece of talisman paper. It can save your life at a critical moment. Think about it. If you and the enemy are evenly matched at a critical moment, and you use this talisman to launch a sneak attack, how can he defend himself? Lin Shun immediately felt that this thing was indeed a good thing. It would be great if he could draw such a talisman. While Lin Chun was still fantasizing, the cell phone rang again. He picked it up and saw that it was Zhang Nanxiao again. When Lin Chun saw that it was Zhang Nanxiao, he was furious. If he hadn't been delayed by her today, how could he have frightened Cindy and almost lost his life? So Lin Chun started scolding Zhang Nanxiao as soon as he picked up the phone. I say, Zhang Nanxiao, are you done yet? Are you entering menopause early? Or something? Why you keep harassing me every other day? Is there something about me that attracts you? Can I change it? Zhang Nanxiao on the other end of the phone didn't expect Lin Chun to be so angry. But thinking of what his father said about trying to be on good terms with Lin Chun, he explained to Lin Chun in a gentle voice why he called him. Oh, Brother Chun, I know I was a little too annoying before. Well, I'll apologize to you, okay? I'm sorry. Lin Chun knew Zhang Nanxiao had this face, but he also knew that one should not visit him without a reason. So he asked Zhang Nanxiao directly, if you have something to say, just say it. If you have something to say, just fart now. Stop beating around the bush, okay? When Zhang Nanxiao heard that Lin Chun knew he had something to ask him, he stopped hiding it and said, That, I do have something to talk to you about. How about we meet somewhere? It's hard to say this over the phone. Chapter 93, Don't You Have Any Thoughts About Me? Lin Chun listened to Zhang Nanxiao's words, it's hard to say over the phone, and wondered if Zhang Nanxiao was thinking of some trick to mess with him again. But then he changed his mind and thought that now that he had a new identity, he was not afraid of her playing dirty tricks. So he wanted to see what she was up to, and then he agreed. Okay, tomorrow afternoon then. I'll contact you then and tell you the address. After saying that, Lin Chun hung up the phone without giving Zhang Nanxiao a chance to say anything. Zhang Nanxiao originally wanted to say that they would meet tomorrow, but Lin Chun hung up the phone, leaving Zhang Nanxiao so angry that he stomped his feet. Lin Chun hung up the phone. He didn't know what to do. Looking at Zhao Cindy lying on the bed, he estimated that she wouldn't wake up for a while, so he simply started practicing. Although practicing in this place with almost no spiritual energy will make slow progress in my cultivation, it is better than nothing. The next morning, Zhao Cindy finally woke up after a night's sleep. Her eyes were misty, and her head felt as if it weighed 1,000 pounds. She wondered if she was dead, but the pain in her body told her that she was not dead yet. After thinking for a while, Zhao Cindy hurriedly checked her body to see if that bastard Wu Yong had succeeded in doing it to her. After checking her body, Zhao Cindy patted her chest and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, if I had been defiled by that bastard, how could I still have the face to live in this world? Lin Chun, who was practicing nearby, had not been able to get into the state because of the thin spiritual energy in this place, so he woke up immediately when he heard Zhao Cindy's mumbling. Cindy, you're awake. Zhao Cindy, lying on the bed, had completely forgotten that Lin Chun came to rescue her yesterday. So when she heard someone calling her, she was so scared that she quickly hid under the quilt. Who? Lin Chun felt so distressed when he saw Zhao Cindy being frightened like this, and quickly opened the lights and curtains in the room. Don't be afraid, Cindy. I'm her brother Chun. Zhao Cindy, who was in the quilt, listened carefully and found that it was indeed Lin Chun's voice. She immediately got out of the quilt, rushed out of bed, hugged Lin Chun, and started crying in Lin Chun's arms. Whoa, I thought I would never see you again, Brother Chun. Lin Chun looked at Zhao Cindy, who was crying heartbreakingly, and felt even more distressed. Silly girl, isn't she still fine? As long as I'm here, I will never let you get hurt, dear. With Lin Chun's comfort, the emotionally agitated Zhao Cindy finally relaxed a little. Brother Chun, have I caused you any trouble? I don't even know when you took off the pendant you gave me. I'm sorry, Brother Chun. Lin Chun quickly touched Zhao Cindy's head and said, What kind of trouble is this? But you still remember that you forgot to wear the pendant? Luckily, I got here in time this time. If I hadn't gotten here in time, just imagine what would have happened. Lin Chun pretended to be angry because Zhao Cindy didn't wear the pendant he gave her properly and sat down on the sofa angrily. When Zhao Cindy saw Lin Chun's expression, she thought he was really angry, so she quickly sat down next to Lin Chun. Oh, Brother Chun, I promise that I will never let the pendant you gave me leave my body unless I die. I promise you. Zhao Cindy raised her hand as she spoke, fearing that Lin Chun would not believe her. Lin Chun, who was not angry at all, was amused by Zhao Cindy's action. Heard Lin Chun's laughter, she realized that she had been fooled. However, Zhao Cindy's eyes quickly turned, and a way to fight back came in her mind. Brother Chun, when you saw me like that yesterday, didn't you have any thoughts at all? Don't I have any attraction to you at all? As Zhao Cindy spoke, she exposed her shoulders and licked her lips with her tongue. Lin Chun listened to Zhao Cindy's soft voice, followed by a series of actions. Although he had seen Zhao Xini naked yesterday, this time Zhao Xini really made Lin Chen almost unable to bear it. Lin Chen was about to go over, but unfortunately the phone rang at this moment. Chapter 94, How Far Have You Progressed? Was trying to deliberately seduce Lin Chen, was also embarrassed by the ringing. Lin Chen didn't want to care who called. He still wanted to get closer to Zhao Xini. Although he couldn't do that, it was good to satisfy his urge. Unexpectedly, Zhao Xini pushed Lin Chen away. You didn't cherish such a good opportunity yesterday, but now you want it. No way. Go answer your phone. Lin Chen had no choice but to return to his seat. He picked up the phone and was about to see who had ruined his plan, only to find out that it was Zhao Chuanxiang who called. So he quickly called back. Mr. Zhao, I'm sorry I was busy just now and didn't have time to answer your call. How come you have time to call me today? Zhao Chuanxiang already regarded Lin Chen as his grandson-in-law, so he naturally did not blame him and directly told him the reason for his call. It's okay, Xiaochen. It's no big deal to call you. I called Cindy several times today, but her phone was turned off. I wanted to call you to see if she was with you. Lin Chen called back. He turned on the speaker. Zhao Xini, who was standing nearby, heard it and hurriedly checked her phone, only to find that it had been smashed to pieces. Lin Chen didn't dare tell Zhao Chuanxiang that Zhao Xini was taken to the hotel by Wu Yong, so he had to say that she was with him. Don't worry, Mr. Zhao. Xini is with me. We are at the Magic City International Hotel. Her phone was broken, so she turned it off. Zhao Chuanxiang was relieved when he heard that Zhao Xini was fine. He thought about Lin Chen's words again and remembered that Lin Chen just said that he was in the hotel with Xini and even broke his phone. Is this the time when I will have my great-grandson? Oh, no wonder I couldn't get through to her on the phone. So, when are you going home? I'll come over later. I haven't eaten Xini's cooking for a long time. Lin Chen hadn't eaten for a long time. Although it was okay for him not to eat, he felt a little greedy when Zhao Chuanxiang mentioned it. We'll be back soon, Mr. Zhao. If you leave now, we'll arrive almost at the same time. Lin Chen hung up the phone. He looked at Zhao Xini lying on the bed. Lin Chen's eyes seemed to say, You're lucky you escaped this time. After hearing the entire conversation, Zhao Xini naturally knew that her grandfather was coming to visit, but the prelude of her clothes had already been torn. Brother Chen, my clothes. Lin Chen noticed that Zhao Xini went home without any clothes to wear. It's okay, there are a lot of shopping malls nearby. Wait for me, and I'll buy it for you right away. Zhao Xini was about to ask, Do you know what size I wear? But Lin Chen had already run out of the room. In less than 10 minutes, Lin Chen came back with clothes. Seeing Lin Chen coming back so soon, Zhao Xini was stunned. Brother Chen, did you jump directly from the building to buy this? It's only been a few minutes, and you've already bought it. Lin Chen smiled and answered Zhao Xini in a joking tone. No, I jumped directly from the 30th floor. Zhao Xini took the clothes and went to the bathroom to change. By the way, she turned back and gave Lin Chen a warning look. Don't peek. Lin Chen waved his hands helplessly, thinking in his heart, What were you like yesterday? There's everything about you that I haven't seen, and yet you didn't let me peek. When Zhao Xini finished changing her clothes, Lin Chen was already waiting for her at the door. Let's go. Your grandfather will be here soon. Zhao Xini also quickly tidied herself up, took Lin Chen's arm and left, looking like a couple in love. In Zhelongwan Villa, Zhao Chuanxiang had already arrived and was waiting in Lin Chen's villa. As soon as Zhao Xini arrived, she saw her grandfather's car, and Zhao Chuanxiang also saw Lin Chen and the others and walked towards him. Xini, if it weren't for Xiao Chun, I wouldn't be able to find you now. What were you doing in the hotel? You smashed your cell phone. Zhao Chuanxiang said with an expression of an experienced person. Zhao Xini didn't know what to say, so she looked at Lin Chen for help. After Lin Chen understood what Zhao Xini meant, he immediately helped her out. Xini, go cook first. Didn't Mr. Zhao say he wanted to eat the meal you cooked? Lin Chen finished speaking. Zhao Xini ran away immediately, fearing that her grandfather would ask her more questions. After Zhao Xini left, Zhao Chuanxiang stared at Lin Chen with the eyes of an experienced person. Xiaochen, how far have you and Xini progressed? I'm still waiting to hold my great-grandson. Chapter 95, Don't act like you're asking for my life. Lin Chen heard what Zhao Chuanxiang said. He almost spit out the water in his mouth. Mr. Zhao, you misunderstood. Xini and I didn't do anything in the hotel. We haven't progressed to that stage yet. Like I told you before, my father hasn't responded yet, and I haven't thought about it yet. Zhao Chuanxiang didn't get the answer he wanted, so he was inevitably a little disappointed, but he didn't show it. Ha ha ha. I was just kidding you too. I know your father's condition. He's a lucky guy. He'll get better. Speaking of his father, Lin Shun remembered how his father had been injured before. He wanted to beat Su Biao and his son again, but they had been dead for a long time. I also believe that my father will get better. Let's go in, Mr. Zhao. Cindy has been busy in there for a long time. Zhao Chuanxiang looked at Lin Shun and wanted to say something, but when he saw that Lin Shun was still sad because Lin Xuanyi was unconscious, he said nothing and walked up to Lin Shun and patted him on the shoulder. Let's go in and have something to eat. After we finish eating, I have something else to do. As soon as they walked in, they saw Zhao Cini carrying dishes out of the kitchen. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Zhao Cini walked to the dining table in 2 or 3 steps, carrying a large plate. She put the food down and quickly touched her ear with her hand. It's burned to death. Grandpa, what were you and Brother Chen talking about outside? You talked for so long, and you came in only after I had prepared the meal. Zhao Chuanxiang smiled and said, what else can we talk about? Will you let me hold my great-grandson? Ha ha ha. I'm still in good health now. If you have children, I can take care of my great-grandchildren. Zhao Cini's face turned red with embarrassment when she heard Zhao Chuanxiang speak so bluntly. She lowered her head instantly and muttered in a mosquito-like voice. Grandpa, what did you say? It's not up to me alone to do this. You have to ask Brother Chun. Zhao Chuanxiang was just joking with Zhao Cini, and since Lin Chun had said before that he hadn't thought about it yet, he just laughed it off. Ha ha, stop messing around and eat. It won't taste good if it gets cold. After dinner, I still have things to do. I won't disturb your sweet time. As he finished speaking, the nanny had already brought up the remaining dishes, and Zhao Cini also went to get a large bowl of rice, while she and Zhao Chuanxiang only had a small bowl. Grandpa, you can't eat too much, otherwise you will have indigestion, so you should eat less rice and more vegetables. After saying that, Zhao Cini handed the full bowl of rice to Lin Chun. Brother Chun, eat more. I'll serve you another bowl after you finish. Zhao Chuanxiang looked at the harmonious Zhao Cini and Lin Chun and nodded with satisfaction. But he began to tease Zhao Cini again. Oh, you haven't even gotten married yet, and you're already turning your elbows outward. Girls really can't be kept when they grow up. Ha ha ha. After eating and drinking, Zhao Chuanxiang prepared to leave. Before leaving, he reminded Lin Chun and Zhao Cini that he wanted to hold his great-grandson. When Zhao Cini heard this, she hurriedly urged Zhao Chuanxiang to leave. After walking out the door, Zhao Cini pretended to be angry and said, Grandpa, how can you be like this? Brother Chun and I don't even have anything yet, and you want to send me away. I am your granddaughter. Zhao Chuanxiang laughed a few times and then left. After Zhao Cini sent Zhao Chuanxiang away, she hurried back to the house and said, Brother Chun, don't take what Grandpa said today seriously. He's just old. Lin Chun also teased Zhao Cini. Why don't you take it seriously? Are you still saying that you don't want to have a baby with me? When Zhao Cini heard Lin Chun say this, she became a little anxious and didn't know how to explain. Lin Chun couldn't help but laugh out loud. When Zhao Cini heard Lin Chun's laughter, she realized that she had been fooled. Humph! How dare you play tricks on me? Today's dishes are now your responsibility. Let's see if you dare to do it again next time. Zhao Cini grabbed Lin Chun's ears, and Lin Chun pretended to be in pain and begged for mercy, cooperating with Zhao Cini. I was wrong. I won't do it again next time. I'll go wash it. Zhao Cini was just talking nonsense, and when she saw that Lin Chun was really going to leave, she quickly went to pull Lin Chun away. Since you admit your mistake, I will let you go. If there's a next time, I will never let you go. After saying this, Zhao Cini raised her fist as if threatening Lin Chun. Coincidentally, Lin Chun's phone rang at this time. Lin Chun picked up the phone and found that it was Zhang Nanxiao. Then he remembered that he had promised to do her a favor yesterday. Lin Chun picked up the phone impatiently and said, Auntie, please stop asking for my life. Chapter 96, You Will Die. Zhang Nanxiao on the other end of the phone was also very angry when she heard Lin Chun calling her aunt again, but she endured it when she thought that she still had something to ask him and said in a coquettish tone, Hey, don't be angry. I'm worried that you, Major Lin, might forget things, so I called to ask when you'll be coming out. So, Major Lin, are you free to come out now? Lin Chun got goosebumps after hearing what Zhang Nanxiao said. All right, stop disgusting me. I'll send you the address later. Come here quickly. I'll wait for you for 10 minutes at most. If you don't come, I'll leave. I don't have that much time to waste with you. Lin Chun hung up the phone after he finished speaking. Zhang Nanxiao was so angry when he heard the busy tone that he almost threw the phone away. She was acting coquettishly to him, and actually said that she was disgusting. If it weren't for the fact that I couldn't find any clues in the recent missing cases, I wouldn't have begged him so humbly. Immediately afterwards, Zhang Nanxiao received the address sent by Lin Shun. Zhang Nanxiao packed up and set off, fearing that Lin Shun would not wait for him. After sending the location to Zhang Nanxiao, Lin Shun couldn't help but ask why he agreed to help her yesterday. Afterwards, Lin Shun said hello to Zhao Sini and went to the place where he had agreed to meet Zhang Nanxiao. Zhang Nanxiao drove to the location given by Lin Shun. He found out that it was just a small restaurant. Lin Shun sitting by the window, and then he walked in. Major Lin, you're all people living in Jiulong Bay Villa. Just invite me to come here to discuss things. Lin Shun glanced at Zhang Nanxiao and said, if you can't speak, just leave. What's wrong with this place? I used to eat here every day. If you think it will dirty your clothes, please go back. When Zhang Nanxiao heard this, he realized that this was not possible and sat down quickly before he even asked any questions. That's not what I meant. I meant there are too many people here. As long as you say it's okay, it's fine. Lin Shun looked at Zhang Nanxiao's face. Not long ago, he was making a fuss about arresting him every day. He acted as if he had violated the law of heaven. Today was not like before. Tell me, didn't you ask me for help yesterday? There have been many cases of missing women in the Magic City recently, and all of them are children who have just reached adulthood. Among them is your girlfriend's sister. But their disappearance was so strange, there was no trace at all. We have checked everything we can. The only thing left is to turn the Demon City upside down. Zhang Nanxiao told Lin Shun everything he needed his help with today in one breath, and looked at Lin Shun expectantly, hoping that Lin Shun could give him some advice. Lin Shun didn't care about what Zhang Nanxiao said. Then what, you don't want me to help you check it, do you? This is your job as a police officer, not my business. Besides, why should I help you? Zhang Nanxiao was stumped by Lin Shun's question. He muttered to himself, yeah, why would you help me? If these missing cases were not so similar to the way you killed Su Biao and his son, I would not come to you for help. The parents of the missing girls shed tears every day. I really have no other choice but to come to you for help. Since you don't want to help me, forget it. Excuse me, Major Lin. After Zhang Nanxiao finished speaking, he stood up and left, wiping his tears with his hands. Lin Shun felt a little sorry for what Zhang Nanxiao said. He was just as young as a flower, so how could his parents not be anxious? All right, I'll help you. Zhang Nanxiao was waiting for Lin Shun to say this, and immediately sat back down. Okay, you said it. Don't regret it. I will take you to the last place where Zhao Rurue appeared. See if you can find anything. Zhang Nanxiao brought Lin Shun to the hotel, where Wu Yong had taken drugs from Zhao Rurue. As soon as Lin Shun stepped into the room, he felt Wu Yong's evil aura. Lin Shun didn't say anything. Zhang Nanxiao started to explain to him. This is the last place Zhao Rurue came. Since this room is usually not open to the public, the surveillance camera didn't capture when she came or when she left. As for Zhao Rurue, Lin Shun already knew who had killed her, and the aura that had not dissipated in the room for so long should have been left by Wu Yong's practice of some evil skill. Lin Shun really couldn't figure out what kind of cultivation method he could practice that required killing people, so he had to ask the system, do you know what Wu Yong is practicing? This aura is really chilling. The system did not disappoint Lin Shun's expectations and found the answer quickly. Host, the technique that Wu Yong practices mainly relies on absorbing the yang energy of women to nourish himself. After being absorbed, women will turn into a dried corpse. This kind of practice was abolished a long time ago. Why did it appear again recently? Lin Shun had never thought that there was such a technique in the world. Thinking of how Zhao Sini was almost devoured by Wu Yong, he could not help but feel scared. Zhang Nanxiao saw that Lin Shun was still in a daze, so he patted Lin Shun on the shoulder and said, what's wrong? A warrior like you wouldn't be frightened, would you? Lin Shun reacted and looked at Zhang Nanxiao seriously. Although he had nothing to do with her, he didn't want an ordinary person like her to get involved. You'd better not investigate this case. You won't find anything. Even if you could find out anything, you couldn't catch him. Zhang Nanxiao didn't understand what Lin Shun said, and asked in confusion, what's the matter? Could it be that the murderer also has a military background like you? Even if he has a military background, this case won't work. The superiors have already issued an order. The murderer must be caught. Lin Shun said calmly, I'm afraid you'll die if I continue investigating. Chapter 97, Not an Ordinary Person. When Zhang Nanxiao heard Lin Shun say that he would die if he continued investigating, he immediately showed a disdainful expression. As a police officer, would I be afraid? If I am afraid of these people, then what kind of police officer am I? If he dares to come, I'll catch him if he comes one at a time. If he comes two at a time, I'll catch a pair. I was afraid he wouldn't dare to come. Lin Chen was shocked by Zhang Nanxiao's words. He didn't expect that Zhang Nanxiao, who looked weak on the surface, actually had such a tough side. Then let me explain to you why I say that. This murderer is not an ordinary person, and he is also very evil. With your status, there is no way you can do anything to him, even if you have a gun. After being reminded by Lin Chen, Zhang Nanxiao immediately understood what Lin Chen meant. Are you saying that the murderer is also a warrior or an evil one? Lin Chen did not explain anymore. I have already advised you everything I should have advised you. If you still want to continue investigating, then you better be careful. Lin Chen said and left. Zhang Nanxiao listened to Lin Chen's departing back and kept muttering the words that Lin Chen had said. Zhang Nanxiao suddenly realized that Lin Chen must know who the murderer is, and they might even know each other, but he definitely couldn't get any information out of him today. He could only see if he could get something out of him the next time they met. At the same time, Wu Yong was treating his wounds at a long-abandoned construction site after his last fight with Lin Chen, but there was no sign of improvement. Wu Yong thought again of Zhao Sini, who was within his reach yesterday. She was right in front of him, and he was only one step away from getting her. However, she was interfered by Lin Chen. What was even more hateful was that she even hurt him with a lightning weapon. Thinking of this, Wu Yong's face became even gloomier. He looked up at the sky and muttered to himself, Lin Chen, if I let you two live a few more days, you and your woman will die in my hands sooner or later. Then your woman will be my stepping stone to become an evil demon. Wu Yong said, then turned and walked towards the two fallen women who were tied together. Let me use you two to heal my wounds first. How could the two women understand what Wu Yong meant? They instinctively wanted to beg for mercy, but their mouths were taped shut, so they couldn't make a sound. They could only kick their legs helplessly. With Wu Yong's next move, the struggles of the two women slowly stopped, and what was left were two dried corpses. After smoking the drug, Wu Yong quickly checked the wound and found that after smoking the drug from two women, the wound was of little help. There seemed to be a small lightning flashing at the wound, as if provoking Wu Yong, what can you do to me? Wu Yong, who had no idea how to treat it, kicked the mummy in the corner twice. Then Wu Yong, who wanted to heal his wounds as quickly as possible, prepared to capture a few women. Not long after Wu Yong left, an old scavenger came here and found two mummies. The old man thought he was dazzled, but when he got closer and took a look, he was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground. He immediately got up and ran out. After he calmed down a little, he took out his cell phone and called the police. When Zhang Nanxiao heard the caller report a mummy, he thought the person was seeing things. When I arrived at the scene, I was shocked by the corpse in front of me. But Zhang Nanxiao still resisted the urge to nauseate, put on a mask, and went forward to investigate. This was the first time Zhang Nanxiao encountered such a case, and he didn't know where to start. So he had to call a forensic doctor to perform an autopsy. The deceased was a female, aged around 30 to 35, and was engaged in the sex industry. The death time is no more than 2 days. The time of death is no more than 2 days. Logically, the body will not rot after 2 days of death. Moreover, if a mummy is to be formed, the required environmental conditions are very harsh. Then why did these two bodies turn into mummies in just 2 days under such conditions? After separating from Zhang Nanxiao, Lin Chen returned to the villa and remembered that he had not visited his father for a long time. So he went to see Lin Chuanyi first. After arriving at the room and looking at Lin Chuanyi with tubes inserted all over his body, Lin Chen couldn't help but shed tears again. Dad, give me some more time. I will definitely cure you when the time comes, and you can just enjoy your life from now on. After saying that, Lin Chen greeted Zhao Sini and returned to his room. Thinking about curing his father as soon as possible, Lin Chen took out the spirit stone and began to practice. After the spirit gathering array was set up, the spiritual energy in the spirit stone seemed to explode. The spiritual energy poured out continuously as if it was free. Looking at such abundant spiritual energy, Lin Chen thought that it should be no problem to break through to the middle stage of Xian level this time. If he was lucky, he could even break through to the late stage. Thinking of this, Lin Chen began to practice with a goal in mind. During the time when Lin Chen was practicing, Zhang Nanxiao, who had just separated from Lin Chen, came downstairs of Lin Chen's house again. Chapter 98. You don't have much time left. It turned out that after Zhang Nanxiao finished the on-site investigation, he thought of Lin Chun again. He knew that Lin Chun must know the truth about these cases. Unwilling to give up getting nothing, Zhang Nanxiao went to Lin Chun again. Lin Chun, Lin Chun. Zhang Nanxiao kept shouting outside Lin Chun's villa. Lin Chun, who was practicing, could not hear Zhang Nanxiao's calls, but these calls did wake up Zhao Sini, who was taking a nap. Zhao Sini followed the sound and walked out. Before she came out, she was wondering if Lin Chun was hooking up with some girl outside. After she came out, she realized that she was thinking too much. Why do you, a woman, come to see Brother Chen every other day? If you do this, others might think there's something going on between you and my brother Chun. Zhang Nanxiao didn't expect Zhao Sini to be so hostile to him. Besides, even if someone misunderstood, it seemed like he would be the one who suffered the loss. Zhang Nanxiao was just about to argue with Zhao Sini when the phone rang again. Zhang Nanxiao was so angry that he didn't want to answer the call and hung up. But just after hanging up the phone, it rang again the next second, and Zhang and George picked up the phone impatiently. Sister Qiao, where are you? We've received several more reports since you left. It's exactly the same as the case before you left. Both of them died within a day, but they all turned into mummies inexplicably. Zhang Nanxiao couldn't help but feel a headache after hearing this. The missing cases hadn't been solved yet, and now there were several unexplained cases of mummies. I definitely can't waste time here with Zhao Sini. As for getting clues from Lin Chun, I can only wait until next time. Wu Yong looked at the wound on his body that was about to heal and nodded with satisfaction. However, the smile on his face was fleeting. His expression turned gloomy in an instant, and two flames of resentment burst out of his eyes. Lin Chun, Zhao Sini, you don't have much time left. After muttering to himself for a few words, Wu Yong walked towards the tied-up girls. Several girls also heard about the previous disappearance case and thought that Wu Yong was just a human trafficker. They never expected that they would soon become stepping stones for Wu Yong to improve his cultivation. Looking at Wu Yong approaching step by step, the girl in the front seemed to realize something and kept struggling. Seeing that the girl had such a strong desire to survive, Wu Yong's mouth corners raised again. Struggle, resist. That's how I'm more excited. Ha ha. After saying that, Wu Yong untied the rope on the girl. The girl wanted to run away as soon as she untied the rope. But how could she escape from Wu Yong's palm? Wu Yong easily grabbed the girl's neck with one hand, and the strong feeling of suffocation made her grab her hands wildly. When the other girls saw this scene, they clenched their teeth, their pupils dilated with fear. Wu Yong became more and more excited at the girl's struggle. His expression changed from gloomy to a lewd smile, and then he threw her onto the bed like a chicken. As Wu Yong took a step closer, the girl on the bed soon turned into a mummy. After seeing what happened to this girl, the remaining girls were so frightened that their faces turned pale and they were shaking all over. They didn't even have the courage to look at Wu Yong. Soon, Wu Yong had sucked all the girls dry, leaving only a few shriveled corpses. Wu Yong also checked his own cultivation level. He was shocked when he checked it. His previous cultivation level was so high that he could only be severely suppressed by Lin Chun, but now he can almost tie with him. It seems that it is better to suck younger ones. I just inhaled dozens of them, and not only did my wounds heal, but I also improved my cultivation by so much. Wu Yong was in a good mood seeing that his cultivation had improved, but he was still not satisfied and was ready to change places and catch another young girl to suck his semen. 3 days later, the place where Wu Yong had drugged these girls was discovered again, and Zhang Nanxiao was again called in to respond. When Zhang Nanxiao arrived at the crime scene and saw that the method used in the previous cases was the same, he was instantly overwhelmed. Lin Chun said, last time came to mind again, not an ordinary person. Thinking of this, Zhang Nanxiao made up his mind that he must get some useful clues today no matter what, and immediately went to Lin Chen's house. Chapter 99, Japanese Invasion. Zhelongwan Villa. Lin Chun, who had been practicing for 3 days, finally woke up. Looking at the spirit stone that had been broken into powder on the bed, Lin Chun quickly checked his own cultivation level. Soon, a satisfied smile appeared on Lin Chen's face. Ha ha! I didn't expect that I could break through to the late Xian level in one fell swoop. It's only a thin layer away from the earth level. Lin Chen was talking. He looked towards the door of his room. Dad, son will heal you soon. At this time, Zhang Nanxiao also rushed to the downstairs of Lin Chen's house and was shouting Lin Chen's name loudly. Lin Chen was just about to take out the spirit stone to continue practicing, But after hearing Zhang Nanxiao's voice, he had to give up and went downstairs reluctantly. Miss Zhang, didn't I tell you everything you asked me last time? Why are you coming to me again? Zhang Nanxiao's irritability subsided a little after seeing Lin Chen coming out. It's not about last time. During the days since you disappeared, the Magic City has received several reports of crimes. The number of victims is almost 20, and all the victims turned into mummies within 2 days of death. Lin Chen, who originally didn't want to care about it, knew that it was Wu Yong who did it again when he heard the word mummy. Lin Chen didn't expect Wu Yong to be so cruel and ruthless that he would kill so many ordinary people. Lin Chen suddenly thought of the fight between him and him a few days ago, and instantly understood that Wu Yong must have been injured by him that day, and he must have killed so many girls to heal his wounds. After thinking so much, I realized that this was caused by me. I have no choice but to go now. All right, I'll go with you, but I can't guarantee that I can help you. Lin Chen got into Zhang Nanxiao's car. When Zhang Nanxiao saw Lin Chen getting in the car, he hurriedly followed him, fearing that Lin Chen would regret it the next second. Soon Zhang Nanxiao brought Lin Chen to the latest crime scene. Lin Chen felt something was wrong as soon as he got off the car. The aura was obviously from Wu Yong. But why is he so much stronger than last time? Is it because he has absorbed so many girls' increased cultivation? It seems that for Wu Yong, there is no other way except this. Lin Chen was standing there in a daze like he was last time in the hotel. Zhang Nanxiao walked up to him and pushed him. What are you standing there for? Come with me and take a look. Lin Chen waved his hand to refuse. I said I just came to follow you to take a look. Zhang Nanxiao didn't expect Lin Chen to refuse so straightforwardly. He tried to keep Lin Chen, but Lin Chen had already left. Lin Chen was thinking as he walked. Wu Yong's strength has become so exaggerated after just a few days of not seeing him. If he kidnaps Cindy again next time, can he still protect Cindy? Also the reason why Lin Chen didn't go in with Zhang Nanxiao. He already knew that it was Wu Yong who did it, but his method of improving his strength was simple and violent, so he needed to be down to earth. And judging from the atmosphere of this place today, even if Wu Yong was here, even if I win the fight with him, I will still lose a lot of skin. Thinking of this, Lin Chen knew that he could not delay any longer and must improve his cultivation as soon as possible. Otherwise, he might not be Wu Yong's opponent next time he met him. Afterwards, Lin Chen sent a message to Zhao Sini and headed to the vicinity of the Sun family manor. Lin Chen arrived. He couldn't wait to feel the spiritual energy nearby. I still have to come here to practice. It seems that there should be no problem in breaking through to the earth level today. After the breakthrough, I can make my own pills and learn the skills I won in the lottery before. Thinking of this, Lin Chen's motivation increased again. He immediately took out the spirit stone and prepared to continue practicing. But at this time, Sun Wenjie came out as if he smelled the scent of Lin Chen. Brother Lin, are you here to practice again? When Sun Wenjie walked to Lin Chen's side, he noticed Lin Chen's cultivation level and couldn't help but praise Lin Chen repeatedly. Brother, you are really a demon. Last time you were not even at the middle stage of Xian level. How long has it been since then? And you're about to break through to D level. I'm already over 40 years old, and I'm only at the late Xian level, and I only reached that level with the help of my family. It's really frustrating to compare yourself with others. Lin Chen didn't expect to run into Sun Wenjie again this time, so he greeted him. Haha, brother Sun, you're joking. I'm just lucky. Just as you said, I came here this time to prepare for a breakthrough. Since you are here too, would you mind protecting me again? Sun Wenjie agreed without even thinking about it. It's no big deal. It's just a small matter. But before you start practicing, I have something to tell you. The Dragon Team's competition is about to start early. Team Zhang asked me to ask if you were ready. But judging from your condition, it seems Team Zhang is worrying too much. Lin Chen almost forgot about the competition, but wasn't it said to start in 3 months? Lin Chen asked in confusion. Why is it starting so early? Sun Wenjie didn't know much, but he still told Lin Chen some of the information he knew. I heard that the border has been invaded by Japanese warriors recently. Not only are their warriors numerous, but their quality is also very high. The soldiers at the border have been holding on for a long time. If our dragon team doesn't go, the border will be lost. Chapter 100. Could it be Lin Chen? Lin Chen didn't expect that Japan would still dare to invade China in this era. Did they really think that China was a soft persimmon like 100 years ago that anyone could bully? What Lin Chen didn't expect was that there could be warriors in such a tiny place. It was really like a knife stabbing his butt, which really opened his eyes. Lin Shun could speak. Sun Wenjie spoke again. You have to go with them on this mission. You will soon break through to the Earth level. This must be a very important trump card. Lin Shun had been planning to go anyway. He had to take part in something like serving the country, and he could also kill the Japanese pirates. When he rescued his father, he would definitely praise me. No problem. Then you can help me protect the law. Help me break through to the Earth level first. After I break through the Earth level, I will go with you to participate in the competition, and then we will go together to kill all those Japanese pirates. Lin Shun's shouts excited Sun Wenjie, who followed Lin Shun and shouted, Whoever offends China will be punished no matter how far away they are. Kill all those pirates. Just like that, under Sun Wenjie's protection, Lin Shun also began to break through to the Earth level. Had no idea what Lin Shun was thinking, stared blankly at Lin Shun's departing figure. He was stunned for a long time before cursing Lin Shun a few words into the air. You bastard! Didn't you agree to help me? You ran away before you even got in, you coward! Zhang Nanxiao's shouts instantly attracted the attention of other police officers, but after being glared at by Zhang Nanxiao, they all pretended to be busy and a bunch of people dispersed instantly. 3 days later, after 3 days of practice, Lin Shun has reached the critical point of breaking through the Earth level. At this time, all the spiritual energy near the entire Sun family manor is gathering around Lin Shun. Lin Shun seemed to feel something different as well, and the true energy in his body began to boil. Lin Shun knew that this should be a breakthrough, and he couldn't be distracted anymore. As his dantian expanded, Lin Shun knew that he had broken through to the Earth level and immediately ended his cultivation. Sun Wenjie also felt that Lin Shun had made a breakthrough and stood up, while Lin Shun was still pretending to check his own cultivation. Lin Shun from the side, his eyes full of envy. All right, stop checking. The aura is almost the same as Zhang's. He is already a standard Earth-level expert. As soon as Sun Wenjie finished speaking, the phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID and quickly picked up the phone. Sun Wenjie was answering the phone. Lin Shun did not disturb him and was secretly delighted. Sun Wenjie said, Okay, several times before hanging up the phone and turning to look at Lin Shun. Have you heard about the recent cases of mummies in the Magic City? There are still evil cultivators who dare to attack ordinary people. After hearing what Sun Wenjie said, Lin Shun was not surprised. It was reasonable for such a matter to be heard by the Dragon Team, and such a matter should have been handled by the Dragon Team. I know about this, and I also know who the murderer is. Some time ago, I almost gave my girlfriend to... Sun Wenjie was shocked by Lin Shun's words. What? You know him? So he attacked your girlfriend, and you didn't kill him? After Sun Wenjie said this, Lin Shun instantly felt a little guilty. Yes, if I could have killed him that day, wouldn't so many innocent people have been spared from suffering this misfortune during this period of time? I fought with him when he took my girlfriend away that day. He had a teleportation charm that allowed him to escape in the end, but he was definitely injured. He has been madly absorbing the yang energy of young girls these past few days. When I last went to the crime scene, his evil energy was many times stronger than when we fought. Sun Wenjie saw Lin Shun's self-blame and quickly comforted Lin Shun. He ran away. So he just ran away. It can only be considered that he was lucky. Now he must have known that the matter is under the jurisdiction of the Dragon Group, so he will definitely be more restrained. After we have dealt with those pirates, we will come back to deal with him. There was no better way now, so Lin Shun could only nod in agreement. Let's go, I'll go to the competition with you. He will die when he returns from the frontier. Zhang Nanxiao originally didn't know where to start with these difficult cases, but suddenly he was notified that he would not be responsible for them. His depressed mood instantly improved a lot. Why do you suddenly not have to take care of this case yourself? Isn't it investigating well? Could it be Lin Shun? Chapter 1:01 Are you sure you won't be beaten to death? Sun Wenjie checked the time and found that the competition was about to begin. Fuck, I almost forgot the time of the competition. Let's go. We can't delay any longer, or we'll be too late. Both of them were warriors, so it didn't take long to reach the Dragon Group base. Lin Shun had been here once, so he was naturally familiar with the scene here, but when he watched the soldiers' training process, he couldn't help but stand in awe. Sun Wenjie didn't dare to delay any longer, and immediately took Lin Shun to the competition arena. Lin Shun went in. He thought there wouldn't be many people, but it turned out that there were no less than 200 warriors, 20 of whom had cultivation levels similar to his. The construction of this arena made Lin Shun's eyes light up. Although he didn't know what materials it was made of, the energy it contained made him feel terrifying. Lin Chen's entry also attracted a lot of people's attention. After recognizing Lin Chen, many familiar warriors began to talk about him. I heard that this kid came in without taking any exams. Yes, I heard that too. It seems like he got in through the back door. It doesn't look like it has much strength. It's probably just a gift from a rich family. With his small body, are you sure he won't be beaten to death when he comes to the competition? Sun Wenjie knew Lin Chen's strength and simply sneered at these discussions. Lin Chen said nothing and followed Sun Wenjie's steps toward Zhang Yang. When the warriors who were discussing Lin Chen saw that Lin Chen didn't even dare to respond, they became more convinced of their own opinions. I heard that Team Zhang has found a very capable team member. Could it be this guy? Even if we're at the bottom every year, we don't have to find someone with no cultivation to take the blame, right? Zhang Yang heard these comments and wanted to refute them, but it was a fact that his group always ranked last, so he felt powerless. But this year is different. Lin Chen's strength can easily deal with you guys who like to gossip, right? But the moment Zhang Yang saw Lin Chen approaching, the worry on his face quickly disappeared. Ha! Not bad, not bad. Wenjie told me that you have broken through to the earth level, but I didn't believe it. Now I believe it. I will give you some more time. It will only be a matter of time before you reach the heaven level. Lin Chen's cultivation level was almost the same as Zhang Yang's. He still respected Zhang Yang very much. You think too highly of me, team leader Zhang. I just made the breakthrough by accident. It was luck. Lin Chen's words made Zhang Yang respect him more. He planned to give the position of team leader to Lin Chen after he retired. You're too modest, haha Xiao Chen. The big competition later will be left to you. We are lucky and got buys in the first few rounds of the draw. After the competition is over, we will head to the border. This is also a training opportunity given to our team by the organization. I'm not worried about your ability, but you have to take good care of the other team members. Lin Chen was very interested in going to the border and was about to agree to it, but before Lin Chen could say anything, Sun Wenjie spoke first. Team Zhang, look at the faces of those guys just now. It's as if we're going to be at the bottom again this year. Wait and see how Brother Lin slaps them in the face. As Sun Wenjie finished speaking, the crowd participating in the competition began to get lively, and Zhang Yang also began to introduce the people on the stage to Lin Chen. The person on the stage right now is Jia Li Chao, the referee of the competition and also the deputy leader of the Dragon Team. My cultivation is at the late Earth level, but after failing to break through to the Heaven level several times, I have no hope of breaking through in this lifetime. Following the direction Zhang Yang pointed, Lin Chen saw the man on the stage. Just as Zhang Yang said, he was a late Earth level warrior. The aura emanating from him was even more terrifying. He was the strongest person he had ever seen, except for the Ming Dynasty's heavenly level expert. Lin Chen had listened carefully. Zhang Yang began to introduce the rules of the competition. The competition is divided into 9 groups, 2 by 2. We have a bye in the first round. No killing is allowed in this match, but there are no other restrictions. If one party falls off the ring or surrenders, the other party wins. Lin Chen nodded to show that he understood, and then Jia Li Chao began to announce. Time flies, and it's time for the annual Dragon Team competition again. I believe that everyone's cultivation must have improved over the past year. Today is the day to test your strength. I won't go into too much detail about the rules. All right, no more nonsense. I declare that the competition officially begins. Chapter 102, Are You a Earth Level Expert? As Jia Li Chao's speech ended, everyone participating in the competition became excited. Amid the excitement of everyone, the first group of competitors slowly walked onto the stage. Lin Chen, who was participating in this kind of competition for the first time, was also quite looking forward to it. He stared at the 2 people on the ring like a curious baby. The 2 people on the stage also began to briefly introduce themselves. A group of Song Hao. He just broke through the yellow level and is now in the early black level. When Song Hao introduced himself, his face was filled with a proud smile, and he was very satisfied with his own cultivation. Liang from Group 7. He is also in the early stage of Xian level. Liang introduced himself calmly. His voice is cold as the chilly winter wind. Song Hao had a very bad temper. After listening to Li Yang's introduction, he felt that this man was a little too pretentious. He had already thought about how to deal with him later. After the 2 finished their introductions, Jia Li Chao reiterated, "Just stop there, don't kill them, just simply exchange some ideas." As soon as Jia Li Chao finished speaking, the 2 of them were already on the verge of a fight. The hot-tempered Song Hao took the lead in attacking, roaring and rushing towards Li Yong with incredible speed. Li Yong was not inferior at all and immediately took a defensive posture. Song Hao did not take Li Yong seriously at all and suddenly swung a heavy punch at Li Yong. Li Yong was originally in a defensive posture, but seeing Song Hao coming at him so aggressively, he chose to confront Song Hao head-on. He immediately gathered his true energy in his fist and rushed towards Song Hao's fist. The two men's fists collided instantly, making a series of dull sounds, and the entire area around the ring was filled with dust due to the collision of the two fists. When the dust settled, Song Hao, who had launched the attack first, had already fallen into a disadvantage and was pushed back to the edge of the ring, while Li Yong stayed where he was, motionless. Unwilling to admit defeat, Song Hao regrouped and rushed towards Li Yong again, but the result was the same. Li Yong took Song Hao's full-strength attack without moving an inch. Seeing this, Song Hao knew that he was no match for Li Yong and chose to surrender. "I lost." Li Yong still had that cold look on his face and said calmly, "Thank you." Lin Shun, who had originally planned to watch a big battle, did not expect this to be a complete crushing defeat. The difference between the one who had just broken through to the Xian level and the other who had been in the Xian level for so long was obvious. The following battle was almost the same as the previous one. Lin Shun lost interest and began to doze off. Although he seemed to be dozing off, he was actually familiarizing himself with his martial arts in preparation for going to the border. Those who had mocked Lin Shun as soon as he came in saw that Lin Shun actually began to fall asleep and began to whisper and talk about Lin Shun again. "Look at that boy. Is he crying because of fear? Ha ha. You're not just crying from fear. You're probably almost peeing from fear, right? Look at him lowering his head. I guess he's thinking of some excuse to sneak away later." All these words reached the ears of Lin Shun and the other two. Sun Wenjie was about to retort immediately, but was stopped by Zhang Yang. "Ignore them. Let the bullets fly for a while. After all the group's duels are over, the next round of duels will begin." Zhang Yang, who had just returned from the draw, patted Lin Shun on the shoulder and said, "Xiao Chun, we will play the first match later, and our opponent will be Li Yong from the last match." Lin Shun nodded, telling Zhang Yang not to worry. At this time, the talkative Sun Wenjie spoke again. "Hey, Team Zhang, are you still worried that Brother Lin won't be able to take down Li Yong? He's only at the early Xian level, but Brother Lin is at the D level now. He can be defeated without any effort." While Sun Wenjie was speaking, Li Yong had already walked onto the stage, his eyes fixed on Lin Shun. Seeing that Lin Shun had not yet stepped onto the stage, the few gossipers who had been talking about Lin Shun immediately shouted loudly, "If you're scared, go home to your mom. Otherwise, you'll be in trouble if you get beaten up." Lin Shun didn't care about the ridicule from these people at all and walked onto the stage slowly. Li Yong was still as cold as ever. He repeated his self-introduction from the previous session and waited for Lin Shun's introduction. "Lin Shun from Group 9. Lin Shun introduced himself out of politeness. Seeing that Lin Shun did not tell anyone about his cultivation level and he did not sense Lin Shun's aura, Li Yong regarded Lin Shun as an ordinary person. "Just surrender. I don't want to hurt you." Seeing that Li Yong treated him as someone without any cultivation, Lin Shun almost laughed out loud. "It's okay, just go ahead." Seeing that Lin Shun had no intention of surrendering, Li Yong immediately circulated his true energy to end the battle quickly. He paused with his feet, jumped into the air, and kicked towards Lin Shun. Lin Shun stood still, and when Li Yang's legs were only a few centimeters away from him, Lin Shun took action and easily resolved Li Yang's attack. With Lin Shun, instantly realized something was wrong. The moment Lin Shun made his move, he revealed his aura. Li Yang looked at Lin Shun in shock. Unable to suppress his shock, he pointed at Lin Shun and said, "You are an Earth-level expert? Chapter 103 cannot be violated." Lin Shun in disbelief. "What? An Earth-level expert under 30 years old? No wonder we can't sense his cultivation. He's an Earth-level expert, so how can we, a mere Yellow-level expert, sense it? Then the first place this year must go to these 9 groups." Felt relieved when they saw how these people were shocked by Lin Shun's trick of pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. After hearing what Li Yang said, Zhao Li Chao began to look at Lin Shun with narrowed eyes, and he already had a new plan in mind. Lin Shun wanted to hide his cultivation level for a while, but he didn't expect Li Yang to reveal it right away. "It's just a lucky breakthrough. Don't be too surprised." Was in an uproar when they heard what Lin Shun said. If they were able to beat Lin Shun, they would have wanted to punch him. "If your breakthrough to the Earth level was just luck, why don't you give us a few chances of luck as well?" Li Yang saw Lin Shun admitted himself. Although he had already felt his breath, The shock he felt after hearing Lin Shun say it himself was quite big. Liang was not going to continue fighting. "I'd give up." After saying that, he knelt down towards Lin Shun and said, "Please accept my greeting. I want to take you as my master." Lin Shun had never experienced such a thing before and was at a loss as to what to do after Li Yang's kneeling. "Get up first. We are about the same age, so it's not a good idea to decide whether to become a disciple or not." Lin Shun finished speaking. He was about to go forward and help Liang up, but when Liang saw that Lin Shun did not agree, he refused to get up no matter what. There is no beginning or end in learning. The one who is most accomplished is the teacher. If you don't accept my words, I won't get up. Lin Shun had no idea how to deal with Li Yang's shameless behavior. Besides, everyone below the ring was watching, so Lin Shun could only respond and said in a low voice, "Okay, I promise you, but don't make it public yet. So many people are watching you kneeling. Aren't you ashamed? Get up now." Hearing Lin Chen's agreement, Liang changed his usual cold look, stood up with a smile on his face, and ran down the stage happily like a child. After Liang went down, Lin Shun followed him down. The warriors who had been talking about Lin Shun before no longer had the courage to even look at him, afraid that Lin Shun would bear grudges and come after him. He lowered his head so low that he almost buried it in the ground. After this duel between Lin Shun and Liang, all the others who had faced Lin Shun surrendered without exception. Zhao Lichao came on stage and announced, and everyone fell silent. "The first place in this competition is Group 9. After Zhao Lichao finished his announcement, he nodded at Lin Shun with an approving look, and Sun Wenjie took the lead and was the first to cheer. "Team Zhang, it's finally our turn to take first place." After saying that, he immediately ran over and hugged Lin Shun's shoulders. "Brother Lin, you are amazing. You didn't see the faces of those guys. They looked as ugly as if they had eaten shit. Ha! This is so satisfying." Lin Shun suddenly felt a little uncomfortable with Sun Wenjie's enthusiasm. "Don't do that. I have a girlfriend." Lin Shun wanted to chat with Sun Wenjie for a few more words when Li Yang trotted over. Sun Wenjie looked at Li Yang. Although there was no conflict between them, he was not from his team. The smile on his face disappeared instantly. "Why are you from Group 7 coming to our place?" Li Yang ignored Sun Wenjie and walked straight towards Lin Shun. "Master, it's agreed that you will be my master from now on. I will apply to be transferred to your Group 9 right away. Master, you have to protect me from now on." Sun Wenjie almost dropped his jaw in shock. "Master! Master! Brother Lin, did you really accept him?" Lin Shun didn't know how to explain it, so he could only tell the truth. "You saw what happened just now. If I didn't agree, the competition wouldn't be over yet." Just as Lin Shun finished speaking, Zhang Yang came over with a serious face. "Xiao Chun, hurry up and pack up. The border can no longer be defended. Now is the time to test our Group 9. Liang heard that Lin Shun was going to the border and hurried to Zhang Yang. "Team Zhang, I want to go too. Wherever my master goes, I will go." Lin Shun and Sun Wenjie. No one in Group 9 was strong enough to fight. If Liang went with them, his combat effectiveness would be greatly improved, so he agreed. "Okay, you can come with me. I'll tell Team Leader Jia about your transfer when the time comes." 9 groups, all of them. This operation can only succeed and cannot fail. Our territory cannot be violated in any way, especially since the enemy is Japan. Set off. Chapter 104. Kill all these pirates. As Zhang Yang finished his speech, a military helicopter slowly landed inside the base. Zhang Yang knew the strength of the other team members, and with tears in his eyes, he walked to Lin Shun and began to give his final instructions. "I trust your strength. You are even stronger than me, but the others are not strong enough to face these aggressive Japanese pirates. Please take good care of them for me. Bring them all back to me intact, without a single one left. All of you, follow Lin Chen's orders for this operation. Do not act rashly on your own." The other team members, including Li Yang, all looked at Zhang Yang with tears in their eyes. Lin Chen's first time to go to the battlefield, he was still confident in his own strength and gave Li Yang a guarantee. "Don't worry, Team Zhang. Even if I fail there, I won't let them fail. You just wait for our good news at the base." Zhang Yang also knew that if they were not allowed to go out and exercise, they would never grow. After patting Lin Shun on the shoulder, he turned and left. Looking at Zhang Yang's departing back, Lin Shun took the lead in saluting Zhang Yang. The other team members followed Lin Shun, standing straight as a gun, and also saluted Zhang Yang. Sun Wenjie also ran over and hugged Lin Shun. "Brother Lin, I'll be waiting for you to come back home." Wait for you to come back for a celebratory drink. Sun Wenjin knew that he couldn't delay Lin Shun and the others any longer, so he left immediately after saying this. Then, more than 10 people, led by Lin Shun, all boarded the helicopter. The helicopter slowly rose and drove away from the Dragon Group base. Inside the helicopter, everyone except Lin Shun seemed nervous about this unknown war and sat cross-legged anxiously. Seeing that they looked listless, Lin Shun knew that this was not acceptable. He could not lose confidence before even going to the battlefield, so he immediately prepared to show them a trick. Liang, you've been in the early stage of Xian level for many years, right? Is it on the verge of a breakthrough, but it just can't be broken through? After hearing this, Liang nodded quickly. Lin Shun then asked the system for a few pills, and the pills immediately appeared in Lin Chen's hands. You only need to take a quarter of this pill to help you break through to the middle stage of the Xian level. As for the others, as long as you are on the verge of a breakthrough, I can help you break through. The prerequisite is that we must beat these Japanese pirates who want to invade our borders so badly that they can't recognize themselves anymore. Lin Shun said this. The other people were instantly motivated. In order to make them more convinced, Lin Shun divided the pill in his hand into 4 portions and handed them to Li Yong. Li Yong held the pill in his hand, looking at it as if it were a treasure, his eyes shining with gold. After getting Lin Shun's signal, he was reluctant to swallow it. Li Yong, who had just swallowed the pill, instantly felt a powerful force surging in his body, and soon this force reached his dantian. Li Yong realized that this was a sign that he was about to break through, and Lin Shun immediately stepped forward to help Li Yong break through. Lin Shun, Li Yong soon reached the end of his breakthrough. With the crisp sound of his dantian breaking, Li Yong slowly woke up. The first thing he did when he woke up was to check his cultivation level. He saw that he had indeed broken through to the middle stage of the Xian level. He immediately danced with joy. "Oh, Master, I love you so much. I thought I might never be able to break through in this lifetime. Luckily, I have you, Master." Unexpectedly, Li Yang reacted so strongly. Lin Shun immediately signaled him not to get too excited. "We are on a plane. Don't let it crash." Li Yang finally settled down and sat down next to Lin Shun, looking at Lin Shun with eyes that were about to tear. The rest of the team members hadn't reacted yet, and Li Yang broke through so easily, and Li Yang actually called Lin Shun Master. At this time, the remaining team members also had the idea of worshipping Lin Shun as their master. Lin Shun seemed to see through their thoughts and quickly changed the subject. "Tomorrow is going to be a tough battle, so you should all hurry up and practice before it arrives, even though there won't be much progress. But at least it can keep you in the best condition. I promise you that I will help you when you reach the breakthrough point. I will never break my promise." Encouraged by Lin Shun, everyone began to practice, and Lin Shun nodded with satisfaction. Time passed quickly, and after a long day and night, the helicopter finally arrived at the border. As the plane landed, Lin Shun suddenly saw injured soldiers everywhere, still struggling. Lin Shun realized that the work of the soldiers on the frontier was so hard that they could lose their lives if they were not careful. Looking at the soldiers who were injured in the fight with the Japanese pirates, Lin Shun suppressed his anger and shouted to the team members behind him, "Follow me and kill all these pirates." Chapter 105, I'm Holding You Back. The group of passionate men were already filled with anger when they saw this scene. Following Lin Shun's words, more than a dozen team members rushed forward, fearing that they would be killed by others if they were overwhelmed by these Japanese pirates. Lin Shun's attention was focused on the 3 most powerful Japanese pirates, and the 3 Japanese pirates in the front also noticed Lin Shun walking towards them. The 3 Japanese pirates drew their samurai swords at the same time, and looking at Lin Shun, who came with ill intentions, they all prepared for fighting. One of the Japanese pirates greeted Lin Shun in broken Chinese. "Yoshi, is there no one left in China? Let you come here alone to die? You China." Lin Shun did not let the Japanese pirates say the insulting words to the Chinese people and immediately summoned the Tsang Lei sword. Tsang Lei sword in Lin Chen's hands seemed to have some spirituality, knowing that this was going to be a big battle. The moment Lin Shun summoned it, it actually made a clanging sound. Lin Shun also patted the blade of the Tsang Lei sword and said, "Old buddy, let's kill all these Japanese pirates together today." After he finished speaking, Lin Shun activated the 5 elements magical power he had just learned, launched a fierce attack, and rushed towards the Japanese pirate standing in the front. The Japanese pirate didn't expect Lin Shun to attack suddenly. He was not ready yet and blocked his chest with the samurai sword. The Lei sword fiercely chopped down the samurai sword in the pirate's hand, instantly breaking it into 3 pieces. The pirate was also shocked and retreated more than 10 steps, covering his chest and spitting out a large mouthful of blood. When the other 2 Japanese pirates saw that their companion, who was of similar strength to them, was unable to fight back against Lin Shun, they began to plan how to retreat. Although one Japanese pirate was seriously injured in one strike, Lin Shun remained on high alert and did not dare to relax at all. It would be troublesome if they had stronger fighting power. Liang, who had just broken through to the middle stage of Xian level, had amazing fighting power. He could fight against 2 people at the same time and was not at a disadvantage at all. He even suppressed the 2 of them. Soon one of the Japanese pirates fighting against Li Yong revealed a flaw, which Li Yong immediately spotted and took aim at, delivering a fatal blow. Lin Shun looked at the fierce Li Yong and had already accepted this disciple in his heart. At the moment when Lin Shun was distracted, the Japanese master who had been hiding in the dark took the opportunity to attack Lin Shun. Li Yong, who had just dealt with a Japanese pirate, immediately noticed that someone was trying to sneak attack Lin Shun. Without any hesitation, he rushed towards Lin Shun and stood in front of Lin Shun. "Master, be careful." Lin Shun reacted after being reminded by Li Yong, but it was too late. The Japanese pirate had already stabbed at him with the samurai sword. The moment when the samurai sword was about to stab Lin Shun, Li Yong blocked the sword for Lin Shun. Looking at Li Yong, whose vitality was rapidly draining away in his arms, Lin Shun suddenly thought of the last time when his father was lying in his arms, and he was powerless to do anything. This made Lin Shun completely furious, and his eyes were fixed on the Japanese pirate who attacked him. Seeing that the sneak attack failed, the Japanese pirate began to shout in Chinese, trying to anger Lin Shun. "You coward! Look at your teammates. They died for you, and you're still indifferent? Come and kill me. Ha ha ha! Look at this ground. There's so many of your compatriots lying there. Don't you want to avenge them? You Chinese are such useless people." Lin Shun knew that he wanted to make him angry and thus reveal his flaws. Lin Shun, who had already suffered a loss once, be fooled? He secretly practiced the 5 elements method, and in an instant, all the power of the 5 elements around him was absorbed by Lin Shun and gathered on the Lei sword. He was ready to kill with one blow. The Japanese pirate who attacked Lin Shun was thinking about saying a few more words to see if Lin Shun would be angry, but Lin Shun rushed to the side of the Japanese pirate at lightning speed. The Japanese pirates didn't expect Lin Shun's attack to be so fast, so they had to use their internal energy to resist. Lin Shun, who had already prepared to kill with one blow, give him a chance? After the first attack was blocked, he injected all the true energy in his body into the Lei sword and slashed at the Japanese pirates. The Japanese pirate fell to the ground and died instantly, staring at Lin Shun with disbelief in his eyes, and died with his eyes wide open. Was solved, Lin Shun hurried over to check on Li Yong, only to find that Li Yong was almost dying. If he hadn't wanted to see Lin Shun kill the pirate, he would have collapsed long ago. But when Li Yong saw that Lin Shun easily dealt with the Japanese pirates, he smiled happily. "Master, I'm sorry for holding you back." After saying this, Li Yong couldn't catch his breath, and his head drooped heavily. Chapter 106 Human, you have crossed the line? Seeing Li Yong fall down like this, Lin Shun felt heartbroken. This time, he must not let the previous tragedy happen again. Lin Shun immediately gave Li Yong the longevity pill that the system had given him last time. But how could Li Yong, who had already lost consciousness, swallow it? Lin Shun looked at the longevity pill in Li Yang's mouth, but he couldn't swallow it, and he was extremely anxious. At this time, the system, which had not appeared for a long time, came out and gave Lin Shun some advice. "Master, you can't do this. Use your true energy to heal his wound first. Save his life first. And this longevity pill is useless to him. I will teach you how to save him later." After being reminded by the system, the flustered Lin Shun finally realized that Li Yang's wound was bleeding. If he was not taken care of, he would bleed to death. Then Lin Shun helped Li Yang sit up and began to use his qi to heal Li Yang's wound. Li Yang's wound was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. By the time Li Yang's wounds healed, Lin Shun had used up most of his true energy. Seeing that Li Yang's condition did not get worse, although his face was still very pale, at least his life was saved. After solving Li Yang's problem, Lin Shun looked at the other teammates who were fighting the Japanese pirates, although many of them were injured. However, facing the Japanese pirates whose numbers were many times theirs, no one wanted to retreat. Instead, they fought more bravely. Lin Shan also knew that he had to fight quickly. Otherwise, if he delayed any further, he might not be able to rescue Liang. With Lin Shan's joining, the Japanese pirates, without their leader, were instantly defeated. They all scattered and fled out of the territory of China. Seeing the situation, Lin Shan did not plan to pursue further. The leaders of the Japanese pirates were already dead, and the rest were just a group of minor characters who were not worth mentioning. Brothers, you are all great, but it's not the time to celebrate yet. Our teammate Liang just blocked a knife for me to save me. His life has been saved for now. So you guys send him back to the tent first. I'll find a way to rescue Liang. After other teammates carried Liang away, Lin Shan asked the system about how to treat Liang. Come on, tell me, didn't you say there was a way to save Liang? He's only known me for 2 days, and he's already taken a knife for me. I can't just watch him die. The system also knew what had happened, and knew how Lin Shan felt, so it quickly told him its solution. Master, do you see that snowy mountain over there? Lin Shan followed the guidance of the system and saw the snow mountain it mentioned. I see it. Then what? You're not going to tell me that the snow on that mountain can save Liang, right? The system quickly explained. No. As soon as you arrived here, I felt that there was a spirit beast on the snowy mountain. Spiritual beasts like this usually have inner elixirs. Kill it and take out its inner elixir. I will teach you how to use it later. After hearing what the system said, Lin Shan didn't know what the spirit beast was, but since it said it existed, it must be there. After explaining it to the other teammates, he headed towards the snowy mountains. Lin Shan soon arrived at the snow mountain that the system mentioned. He had only climbed for a short while when the temperature was so low that Lin Shan shivered. He had no choice but to use his true chi to protect his body, which only then relieved his feelings a little. I don't know how long I climbed, and I took several genuine pills, but I still didn't see the so-called spiritual beast that the system said. Your system is not lying to me, right? The system quickly came out to explain to Lin Shan. Master, you've only climbed halfway. Spiritual beasts usually appear in places where few people go. When you climb to the top of the mountain, you will see the spirit beast I mentioned. Come on, Oli, go. Lin Shan looked at the height of the mountain, coupled with the harsh environment. But thinking that this was for the purpose of saving Liang, all his dissatisfaction disappeared, and he climbed towards the top of the mountain with all his strength. Another 2 hours later, Lin Shan finally reached the top of the mountain, and the spirit beast the system mentioned appeared in front of Lin Shan. It turned out to be a fox. This fox is snow white. The tip of its tail is like a ball of flame, and its whole body exudes an indescribable, mysterious beauty. Although the spirit beast looked very gentle and not like a vicious spirit beast, in order to save Liang, Lin Shan was still prepared to kill it. But at this moment, the spirit beast began to speak human language, and its words were full of malice. Human, you have crossed the line. Chapter 1077 Star Lotus. Lin Shan, who was thinking about where to start, was frightened by this sudden sentence. But Lin Shan did not expect that this sentence was spoken by the spirit beast. He thought someone was following him, so he quickly turned around to check the surrounding environment. But there was not even a shadow of a person. Lin Shan changed his mind and realized that he was already at the earth level now, and it was so difficult for him to climb to the top of the mountain. Who else could catch up with him in this place? While Lin Shan was still looking around, the spirit beast spoke again. Don't look at the human. It's me. Lin Shan was shocked to hear that it was the spirit beast who spoke. Seeing that Lin Shan had reacted, the spirit beast continued speaking. We, the Demon Beast clan, have been practicing here for hundreds of years and have never had any interaction with humans. We have always kept our distance from humans. What is your intention now that you have stepped into our territory? As soon as the spirit beast finished speaking, it transformed into a human form. Dressed in white and with silver white hair, it looked exceptionally beautiful. Lin Shan looked at the spirit beast that was a fox just now and suddenly turned into a human. Lin Shan was so scared that he took 2 steps back. But Lin Shan immediately felt the danger. He had hardly ever felt this feeling since he had the system. Lin Shan knew that this feeling was emitted by the spirit beast in front of him. Its strength was at least above his own. It seemed impossible to take its inner elixir. Lin Shan had no choice but to tell the real purpose of his trip to the snowy mountain. Sorry, I didn't mean to offend you. I came here to save my brother. As you know, this place is on the border of China and is often invaded by Japan. Today we are here to repel the invasion of Japan. But my brother blocked a knife for me to save me. I just used my true energy to heal his wound, but it only saved his life. That's how far we've come. After hearing what Lin Shan said, the spirit beast looked at Lin Shan with doubt. The fact that you can get to this place proves that you are not an ordinary person. But there's nothing here that can save your brother, and I don't want to hurt you. So please go back. After the spirit beast finished speaking, it made a gesture to see the guest off. Lin Shan came here to rescue Li Yong, so it would not work to just send him away like that. Just when the man and the beast were in a stalemate, the system stepped in and broke the deadlock between them. Master, there is a solution. Before you came up, I thought it was just an ordinary spirit beast. But this spirit beast has been cultivating for hundreds of years, which is not easy, and its cultivation level is higher than yours. So forget about the inner elixir path. Just now I found a very precious spiritual herb nearby. Lin Shan was overjoyed when he saw that the system had a new solution. What grass? Where is it? Seeing that Lin Shan was so anxious, the system immediately explained to him the spiritual herb it had discovered. This is a kind of magical herb that grows in extremely cold places. It's called the 7-star lotus. It can bring the dead back to life and grow flesh on bones. Warriors who take it can improve their cultivation, even achieve a breakthrough. After hearing the system's explanation, Lin Shan finally felt relieved. He turned to look at the spirit beast and said, "Here is a spirit herb that I need. I'll pick it and then leave." The spirit beast saw that Lin Shan's cultivation was also quite high, and it did not want to conflict with Lin Shan. As long as he did not harm the monsters of its own clan, it nodded, changed back into its original fox form, and left. Seeing that the spirit beast was no longer making things difficult for him, Lin Shan flew over to the location given by the system. In the past, a herb that was completely white was discovered, and it was full of spiritual energy. Lin Shan was overjoyed and reached out to pick it, but at this moment a golden python suddenly bit towards Lin Shan. But how could Lin Shan, as an Earth-level expert, be ambushed by such a sneak attack? After dodging it easily, he took out the Tsang Lei sword and slashed the snake's head to the ground instantly. After the crisis was resolved, Lin Shan prepared to pick the 7-star lotus. But at this time, the system looked at the golden python in the snow, which was an unexpected surprise. Master, this golden python also has an inner elixir. It's 5 inches below its head. The inner elixir of this golden python is enough to heal Li Yang's injuries. You can use the 7-star lotus to make pills later. This is a rare spiritual herb. Lin Shan found the right position and gently cut it open with the Tsang Lei sword. An inner elixir that looked like a pearl appeared in front of Lin Shan. Seeing this, Lin Shan quickly took out the inner elixir and put it into the storage ring. After getting the things to treat Li Yang, Lin Shan started to pick the 7-star lotus, carefully digging it open with his hands, fearing that he would damage the 7-star lotus. Lin Shan had just picked the 7-star lotus and had not had time to appreciate it before it withered a bit in an instant. The system quickly came out to teach Lin Shan how to preserve the 7-star lotus. Hurry up and use your true energy to protect the 7-star lotus. If it completely withers, the efficacy of the elixir will be greatly reduced in the future. Lin Shan quickly used his true energy to protect the 7-star lotus and put it into his storage ring. When he put the 7-star lotus into the storage ring, he found that the bodies of Su Biao and his son were still inside. He took them out and threw them away. The matter of Su Biao and his son was completely settled. After obtaining the inner elixir and spiritual herbs, Lin Shan hurried back. However, before he reached the tent, he saw the team members walking towards him. "Captain Lin, you're finally back. Li Yang is dying." Chapter 108. They're all great. Lin Shan's face changed drastically when he heard this, and he rushed into the tent where Li Yang was. As soon as he stepped into the tent, Lin Shan saw Li Yang, whose complexion was already not good, had become even paler, and there was no trace of redness on his face. Lin Shan knew that if he delayed any further, even if Li Yang could be rescued, all his cultivation would be wasted. How would Li Yang be able to accept that when he woke up? He quickly asked other teammates to leave first, as it would be difficult for him to perform well with too many people. Only after everyone had left did Lin Shan take out the inner elixir. The system saw that something was wrong and ran out without waiting for Lin Shan to ask. "Master, put this inner pill in Li Yang's mouth and let him hold it. But he can't refine it by himself now. He needs you to use your true energy to help him refine it. Once the inner elixir is completely absorbed by him, he will naturally recover." As soon as the system finished speaking, Lin Shan couldn't wait to put the inner elixir into Li Yang's mouth. and then helped Li Yang up. Then he placed his hands on Li Yang's back and transferred the purest true energy in his body to Li Yang. As Lin Chun's true energy was input, the inner elixir in Li Yang's mouth began to slowly merge into Li Yang's body, and his face gradually became rosy. Time passed minute by minute, and the inner elixir in Li Yang's mouth was finally absorbed by him. Seeing Li Yang gradually recovering, Lin Chun breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it's not too late. After saying that, Lin Chun wiped the sweat from his forehead, and Li Yang woke up at this time. Cough, cough, cough. Am I dead? Li Yang looked at the scenes around him in disbelief, then turned around and saw Lin Chun again. Master, how come you died too? Lin Chun was so angry when he heard what Li Yang said that he almost vomited blood. If Li Yang had not just recovered, he would have kicked him a few times. Do you want to die so badly? Then you die. I don't want to die. I haven't married a wife, and I haven't had any children yet. Li Yang looked at this real scene, then looked at Lin Chun who was teasing him, and realized that he was still alive. Master, I thought I was dead. Master, was it you who saved me? Lin Chun smiled and said nothing. After watching Li Yang recover, he could go back and report. Seeing that Lin Chun didn't say anything, Li Yang stood up immediately, and the pain for the previous wound completely disappeared. Li Yang, who was afraid of affecting his cultivation, tried to punch the air, only to find that he, who had just broken through to the middle stage of Xian level, was almost reaching the peak of the middle stage of Xian level. He immediately ran over and hugged Lin Chun. Master, I love you so much. Lin Chun looked at Li Yang and pushed him away with pretended disgust, then began to tease Li Yang. Get lost, I don't like this. Also, don't be such an idiot and take the blame for others next time. I saved you this time, but what if I can't save you next time? Have you ever thought about it? Li Yang didn't care about that at this time, and continued with Lin Chun's first words. It's okay if you don't like it now, but if you suddenly like it someday in the future, I can do that too, master. After Li Yang finished speaking, he did not forget to throw a wink at Lin Chun. At this time, the other teammates who were guarding outside heard the sound in the tent and ran in one after another. Everyone had bandages on their arms or legs, and some even had head injuries. Lin Chun realized at this moment that Li Yang was not the only one injured. There was not a single one of his teammates who was not injured. Brothers are all great. This time we will defeat these Japanese pirates. I won't treat you unfairly. When we get back to the base, I'll give each of you a big surprise. They were injured and feeling a little depressed, but they were brought back to life by Lin Chun's big surprise. Lin Chun's ability last time on the helicopter. He was able to help a young break through easily. It seems that I also have a chance to get this opportunity. They're just minor injuries. They won't be a problem, Captain Lin. Then this Japanese pirate is even more miserable. So many of them died. Yes. Protecting China is what every Chinese man should do. Chapter 109. He is here to harm people again? After Lin Chun reported that the mission had been completed, the previous helicopter also began to slowly start and headed towards the Dragon Group base in Magic City. Inside the helicopter, Lin Chun was thinking about how to give his teammates a surprise. As for money, they didn't need it. Lin Chun began to worry, but he immediately remembered that he had broken through to the Earth level and could make pills. He could make some pills as rewards to them. Thinking of this, Lin Chun immediately asked the system how to refine the elixir and whether the Golden Dragon Furnace had been repaired. Xiao Tongzi, I have reached the Earth level now. Can I make pills? If I want to give these brothers some rewards, is there any suitable medicine? For example, some elixirs that can improve their cultivation. The system became interested when it heard about alchemy. All the prescriptions it had stored finally came in handy. Master, all my supplies are finally put to use. There is a kind of elixir that can improve their cultivation. However, improving their cultivation in this way can easily lead to unstable foundations. Forcibly improving their cultivation in this way is like forcing things to grow faster. Lin Chun was worried again when he heard this. What kind of reward should I give? It's not easy for each brother. They are all injured. The system immediately thought of a pill that was suitable for them. There is a kind of elixir that can temporarily improve their cultivation. Think about it. If you fight an enemy who is equally matched with you, and your cultivation suddenly increases, wouldn't that be a killer move? Lin Chun heard this. He thought that this pill was great. It was like having an extra trump card. What kind of pill is that? Are there any side effects? Don't use this medicine. It will be bad if your cultivation level regressed. The system gave Lin Chun a death guarantee. Don't worry, this isn't a poisonous pill. I guarantee it won't work. Wait for me a moment. I'll look for the recipe. There are too many of them, and I don't know where I put them. As soon as he finished speaking, the system sorted out the recipe and gave it to Lin Chen. Soon, all the things needed for alchemy appeared in Lin Chen's mind, with the dosage required clearly marked. It could be considered a nanny-level tutorial. Lin Shan began to look at the medicinal materials needed in the recipe. Xianlong pill. The medicinal materials needed to refine it include fire ganoderma, cold spirit grass, cinnabar, etc. There are more than a dozen kinds of medicinal materials. Looking at this pile of ingredients, Lin Shun felt overwhelmed. He didn't notice it when he ate it normally, but now that he had to make it himself, he realized how complicated it was. Inside the Magic City Dragon Group base, Zhang Yang took the document and looked at the photo of the female victim. He couldn't help but feel a headache. This evil cultivator is really vicious, using other people's lives to improve their own cultivation. No wonder these evil cultivators have such high cultivation levels. He appears and disappears every day. Where can we catch him? If this man is not caught, all the women in the entire Demon City will be in a panic. Just when Zhang Yang was in trouble, the team led by Lin Shun returned to the Dragon Group base. Hearing the sound of the helicopter, Zhang Yang knew that Lin Shun had returned and hurried out to greet him. As soon as I went out, I saw a team led by Lin Shun walking towards me. Zhang Yang looked at the entire team and saw that they had all returned, and he finally felt relieved. Thank you for your hard work, Xiaoqin. You've all worked hard, brothers. I'll give you a day off soon. Have a good rest. When you come back from vacation, I will apply to the organization for rewards for you. When they heard that they didn't have to train during the holiday, they all became happy. Then let's go first. Team Zhang, talk to Captain Lin. After that, everyone except Lin Shun and Li Yang supported each other and left. After everyone left, Lin Shun and the other person followed Zhang Yang back to the office. As soon as Zhang Yang returned to the office, he took out a document and squinted at Li Yang. Li Yang, I heard from your master that you blocked the knife for Lin Shun. I will apply for a reward for you. As for your desire to join our group. Zhang Yang paused deliberately when he said this, but Li Yang was anxious. He didn't care about any reward. What he wanted was to be in the same group with his master. How's it going? Did our team leader agree? Seeing how anxious Li Yang was, Zhang Yang stopped keeping him in suspense and said, "Haha, you don't know how long I begged and pleaded before your team leader gave me this good opportunity. Welcome to Group 9. After hearing that he would be in the same group with Lin Shun from now on, Li Yang rushed out of the office to pack his things without even saying thank you. After Li Yang left, Zhang Yang talked to Lin Shun about the mummy case and handed the documents to Lin Shun. You know about this mummy case, right? I heard from Wenjie that you know this evil cultivator. Lin Shun heard Zhang Yang say this. His brows immediately furrowed. He's out to cause trouble again? Chapter 110 Starting Price, 100 million. Zhang Yang didn't expect Lin Shun to actually know him. I thought Wenjie was joking with me. I didn't expect you actually knew him. And judging from your tone, you seem to know quite a few details. Lin Shun nodded. Seeing this, Zhang Yang struck while the iron was hot and quickly added fuel to the fire. Since you know something about him, then this case is left to you. The appearance of this evil cultivator has put all the women in the entire Demon City on edge. We must bring him to justice. Under special circumstances, you can kill him directly. I give you the right to kill first and report later. Wu Yong had already offended her, so it was only a matter of time before she killed him. Okay, I already have a problem with him. Even if there weren't these murders, I would still kill him. At the same time, because of the entry of the Dragon Team, due to the mummy case he committed, Wu Yong, who was suppressed everywhere, hid in a sparsely populated primeval forest. Looking at the dozen girls he had tied up around him, and then looking at his face, which had become full of scars due to absorbing yang energy, his eyes gradually became vicious. Lin Shun, Dragon Group, sooner or later, you will all be trampled under my feet, and then kneel down and beg for mercy like a dog. After saying that, Wu Yong grabbed a girl in the corner, stripped her clothes off, and then began to sense the girl's yang energy. Lin Shun took on the task assigned by Zhang Yang. He chatted with his brothers who were going to the border for a while, then left the Dragon Group and prepared to go home. Zhelongwan Villa, Lin Shun for several days, sat on the sofa in a daze, feeling depressed. Suddenly, I heard footsteps and I got up from the sofa in such excitement that I even forgot to put on my shoes. Brother Chun, you're back. Where have you been for all these days? I'm alone at home, and I'm so bored. As Zhao Sini was talking, she hugged Lin Chen's neck. Seeing this, Lin Chen stopped pushing Zhao Sini away. The girl has already taken 99 steps towards you. You only need to take one step towards her. Lin Shin picked up Zhao Sini in a princess hug. I must have something to do when I went out. But you, a girl, don't need to know these things. At this time, Lin Shun thought of Wu Yong again and hurriedly looked to see if Zhao Sini was wearing the protective pendant he gave her. You were good this time and didn't take it off. Zhao Sini, who hadn't reacted yet, was hugged by Lin Shun. She didn't listen to Lin Shun's words at all. Her heartbeat accelerated instantly, and her face turned red as an apple. Looking at Lin Chen's angular face, Zhao Sini was thinking in broad daylight, if Brother Chen wanted that right now, should she agree to it? As she thought about it, she pouted at Lin Shun, while Zhao Sini was still daydreaming. Lin Shun had already put her down. Sini, come down first. I have something to do with Uncle Qian. Looking at Lin Shun, who was like a wooden stick, Zhao Sini stamped her feet in anger. This action of Zhao Sini made Lin Shun confused. What happened? He didn't provoke her. However, Lin Shun did not think much about it. He found Qian Yong's number from his mobile phone and dialed it. The call was quickly connected, and Qian Yong's voice was heard. Xiao Chun, you haven't called me in a long time. How come you have time to call me now? Lin Shin suddenly felt a little embarrassed when he heard Qian Yong would say this, but he still told him the reason why he called him. I'm sorry, Uncle Qian. I forgot about it when I was busy. I do have something to tell you. When Qian Yonghua heard that Lin Shen was a little restrained by what he said, he laughed at Lin Shen again. Aha! I'm just kidding you. Is your Uncle Qian such a stingy person? Don't be afraid to trouble your Uncle Qian. Just tell me what you need from him. Lin Shen heard that Qian Yonghua was not really angry. He relaxed his reserved state and said, Then I will tell you the truth. I need some medicinal herbs. Fire Ganoderma, cold Ganoderma, cinnabar. Lin Shen told Qian Yonghua everything needed in the recipe given by the system. When Qian Yonghua heard that Lin Shen needed so many medicinal herbs, although he didn't know what Lin Shen would use them for, he didn't ask too much. Except for the fire Ganoderma and cold Ganoderma, I can help you find the rest. As for the remaining two, I haven't heard of them either. I'll make a phone call and ask for you. It will only take a few minutes. After hanging up the phone, Lin Shen waited for Qian Yonghua's call back. Qian Yonghua came back soon. Xiao Chun, there's an auction house selling the remaining 2 medicinal herbs recently. But the starting price is 100 million, and there is no upper limit. If you need it, you must prepare sufficient funds. Chapter 111, They are taking me to commit fraud. Lin Shun had prepared himself mentally that these 2 medicinal herbs would be very expensive. He was still shocked when he heard Qian Yonghua say that the starting price was 100 million. It's okay, Mr. Qian. Money is not a problem. As long as I could take pictures of these 2 herbs. When the auction starts, just take me with you. Qian Yonghua exchanged a few more pleasantries with Lin Shun before hanging up the phone. Although Lin Shun said so, he looked at the balance in his card and found that it was only enough to pay the starting price. It seems that I have to go back to my old job. Otherwise, I'd be hard-pressed to even afford the starting price for these 2 herbs. So should I go to the antique market to pick up bargains? Or go to gamble on stones? When Lin Shun was struggling, Zhao Sini walked towards him. Lin Shun caught a glimpse of the pendant on Zhao Sini's neck, and then he remembered that he had not yet done what he promised Qian Yonghua. I have troubled others so many times, but the things I promised have been delayed again and again. Zhao Sini saw that Lin Shun had just hung up the phone and seemed to be going out. She suddenly became anxious and quickly went up to hug Lin Shun's arm. Brother Chun, who did you call just now? You're not going out again after just coming back, are you? How long has it been since you last accompanied me? Hearing Zhao Sini's words, Lin Shun scratched his head embarrassedly. Oh, I'm back now. It's okay for me not to leave today, but I have to go out tomorrow. Zhao Sini couldn't think of what Lin Shun had to do that required him to go out every day, so she asked in confusion, What are you busy doing outside every day? You're not short of money. Lin Shun then told Qian Yonghua what he had promised. Didn't I promise Uncle Qian that I would carve this pendant you're wearing for him? It's been so long since your grandma's birthday party ended, and I haven't even found the raw materials yet. Zhao Sini thought it was true. Okay. Where do you want to find it? Do you want me to recommend a place to you? Lin Shen hadn't found where to go yet, so when he heard that Zhao Sini had a good place to recommend, he nodded quickly. You definitely can't use ordinary materials to carve for Qian Bo, but it's not cost-effective to just buy the pre-cut material. And your gambling skills are so good. Gambling on stones is the best for you. Why don't you go directly to the Mandela Public Auction in Myanmar to buy raw stones? Lin Shun heard of this Mandela Public Auction. He had already started calculating how much money he would have to earn to be able to bid for the remaining 2 medicines. Seeing that Lin Shan was silent, Zhao Sini thought that Lin Shan looked down on this place. Don't underestimate this Mandela auction. This is one of the most important rough diamond trading markets in Myanmar, with sales of rough diamonds exceeding tens of billions of dollars every year. After Zhao Sini said this, Lin Shan was sure that the funds for his auction would come from the Mandela auction. Okay, I didn't underestimate this place. You haven't eaten yet? How about trying my cooking? When Zhao Sini heard that Lin Shan wanted to cook for her, she jumped for joy. Really? Oh yeah, Brother Chen is going to cook for me. The next morning, Lin Shan finished his practice early and tiptoed downstairs, fearing that a loud movement would wake up Zhao Sini. I walked out the door and looked at the flight I booked last night. I found that the time was almost up, so I headed for the airport. Lin Shan arrived. He found that this was exactly the same as the Myanmar he had seen on the internet. Even worse. Not long after arriving, he saw several cars of the militants. If I were an ordinary person, I wouldn't necessarily lose my life coming here. Just as Lin Shan was in a trance, a crisp voice reached his ears. Help me. I'm here for tourism. They're taking me to commit fraud. Chapter 112, The Legendary Agarwood. Lin Shan looked in the direction of the sound and saw a girl with cool clothes, a delicate face, and a noble temperament being carried into a military jeep by several armed men. Lin Shan had seen many Chinese people being arrested for fraud on the internet. He did not expect that these people would dare to arrest people in broad daylight. Lin Shan could tell that the girl's accent was also Chinese. Since he had seen it himself, he certainly couldn't just watch her get taken away. Although he was definitely not afraid of these armed men, given his own strength, he would definitely get into a lot of trouble if he acted rashly. Lin Shan suddenly glanced at the small stones on the side of the road, and an idea immediately came to his mind. He picked up a few stones and held them in his hand. He aimed at the tire of the jeep and threw it out with true energy. The moment the tire was hit by the stone, a loud noise was heard. The militants in the car thought someone was trying to intercept them, so they all jumped out of the car and looked around vigilantly. The girl saw Lin Shan throwing stones and knew that he was helping her. She jumped out of the car and ran behind Lin Shan while the militants were not paying attention. Lin Shan didn't want to cause trouble, so he used this trick. As a result, the girl ran to his side. Now they knew that it was his fault, right? Lin Shan was thinking about how to respond. The leader of this group of militants walked towards Lin Shan. Boy, don't mind your own business when you're out there. Be careful, or you'll get yourself folded in. Lin Shan didn't expect that this person would actually threaten him and start speaking rudely right from the start. Lin Shan was about to say something when the tied girl tugged at his arm and said, "Handsome guy, please save me. My family is very rich, but they took my phone and money. Please help me. I will give you the money when I return to China." Lin Shan gently patted her hand that was holding his to reassure her. Then Lin Shan looked at the leader with a sneer on his face. "Oh, can you tell me how to fold it in?" Lin Shan's words instantly angered the leader. Feeling that his dignity was affected in front of his subordinates, he immediately loaded the rifle in his hand. Then he pointed his rifle at Lin Shan with a sneer on his face. "What did you say?" Kulme. If you have the guts, say it again what you just said." Lin Shan didn't expect that just a few words from him would make him want to kill him. But how could Lin Shan be weak at this moment? "I say, how do you want me to get in?" Lin Shan spoke out word by word. The leader's anger was instantly ignited. He did not care that this was still in the downtown area and immediately prepared to shoot Lin Shan to death. Just as the armed leader was about to shoot, Lin Shan snatched the gun away in a few seconds. This rifle was like paper in Lin Shan's hands and was instantly crumpled into a lump of mud. The armed leader was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground. "You, who are you?" Lin Shan no longer responded to him. He threw the rifle, which had been crumpled into a pile of mud, at him and left with the girl. Lin Shan's arm before was so scared after seeing Lin Shan's bravery that she dared not get close to him and stayed away from him. But then he thought he'd save himself and followed Lin Shan to introduce himself. "Thank you. My name is Lin Shan. What's yours?" Lin Shan couldn't help laughing when he heard the timid voice. "You're so scared yet you come here alone. My last name is Lin, too. My name is Lin Shan. If you have nothing else to do, go back to China. This is not a place for a girl like you to go." After this incident, Lin Shan had already thought about going home. She and Lin Shan exchanged contact information and left. Lin Shan walked into the Mandela auction. As soon as you walk in, you can hear the noise of cutting raw stones, and there are countless stalls of all sizes. Looking at the piles of raw stones on the ground, Lin Shan's heart was filled with smiles. These are not just stones, they are pure silver. Lin Shun scanned around. A piece of wood that looked like it was rotten appeared in his eyes. Lin Shun was also curious about why he was interested in a piece of broken wood, so he opened the almighty treasure appraisal tool to take a look. You don't know until you see it. Once you see it, you'll be shocked. What the hell? Is this the legendary agarwood? Chapter 113, Kinda Agarwood. Lin Shun didn't expect that such a precious thing would be thrown into a corner where no one cared about it. This is simply a waste of resources. Lin Shun carefully identified it and found that it was not just agarwood. It was the top-grade agarwood, the agarwood of Chinan. It was sold for more than 6 figures per gram. Such a big piece must weigh at least 100 kilograms, or even more. Isn't this just Chun Chun picking up money? When no one is paying attention, she puts it into her storage ring. No one among the people coming and going noticed that a piece of agarwood worth hundreds of millions or even billions of dollars was taken away by Lin Shun. They were all thinking about picking up a bargain among the piles of raw stones. Lin Shun also came over. He had to use his omniscience to buy more raw stones. It was really unsafe to leave Zhao Sini alone at home. Then Lin Shun began to appear in front of various raw stone stalls, pushing a cart, and using his perspective to pocket all the raw stones that could make money. Lin Shun's action instantly became the focus of the whole audience. The stall owners even invited Lin Shun to their stalls to select rough stones, treating him as a newbie who knew nothing. After Lin Shun's selection, more than 90% of stalls present were selected by Lin Shun. The rest were raw stones that would collapse as soon as they were opened, and only a few could break even and make a small profit. It is estimated that after this incident, the reputation of the Mandela auction will be ruined by Lin Shun. Lin Shun looked at the dozen or so carts full of raw stones he had selected and nodded with satisfaction. Not only is there enough money for the auction now, but there will also be more than enough left for emergencies. But Lin Shun was troubled by the sight of so many raw stones. If he put these raw stones into the storage ring in front of everyone, it would definitely cause a sensation. At this time, the person in charge of the Mandela public auction walked towards Lin Shun. Knowing that Lin Shun was unable to transport the raw stones, he came to help Lin Shun. "Hello, sir. I'm the head of the Mandela public auction. This is my business card." Lin Shun heard the voice. He looked and saw a very charming woman in her 30s walking towards him. Looking at the business card the woman handed over, Lin Shun took it. I took the business card and looked at it. General Manager of Mandela Public Auctions. Wang Shui. Lin Shun didn't understand why this person was looking for him, and looked at Wang Shui warily. "What's the matter?" Seeing that Lin Shun was so defensive towards her, Wang Shui quickly stated her purpose. "Don't be nervous. I see that you bought so many raw stones, and transportation must be a big problem. You bought so many rough stones at our auction at once, spending hundreds of millions of RMB. We must protect you and provide you with transportation services. We have cleared out a warehouse. You can store your rough stones there temporarily. Once you contact the freight company, you can ship them away at any time. Our security department is first rate, so you can rest assured about the safety of your rough stone." Lin Shun was worried about how to put the raw stones into the storage ring. Now the problem was solved. He didn't have to worry about them robbing him. If that happened, he would only be worse than them. "Okay, then you can help me transport it. I can contact the freight company today." After listening to this, Wang Shui turned around and left with a smile. After making a phone call, a truck drove over soon. A few workers loaded the raw stones onto the truck in no time. Lin Shun was not afraid of these people's thugs. He still kept an eye out. "Then I'll go with them. Manager Wang." Lin Shun with a smile. From her accent, "You must be Chinese." "Don't call me Manager Wang. You don't look that old. Just call me Sister Shui. What's your name? I'll treat you to a meal when I get back to China." Lin Shun didn't expect that Wang Shui was also Chinese. "Okay, thank you, Sister Shui. Just call me Lin Shun." After saying that, Wang Shui went to do her work, and Lin Shun also got in the car and headed towards the warehouse. After Lin Shun left, a group of people whispered a few words to each other and drove behind the truck. Chapter 114, Don't Want Her Life Anymore? After the truck had been driving for a while, Lin Shun noticed something was wrong. The car behind had been following him since it came out of the Mandela auction. Lin Shun couldn't help but sneer. Someone really was targeting him. Lin Shun thought that they had better not do anything out of line, otherwise he wouldn't mind killing them. The vehicle quickly drove to the warehouse. As the workers were unloading the goods, Lin Shun glanced at the door. Sure enough, the car that had been following behind also followed to the warehouse. Time passed quickly, and it was night. After Lin Shun put the raw stone into the storage ring, he prepared to find a hotel to rest. As soon as he walked out of the warehouse, a group of people walked towards Lin Shun. Lin Shun looked at the people coming. None of them had kind faces and held guns in their hands. It seemed that they came with bad intentions. The leader fiddled with the gun in his hand and looked at Lin Shun jokingly. "Brother, we are a little short of money recently. I came to borrow some pocket money from you. You don't seem to be short of money. You don't want to leave yourself here for a little money, right?" Lin Shun had guessed this scene a long time ago and pretended to be very scared, even speaking in a trembling voice. How much do you want?" The gang leader burst into laughter when he saw Lin Shun like this. "Ha ha ha. Brothers, do you think this kid is going to piss himself? We don't want much. 100 million renminbi will be enough. This little money should be nothing to you, right? You bought so many rough stones without even blinking an eye." Lin Shun looked at the arrogance of these people. If it were someone else who met them, they might have given up today, but they met Lin Shun. When the gang leader saw that Lin Shun didn't say anything, he immediately put the gun in his hand to Lin Shun's head. "Ow! It seems that you don't want your life anymore." Lin Shun still pretended to be very scared, looking at him tremblingly. Okay, I'll give it to you. Don't kill me." Seeing Lin Shun's character, the gang leader looked at Lin Shun with an even crazier look. "Okay, I won't kill you. But 100 million may not be enough. We brothers need to be given 100 million each now." Lin Shun sneered. "Okay, I'll give you whatever you want, just don't kill me, and I'll transfer the money to you." After saying that, he made a gesture of taking out a bank card from his bag, but in fact he took out the Tsang Lei sword while he was not paying attention. When the gang leader saw the sword in Lin Shun's hand, he was about to pull the trigger, but Lin Shun's sword had already cut his throat. Blood spurted out like a line, and Lin Shun took the opportunity to chop off the hand that was pointing the gun at him. The gang leader's henchmen were still imagining where to go after getting the money, and had no idea that their boss was already dead. It wasn't until the gang leader fell straight to the ground that they came to their senses. A group of people raised their guns and tried to shoot Lin Shun to death, but when they tried to aim, Lin Shun had already appeared behind them. Everyone panicked when they saw Lin Shun disappear in an instant. As a result, one of them looked back and found that Lin Shun had appeared behind him at some point. He looked at Lin Shun with horror in his eyes. You. Lin Shun before he could finish his words. After hearing the noise, the others also turned around, but the ending was the same for all of them. They were killed instantly by Lin Shun. After dealing with a few people, Lin Shun was about to put them into the storage ring, but the system came out to stop him. "Master, you don't have to be so troublesome now. I will give you a formula. You can summon the true fire by reciting it silently. You need this true fire when you refine the elixir, but this fire has more uses than that." Lin Shun received the mantra and recited it silently in his mind. Then a flame appeared at his fingertips. Then Lin Shun controlled the size of the true fire according to the method given by the system, and he became proficient in it within 2 minutes. Besides refining pills, what else is it good for? The system then explained why it did not allow Lin Shun to put the corpse into the storage ring. If you use this real fire to burn these corpses on the ground, not even ashes will be left, and no one can put out this real fire except you. Lin Shun was frightened by the power of the real fire. He immediately found a nearby corpse and summoned the real fire to it. The corpse was immediately surrounded by the real fire and was burned to ashes with a popping sound. Lin Shun dealt with several bodies in the same way. Qian Yong called him. "Xiao Chen, I heard from Cindy that you went to Myanmar. What's the situation now? I was notified today that the auction will start early. Can you make it back?" Lin Shun told everyone about his gains, skipping the part about how many people he had killed. "I bought a batch of top-quality rough stones, and I hope Uncle Qian can help me sell them when I get back. I've booked a flight for tonight. I'll be back soon." Chapter 115, total value of 1.8 billion. Lin Shun hung up the phone with Qian Yonghua. He looked at the puddles of black stuff on the ground and was once again deeply shocked by the power of this true fire. But this is not the time to waste time on this matter. After cleaning up casually, he headed towards the airport, ready to return to China. After returning to China, Lin Shun immediately rented a warehouse and also hired an experienced master who had been engaged in cutting raw stones for more than 10 years. After Lin Shun finished cleaning up, Qian Yonghua slowly walked in. Qian Yonghua was also shocked when he saw so many raw stones piled up in the warehouse. Qian Yonghua thought Lin Shun only bought a few pieces, but when he looked at it, he saw that it must be at least hundreds of pieces. "Xiao Chun, are these the finest rough stones you mentioned? What are you doing? You bought so many raw stones at once." Lin Shun turned around after hearing Qian Yonghua's voice. "Uncle Qian, didn't you say that the auction would have what I need? But I don't have enough money. So my fund for the auction all depend on this pile of rough stones. Qian Yonghua originally thought that Lin Shen bought these raw stones purely out of personal preference, but it turned out that Lin Shen wanted to make money by gambling on the stones. If you need money, you can tell me. Your uncle Qian doesn't have much else, but a lot of money. When you told me on the phone, I thought you were buying the kind of rough stones that had already been cracked. Lin Shen scratched his head embarrassedly. It's okay, Uncle Qian. Just wait and see the quality of my batch of rough stones. I guarantee that your eyes will be amazed. Lin Shen said. Qian Yonghua instantly became interested, but he wanted to see how he could be enlightened. Lin Shen then asked the invited cutting master to start cutting the stone. As the cutting machine started, the true appearance of the first raw stone gradually emerged. The sound of the cutting machine slowly stopped, and Qian Yonghua took a closer look. Not bad, Xiaoqian. The first piece I cut turned out to be high-quality ice. But this thing is purely based on luck, so don't get too involved in it. Lin Shen said nothing, signaling the cutting master to continue cutting, but the cutting master did not continue cutting. Boss, you have so many rough stones. If I were to cut the stones by myself, I don't know how long it would take to cut these raw stones. How about I contact a few more masters for you? This way, the efficiency will be much higher. Lin Shen thought about it and nodded, asking the cutting master to contact the person. Soon, more than 10 cutting masters came over with tools. With the participation of more than 10 people, the raw stone was quickly cut. All the stone cutting masters present were shocked by the quality of this batch of raw stones. Among the 100 or so raw stones, not a single one was broken. Not only did it not collapse, all the raw stones were of very high value, including dragon stone, imperial green, violet, and yellow jadeite. The lowest value is more than several million. Although these are not their own raw stones, these cutting masters are also satisfied. In the future, they can say that they have cut out imperial green. After the cutting master left, Qian Yonghua went up to admire them one by one. When Qian Yonghua saw this, he suddenly felt that his understanding of Lin Shen was still too shallow. If the value of a few raw stones increased after being cut, that was luck, but the value of all the 100 or so raw stones increased significantly. Even a top-notch craftsman could not achieve this. However, Qian Yonghua did not ask Lin Shen any further questions, but called the buyer he had already found over. When the jeweler came over and saw so many top-grade jadeite, he could not hide his excitement and ran straight towards the jadeite on the ground. Mr. Qian, you really helped me a lot. In recent years, jadeite of this quality has been extremely scarce in our industry. With this batch of goods, I can completely rise up. After the jewelers liquidated the assets, the total value of the rough stones was 1.8 billion. The jeweler was also decisive. He determined that the value of this batch of raw stones would at least double after processing, so he directly transferred 2 billion yuan to Lin Shen. Mr. Qian, Boss Lin, I'm leaving now. Come to me next time if you need something good like this. After sending the jeweler away, Lin Shen took out the agarwood from the corner and said, Mr. Qian, take a look at this. Qian Yonghua had smelled a peculiar fragrance a long time ago, but he had never found out what it was. After Lin Shen took it out, Qian Yonghua recognized it at a glance. You are really lucky, kid. You can also get a good thing like this. Don't worry, I'll contact the auctioneer directly about your item, and there will be no problem putting it up for auction. Chapter 116, I'll give you 1 billion. Lin Shen didn't expect that Qian Yonghua had already taken the initiative to find a channel for him before he even said he needed to deal with this piece of agarwood. Thank you first, Mr. Qian. I'll go back and carve a protective pendant for you after the auction is over. I specially reserved a piece of top-quality jade for you to carve. I'm so sorry for taking so long. Qian Yonghua waved his hand and said, It's just a small favor. There's no need to thank me for it. Then contact me when you have finished carving, and I will come and pick it up in person. Let's go. Now that we have the funds, let's go to the auction. Afterwards, Lin Shen and Qian Yonghua came to the auction. When they arrived, they found that the auction had already started for a while, but fortunately, the 2 medicinal herbs that Lin Shen needed had not been auctioned yet. Seeing this, Qian Yonghua quickly took Lin Shen to their seat. After Lin Shen sat down, Qian Yonghua went to find the person in charge of the auction and handed Lin Shen's piece of agarwood to him. I just communicated with the person in charge. Your piece of agarwood will be auctioned off after this one is finished. After a preliminary estimate, it can fetch at least 600 million. Lin Shen had already known the value of this piece of agarwood through the almighty treasure appraiser, so he was not surprised by the price. Qian Yonghua said, No problem, Uncle Qian. The previous item was auctioned off quickly, and it was the turn of Lin Chun's Agarwood. Following the host's introduction, many people present exclaimed in surprise and were very interested in the Agarwood. After the host finished the introduction, many people began to compete to bid. After a long time, this piece of Agarwood was finally sold for 680 million yuan. Lin Chun didn't even want to look at the next few items. He was listless until he heard about fire Ganoderma lucidum and cold Ganoderma grass. Then he became interested. After the host finished the introduction, no one present except Lin Chun showed any interest in these two medicinal herbs. But there were still a few people who thought that something they didn't know must be valuable, and they made two tentative offers. Lin Chun didn't want to waste time and raised the sign in his hand. "I'll give 1 billion. Lin Chun's bid. The few people who were bidding just now put down their number plates one by one and looked at Lin Chun as if they were looking at a big enemy. The auction was still going on, so Lin Chun took Qin Yonghua to the backstage to handle the payment procedures. Lin Chun originally thought that there were only 1 or 2 cold spirit grasses, but when he got them, he found that there were as many as 20 of them. There were even more fire Ganoderma than cold spirit grasses, more than 30 of them. Lin Chun was so happy that he could not express it clearly. "Uncle Qin, I will go back first. The amulet pendant will be carved tomorrow. Shall I take you home then?" Lin Chun knew that Qin Yonghua had helped him a lot, but now he had important things to do, and he had to go back to study how to make pills. "I also have to carve for Qin Yonghua and replace Cindy's pendant. After all, it was carved when I was at the Xian level. Now that I'm at the D level, the things I carve with my current true Qi will definitely be more useful than before." Qin Yonghua didn't expect Lin Chun to be so anxious. "Okay, you go back first. The herbs you asked me to find for you are in my car. You can take them away later. Once you have carved the amulet pendant, just contact me, and I'll pick it up." Lin Chun stopped being pretentious and left after a few pleasantries. Lin Chun left. He quickly arrived at the house he had bought earlier. Since he was on the top floor, no one would notice him. He took out all the materials needed for alchemy from the storage ring. Looking at the golden dragon furnace that had been repaired by the system, it was shining with gold all over. It was worthy of being something that the system allowed us to take down. Then Lin Chun followed the recipe, controlling the fire with one hand and placing the ingredients with the other. After all the materials were placed, Lin Chun began to control the fire with both hands. Lin Chun, who was refining the elixir for the first time, seemed very nervous, and his forehead was covered with beads of sweat. 30 minutes later, a burst of black smoke came out of the golden dragon furnace, accompanied by a burnt and foul smell. Lin Chun thought that this was the smell of the elixir. When I opened the lid, I found that all the medicinal herbs were mushy. Lin Chun was not discouraged. After cleaning the golden dragon furnace, he put all his energy into refining the next batch of pills. Chapter 117, An Orphan Since Childhood. Having experienced failure the first time, Lin Chun took every step more rigorously than before, fearing that it would be the same as last time, where not only would the medicinal materials be wasted, but also all the efforts would be in vain in the end. After all the medicinal materials were put into the furnace, Lin Chun controlled the temperature of the real fire to just the right degree. Gradually, bursts of medicinal fragrance emanated from the golden dragon furnace, and this fragrance permeated the entire house. Lin Chun, who had been tense all the time, instantly relaxed a lot when he smelled the fragrance of the medicine. Lin Chun realized that this might be a sign of success, but he still didn't dare to relax at all. As the true fire burned, all the medicinal materials in the furnace melted. Under Lin Chun's control, a pool of medicinal mud gradually turned into round pills. Lin Chun calculated the time and opened the lid as soon as the time was up. When the lid was opened, a medicinal fragrance that was stronger than before wafted to his face. After inhaling the fragrance, Lin Chun instantly became energetic, and all the fatigue brought by refining the pill completely disappeared. Then Lin Chun couldn't wait to take out the pills. There were 8 pills in total. The pills were gray-brown in color. Each one was round and full, with a hint of spiritual energy and a full medicinal fragrance. Lin Chun thought that since this was his first time refining pills, even if he succeeded, he would only be able to make 2 or 3 pills, but he didn't expect there would be so many. But after a calculation, there are 11 teammates going to the border together, including Liang. If each person is rewarded with 2 pills, a total of 22 pills are needed. Then he would need to refine at least 2 more batches. In order to save time, Lin Chun immediately started refining the next batch of pills. With the successful experience, Lin Shen refined the next 2 batches of pills extremely easily. The third batch had 9 pills, and the fourth batch had 11. Lin Shen, who had just finished refining the elixir, noticed the fluctuation of the true energy in his dantian. Lin Shen quickly checked and found that his dantian had expanded again. Can this alchemy also improve one's cultivation? This was an unexpected surprise. But Lin Shan was only secretly delighted and started carving the protective pendant that Qian Yongwen needed. As soon as he took out the carving tools, Lin Shan couldn't help but sigh. I really can't stop. Although he complained, Lin Shan's hands never stopped moving for even a second. Then Lin Shan took out the 8 pieces of jade and fixed the best one. This was the piece that Lin Shan wanted to carve for Lin Xuanyi, so he left the best one to his father. Although Lin Xuanyi is still unconscious, Lin Shan believes that it is only a matter of time before he can cure his father. With this belief, Lin Shan began to carve the first piece, the second piece, the third piece. After the 8 pieces of jade were all carved, Lin Shan looked at his carved works with great satisfaction and boasted about himself. I am simply a genius. All the preparations had been completed. Lin Shan walked out of the room and found that it was already the next day. Then Lin Shan took the Xianlong pill and went to the Dragon Group base. Inside the Magic City Dragon Group base, the first thing Lin Shan saw when he arrived was the soldiers who were training day after day. All of them were sweating profusely, but no one complained about being tired. Lin Shan gave these soldiers a thumbs up at his heart, saluted, and then walked towards Zhang Yang's office. Zhang Yang, who was processing documents in the office, was also surprised when he saw that the person coming was Lin Shan. Xiao Chun, why are you here? Lin Shan took out the 6 extra pills slowly and said, I'm here to fulfill my promise to my teammates who are going to the border with me. But I also prepared one for you and Brother Wenjia. Then Lin Shan handed the 6 extra Xianlong pills to Zhang Yang. As the leader of a group, Zhang Yang immediately realized that the thing Lin Shan handed over was not simple, but he didn't know what it was, so he waited for Lin Shan to explain. This elixir is called Xianlong pill, and its effect is even more amazing. Taking this will allow your cultivation to rise to a higher level within a short period of time. After hearing about the effects of the Black Dragon pill, Zhang Yang stood up from his chair excitedly. Xiao Chun, are you serious? If this kind of elixir were put on the market, it would drive countless warriors crazy. Lin Shan didn't expect Zhang Yang to be so excited. When have you ever seen me lie to you? After confirming it once more, Zhang Yang held up the Xianlong pill as if he had found a treasure. Great, great. Lin Shan also didn't forget about Li Yang and the others. We're the teammates who went to the border with us last time. Call them over as well. Zhang Yang then remembered something. Oh, I forgot about this. I've given your team members a holiday. Let them go back and rest for a while. After all, they are all injured. But Li Yang seems to have been an orphan since he was young. He has nowhere to go during the holidays, so he should still be in the base. Wait a minute. I'll have someone call him over. Chapter 118, Is This Master's Wife? Lin Shan was stunned when he heard Zhang Yang say that Li Yang was an orphan since childhood. No wonder he acted like a stranger before recognizing him as his master. Logically speaking, he is in the Dragon Group, so his salary should be high, right? Buying a house should be no problem, right? You haven't bought a house in so many years. Lin Shan asked curiously. Lin Shan, everything he knew, Li Yang grew up in an orphanage. His withdrawn personality made it difficult for him to play with other children. Gradually, other children ignored him. Only the dean treated him like his own child. It was also by chance that he embarked on the path of a warrior. After joining the Dragon Group, he donated all the wages he received to the original welfare home. Lin Shan was moved after hearing this. This Li Yang is really a grateful person. After he helped him break through last time, he used his body to block the enemy's attack for him at the border. Lin Shan thought of the house he had in Shengshihouting. He didn't need it now, so it would be a perfect gift to Li Yang. But with Li Yang's personality, if I gave him a house for no reason, he might think that I was pitying him. What reason should I give him? Lin Shan could figure out a reason to give the house to Li Yang. Li Yang had already pushed the door and walked in. Master, why are you here? Did you miss me? Lin Shan could react. Li Yang came in, hugged Lin Shan, and then asked him 3 soul-searching questions. Don't play that game. I'm not gay. Lin Shan pretended to push Li Yang away with disgust, then took out the Xianlong pill. Promise. This is the reward for you for this trip to the border. I'll give you your share first. Give it to the others when they come back. Li Yang took it and looked at it with a puzzled look on his face. He really didn't understand what this thing was. Lin Chun saw Li Yang's confusion and repeated to Li Yang what he had just said to Zhang Yang. After learning about the effects of the two pills, Li Yang jumped up excitedly. Holy crap! I love you so much, Master. I want to keep this heaven-defying elixir as a family heirloom. After Li Yang finished speaking, he kissed Lin Chun on the face. Lin Chun quickly dodged, and thus Li Yang did not succeed. I told you I'm not gay. Team Zhang said that you were given a holiday. You will be the only one left at the base. Come on, follow me back to my house. Afterwards, Lin Chun took Li Yang back to Jiulong Bay. As soon as Li Yang arrived at Jiulong Bay, he was shocked by the luxurious decoration here. Wow. Master, you live in such a high-end place. Lin Chun knew that Li Yang was not being sarcastic, but that he genuinely thought Jiulong Bay was great. If you like it, make this place your home. You can come anytime you want. Then Lin Chun walked straight into the villa area, and Li Yang followed behind him obediently, like a little follower. Cindy, I'm back. Zhao Cindy, who was in the room, sat up immediately after hearing Lin Chun's voice and ran out barefoot. Brother Chun, I heard from Qianbo that you were back, so I've been waiting for you. You didn't run into any danger in Burma? Zhao Cindy was like an old mother, touching Lin Chun all over, checking if he was injured, and she didn't notice that there was someone standing behind him. Lin Chun quickly coughed a few times to remind Zhao Cindy to be more restrained. As a result, Zhao Cindy thought that Lin Chun was feeling unwell. What's wrong, Brother Chin? Do you have a cold? Why are you coughing? Lin Chun had no choice but to introduce Li Yang to her. This is Li Yang, a friend of mine. He came here to play today. After Lin Chun said this, Zhao Cindy noticed that there was someone behind Lin Chun. Thinking of what she had just done to Lin Chun, her face suddenly turned red and she ran back into the house, covering her face. Li Yang was eating melons on the side and was so happy. Master, is this Master's wife? Master's wife is so beautiful. As expected of my master, your temperament is a perfect match for me. Lin Chun quickly followed in. Li Yang, please sit down for a while. I'll be back soon. Lin Chun finished speaking. He walked to Zhao Cindy and whispered in her ear about his time working in the Dragon Group. He also told her how Li Yang saved him and his life story. After hearing Li Yang's life story, Zhao Cindy immediately felt that Li Yang was too pitiful. He has been so pitiful since he was a child, and he still risked his life to save you? Lin Chun expressed his thoughts. Cindy, don't I have a house in Shangshi Houding? No one will live there. Why not give it to Li Yang? Zhao Cindy nodded in agreement immediately after hearing this. Sure, he's so miserable, and yet he's so good to you. Also, when did you become a member of the military? Why haven't I heard of you before? Lin Chun remembered that he had indeed not told her. I will tell you about this later. I want to discuss something with you first. I bought a house before, but now I can't live in it. How about giving it to Li Yang? Zhao Cindy nodded. People are willing to risk their lives to save you, so a house is nothing. Seeing that Zhao Cindy agreed, Lin Chun pulled her out of the room. Li Yang saw Lin Chun and Zhao Cindy walking towards him and quickly stood up. Master's wife. Zhao Cindy didn't react for a moment. What did he call her? Master's wife? Chapter 119, Are you attracted to her? Lin Chun with a pair of puzzled eyes, as if asking Lin Chun why Li Yang called him master and herself master's wife. Lin Chun didn't know how to explain it for a moment, but Li Yang's next sentence, master's wife, came again. Master's wife, you are so beautiful. Standing next to my master, you are simply a perfect match made in heaven. What a perfect match. Zhao Cindy felt a little embarrassed by Li Yang's compliment. Lin Chun hadn't figured out how to tell Zhao Cindy about these things, so he took this opportunity to call Li Yang and walked out. Cindy, Li Yang, and I'll go to Shangshi Houding first. I'll explain the rest to you when I get back. Zhao Cindy was about to say something when Lin Chun ran away like a rabbit. Seeing that Lin Chun had already run out, Zhao Cindy quickly chased the door. Then you guys come back early. I'll ask Annie to go buy some groceries. I'll prepare them and wait for you to come back to eat. Lin Chun turned around, said okay, and left. Lin Chun looked at Li Yang behind him and really wanted to beat him up. He called her master's wife without knowing anything. Come on, I'll take you somewhere. Lin Chun with curiosity. Although he didn't know where he was going to take him, he still followed him happily. The two of them arrived at Shangshi Houding in the blink of an eye. Lin Chun walked towards his house with ease and ended up seeing an acquaintance. Isn't this the intern who was bullied at the beginning? Lin Chun couldn't remember her name for a moment. But Luo Junwei seemed to recognize Lin Chun at a glance, and then trotted up to Lin Chun. Mr. Lin, how come you have time to come here today? Lin Shun then discovered that the badge on Luo Junhui's chest had changed from an intern to a sales team leader. I haven't been here much since I bought it. I brought a friend to take a look today. It seems that you have grown a lot. You have already become the team leader. Lin Shun gratefully. This is all thanks to you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to open my first order, and I would have been squeezed out by Chan Mingting a long time ago. Lin Shun didn't expect that his small action could help Luo Junhui. This has little to do with me. You could become a team leader only because of your own efforts. Luo Junhui wanted to chat with Lin Shun for a while, but the phone rang at this time. Mr. Lin, I have to go to work first. I will treat you to dinner in a few days. After that, Luo Junhui took the call and trotted away. Li Yang, who was standing by, looked at Luo Junhui as she left. His eyes seemed to be fixed on her body. He stared at her until she disappeared from his sight. Lin Shun noticed Li Yang's little thoughts and started to joke with him. Are you attracted to her? Li Yang, who had never been in a relationship, blushed instantly when he heard this. He reluctantly withdrew his gaze from Luo Junhui and said, I didn't. Lin Shun was even more certain of Li Yang's thoughts. I'll introduce her to you some other day. This girl is good. She's beautiful and kind. Li Yang, who had just said that he didn't like Luo Junhui, became excited when he heard Lin Shun say he wanted to introduce her to him. Really, master? But I have no fixed place to live. I usually live in the base. Lin Shun was originally going to give Li Yang a house, but he didn't have a good reason. Fortunately, Li Yang mentioned it himself. This is why I brought you here today. Come on, I'll take you to have a look first. Then Lin Shun took Li Yang to the house they had bought. Take a look first. What do you think of this house? Although Li Yang didn't know Lin Shun's true purpose, he still listened to him and started to look around the house. This house is great. The decoration is great. The furniture is great. The floor is even better. And the view is amazing. Master, don't you have a villa? Why did you buy another one here? Lin Shun didn't answer Li Yang's question. Don't worry about this. Just tell me whether you like it or not. I like it. Li Yang answered without hesitation. Lin Shun waved his hand and said, as long as you like it, this house is yours. Chapter 120, I have to teach you a good lesson. When Li Yang heard that Lin Shun was going to give him a house, he was surprised at first, but he quickly recovered from the surprise. Master, I won't accept any reward without any merit. Although I like this house very much, but I can buy it myself in the future. Lin Shun knew that Li Yang would say this, and he had already thought of a response. Aren't you interested in today's salesperson? You can buy one in the future. Is the girl waiting for you to buy a house? Isn't she meeting other men? Lin Shun said this. Li Yang immediately fell into thought. It seems that what you said is true, but I can't ask for your house for no reason. Lin Shun thought of Zhao Sini at home and immediately came up with a solution. Who said I'll let you take it for free? From now on, you'll be responsible for Sini's safety. Ahem, that's the master's wife you mentioned. As for the dragon team, don't worry. I will talk to team leader Zhang. At most, I can help them train a few experts. Lin Shun said this. Did Li Yang accept the house? Okay. From now on, I will be solely responsible for the safety of my master's wife. As long as I am alive, if my master's wife loses even a hair, you can hold me responsible. Seeing that Li Yang finally accepted the house, Lin Shun smiled with satisfaction. Okay, you said it. Lin Shun threw the car keys in his bag to Li Yang and said, you can drive this car, and I'll have someone transfer the house to your name right away. Li Yang took the key that Lin Shun threw to him, thinking that he was being asked to drive. I didn't expect it was given directly to me. My eyes instantly turned red and I choked up and said, Master, I can't remember how long it has been since someone treated me so well. Lin Shun didn't expect Li Yang to be so rational. Okay, that's enough. As a man, there is no point in crying. This is nothing. If I give you something better in the future, you will cry and faint. Just like that, Li Yang stopped sobbing as Lin Shun teased him. Then, Master, when are you going to introduce that girl to me? As soon as Li Yang finished speaking, Lin Shun suspected that there was something wrong with his ears. Li Yang, who was still crying just now, turned around and started to think about Luo Junhui again. You change your face so quickly. It's a pity not to be an actor, otherwise you would have a place in the Oscars. Lin Shun said this. He still took Li Yang downstairs to find Luo Junhui. As a result, as soon as the two of them went downstairs, they saw Luo Junhui, who had just finished showing a house to a client and was returning to the sales hall with the contract. Lin Shun quickly pushed Li Yang and said, what are you waiting for? Hurry up. You don't want me to help you pick up girls, do you? If we don't catch up now, there will be more people when they go in. After hearing what Lin Shun said, Liang was stunned for a moment and then chased after him. Lin Shen remembered that he hadn't told Liang her name yet, so he quickly stopped Liang and said, I almost forgot to tell you. My name is Luo Junhui. Don't scare me. Lin Shen let go of Liang after he finished speaking, but Liang still looked at Lin Shen. Lin Shen was also puzzled. Why don't you chase him? Liang, anything else you want to say? Or I'll catch up with you and stop you again. Lin Shen kicked Liang's butt. Hurry up and stop wasting time. After Liang left, Lin Shen took out his mobile phone and transferred 20,000 yuan to Liang and also gave him some instructions. You can spend these 20,000 yuan first. Take them out to play or something like that. Don't be stingy. If it's not enough, I'll transfer more to you. After finishing everything, Lin Shen was about to go home when Zhang Yang called. Xiaochen, are you busy? The mummy case I told you about last time was about Wu Yong. There have been dozens of cases recently. If you're not busy, come over and discuss how to get rid of Wu Yong. Even if we can't solve it, we have to let him know that we are targeting him. Lin Shen agreed. Wu Yong, it looks like I have to teach you a lesson. Chapter 121. Getting an advantage and still acting cute. After hanging up the phone, Lin Shen remembered that he had promised Qian Yonghua to give him the carved amulet pendant today. It seems that I can only go to the Dragon Group base first to discuss the matter between Li Yong and Wu Yong. If I rush back, I should still have time. Inside the Dragon Group base, Zhang Yang took out the document sent by his superiors, pointed at the picture of the victim, and said to Lin Shen, Look, this evil cultivator has become so rampant now. It's only been a few days, and so many innocent people have been killed. If we don't solve this matter now, our Magic City Dragon team may all be evacuated. Lin Shen looked in the direction that Li Yang pointed. There were at least a dozen mummies in each picture, and as many as nearly 30 stacked together like a game of Jenga. Don't worry, I'll go meet him after I'm done today. Otherwise, do you really think that we have no one who can suppress him? Zhang Yang's mood finally improved after Lin Shen said this. Okay, it would be best if we can kill him. If we can't kill him, we'll at least make him lose a layer of skin. Lin Shen gave Zhang Yang a guarantee. Don't worry about my work. Last time, I accidentally let him run away. This time I'll let him know why the flowers are so red. Lin Shen then told Zhang Yang about Li Yang's matter. Team Zhang, I have something else to discuss with you. When Zhang Yang heard that Lin Shen had something else to say, he motioned for Lin Shen to continue. Li Yang can't continue to be in the dragon team. I asked him to. When Zhang Yang heard that they were going to kidnap Li Yang, he waved his hands and refused. Other matters can still be discussed. But Li Yang is so talented. Who knows how far he will grow in the future? I can't promise you that. Besides, where are you going to transfer him from the dragon team to? To protect you. Lin Shen knew that Zhang Yang would refuse, and had already thought of a condition that Zhang Yang could not refuse. I know that Li Yang is a talented guy, but he is only in the middle stage of Xian level now. If you let him go to me, in exchange, I can train you 3 mid-level Xian level masters. You can choose the people, and I will be responsible for their cultivation until they reach the middle stage of Xian level. Had originally rejected Lin Shen with righteous words, was instantly attracted by this exchange condition, but he still pretended to be embarrassed. It's hard for me to do this. How about this? You train 5 mid-level Xian level masters for us. Liang doesn't need to join the dragon team anymore. This way I can explain it to my superiors. Looking at Zhang Yang's previous expression, Lin Shen thought he was really in trouble, but it turned out that he had dug a hole for himself to fall into. The old fox is indeed an old fox. Okay, 5 is 5. Let me know when you've found the people, and I'll arrange the time. Zhang Yang was delighted to see Lin Shen agreed, but he still acted as if he had suffered a loss. Li Yang is a talented person. Why? Forget it. Li Yang is yours from now on. Lin Shen immediately felt that he had been fooled. If he insisted on training only 3 people, Zhang Yang would definitely agree. But then he thought that this was also a way to cultivate talents for China, and it was not a loss, so he stopped caring about it. All right, you're acting like a spoiled brat, acting like I'm taking advantage of you. After the 2 exchanged pleasantries, Lin Shen saw that it was getting late, and he had to go home to contact Qian Yonghua to pick up the amulet pendant, so he left. On the way back to Jiulong Bay, Lin Shen contacted Qian Yonghua and informed him to come to Jiulong Bay to pick up the pendant. Qian Yonghua said a few words and hung up the phone in a hurry. Lin Shen got home. He saw Xiao Sini busy in the kitchen. Lin Shen thought that it seemed that he hadn't eaten with Xiao Sini for a while, so he didn't care about anything today and just had a good meal with her. Xiao Sini, who had just finished cooking a dish, came out with a plate. Seeing Lin Shen coming back, she quickly put the plate down and said, "Brother Chun, you're back. Come and try it. This is the new cuisine I learned." "Where's Li Yong? Why didn't he come back with you? I prepared more than a dozen dishes." Lin Shan first tasted the food on the table, then gave Zhao Sini a thumbs up. He fell in love at first sight with the girl who sold the house to me, and they went on a date. "Don't worry about the food. Uncle Qian will be here soon, and we'll eat together then." While the two were talking, Qian Yong's car arrived. "Xiao Chun, am I disturbing you?" Lin Shun and the others like an old child. Lin Shen quickly welcomed Qian Yongwa in. "Uncle Qian, please stop joking." Qian Yongwa laughed and followed Lin Shen in. Lin Shen did not hesitate and took out the amulet pendant and placed it in front of Qian Yongwa. As soon as Lin Shen took it out, Qian Yongwa felt that this pendant was much better than the one he had received at the previous birthday party, so he put it away without checking it. Then Qian Yongwa wanted to transfer money to Lin Shen. How could Lin Shen take Qian Yongwa's money? So he quickly refused. "If you don't want the money, you should take the pendant back." Qian Yongwa was about to return the pendant to Lin Shen. Lin Shen had no choice but to suggest a compromise. "Then just give me your appreciation. I don't want more. Otherwise, I won't help you carve in the future." Chapter 122, We Can Kiss Next Time. In the end, Lin Shen still couldn't win over Qian Yongwa, and the 6 pendants were finally transferred to Lin Shen for 1.2 billion. Lin Shen finally accepted it. Qian Yongwa couldn't help but sigh a few times. "This time I see someone like you who doesn't even want money. Isn't this what men live for in their whole lives? Money, status, power, and women." Lin Shen still smiled and said, "That's what I said. But Mr. Qian, you have helped me much more than this little money. I feel bad for taking your money. But since you've already transferred it this time, I'll accept it. If you do this again next time, I won't be able to ask you for help." Lin Shen said. Qian Yongwa looked at Lin Shen with a little more appreciation in his eyes. "You kid. If I had a daughter, I would definitely let her compete with Cindy for you. I would make you my son-in-law. It's a pity I don't have a daughter." The two of them made a deal worth tens of billions with just a few words. And in the end, the two of them laughed out loud at the same time because of Qian Yongwa's last words. Zhao Sini, who had just come out of the kitchen, saw Lin Shen and the other two laughing so happily. So she also came over and said, "What are you guys talking about so happily? Take me with you." After the three of them had their fill of food and drink, Qian Yongwa left contentedly with the 6 protective pendants. After sending Qian Yongwa away, Lin Shen took out the pendant he had prepared for Zhao Sini. "Sini, this pendant is for you." Zhao Sini quickly wiped her hands and took it with both hands. Lin Shen continued to instruct Zhao Sini. "This has the same effect as the one I gave you last time, but this one is even more powerful. Remember, you can't take it off again." Lin Shen finished speaking. He took the pendant from Zhao Sini, lifted her hair, and put it on her. Zhao Sini touched the pendant on her neck with her hand, held it in her hand, and looked at it, and instantly fell in love with it. "Brother Chun, thank you." Zhao Sini looked at Lin Shen as she spoke, her eyes almost tearing. Lin Shen looked at Zhao Sini's eyes and knew that if he continued to look her in the eye, something bad would happen today. Just as Lin Shen was thinking of some way to excuse himself, Li Yang's voice happened to come in. "Master, I'm back." Li Yang pushed the door open and walked in. Zhao Sini's eyes were still fixed on Lin Shen. Li Yang understood what was happening and cursed himself for coming back at the wrong time. I don't see anything." You continue. Li Yang was about to slip out as he was talking, but was pulled back by Lin Shen. "You're itching, aren't you? We are innocent and have done nothing here. But you make it sound like we are having an affair." Li Yang scratched his head awkwardly. I thought I had ruined your good fortune, master." Lin Shen quickly ended the topic and asked about Li Yang's progress today. "You look so happy. It seems that the girl has a good impression of you. How is it going? Is there any progress? Let me have some fun." Li Yang's face instantly turned red after hearing what Lin Shen said. It was his first date with a girl, so how could he make any progress? We just went shopping, had a meal, and watched a movie. When the movie ended, I just pulled his hand and didn't do anything else." Lin Shen gave Li Yang a thumbs up and said, "I can't tell. You usually look quite honest, but you just met and you're holding hands on our first date? Then I guess we can just kiss next time." Ha ha ha. Chapter 123, First Treatment of Lin Xuanyi. Li Yang suddenly became shy after hearing what Lin Shen said, but after getting along with Lin Shen, he seemed to become much more cheerful and began to tease Lin Shen. Jojo, you're still talking about me. Don't think I don't know what you and Master's wife were doing just now." Lin Shen didn't expect Li Yang to dare to tease him. So he kicked him on the butt. Fuck you. Luo Junhui is a good girl. Be nice to her. Don't let her down. Liang, who was smiling just now, nodded seriously after listening to her. I talked to her a lot today. I told her all my experiences growing up. I also told her that if I hadn't met you, my life might have just ended in vain. She also told me that if it weren't for you, she might still be worried about her job. The two chatted one sentence after another. Everything that happened in Lin Chen's house with a pair of ferocious eyes. Lin Chen, you seem to be so happy. And his eyes gradually became filled with murderous intent as he looked towards Lin Chen's house. If it weren't for you, China would have been ruled by me long ago. How could I become what I am today? I am like this now because of you. Lin Chen and Li Yong finished their chat. He wanted to keep Li Yong here. However, Li Yong said that he didn't want to stay here and be a light bulb. Lin Chen gave up and had to send Li Yong out. Drive carefully. I'll transfer 1 million to you later, which is your monthly salary. Li Yong wanted to refuse at first, as he hadn't done anything yet, and yet he had already received the house and the car. However, under Lin Chen's tough attitude, Li Yong had no choice but to accept it. Lin Chen watched Li Yong leave. He smelled a hint of danger in the air. After careful identification, he found that it was Wu Yong's scent. Lin Chen also looked towards the location of the aura and couldn't help but sneer. Wu Yong, I haven't looked for you yet, but you found me. Lin Chen didn't show anything wrong. Wu Yong still noticed it and immediately took out the teleportation talisman and left Julong Bay. As soon as Wu Yong left, the aura emanating from his body disappeared. Seeing the aura disappear, Lin Chen returned to the villa. Lin Chen on the sofa. Where's Li Yong? Doesn't he live here? Zhao Sini asked curiously when she saw that there was no one behind Lin Chen. Lin Chen naturally didn't tell Li Yong about the joke he had just made. He's back at Shengshi Houting. He'll clean up a room for him in a few days. Let's arrange for Luo Junhui to be your assistant, so that you won't feel awkward when Li Yong follows you. Although Zhao Sini didn't know what Li Yong was capable of, she always obeyed Lin Chen's arrangements. I'll follow your instructions, Brother Chen. Then the system's voice sounded, and Lin Chen and Zhao Sini said good night to each other and hurried back to the room. What's the matter? Tell me now. By Lin Chen, the system's voice also became aggrieved. I mean, you can give your father acupuncture once a day. Prepare for his later treatment, otherwise his body won't be able to withstand such a huge amount of energy. After the system finished speaking, it gave Lin Chen a pair of silver needles, along with acupuncture techniques, and so on. Lin Chen heard that it was about saving his father. He immediately became excited and rushed to the room where Lin Xuanyi was with the silver needle. Then Lin Chen removed the instruments from Lin Xuanyi, took out the silver needles, and began to treat Lin Xuanyi for the first time according to the acupuncture method given by the system. Lin Chen seemed a little unfamiliar with acupuncture when he tried it for the first time, but he quickly adapted to it. With the insertion of each needle and the consumption of his internal energy, Lin Chen's forehead was soon covered with sweat. When the last silver needle was inserted, Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. This treatment consumed almost all of Lin Chen's internal energy, and he sat down on the ground limply. At this moment, Lin Xuanyi's fingers, which had not moved for a long time, moved slightly. Chapter 124. No way, sister. Lin Chen, who was lying on the ground, was extremely weak because his internal energy was exhausted. However, when he saw Lin Xuanyi's fingers twitch slightly, he instantly stood up excitedly. Then Lin Chen immediately rushed to Lin Xuanyi and held his hand. Dad, can you hear me? If you can hear me, just move your finger. But Lin Chen called Lin Xuanyi several times, and Lin Xuanyi's fingers did not move at all. If Lin Chen was not an Earth-level warrior, he would really doubt whether his eyes were blurry. At this time, Lin Chen's eyes had begun to turn red. Dad, Sun will definitely reach the heaven level as soon as possible and cure you. Knowing that Lin Xuanyi would not react anymore, Lin Chen also left the room and returned to his room to start practicing. Had just returned to the room and was ready to practice, but the phone rang again. He picked it up and found it was Zhang Nanxiao. Lin Chen, who didn't want to answer it, hesitated for a moment, but still picked up it. As soon as I picked up the phone, Zhang Nanxiao's voice came out. When did you come back? Why didn't you tell me? Last time I asked you to go to the scene with me, but you left without saying a word. Do you have to apologize to me or treat me to a meal? Lin Chen laughed as soon as he heard what Zhang Nanxiao said. No way. Big sister, what is our relationship? Do I need to tell you something? Also, I was the one who helped you, not you who helped me. So why should I apologize to you and treat you to a meal? Zhang Nanxiao heard that it seemed to be the case, and then he coughed twice embarrassedly, cough, 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 that. Even though you came to help me, what's wrong with treating me to a meal? You're so stingy. Since you won't treat me, then I can treat you, right? Lin Shin thought about it and agreed. Okay, but I have something to do these few days. Let's talk about it in a few days. And just like that, the two of them agreed on a time and hung up the phone. The next day, after practicing all night, Lin Shin checked his cultivation level, only to find that he had made almost no progress that night. His brows instantly furrowed into a Chan shape. At this rate of progress, it won't be possible to reach the heavenly level in 100 years. The remaining spirit stones are definitely not enough to support me to the heaven level. I need to find some more spirit stones somewhere. When it comes to spirit stones, Lin Shin immediately thought of Qian Yonghua and called him immediately. Lin Shin still needed the same stone as last time. Qian Yonghua also agreed. I will keep an eye out for you recently. If I find it, I will contact you as soon as possible. Afterwards, Lin Shin packed up briefly and went downstairs. When he got downstairs, he found Li Yang was already sitting in the living room. The listless Lin Shin also perked up when he saw Lin Shin coming down. Master! Lin Shin waved his hand to motion Li Yang to sit down, and then told Li Yang about what he had discussed with Zhao Sini yesterday. I'll ask Annie to clean up a room for you, and you can move in with us so you don't have to run back and forth. It's so tiring. And your girlfriend who you haven't dated yet. Once you're officially together, don't let her do the sales job. Let her work as an assistant to your mistress's company. Lin Shin arranged everything for Li Yang and his partner like an old father, while Li Yang nodded obediently beside him. Lin Shin had just finished talking when the phone rang again. He found out it was Zhang Yang and picked up the phone quickly. How come Team Zhang has time call me today? Zhang Yang, last time you said you would train 5 mid-level, Xian-level people for us. I have already selected them. When will you be free to come and give us some guidance? Lin Shin suddenly felt that he was busier than the president of China, but he still replied, then I'll come over later. Otherwise, there will always be something unresolved, and I will feel unhappy. Then Lin Shin rushed towards the Dragon Group. Chapter 125 Finale 1. Not long after, Lin Shin arrived at the Dragon Group. When Zhang Yang saw Lin Shin arriving, he quickly called over several young people he had selected. Soon they arrived at Zhang Yang's office. Lin Shin couldn't help but marvel at the talents of these people. If he didn't have the help of the system, he would never be able to reach their level in his lifetime. Afterwards, under Lin Shin's guidance, several people immediately gained enlightenment. After expressing their gratitude to Lin Shin, they all went to find places to break through. When Zhang Yang saw that Lin Shin had made several people feel that they were about to make a breakthrough so casually, his mouth felt like an egg was stuffed in it, and he couldn't close it. Lin Shin left immediately after he finished fulfilling his promise to Zhang Yang. Had just walked out of the Dragon Group's gate, immediately summoned the system, and asked it to locate Wu Yang's position. The system did not hesitate and easily located Wu Yang's location. Wu Yang, a scourge like you shouldn't be alive. So today is the day you die. Then Lin Shin rushed to the address given by the system. Lin Shin arrived. He found that Wu Yang was hiding in such a remote place. No wonder the people from the Dragon Group couldn't find any trace of him. Wu Yang, who was in the thatched hut, seemed to sense something and came out as well. As soon as Wu Yang came out, he saw Lin Shin. Their eyes met, and the atmosphere instantly became tense, with both of them looking like they were on the verge of a fight. Wu Yang was the first to break the deadlock. I didn't expect you could find this place. Since you have come here on your own initiative to seek death, I will grant your wish. After you die, I will slowly torture Zhao Sini. Lin Shin smiled contemptuously. I'll let you escape last time, but I don't want to see where you can run this time. After he finished speaking, Lin Shin immediately took out the Zhang Lei's sword and prepared for fighting. Wu Yang was not far behind at all. He used all his internal energy, and the surroundings suddenly became gloomy. Lin Shin felt Wu Yang's breath. His face changed instantly. It had been such a long time since he last saw Wu Yang, and his cultivation had reached such a terrifying level. According to the cultivation level of martial artists, he was only one step away from the heavenly level. Lin Shin knew that today would be a tough battle, so he quickly took a Xianlong pill. However, even after taking the pill, he was only in the middle stage of the earth level, which was far behind Wu Yang. Lin Shin was thinking about how to deal with Wu Yang. His attack had already come towards Lin Shin. Lin Shin did not expect Wu Yang to suddenly attack, so he quickly swung his sword to defend himself, his legs moving in a lunge, but he was unable to stop him and was pushed back more than 10 meters. Lin Shin, who was defeated, covered his chest tightly and spat out a mouthful of blood. Lin Chen go just like that. And the next round of attack came towards Lin Chen again. Ha ha ha. Today this place is where you will be buried. Lin Chen had no choice but to swing his sword to defend himself again, but Wu Yang's attack this time was more fierce than the last time. Lin Chen, who was defeated, felt that his internal organs had shifted. But at this moment, Lin Chen's body suddenly changed, and Wu Yong beside him also realized that something was wrong. You were able to break through in combat. That's not bad. If I let you grow up, that would be terrible. Lin Chen realized that he was about to break through and quickly entered into a state of meditation. Wu Yong saw that Lin Chen dared to break through right under his nose and thought that Lin Chen was looking for death, so he attacked directly towards Lin Chen's dantian. As soon as he launched the attack, Wu Yong burst into laughter. Zhao Sini, wait for me. I'll come and favor you right away. As a result, Wu Yong turned around and saw that a circle of golden light had enveloped Lin Chen. Wu Yong didn't know what it was and launched several attacks, but the golden cover did not change at all. Wu Yong felt something was wrong, but then he thought Lin Chen was already seriously injured, so why not wait for him to break through? Then Wu Yong waited on the side for Lin Chen to break through and then kill him. Chapter 126 Finale 2. With a crisp sound, Lin Chen officially broke through to the middle stage of the Xian level, and the breakthrough also healed his injuries. Coupled with the effect of the Xianlong pill, Lin Chen's combat power now reached the late stage of the D level. Wu Yong looked at the changes in Lin Chen and had an ominous premonition in his heart. Then he felt the aura of Lin Chen, which further confirmed his guess. But his cultivation was stronger than his, so why would he feel fear? Wu Yong quickly shook his head to sober himself up. Lin Chen knew that although he had the combat power of the late Earth level, he was still a little behind Wu Yong's cultivation. However, he had to win this battle today. If he died, what would happen to Sini? What should I do with my father lying on the hospital bed? Thinking of this, Lin Chen instantly felt a strong desire to fight. He then took out the Songlei sword and pointed it at Wu Yong. Wu Yong, who had suffered at the hands of Songlei, hated Songlei Jian to the core. So what if you have made a breakthrough? You still have to die today. Then the battle between the two officially began. At the beginning, Lin Chen was suppressed by Wu Yong and could only defend himself again and again. But after understanding Wu Yong's fighting style, he was able to fight back quietly. Lin Chen in disbelief. If he didn't kill Lin Chen today, even if he could escape, he would definitely die at Lin Chen's hands in the future. Then Wu Yong's evil spirit was fully unleashed, and he delivered a fatal blow to Lin Chen. Lin Chen looked at Wu Yong's attack, which was comparable to that of a heavenly level, gritted his teeth, and made the strongest defensive posture, trying to endure it. However, he was unable to resist at this time, and, after spitting out a mouthful of blood, he fainted. Lin Chen lying on the ground, who was still breathing his last breath. The attack just now had exhausted all the evil energy in his body. Now he couldn't even launch another attack, so he immediately began to recover his evil energy. Lin Chen's body also sensed the danger Lin Chen was in at the moment, and quickly called out to Lin Chen, as this was related to his own life. Master, I know you can hear me. Listen to me. Give me your body now, and I will control it. Otherwise, we will both die here today. The process may be a bit painful. Please be patient. Then the system began to operate on Lin Chen's body. After a while, Lin Chen, who had just fainted on the ground, stood up directly. Wu Yong, who was still meditating to recover his evil spirit, suddenly felt a chill on his back and instinctively looked back. When he turned around, he found that Lin Chen, who was only breathing his last breath, was holding the Songlei sword and pointing it at his dantian. Lin Chen in fear, and felt an aura from Lin Chen that made him not even have the courage to fight back. But how could Wu Yong be a pushover? He immediately expended his essence and blood to forcibly improve his cultivation. That controlled Lin Chen's body did not expect Wu Yong to use this method, but it reacted quickly. Lin Chen fiercely with his eyes that were about to collapse. You forced me to do this. Then the fight between the two broke out again. After an incensed stick of time, Wu Yong lay on the ground, without a trace of life left in him. That controlled Lin Chen's body was also seriously injured. It took out Lin Chen's mobile phone, called Zhao Sini, and after saying a few words, it fell heavily. Receiving Lin Chen's call, Zhao Sini thought that Lin Chen had something wrong. After listening to Lin Chen's story, her face suddenly became heavy. Then Zhao Sini called Li Yang and wondered where Lin Chen was. Zhao Sini arrived at the place Lin Chen mentioned. She was so frightened by the scene in front of her that she trembled all over. When she saw Lin Shun lying in a pool of blood, she no longer cared about being afraid and quickly ran over to hug Lin Shun. Notified the dragon team as soon as Zhao Sini said that Lin Shun had an accident. Zhao Sini and Li Yang had just lifted Lin Shun into the car when Zhang Yang and his team arrived. Seeing Lin Shun in the car, whose life or death was unknown, Zhang Yang was about to take Lin Shun back to the dragon group for treatment, but was stopped by Zhao Sini. To no avail, Zhang Yang had to have someone escort Zhao Sini away. Then Zhao Sini and her group returned to Julong Bay and called away everyone in the villa. Lin Shun, who was seriously injured on the bed, and thought of what he said to her on the phone. She cleaned the blood off Lin Chen's body and then took off Lin Shun's pants. At this time, Zhao Sini didn't care that it was her first time. With a cry, Lin Shen's body also underwent a huge change. 1 year later. At this time, Lin Shen had already cured Lin Xuanyi, and his military rank was raised to colonel because of killing Wu Yong. Lin Xuanyi also came over with the help of the nanny, Xiao Chun. Let Sini sit down, stop working. The person in the kitchen quickly stuck his head out after hearing Lin Xuanyi's voice. Dad, I'm fine. The doctor said that you shouldn't sit all day while you're pregnant. You should walk more. As Zhao Sini was talking, she walked out with a slightly bulging belly. Lin Shen quickly went up to support Zhao Sini's waist and said, Wife, let me do these things. Half a year later, with the birth of Lin Chun's daughter, Lin Shen officially resigned from the dragon group and took care of Zhao Sini and his daughter wholeheartedly. After reaching the heavenly level, Lin Shun took out all the spirit stones in Zhang Jingheng's storage ring. With the help of the spirit stone, Zhao Sini's extremely in-body's cultivation level is approaching that of Lin Shun. One afternoon, Lin Shun was sitting in the yard, and the voice of the system sounded in his mind again. Master, long time no see. The end. The system is alive. Lin Shen's face was full of astonishment. He wondered if there was something wrong with his ears. He couldn't believe what he heard. Little Tongzi. His voice was full of surprise. Last time when I fought Wu Yong, although my body was controlled by you, I could clearly see everything that happened. The system's tone was full of emotion. Lin Shen's voice began to tremble. His throat choked, and tears welled up in his eyes. He said gratefully, Thank you, Xiao Tongzi. At this moment, his heart was filled with gratitude towards the system. Seeing Lin Shen's excitement, the system quickly comforted him. Hey, we are so close. The system noticed the little girl in Lin Shen's arms and asked curiously, while also cleverly changing the subject, Master, is this your child? She looks like you. You will definitely be a rare talent when you grow up. You are worthy of being my master child. The system's words were full of concern and praise, and Lin Shen also told the system what had happened in the past 2 years. My wife has practiced hard for many years, and now her cultivation level is comparable to mine. However, the spirit stones left by Senior Zhang have almost been used up by us. Thinking of this, I can't help but feel a little worried. The road of cultivation in the future may be even more difficult. I plan to take good care of my father's health so that he can live a long and healthy life. It will definitely not be a problem for him to live to 100 or 200 years old. And if Sini and I continue to stay here, I'm afraid we will only stagnate. We are eager to break through the bottleneck and pursue a higher realm. The fairyland that the senior mentioned has always been a place I long for in my heart. There may be the answers and opportunities we are looking for. Lin Shen looked at the system firmly, his heart full of anticipation and excitement, and asked, Are you ready to brave the fairyland with us? This is a journey full of unknowns and challenges, but I firmly believe that as long as we work together, we will be able to overcome many difficulties. The system has heard about the dangers of the fairyland. The few heavenly-level strong men on Earth can only be regarded as the lowest-level cultivators after arriving in the fairyland. But what Lin Shen said is right. If they stay here, they will never be able to break through in their lifetime. Let's go and have a try together. Then, Lin Shen returned to the villa silently. He sat quietly in front of the alchemy furnace, concentrating on refining the elixir. Each elixir contained his deep concern and wishes for his father, hoping that these elixirs could prolong his father's life and make him live a long and healthy life. Zhao Sini, who was standing by, stared at her daughter with a look of reluctance. Tears welled up in her eyes, and Lin Shun felt his wife's gaze, and his heart was also filled with the pain of parting. The system observed all this silently. It could feel the two people's deep attachment to their little master. When the system looked at the little master carefully, it was instantly shocked. The little master's pure eyes revealed an innate aura, as if shining with the light of stars. Master, you don't have to be reluctant to part with the little master. The system's voice was filled with emotion. The little master's physique has perfectly inherited your genes and is even many times stronger than both of you. If you bring the little master to the fairyland. The system's words revealed a hint of expectation. Within a year, her cultivation level will probably not be lower than yours. Lin Chun and Zhao Sini's eyes lit up at the same time, and they seemed to see a glimmer of hope in the darkness. They knew that the path to cultivation in the immortal world was difficult and dangerous, but if their daughter had such talent, she might really be able to stand out in the immortal world. A sense of pride and expectation surged in their hearts.